In the vibrant district of Samshin, located in the heart of Seoul's Dongjaku, one can find a bustling street alive with activity. This thoroughfare is not only lined with bicycles, but also adorned with an array of cafes, bars, and restaurants, catering to the diverse needs of visitors. The flagship store of the city's most renowned car dealership, Shenyang Motors, is nestled within this lively neighborhood. But a sleek, black luxury Hyundai taxi glided to a smooth stop, and from the rear seat emerged a tall, elegant young man clad in casual attire. Li Haocheng surveyed the bustling scene of Samshin and the Shenyang Motors flagship store in the distance, encouraging himself with thoughts of what was to come. Soon, I shall enter Shenyang Motors to collect my vehicle and discover whether I have indeed been chosen by the system as a privileged heir endowed with the Tycoon System. If the car does not materialize, it must surely be a figment of my imagination, born from a sleepless night. With a resolute exhalation, Li Haocheng strode purposefully towards the entrance of Shenyang Motors. Upon stepping into the expansive and opulent showroom, his eyes were immediately drawn to a collection of pristine motorcycles. The Ducati Panigale V4R, a high-performance superbike powered by a 3 cubic centimeters V4 engine, stood prominently. The BMW K1600 GTL, a luxurious touring motorcycle, boasted a powerful 9 cubic centimeters inline-6 engine. The Harley-Davidson CVO represented the pinnacle of the Harley brand, featuring a classic aesthetic and formidable power from its 3 cubic centimeters twin engine. The Indian Rast, another luxurious cruiser, was equipped with a 1 cubic centimeter twin engine. Lastly, the Yamaha YZF-R1M, another high-performance superbike, was powered by a 4-cylinder engine. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of 10 prestigious motorcycle brands and models on display, Li Haocheng found himself immersed in a sea of machinery. A sales representative, approximately 35 years of age and clad in a sharp black suit, approached him with a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Shenyang Motors, sir. I am Choi Young-dao, the manager here. How may I assist you today?" Feigning composure, Li Haocheng retrieved his resident registration card from his pocket and offered it with a smile. "Hello, I am here to collect my vehicle, which I reserved some time ago. Here is my resident registration card for verification." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I check," Choi Young-dao replied, respectfully accepting the card before hastily making his way to the counter. He accessed the internal system and entered the registration number for verification. The computer screen soon revealed Li Haocheng's customized order for a fork along with detailed records. Confirming the information, Choi Young-dao returned with the resident registration card, bowing respectfully as he addressed Li Haocheng. "Mr.Li, you have fully prepaid for a fork at a total price of 10 million won, which includes registration, insurance, and modification fees. Please wait a moment while I take you to inspect the vehicle. If all is satisfactory, our staff will assist you with the registration process." While Choi Young-dao's service was enthusiastic, the initial warmth had somewhat diminished. The reason was evident: this was not a commission he had secured, and thus there would be no bonuses for him. Li Haocheng, having gained insight into the nuances of social interactions in South Korea, remained unfazed by the apparent shift in demeanor. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. If recalling something," Li Haocheng added, "Manager Choi, may I inquire through which channel the reservation was made? And who was the individual who placed the order?" "Of course, sir. It was merely a routine matter." Choi Young-dao, taken aback by the inquiry, glanced at the youthful Li Haocheng with a formal smile. He returned to the computer, diligently searching for the order details, and upon locating the reservation person and company, he instinctively muttered, "Juding Enterprise Group." Upon checking the pre-sale channel, he was startled to find it listed as Shenyang Automotive Group. In an instant, Choi Young-dao's previously calm expression transformed into shock, disbelief, and awe as a multitude of emotions played across his face. Shenyang Automotive Group, the parent company of Shenyang Motors, is one of the 10 largest conglomerates in Korea. According to the latest data, its market valuation stands at approximately $1 billion, with hundreds of dealerships established in major cities worldwide. In addition, Shenyang Group's business ventures encompass construction, automotive manufacturing, shipbuilding, steel production, railway vehicles, maritime transport, finance, and trade. Furthermore, Juding Enterprise Group holds substantial shares in Shenyang Group. Thus, a seemingly ordinary Aurora scooter was, in fact, an order placed by Juding Enterprise Group with Shenyang Group's headquarters. To put it in contemporary vernacular, this situation was utterly absurd, bordering on the ridiculous. Typically, Such orders would be valued in the hundreds of millions of won. Choi Young-dao rubbed his eyes vigorously and proceeded to scrutinize the computer screen once more, double-checking the information. With a sudden jolt, he dashed back to Li Haocheng with remarkable speed, executing a perfect 90-degree bow as he apologized. "Young Master Li, please allow me a moment to make a phone call." At this point, Choi Young-dao altered his form of address and bowed deeply to Li Haocheng, quickly retreating to a secluded corner to make a call. In less than 10 seconds, after finishing the call, Choi Young-dao returned to Li Haocheng with a demeanor that had completely shifted, his face now adorned with an obsequious smile. "I sincerely apologize for the wait. Young Master Li," he exclaimed, "I have just confirmed with my superiors that the reservation indeed comes from Jioding Enterprise Group, which is a major shareholder of our parent company, Shenyang Group. Consequently, the price offered to you is exceptionally favorable. Master Li, we as Shenyang Car Dealership will conduct a comprehensive upgrade on the braking system of this Aurora scooter, ensuring your riding safety." Seemingly aware of the lapse in hospitality, Choi Young-dao executed a precise 90-degree bow and apology, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Master Li. I was a bit neglectful just now. Allow me to pour you a cup of hot coffee. Please step into our reception room and rest for a moment while I print out the contract." With a sycophantic smile, Choi Young-dao slightly inclined his body, guiding Li Haocheng to the lounge designated for esteemed guests. As Li Haocheng settled into an armchair, Choi Young-dao deftly brought over a steaming cup of instant coffee. "You are very considerate." Li Haocheng expressed his gratitude, accepting the coffee cup with both hands and savoring a sip, finding the temperature just right. Outwardly, Li Haocheng appeared calm and composed. Yet internally, he was a tempest of emotions, utterly astonished. "Is it truly real? I have indeed acquired the godly wealth system." The system's cold, mechanical voice reverberated. "Now you believe, do you? You have indeed been chosen among millions by this system, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of power and wealth, gazing down upon the multitude, with beautiful women constantly by your side. Marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman is no longer a dream." Li Haocheng's inner thoughts were, Yes, I believe. I truly believe, by the way, system. I have a concern. The Jioding Enterprise Group boasts a market value exceeding 33.4 trillion and operates as a global conglomerate. The group's business scope encompasses trade, electronics, shipbuilding, construction, petrochemicals, sugar manufacturing, textiles, paper, finance, and service industries, among others. As a young man, barely 23, becoming the helm of such an enterprise surely raises suspicions, does it not? The system's frigid, mechanical voice resonated once more. "Rest assured, host. In a mere low-dimensional world, this system can easily manage such matters. There is no need for concern. The Jioding Enterprise Group indeed exists and has a traceable history. Your fears of suspicion will not come pass." Chapter 2. President of Shenyang Motor Company, Chen Hangjuan. Shenyang Motor Company. Reception room. Choi Young-dao placed the motorcycle paperwork in a file bag, bowing at a 90-degree angle as he presented it before the coffee table. "Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," he exclaimed. "Your Aurora motorcycle is currently undergoing urgent upgrades and modifications. It should be completed in approximately 15 minutes. In the meantime, feel free to peruse this vehicle and oppa's user manual, and I will introduce you to the operational capabilities of the Aurora. After you inspect the motorcycle and find everything satisfactory, you can sign off and take this brand new Aurora motorcycle home." I appreciate your efforts, Manager Choi." With the prospect of 15 minutes of idle waiting, the bored Li Haocheng picked up the user manual and casually flipped through its pages. Choi Young-dao, attending to him, knelt beside the sofa, eagerly explaining as Li flipped to a specific page. The quarter hour passed in the blink of an eye. Noticing the time, Choi Young-dao softly reminded, "Young Master Li, the time is nearly upon us. Shall I take you to view the new motorcycle now?" At the parking lot, an employee of Shenyang Motor Company rolled out a pristine blue and white scooter. Its exceptionally original design, adorned with trendy decals and color schemes, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. The Aurora seamlessly blended retro aesthetics with fashionable elements, showcasing remarkable quality through its craftsmanship and lacquer finish. Choi Young-dao retrieved the key, presenting it to Li Haocheng with both hands while earnestly detailing the vehicle's specifications. "Young Master Li, here is the Aurora you reserved. This model is equipped with a rare full-color TFT display, which not only shows basic data but also provides RPM and coolant temperature readings. It supports mobile screen mirroring for navigation, features a cloud-connected vehicle system, and includes tire pressure monitoring. The controls for adjusting the display are located on either side, enhancing the sense of sophistication with a touch-sensitive interface. The integrated handlebar buttons, elegantly rounded and harmoniously designed in a retro style, make the various functions intuitive and easy to understand. Additionally, it is noteworthy that this motorcycle is equipped with a switchable TCS, automatic start-stop functionality, and even an uncommon seat heating feature. In terms of power, it boasts an RPM of insert RPM with a peak torque of 13.5 Newton meters at 0 RPM, standard idle start-stop, and pulse start capabilities. This, Aurora, is particularly suitable for novice riders and daily commutes. I encourage you to take it for a spin. If all is well, please sign to confirm receipt, and I will arrange for the transfer of registration. Eagerly, Li Haocheng accepted the motorcycle key, inserted it into the ignition, and with a twist, the engine roared to life, echoing in the parking lot as he took it for a ride. After a brief circuit, he returned to Chaebol, a smile gracing his face. This scooter is quite impressive. It and oppa's easy to handle and very comfortable. Let us proceed with the signing. Your satisfaction is what matters most. Young Masterly. After the signing process, Chaebol instructed a staff member to expedite the registration transfer, ensuring no time was wasted for Li Haocheng. Turning back, he donned a pleasing expression and said, "Young Masterly, the registration process may take some time. Why not explore our showroom and see if there are any other models you fancy? You could even take them for a test ride." Li Haocheng nodded in agreement and began to meander through the luxurious showroom, soon captivated by the show-stopping Kawasaki Ninja H2 Carbon. Chaebol trailed behind like a devoted assistant, maintaining a sincere and friendly smile while introducing its features. This Kawasaki Ninja H2 Carbon is the latest model currently available. The front design employs a full carbon fiber structure, making it lighter while retaining the iconic aerodynamic profile of its predecessor. This design continues to exude a commanding presence, easily recognizable and brimming with sporty flair. The overall construction embodies a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic, with a visual appeal that surpasses all others. Of course, its price is equally formidable, approximately 0 million Korean won. In terms of power, the Kawasaki Ninja H2 Carbon is equipped with a supercharged inline-4 water-cooled engine. It delivers a maximum power of kW and a peak torque of 7 Nm, with astonishing horsepower that can truly dominate the surroundings. The engine's roar is both exhilarating and melodious. As Chaebol enthusiastically elaborated on the marvel that is the Kawasaki Ninja H2 Carbon, a jovial voice interjected from the side. "You must be Li Haocheng, the esteemed young master. Young Masterly, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chun-Hung-Juan, the president of Shenyang Motor Company." Chaebol, who had been chatting with Li Haocheng, hurriedly greeted his superior. "President, you have finally arrived." With great enthusiasm, Chaebol introduced, "Young Masterly, our president heard about your visit to pick up your motorcycle and made a point to come and meet you personally. It is indeed a privilege for our company to have you here to place your order." Chun-Hung-Juan, in his 40s, donned a short white shirt paired with black trousers, presenting a simple yet dignified appearance. Although unremarkable in looks and stature, he emanated a unique aura, standing tall with a steady gaze that conveyed confidence and composure. Upon seeing their president, other employees quickly approached to extend their greetings. Meanwhile, they cast curious glances at the young man, scarcely 23, standing before their esteemed leader, whispering amongst themselves, "Our president is quite a busy man. What brings him to the main store today? Who is this young gentleman that warrants such personal attention from him?" The young man before me, clad in casual attire from Uniqlo, hardly exuded the aura of wealth, let alone that of a second-generation tycoon or a privileged young master. Upon overhearing the gossip of the shop attendants, Chun-Hung-Juan and oppa's expression grew stern. "You all continue with your tasks. Do not neglect your work," he instructed. "I shall personally seek out young Masterly, for he is indeed a distinguished guest of my Shenyang Automobile Company." Chapter 3. This Li Xiao is truly a dragon in Chun-Hung-Juan. Li Haocheng discerned the composed confidence of upper-class elites, their measured eloquence, qualities he found lacking in himself and yearned to cultivate. With a smile, Li Haocheng shook hands with Chun-Hung-Juan, expressing, "It is merely a modest scooter. I cannot trouble President Chun to come all this way on my account." Chun-Hung-Juan warmly responded, "Young Masterly, such words seem a bit distant. Come, let us ascend to the second floor. Join me in my office for a moment. I have just procured some exquisite Longjing tea from our esteemed homeland for you to savor, in the presence of such a prominent figure." Li Haocheng felt an inexplicable sense of unworthiness and politely declined. I truly appreciate the offer, President Chun, but I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Perhaps we can arrange to have tea another time. Chen Hengyuan and Oppa's expression remained unfazed, wearing a congenial smile as he reminisced, last year. I visited the headquarters of Jioding Group alongside Chairman Chun of Shenyang Group. It was indeed a gathering of elites, with substantial financial resources. A multinational enterprise. They engage in various sectors including electronics, finance, machinery, and chemistry, a titan among global corporations. Young Master Li, may I inquire which aspect of Jioding Group you are involved with? Li Haocheng fabricated a casual excuse. I have a relative who holds a position at the Jioding Group headquarters. I merely came to purchase a scooter for convenience, initially hoping to benefit from some internal discounts. But I did not intend to impose on President Chun. Haraha. Imposing? Not at all. I hope you will consider us for future business. Chen Hengyuan declared with a generous wave of his hand. Since fate has brought us together, I cherish friendships. Do you reside in Seoul? Or are you here temporarily for business? There was no need for concealment, Li Haocheng truthfully replied. I have just graduated and intend to seek employment in the city to hone my skills. That is splendid. We must gather more often. I shall take the liberty of calling you Li Xiao. And please, refrain from addressing me as President Chen. Simply call me Hengyuan Ge. Chen Hengyuan turned to Manager Chui and instructed, Chui Jing, I recall there are a few AGV pistag per carbon fiber, black and red track year of the Tiger motorcycle helmets in the storeroom. Please fetch one to present to young Master Li. Upon hearing this, Li Haocheng quickly shook his head in refusal. I cannot accept such a lavish gift without having earned it. This AGV pistag per carbon fiber helmet retails for a staggering 950,001. It is far too extravagant. Chen Hengyuan waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a helmet. Consider it a complimentary gift for your purchase. Moreover, Shenyang Group and Jioding Group are akin to family. We are not strangers. Very well, let us arrange to connect on KakaoTalk, he continued. Not allowing Li Haocheng a chance to decline, he retrieved his Samsung phone, opening his KakaoTalk app. Reluctantly, yet graciously, Li Haocheng took out his own phone and opened the application to add Chen Hengyuan as a friend. Thank you for your generous offer, Hengyuan Ge. Let us keep in touch. Noticing Li Haocheng and Oppa's discomfort, Chen Hengyuan skillfully shifted the conversation to amusing anecdotes from the motorcycle community. Li Haocheng thought to himself, it is remarkable that President Chun, nearing 50, possesses such a youthful passion for motorcycles. As they conversed, Chui Jing hurried over with a thick envelope. Young Master Li, your purchase contract, insurance policy, 2 keys, and related documents are all in this envelope. He then carefully retrieved a striking new helmet from a box. President, here is the AGV pistag per carbon fiber, black and red track year of the Tiger helmet you requested. Chen Hengyuan handed the helmet to Li Haocheng, gesturing. Please try it on, and if it does not fit, we shall exchange it for a suitable one. The helmet, a matte black full-face AGV model, exuded elegance and sophistication. Compared to the helmets Li Haocheng had seen previously, it was indeed of a far superior caliber. The carbon fiber shell and crystal-clear visor were crafted with precision. To be honest, I truly needed a helmet. I will graciously accept this gift. As he donned the helmet, he felt its snugness and comfort, affirming the saying that one gets what one pays for. This helmet is remarkable. It fits perfectly and is quite breathable. Hengyuan Ge. I have some pressing matters to attend to this afternoon, so I must take my leave. Let us arrange to meet again soon. Understanding the nuances of social interaction, Chen Hengyuan offered a firm handshake. Young Master Li, if you have pressing commitments, I shall not detain you. Let us plan to meet properly next time. Of course. Do reach out to me on KakaoTalk, and I shall be at your service anytime. Li Haocheng replied with enthusiasm before departing amidst the crowd. Outside the shop awaited his pristine Aurora scooter, now adorned for a photo opportunity, looking particularly striking. Li Haocheng mounted the scooter, retrieved his phone to set the navigation, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. After bidding farewell to Chen Hengyuan once more, he sped away on his scooter, exhilarated by the cool autumn breeze. Oh, riding this unbeatable little scooter with the refreshing autumn wind is truly a delightful experience. The only blemish in this moment of joy is the absence of a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady with long legs to share the experience on his little motorcycle. Meanwhile, at Shenyang Motor Company, Chen Hengyuan watched as Li Haocheng rode away on his scooter. He patted Chui Yingao on the shoulder appreciatively and remarked, Manager Chui, your performance this time has been exceptional. Keep up the good work. And this month's salary and bonus will be doubled. Upon hearing this, Chui Yingao felt an immense joy within him. The prospect of a doubled salary and bonus was not merely a financial gain. It signified recognition from the president himself, which opened doors to greater opportunities for advancement in the future. "Thank you, President. I will strive even harder moving forward," he expressed gratefully. After a moment of appreciation, Cui Yingao cautiously glanced at his superior and tentatively inquired, "President, who exactly is this Li Xiao? He appears to be merely a recent university graduate. And aside from his striking looks, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about him." Chen Hengjuan cast a glance at the departing Li Haocheng and replied with a grave tone, "Before he arrived, I consulted with the chairman of the group. This order indeed originates from the headquarters of Jioding Group and was issued by the executive office. This young man, Li Xiao, is no ordinary individual. He is likely the son of the Li family from Jioding Group, a true scion of wealth and privilege. Manager Cui, he is on an entirely different echelon than us. He belongs to the realm of affluent aristocrats." At this revelation, Cui Yingao and Oppo's expression transformed into a captivating display of emotions, reflecting his astonishment at the formidable background of Li Haocheng. Chapter 4 Encounter. The goddess of the workplace at the South Rio Brazilian barbecue restaurant located in Tongtai Times Square. A renowned hotspot for social media enthusiasts, the establishment exudes an elegance reminiscent of Rio de Janeiro. As noon approaches, the restaurant buzzes with activity. A perfect depiction of a bustling lunch hour. Goodness, look at the throng of diners inside the barbecue joint and the line of patrons waiting to be seated. "I suppose I must also take a number and queue up," Li Haocheng thought to himself. He approached the reception desk and received a waiting number, 12, from the charming hostess. Finding a seat nearby, he occupied himself with his phone as he awaited his meal. Time flew by, and after 15 minutes of scrolling through Douyin videos, he heard the announcement, "Table 12, your meal is ready. Table 12, your meal is ready." Rising from his chair, Li Haocheng followed the staff to a table for 4, eagerly picking up the menu to place his order. "I would like a serving of charcoal grilled beef ribs, honey-glazed beef tongue, black pepper pork chops, and a fruit salad." "Certainly, sir. Your order will be ready shortly." The restaurant staff jotted down his selections with a practiced smile before hastily departing. As he waited for his dishes, Li Haocheng continued to scroll through his phone, the enticing aromas from the neighboring table causing his mouth to water and his stomach to grumble in protest, yearning for the delectable fare. While tapping hearts for a long-legged beauty on Douyin, a familiar, melodious voice caught his attention. "Wow, this is indeed a popular restaurant. It seems one must wait quite a while to dine here." Li Haocheng shifted his gaze from the screen to the source of the voice and was momentarily taken aback. Fate truly works in wondrous ways, for he had unexpectedly encountered his goddess-like colleague while dining. Seeing Bai Jiyun again, the once celebrated goddess of his workplace, imbued him with a sense of surrealism. Bai Jiyun was the epitome of beauty with her fair complexion and long legs, standing at around 1.7 meters tall. Adorned in red high-heeled sandals that accentuated her height and slenderness, she wore a unique orange-pink floral vacation-style dress that revealed her elegant back, showcasing her graceful figure with an air of tranquility and poise. As she walked, her shoulder-length hair brushed against her delicate collarbone, her subtle makeup enhancing her natural beauty, exuding an aura of grace. Behind Bai Jiyun stood a gentleman in his late 20s, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with an elegant demeanor. Dressed in a sharply tailored blue suit, complete with black spectacles and impeccably styled hair, embodying the essence of a corporate elite. Ma Yi-chan nudged his eyewear and smiled warmly, saying, "The reviews online rave about the authenticity and freshness of the ingredients at this South Rio Brazilian barbecue restaurant. Besides, the queue is only 4 or 5 people long. The time will pass quickly, and oppo's. At this hour, everyone is savoring their lunch, and other restaurants are likely just as busy. All right, let us take a number and wait." Bai Jiyun concurred, recognizing the logic in his words. It would be an even greater waste of time to seek another dining venue, especially with their work schedule looming. Bai Jiyun and oppo's lively eyes scanned the restaurant, and soon she spotted a familiar face, exclaiming in delight, "Li Haocheng, you and oppo's, re-dining here too? Alone?" Li Haocheng smiled and waved, cheerfully responding, "What a coincidence. No need to wait for a table, why not share a table together?" Bai Jiyun's enchanting smile was captivating as she approached the table with a few playful steps. "Higi, then I shall graciously accept your offer." Li Haocheng turned his gaze to the elite gentleman accompanying her, grinning, "Jiyun, Arin, and oppo's. To you going to introduce me?" Ma Yi-chan seized the opportunity to showcase his expensive wristwatch, confidently introducing himself. "Hello, I and oppo's, Ma Yi-chan, currently an investment manager at Yuli Financial Holdings, and I am, in a sense, By Jiyun and Amp, Oppos, as potential boyfriend. By Jiyun interjected with a hint of annoyance. Li Haocheng, don't listen to his nonsense. I am not his girlfriend. He is merely a blind date introduced by my aunt. And this is only our second meeting. Mai-chan, when will you learn to be more discreet? Li Haocheng politely shook Mai-chan's hand, introducing himself. I am Li Haocheng, a senior colleague of Bai Jiyun. With the restaurant packed, let us enjoy a meal together. Hiki, I came over with the intention of sharing a table for a meal. Before Mai-chan could respond, a fragrant breeze wafted by as Bai Jiyun settled comfortably beside Li Haocheng, stretching her arms lazily. Thank goodness you have a seat. Otherwise, we would have had to queue for a table. Bai Jiyun suddenly remembered something and, noticing Mai-chan still standing, playfully tapped the table. Mai-chan, you can sit across from us. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Mai-chan replied with a smile. Jiyun, it just occurred to me that barbecuing in this sweltering heat could lead to skin issues with grease and dryness. The soup restaurant next door looks appealing. Shall we try that instead? Mai-chan observed the two seated closely together, feeling a pang of jealousy as he inwardly lamented, for this date. I not only booked an appointment with Bai Jiyun 2 weeks in advance, but also sent her best friend numerous red envelopes. What a stroke of bad luck to have this light bulb appear during my precious time. Bai Jiyun picked up the menu, exclaiming, this place it is. Let us order. I am absolutely famished. To maintain my figure, I skipped dinner last night and only had a sandwich from the fridge this morning. I'm starving. Although Mai-chan felt deeply dissatisfied, Bai Jiyun's resolute demeanor left him no choice but to reluctantly take a seat across from them. Watching the two engage in seemingly intimate conversation only intensified his discontent. Jiyun, you're so slender and still want to lose weight? One must never neglect the well-being of one and Amp. Oppos' stomach. Your figure is quite splendid. Among all the women I have encountered, you are truly remarkable. Bai Jiyun, with her exquisitely delicate face, displayed an expression of exasperation and lamented, there's no choice. Work keeps me so busy that I can hardly find time to exercise. So I can only resort to dietary restrictions. Li Haocheng, you have liberated yourself by resigning. We, on the other hand, toil away like dogs, laboring for those unscrupulous capitalists. Faced with Bai Jiyun's complaints, Li Haocheng found himself at a loss for words and chose to feign ignorance. It would seem he believed that having a wealthy system rendered him financially independent, allowing him to nonchalantly resign and pursue the lifestyle he desires. Such ostentatious remarks surely earned him a disdainful glare from Miss Bai Jiyun, and perhaps even a couple of sharp slaps, questioning whether he had awoken from a dream. Chapter 5, Step Aside. I am about to show off. Bai Jiyun rested her alabaster arms on the dining table, supporting her chin. Her delicate features reminiscent of a beautiful painting. In that instant, Mai-chan found himself captivated. Bai Jiyun was undoubtedly the most stunning and pure-hearted among the women he had met on blind dates. Even the typically composed Mai-chan felt a surge of possessiveness upon beholding the enchanting Bai Jiyun. Noticing Li Haocheng's gaze lingering on Bai Jiyun, Mai-chan rapped the table in annoyance. What did you just order? 3 main dishes and a salad for dessert. Li Haocheng pointed to the sticky note at the table's edge, chuckling as he spoke. Bai Jiyun examined the menu and began to select her favorite dishes. I will also order a portion of honey-glazed char siu, grilled king oyster mushrooms, corn cream soup, and a 3-kilogram roasted leg of lamb. After finalizing her choices, she contentedly closed the menu, rubbed her flat stomach, and grinned. I plan to eat a lot later. So you two better make room for me. By the way, this meal is on me, so don't and Amp, Oppos, to even think about fighting over the bill. Li Haocheng, you've helped me so much at work, and I haven't had the chance to treat you to a meal yet. Mai-chan, you treated me to a lavish dinner last time, costing 210,001, which was quite extravagant. This time, I must treat you. Or I want and Oppos, to be able to live with my conscience. Seeing the earnestness in Bai Jiyun and Oppos' eyes, Mai-chan chose not to argue about the bill. For him, the significance of this date overshadowed the cost of the meal. After all, with a monthly income exceeding 5 million won, it was merely a trivial expense. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Bai Jiyun shared amusing anecdotes from work, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It was evident that this beautiful young woman possessed an outgoing and cheerful personality. After taking a sip of water, Mai-chan placed his cup down and remarked, Li Haocheng, you must find a new job quickly after resigning. The current job market is quite grim, and the employment situation is only becoming more challenging. Don't and Oppos, to delay any further. If you have the time, start looking for new opportunities and submit your resume. Otherwise, how will you survive in an international metropolis like Seoul? I have some connections in Seoul, and I know several executives from IT companies at the Korea Life 63 building. You can send me your resume on KakaoTalk. and I can recommend you without any issue. As for salary and benefits, that will depend on your own capabilities. Bai Jiyun also turned her beautiful eyes toward Li Haocheng, advising, this is a great opportunity. If you can obtain a referral, your chances of employment will be significantly higher. Observing Bai Jiyun's changing expressions, Ma Yichan couldn't and amp, oppos, T help but smile inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Li Haocheng, however, shook his head, smiling as he declined. There's no need to trouble you with job referrals. I'm currently quite disenchanted with the constraints of corporate life and have discovered what I truly wish to pursue. Working a regular job is not for me. With my divine system backing, why would I still choose to work? Besides, I am the chairman of a conglomerate worth 32 trillion won. One of the elite tycoons at the pinnacle of the national pyramid, and a major shareholder in one of the top 10 Chaebols. Even if you were to recommend me to Microsoft, a globally recognized Fortune 500 company, I wouldn't even bat an eyelash. Ma Yichan couldn't and oppos. T contained his laughter at Li Haocheng and oppos' naivety, realizing that his bold ideas were understandable for someone fresh out of university. However, he felt it necessary to impart some wisdom as a senior. In our country and oppos' workplace, you must navigate and integrate into the unspoken rules and not be overly independent. To establish a firm foothold in a company, it is crucial to learn from your superiors and cultivate good relationships with them. Ma Yichan spoke the harsh truths of the brutal workplace, but since this was their first meeting, it felt somewhat impolite. As for pursuing one's dreams, did he mean becoming an internet celebrity, or writing novels, or perhaps even starting a business? As a seasoned veteran in the workforce, he advised, one must remain grounded and focus on their work. You and oppos, not getting any younger. Soon, you'll need to consider marriage and buying a house. Properties in Seoul are quite expensive. Even in the most affordable areas like Yungnangyu, the average price is 10,000 won per square meter. Just look at the 3-bedroom flat I recently purchased in Mapogu. It cost 61 billion won, which is about $3 million. My monthly mortgage likely exceeds your entire salary. Ma Yichan spoke at length, his demeanor exuding nonchalance and superiority. No wonder he works in finance. I almost stood up to applaud him for his impressive display of arrogance. Li Haocheng silently gave a thumbs up to the financial was before him, understanding everything without needing to say a word. Bai Jiyun widened her eyes at Ma Yichan across the table, feeling a flicker of irritation as she thought, is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner to someone you hardly know? Bai Jiyun harbored a deep-seated aversion to Ma Yichan's ostentatious display of wealth. Ma Yichan, can you please stop? Li Haocheng has his own plans and doesn't and oppos need your validation. Seeing his goddess upset, Ma Yichan quickly retracted his comments and admitted, I tend to lecture my juniors, Don and oppos, take my earlier advice too seriously, Li Haocheng. It was my slip of the tongue. Bai Jiyun offered a warm smile of apology to Li Haocheng. Ignore this guy's nonsense. I support you in pursuing your dreams. Go for it. Li Haocheng chose not to dwell on the matter, but understood perfectly well. Bai Jiyun's eagerness to defuse the situation indicated her desire to protect his pride. After all, in Bai Jiyun's eyes, Li Haocheng was still that unremarkable yet diligent colleague, a hard-working boy who arrived early and left late, living a simple life. Before a financial elite like Ma Yichan, being pointed at with such a tone undoubtedly breeds feelings of inferiority, instilling concern for potential emotional harm. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table turned somewhat awkward. Ma Yichan recognized that her recent performance had fallen short and sought to make amends. Jiyun, your phone has been in use for 2 or 3 years now. Its specifications are rather outdated. Once the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 is released next month, I shall gift you one. What color do you prefer? Bai Jiyun frowned slightly, instinctively declining. No. That Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 costs a fortune in Korean won. Such an extravagant gift is too much for me to accept. Ma Yichan adjusted her black glasses, exuding a sense of confidence. To me, a phone worth over 1 million Korean won is not considered an extravagant gift. My performance this year has been exceptional, and I anticipate a promotion next year, along with a significant salary increase. After my promotion and raise, I plan to upgrade my Hyundai Sonata to an Audi A4L. Chapter 6. Go away. I am going to show off. I would never accept such an extravagant gift. Besides, you have a mortgage to repay and are preparing to buy an Audi A4L, so you surely have plenty of financial obligations. The mobile phone I currently possess functions quite well, and I have no desire to replace it. Bai Jiyun gracefully declined the offer of a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, expressing her disdain for such gestures, particularly since they had only met on 2 occasions and were hardly acquainted, making it feel as though they were in a relationship. Ma Yichan, with a self-satisfied grin, straightened up and declared, "My career is in a phase of rapid development, and the future holds great promise. Give me a few more years, and the mortgage will not be an issue. You need not worry." Bai Zhiyun found Ma Yichan's thought process rather peculiar and difficult to comprehend, especially as he began to flaunt his wealth. Li Haocheng quietly munched on his food, eagerly anticipating Ma Yichan's next display. Ma Yichan deliberately raised his right wrist to showcase his luxurious watch. "I am someone who can earn money and is also willing to spend it for enjoyment. This Rolex Black Submariner LN, which I purchased after receiving my year-end bonus last year, is merely a decorative piece for me. A gift like the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, worth over $1,000,000, is nothing significant and would not impose any financial burden on me. Zhiyun, a goddess as remarkable and beautiful as you deserve only the finest and most expensive mobile phone." Bai Zhiyun struggled to maintain her composure, especially with a good friend seated beside her, as she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. From their very first meeting, she sensed a profound mismatch in worldviews, philosophies, and values between herself and Ma Yichan. The ambitious Ma Yichan often reminded her of a materialistic socialite, and as a newcomer to the workforce, she found such overt matchmaking distasteful. Were it not for her aunt and Oppo's incessant nagging, she would not have bothered to meet Ma Yichan for this arranged encounter. Setting her teacup down, Bai Zhiyun stated candidly, "Please do not speak so frivolously. I am just an ordinary working girl, not a goddess. I find my current mobile phone quite satisfactory and have no intention of replacing it. This is only our second meeting, and we are hardly familiar. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift." Upon hearing this, Ma Yichan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He was a member of the elite workforce, pursued by many attractive women. Being so plainly rejected by Bai Zhiyun in front of a third party was quite embarrassing. Regaining his composure, Ma Yichan sincerely said, "Zhiyun, I truly admire you." He was about to elaborate on his family background, which he assumed Bai Zhiyun was privy to through her aunt, when Bai Zhiyun could no longer maintain her facade. "I just remembered that I have several documents to attend to at the office, so I must take my leave," she exclaimed. "Li Haocheng, I have some matters that require your advice." With that, she rose from the table, leaving no room for Ma Yichan to persuade her to stay. The sound of her high-heeled shoes clicking against the floor echoed as she approached the checkout counter. Her graceful form drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Observing the goddess storm out in anger, Ma Yichan opened his mouth, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and contemplation. "Ma Yichan, it was a pleasure meeting you. Until we meet again." Li Haocheng politely bid farewell and followed suit, leaving the table as well. Exiting the barbecue restaurant together, Bai Zhiyun felt remorseful about the unpleasant dining experience caused by her interaction with Ma Yichan. "I apologize for today. Please do not take his words to heart. I hardly know that guy. We are not even friends," she said, her irritation growing. Her lovely face contorted in annoyance. She scoffed. "It was merely an arranged meeting. Still in the stage of getting to know each other. Why does it feel like I am already his girlfriend?" Remarkable how, during our first encounter, Ma Yichan managed to be somewhat restrained and humble, but now he behaves like a peacock displaying its feathers. If he were a wealthy heir showering me with luxury cars and villas, I might begrudgingly accept his advances. But he is just a high-paid worker with an inflated sense of superiority. I cannot stand people who think too highly of themselves and act as if they're extraordinary. As if I would consider Ma Yichan as my boyfriend. Dream on. He doesn't stand a chance. Bai Zhiyun's cheeks flushed with indignation, making her even more charming. This sight did not escape Li Haocheng's notice, who couldn't resist teasing her. "If a wealthy heir were to pursue you, would the beautiful Bai be swayed?" Tilting her adorable head, Bai Zhiyun pondered for a moment before replying, "That would depend on their appearance. If it were a middle-aged balding man, I would not be interested." "And what if a wealthy heir with my looks pursued you?" Li Haocheng asked, immediately regretting his words as they bordered on a confession. Feeling awkward yet eager to know her response, Bai Zhiyun blinked, casting a playful glance at the handsome Li Haocheng, and lightly tapped his shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Hee. If Li Haocheng were a wealthy heir, I would gladly accept being one of your admirers. After all, you are quite handsome, have a wonderful personality, and are gentle and considerate, qualities every girl dreams of finding. Then, moving forward, young Master Li must strive diligently to create a fortune." Li Haocheng sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed to be a polite rejection. Her words about creating wealth were merely playful banter. Who could possibly believe that a 23-year-old graduate from university could truly rise to become an affluent heir of wealth, yet backed by the upper echelon wealth system? "I am indeed one of the most distinguished scions of the Peninsula's elite. The stunningly beautiful Bai Zhiyun seems intent on vying for a place in my harem." Li Haocheng wore a faintly mischievous smile as he exclaimed, "Bei Ji-yun, let us make a pact. Once I achieve success in my entrepreneurial endeavors and ascend to the ranks of a wealthy magnate, you must not turn your back on me." Listening to Li Haocheng and Oppa's seemingly jesting remarks, Bei Ji-yun couldn't and Oppa's shake off an ominous premonition, sensing that the future might bring a reality that would leave her smacked in the face. Chapter 7 Ding. Time-limited task. As Li Haocheng and Bai Ji-yun strolled outside the shopping mall, their laughter and banter resembled that of a couple deeply in love. However, an inappropriate voice suddenly broke into their moment, growing closer by the second. "I sincerely apologize, Ji-yun. My words in the restaurant were inappropriate, and I genuinely regret it. I only intended to help, so please do not be upset. You're going to be late for work. Let me drive you back to Building 63. I can explain everything on the way with that." Mai-chan produced a sleek car key from his pocket and pressed a button lightly. In the parking lot, the lights of a 2023 Hyundai Sonata flashed in response. The vehicle featured a large hexagonal grille with a daytime running light spanning across the top, flanked by full LED headlights on either side. Beneath the hood, the all-black Hyundai emblem added to the design and Oppa's appeal. Bai Ji-yun, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, turned to Li Haocheng and asked, "How will you get home? If all goes well, we can share a ride. Drop me off at the office first, and then you can head back." Li Haocheng retrieved his own car key and waved it in front of the stunning Bai. "I just picked up a small scooter, and while you were settling the bill, I arranged for a ride for you. It should be here shortly." Upon hearing this, Mai-chan grew anxious and rushed over to Bai Ji-yun, gazing at her serene and beautiful face. "Ji-yun, I genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with you, even to the extent of stepping into the realm of marriage." Bai Ji-yun was utterly disgusted, swiftly moving to Li Haocheng and Oppa's side. "Enough, Mai-chan. We are simply not compatible. Let us end this here. With your remarkable qualities, you can surely find someone far more suited to you. Please do not waste your time and energy on me." Li Haocheng glanced at the map on his phone and interjected, "Ji-yun, your ride has arrived." Upon hearing this, Mai-chan turned to face Li Haocheng, his anger intensifying as he scrutinized the latter's handsome visage. The more he looked, the more irritated he became. He directed his frustration at Li Haocheng, uttering harsh words. "Li Haocheng, why don't you focus on yourself for a change? Perhaps find a job? If you can't even support yourself, how dare you hover around Ji-yun? What gives you the right to meddle here? Who asked you to call for a ride?" Dressed impeccably in his suit, Mai-chan's face flushed red with rage, revealing a rather sinister demeanor that perhaps reflected his true character. Li Haocheng, equipped with his godly wealth system, was not one to coddle Mai-chan. He stepped forward and seized the latter's right hand, twisting it slightly. Crack! A small lesson was imparted. Mai-chan immediately broke into a sweat, struggling to break free. "Ouch! Let go! Hurry! Let go! You and Oppa's break my hand. There are regulations here. Don't overstep, or you might find yourself in trouble." Li Haocheng's piercing gaze bore into him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "What's wrong? Are you thinking of calling the police to escalate the situation? I currently have no job. Shall we settle things right here in the parking lot? A few days in detention might just teach you a lesson." As Li Haocheng's threatening words hung in the air, Mai-chan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he refrained from saying anything further. He confirmed with his gaze that Li Haocheng was not someone to provoke. This young man, fresh out of school, was filled with passion and fervor. If he truly decided to engage physically, Mai-chan, with his tall stature of 6 feet, would find himself at a disadvantage. Besides, if he ended up in detention for a few days, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. Once brimming with aggression, Mai-chan quickly subdued his demeanor, refraining from any further harsh retorts. Bai Ji-yun, waiting for Mai-chan to speak, expressed her displeasure. "Mai-chan, why must you speak in such an irritating manner?" Li Haocheng hastily advised calmness. "Let us not stoop to his level. It's best to keep our distance and avoid any unnecessary encounters with the police." He cast a disdainful glance at the now red-faced Mai-chan, who feared confrontation, and released his grip, choosing to walk away without another word. Mai-chan twisted his aching arm, standing frozen in place, unwilling to utter any further threats. He still had a bright career ahead, steadily progressing in his profession, and significant mortgage obligations to meet. At that moment, a black Honda Accord pulled up, its hazard lights flashing. Li Haocheng verified the license plate. It was indeed the ride he had ordered, and he waved to indicate he was ready. Bai Ji-yun blinked her innocent eyes in surprise. "Is this your ride? There's no need to waste money. A shared ride would suffice." Li Haocheng gestured for her to enter the vehicle. "You treated me to dinner today. I'm not holding back on this." He added, "Well, whoever heads to work first, Let us arrange to meet again soon. Goodbye. With that, Bai Jiyun gracefully stepped forward, opening the door and swiftly settling into the back seat. Just as the ride was about to depart, the vehicle halted, and the window rolled down slowly, revealing Bai's serene face. Li Haocheng, don't forget to look for a job. It's time to work hard. Otherwise, how will you find a wife? Good luck. What a truly considerate girl. As he watched the car drive away, Li Haocheng felt a wave of emotion. Turning back, he noticed Ma Yi-chan poking his head out of his own car, delivering a parting threat. Our paths will cross again. This is just the beginning. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Hyundai Sonata sped away from the parking lot, displaying its taillights in a hasty departure. Foolish brat, truly thinks he has someone of importance. Li Haocheng spat in disdain. Ding. You have triggered a time-limited task. The time-limited task, Delivery Expert, has commenced. Please check the task center for details. Li Haocheng was momentarily taken aback, a question mark swirling in his mind. So soon with a new task? But what on earth is Delivery Expert? Ding. The task has been generated. Please complete it promptly. Li Haocheng opened the task panel in his mind, indeed finding a new time-limited task listed among his assignments. Task content. Within a limited time frame of 7 days, enter the local foreign trade delivery riders ranking and secure a position among the top 10 for daily order volume. Task reward. 10-fold cash bonus on earnings from deliveries, along with a random grand gift package. The realm of food delivery is not unfamiliar to Li Hao. During his university years, many of his compatriots engaged in similar part-time jobs, rendering it a profession with minimal entry barriers. Chapter 8. The Sky Brings 5 Words. It's all just a trifle system. Are you truly a dog? How could you expect the esteemed president of the Jioding Group, worth a staggering $3.2 trillion, to deliver takeout on a small scooter? Moreover, look at my frail body as a mere wage earner. Can I really handle the grueling demands of the delivery industry? Unlike the valiant couriers, who possess physiques comparable to athletes, I am but a shadow of that ideal. Single order? You must hold me in high regard. Even if I combine my efforts, I wouldn't be able to attain the title of single-order champion. This so-called rich systems novice task seems more like a prank designed to torment me. The more I ponder it, the more absurd it appears. Although completing the task is optional and there are no penalties for failure, I am in dire need of funds. Even the smallest amount is valuable. Ding. New items are now available in the technology mall, with promotional discounts in effect. Please proceed to check them out. Indeed, the system is benevolent. It has delivered assistance and warmth directly to my doorstep. Li Haocheng opened the technology mall interface in his mind, and a shimmering new item appeared on the once barren shelves. Physique Optimization Capsule optimizes body composition, enhances muscle and bone strength, boosts explosiveness and endurance. Promotional price, 10,000 1 day only. System, purchase, Physique Optimization Capsule. Without hesitation, Li Haocheng emptied his pockets to lavishly acquire this capsule. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained the Physique Optimization Capsule, and the item is currently in use. Li Haocheng glanced at his body, seemingly detecting no change. Is that all? Dog system, could you possibly be selling counterfeit goods? I feel no difference whatsoever. Where are my muscles and explosiveness? Was and oppos, this supposed to optimize my physique? The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Please be patient. The effects of the Physique Optimization Capsule are not instantaneous. Engaging in physical activity will accelerate metabolism, thereby enhancing the absorption of the capsule's potency. Your reasoning holds merit, I suppose. It's simply a matter of vigorous exercise to expedite metabolism. As the internet saying goes, the sky brings 5 words, it and amp, oppos, all just a trifle. Gathering his thoughts, Li Haocheng mounted his Aurora scooter, positioned his phone on the holder, and opened the delivery app, logging on to select his regular delivery area. A splendid new chapter of life begins now, as he strives diligently to earn money. Onward and upward. Since it was his first time delivering, Li Haocheng set the order mode to close orders and limited the number of simultaneous deliveries to 2. This way, he could avoid chaos, handling just 2 deliveries at a time to swiftly familiarize himself with the entire delivery process. According to what he read online, high-priced orders often require a membership and lightning-fast fingers to seize them. However, since the system had assigned him a novice task, he needn't worry about competing for high-value deliveries. As long as he was well acquainted with the delivery routes, surrounding neighborhoods, and merchants, possessing a robust physique, completing the Delivery Expert task would be a certainty. Ding. You have secured a new high-value order. Please proceed to the merchant promptly. Li Haocheng and amp, oppos, luck was exceptional. His first high-priced order was merely half a block away. with the delivery destination in an upscale apartment complex next door. The engine of his Aurora roared as he followed the navigation and oppos as prescribed route. Swiftly arriving at the merchant, Yao Zhajiang Mian, reporting to the store and awaiting the meal and oppos as preparation. In less than 5 minutes, Li Haocheng collected the takeout, delicately placing it in the insulated compartment before embarking on the delivery. Thanks to his superior driving skills, the Aurora glided effortlessly through the bustling afternoon streets. Entering the apartment complex, the navigation led him straight to the unit door. He ascended to the 8th floor in one breath and confirmed the delivery. The entire process concluded flawlessly, without a single late review, allowing Li Haocheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Pretty. The first order was fulfilled successfully, marking a promising start. Onward he would go. Ding. You have a new delivery order. Please proceed to the merchant promptly. The second delivery order arrived swiftly, slightly farther away. But Li Haocheng, eager to become acquainted with the route, accepted it without hesitation. As he rode his scooter to retrieve the meal, he was assigned an additional order. Handling 2 simultaneous deliveries proved a bit chaotic, yet he managed to complete both successfully despite the time lost. Subsequently, Li Haocheng began selectively accepting orders, opting for deliveries from lesser-known merchants or neighborhoods to expedite his route familiarity. After a long afternoon of deliveries, Li Haocheng returned home, dragging his weary body as the clock unknowingly struck 8 in the evening. The summer heat had drenched him in sweat, leaving him uncomfortably sticky. He quickly stripped off his damp clothes, relished a refreshing cold shower, and changed into casual athletic wear, promptly grabbing a bottle of Pocari Sweat from the fridge. Gulping down nearly half the bottle, he felt an immense sense of relief. It must be said that delivering food was far more arduous than Li Haocheng had imagined. Aside from occasional missteps in delivery routes, he encountered merchants with delayed orders, unresponsive buyers, and various other chaotic issues. He realized he had much to learn. Observing how seasoned couriers swiftly resolved such problems, one cannot afford to halt deliveries over minor setbacks. That would be far too passive. Li Haocheng picked up his phone and opened the delivery app to check his earnings for the day. Aside from meals, he had worked for over 5 hours, completing 30 orders. As he was merely a part-time courier focusing on short-distance orders, his earnings were meager, totaling just 46 won in delivery fees. However, according to the system's task of tenfold cashback, the total amounts to 210,000 Korean won, which is quite a profit. Upon checking the leaderboard, today's daily ranking shows that the 10th place has 76 orders. Given that it is a weekday, the order volume is relatively low. However, it is anticipated that it will exceed 90 orders by the weekend. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and I might consider accepting 3 orders simultaneously, progressing steadily. By this Saturday, I could challenge myself to handle 4 or 5 orders at once. Should any issues arise with the orders, I can bear the cost for the buyers if necessary, ensuring that I complete the required volume of tasks. Additionally, extending the delivery time will further guarantee success. Chapter 9. The Motorcycle. The long-legged beauty, once life acquires a clear objective, every effort imbued with purpose becomes meaningful. At 6:30 in the morning, Li Haocheng kicked aside the quilt he had been airing, invigorated, and rolled out of bed. He first proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, changing into a comfortable set of sportswear, and commenced his routine of running and fitness training. Once prepared, Li Haocheng mounted his Aurora scooter, positioned his phone, and opened the food delivery app, officially commencing his shift. As it was the same as the previous day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Haocheng splendidly completed his final delivery order, successfully finishing work for the day. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing shower, changed his clothes, and leisurely reclined on his beanbag, opening the food delivery app to review the day's accomplishments. Excluding meal breaks, he had completed a total of 8 hours of work, delivering 42 orders, though he incurred deductions for 2 late deliveries. Ultimately, his earnings amounted to 21,000 with a tenfold cashback totaling 360,000. Quite impressive. The cash flow in his pocket was not far from reaching 1 million won. In the following 3 or 4 days, delivery became increasingly effortless, addressing any discrepancies personally, with the primary goal of maximizing order volume. His unwavering attitude, extraordinary stamina, and growing familiarity with the routes propelled Li Haocheng forward, yielding remarkable results. On Thursday, he completed 58 orders, earning 50,000 On Friday, he achieved 70 orders with a delivery fee of 24,000 He had entered the top 20 in the daily order rankings. On July 20th, Saturday, it marked the decisive day for Li Haocheng and oppos, novice task of becoming a delivery expert, necessitating completion to earn rewards. At precisely 8 o'clock, with a fully charged phone and a scooter topped off with fuel, he was ready to accept orders. With the summer breeze at his back, the roar of the Aurora engine echoed as he sped down the road. In the morning, the volume of delivery orders was limited. As most office workers had yet to awaken, the app occasionally notified him of breakfast or medication orders. Perhaps the system had subtly manipulated the orders. For Li Haocheng consistently managed to snatch up delivery requests in the vicinity. A few households nearby frequently ordered takeout, all of which had been delivered by him over the past few days. Now, upon encountering them, he could even recall the customers and oppos' names. During a break at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Haocheng indulged in a delightful lunch at a trendy restaurant. He checked his order count, 50 deliveries, a commendable achievement. As the clock approached 6:30 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. The order volume had reached 80, placing him 7th in the daily rankings. Only one step remains to complete the task. Let and oppos' push through. At 8:00 and oppos' clock sharp, Li Haocheng adeptly opened the delivery app to review the day's detailed performance. 99 orders, ranking 3rd on the daily leaderboard, just one short of the century mark. At this hour, most businesses in his commercial area had closed, and the influx of delivery orders dwindled. He could almost declare the completion of his novice task. Awaiting the counting of spoils at midnight, Li Haocheng resided in the Chongpodong apartment, situated in the Mayang district. The apartment was a mixed-use establishment, surrounded by Hongik University, Seohan City Station, T&I Park, and Hyundai Department Store, all bustling areas with high foot traffic, especially during peak hours. This was also the reason for the smooth progression of his tasks. After parking his scooter outside a 7-Eleven store, Li Haocheng sat comfortably on his bike, sipping water, his damp hair drying in the evening breeze. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please check promptly. Before he could fully comprehend, his hand instinctively accepted the order, a product of recent muscle memory. Originally intending to purchase dinner at 7-Eleven and relax at home, Li Haocheng found himself compelled to resume his duties as a delivery rider. This order held particular significance. After retrieving the items, he commenced delivery. As he navigated towards Dongdaemun in North City, the traffic thinned, and the streetlights provided a reassuring glow. Li Haocheng's demeanor shifted to one of caution. His thoughts drifting into the realm of unease, the cheerful tune he hummed transforming into a somber chant. This road led to the Han River Park, typically frequented by those visiting North City. Following the navigation, he gradually approached Dongdaemun, slowing down as he caught sight of 2 young women standing nearby, with a sleek white motorcycle parked beside them. Upon noticing Li Haocheng on a scooter, the girls waved their arms, calling out, "Delivery guy, over here." As he drew near, Li Haocheng could see the 2 girls clearly, his eyes lighting up at the sight. The girl in front, who had been waving, wore a simple short t-shirt and appeared unremarkable, though her face was pleasant enough. However, the one leaning against the motorcycle was strikingly beautiful, her long, slender legs captivating. With strands of silver-gray hair cascading over her chest and a refined makeup look, she exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Under the lights, her fitted crop top and high-waisted pants showcased an exquisite hourglass figure. Li Haocheng parked beside them and retrieved the items from his insulated box, greeting, "Hello, are you Miss Gao Yozhen?" "Yes, delivery guy, thank you for your hard work. I'm Gao Yozhen." Gao Yozhen, with a cheerful smile, accepted the item and surveyed Li Haocheng from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "I see from the delivery information that your name is Li Haocheng, correct? Then I shall address you directly by your name. There is a matter we would like to request your assistance with. The truth is, we ordered this takeout specifically in search of a delivery person to help us. Rest assured, it will not be in vain. Upon completion, I shall reward you with 10,000 Korean won through the app. What do you think? Now, please tell me what it is you need assistance with." Li Haocheng did not readily agree. Instead, he cautiously inquired. Chapter 10, The TikTok Sensation. Yunichan, with her hands clasped together in a pleading manner, Gao Yozhen earnestly implored. "We intend to shoot a short video, but our originally scheduled partner has unexpectedly canceled. We need you to step in," she assured him. "You can simply portray yourself without any lines." As if struck by a thought, Gao Yozhen introduced the stunning woman beside her. "Hee. This beautiful lady behind me is the star of the video, Su Yuna, a TikTok sensation with a modest following in Seoul, known as Yunichan. I am merely her assistant." Li Haocheng cast an admiring glance at the aloof beauty by the motorcycle. "Su Yuna," he murmured. He rarely frequented TikTok, and thus was unfamiliar with her. "Could you please elaborate on the video content?" Gao Yozhen's face lit up at his inquiry. With a casual pat on her unremarkable chest, she explained. The video is quite simple. You will play a passerby while Yunichan rides her motorcycle past you. You will be so mesmerized by her presence that you become flustered, ideally. You should fumble with the handlebars and then accelerate to chase after her. The majority of the footage will focus on Yunichan, and you will merely be a supporting character. I and Oppos, LL guide you step by step. It and Oppos, it's really not difficult. As she spoke, Gao Yozhen scrutinized Li Haocheng after he removed his helmet. Upon seeing his handsome features, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, I was just admiring your physique. I didn't realize the delivery guy was quite so dashing. She continued, if you perform well, I will share our cacao talk with you. Observing her playful demeanor, Su Yuna elegantly approached, her long legs striding gracefully as she linked arms with her friend, playfully admonishing, Yozhen, stop fooling around. Our originally scheduled partner had to cancel at the last minute, which is why we asked this gentleman for assistance. How about this? We'll reward you with 10,000 on our delivery platform, along with a 5-star rating. Gao Yozhen feigned a pitiful expression, charmingly pleading, Oppa. It and Oppos. It's already this late, and there aren't and Oppos, many orders. Could you please help us out? I assure you that we will finish shooting the video quickly. Given the two beautiful ladies' earnest request, Li Haocheng consented. He considered the system's tenfold return, which amounted to nearly 190,000. Furthermore, assisting with the shoot was quite advantageous and wouldn't take too long. Thank you, Oppa. You are truly a wonderful person. Gao Yozhen beamed with delight as she began to explain the shooting details and set up the recording equipment. Who would have thought? Oppa, your skills are impressive. You managed to handle that scooter so well without losing control. Kudos to you. She continued, not to mention, your physique rivals that of those part-time models. This angle is perfect, capturing the essence beautifully. Come over here and film Yunichan while I ride with you. Accelerate a bit more. Oh, what a pity that your scooter lacks the power to make this even cooler. The filming of the short video proceeded seamlessly to a successful conclusion. After all, Li Haocheng was not a genuine delivery guy. He was originally a planner who had studied filming and editing in college. Throughout the shoot, he had offered numerous excellent suggestions, and his exceptional motorcycle skills made the collaboration particularly smooth, prompting Gao Yozhen to exclaim that he was a talent. Watching the striking silhouette on the white Honda CBR as she posed alluringly alongside Su Yuna, Li Haocheng felt a thrill. Having maintained his virginity for 23 years, he found it hard to ignore such earthly charms. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Gao Yozhen and Oppos' playful smile illuminated her face. Stop staring. Yuna has a partner. Li Haocheng shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, what are beauties for if not to be admired? Gao Yozhen playfully patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Haha, you're quite versatile. Oppa, you're humorous and genuine. Being a delivery guy seems beneath your talents. You should definitely consider other career options. At that moment, Su Yuna, having removed her helmet, approached with graceful steps. Her slender legs, encased in high-waisted black pants, moved delicately, exuding a beguiling aura. Thank you so much for your help, Oppa. Please add me and Yozhen on Kakao Talk. If this video receives a good response, we could collaborate on more short videos without taking up too much of your delivery time. As she drew closer, Su Yuna pulled a piece of gum from her pocket, smiling as she offered it to him. Li Haocheng accepted the gum, savoring the refreshing mint flavor as he chewed. Thank you for the gum, beautiful. Su Yuna nodded, choosing not to speak further, standing there quietly. Her curvaceous figure a striking contrast of her slender waist and rounded hips. Her physique was not merely slender but rather well-proportioned, with the right places slim and others curvaceous. With a snap of her fingers, Gao Yozhen teased, Oppa, why are you still sneaking glances at my Yunichan? Li Haocheng chuckled, finding her humor delightful. Gao Yozhen playfully adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, you are undoubtedly smitten with my Yunichan. Your gaze is unmistakable. Don't forget to follow her on TikTok, she urged. I assure you, her videos will captivate you with their brilliance. Li Haocheng did not contest her assertion. After all, who could resist the allure of beauty? With a proud smile, Gao Yozhen proclaimed, my Yunichan's TikTok account has only been running for less than 6 months, and she has already amassed over 200,000 followers. Today's video turned out perfectly, and with her stunning new motorcycle, it complements her beauty splendidly. I believe once we upload this video, her follower count will surge dramatically. Throughout the shoot, Li Haocheng had been captivated by the mesmerizing beauty on the motorcycle, hardly paying attention to the bike itself. At this moment, Li Haocheng directed his gaze towards the pristine white motorcycle parked by the roadside. A model recently introduced by Choi Young-do from Shunong Motorcycle Shop just a few days prior, the new Honda CBR, which boasts a daringly innovative exterior. The all-new headlight assembly, with its droplet-shaped structure, replaces the classic round design, endowing the entire vehicle with a sharper and more contemporary appearance. The upper opening design of the daytime running lights has been retained, reflecting Honda's commitment to detail. The golden inverted front suspension and the 4 parallel exhaust pipes have also been preserved as anticipated, serving as a visual highlight. In terms of its powertrain, the new Honda CBR maintains its trusted 4-cylinder, liquid-cooled engine configuration, delivering a maximum power of 56 kilowatts and a peak torque of 60 Nm, paired with a 6-speed transmission to offer a smooth yet powerful acceleration experience. The standard dual-channel ABS system and TCS traction control system provide dual assurances of safety. This Honda CBR motorcycle, priced at 0 million Korean won, can undoubtedly be regarded as a luxurious toy for the affluent. Chapter 11. Distribution of Rewards. The blessing of fortune. How surprising it is. You, a humble delivery person, possess such extensive knowledge about motorcycles. Li Haocheng exudes the aura of a formidable woman as she retrieves her phone from her pocket and opens KakaoTalk. Come, Li Haocheng. Let us add each other on KakaoTalk. When the time permits, I shall take you out to broaden your horizons. If you manage to add me, consider yourself fortunate. Many have sought my addition in vain. I am honored to add the elegant and charismatic Li Haocheng on KakaoTalk. Li Haocheng, without hesitation, pulls out his phone to add her as a friend, feeling compelled to compliment the unremarkable beauty that is Li Haocheng. Once they successfully exchanged friend requests, Li Haocheng wore a comical expression resembling that of a bitter melon, exclaiming, "Previously, I borrowed motorcycles from classmates for filming short videos. Recently, my account has shown some improvement, and my little savings have finally allowed me to splurge on a Honda CBR. The wait for the bike took nearly half a month, and with the added costs of insurance and various fees, it all totaled to 70,000 Korean won. This price was only possible due to my friendship with the dealership owner. Now, we have nearly emptied our savings, and I suppose I will have to subsist on plain steamed buns in the cafeteria from now on." Li Haocheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are still university students? And you are already out here looking for part-time jobs?" "Yes. Yuna and I are both seniors at Yonsei University, with just a year left until graduation. The job market is quite challenging, so I encouraged my friend Yuna to become an internet celebrity, as she is fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, quite appealing to the otaku crowd," Li Haocheng said with a playful laugh. She pointed towards a small motorcycle, encouragingly saying, "Your little bike looks quite charming, though its power leaves much to be desired. When you took me for a ride earlier, it barely seemed to move. Work hard to save money, and one day you may rise from humble beginnings to earn great wealth, allowing you to purchase a stylish car and take beautiful ladies out for a drive." Li Haocheng continued, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Li Haocheng smiled confidently, responding, "All right, I will upgrade my bike soon, and I will take you out to experience speed and excitement." Li Haocheng rolled her eyes playfully, pouting, "Go on and boast. If you can really buy a motorcycle worth around 10 million won, I might consider letting you take me for a ride. But it all depends on whether you can impress me enough to allow such a privilege." Li Haocheng chuckled, appreciating Li Haocheng and oppa's straightforward and candid demeanor. Li Haocheng glanced at her watch, noting it was already 10:00 and oppa's clock. "Oh dear. It's getting late. We must head back to school." Thankfully, the semester hasn't started yet, and the dormitory matron is lenient, or else we might not make it back. With that, she swiftly mounted her Honda CBR, wrapping her arm around Yuna and oppa's slender waist, waving goodbye. Goodbye, Li Haocheng. Let us meet up to collaborate on a video sometime." "Yes, goodbye. Be careful on your way back to school. Don't ride too fast." After watching the two ride away, Li Haocheng opened the delivery app on his phone to check the daily order rankings. As expected, he was still in third place, with a total of 87 completed orders. Successfully finishing his tasks for the day, putting on his helmet, he turned the key to ignite the engine and sped home on his scooter. Upon returning to his apartment in Qingpadong, he followed his usual routine of showering and changing into comfortable clothes, then lazily sank into the sofa, pondering the surprise rewards the system would bestow upon him. Li Haocheng could not hide his smile as he awaited the clock to strike midnight. Why is it only 11? Time seems to crawl. Just one more minute until it's past midnight. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. The new task delivery expert has been completed. Reward settlement in progress. Reward 1. Tenfold payment for delivery earnings, totaling 100,001, has been issued. Reward 2. Random gift pack has been issued. Soon, Li Haocheng received a notification from Hana Bank regarding the deposit. and he quickly opened the banking app to reveal a balance of 100,001. The system had truly come through, and he felt a sense of security and warmth in his heart. Opening the system interface in his mind, he noticed a golden treasure chest in his inventory. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, he rubbed his hands together and clicked on the random gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Ducati Panigale V4R. Please present your resident registration card at the Shenong dealership's Seoul flagship store to claim your prize. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Dungeon Generation card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received virtual currency, $74. The rewards from the gift pack exceeded Li Haocheng's expectations, truly embodying the luck of the fortunate. The Ducati Panigale V4R, valued at 20 million won, was precisely the model he had admired during his last visit to the dealership. It appeared that the system had taken his preferences into account when dispensing rewards. As for the Dungeon Generation card, Li Haocheng clicked on it in his inventory to read the description. Dungeon Generation card can be used to create narrative dungeons. Upon entering, the host will encounter corresponding tasks and rewards based on the storyline. With nearly 3 million won in his pocket, using the Dungeon Generation card seemed unwise, as the potential gains did not justify the expenditure. The third reward, $74 in virtual currency, left Li Haocheng utterly perplexed. Clicking to view the details, he gasped. What the hell? Ouch, my heart aches. He spat out the electrolyte water he had just drunk, his face contorted in pain, clutching his chest as if struggling to breathe. $14, which is about 50,001, and this is considered virtual currency. Father System, have you ceased to love me? Father System, are you unaware of my dire financial straits? Here I am, the esteemed chairman of the Jioding Enterprise Group, reduced to delivering takeout to sustain myself. At this moment, Li Haocheng clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face as he lamented with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Chapter 12. The Joy of Sharing. Ding! A new task has been triggered. The Joy of Sharing. Task content. Please share the good news of ranking third in the daily order list on one of your commonly used social platforms. Task reward. Cashback equivalent to the number of likes received on the share. KakaoTalk Circle 0x, WeChat Circle X, Me2 Day Circle X, Douyin Video Circle 50x. Wealth is within reach. The system has graciously bestowed upon me a monetary windfall. Upon encountering the new task, the joy of sharing, Li Haocheng involuntarily recalled the previous sentiment. The system truly loves me, understanding my mundane desires, presenting an unadulterated monetary task. Instantly, it mended Li Haocheng's heart, which had been ravaged by the 74 virtual currency dilemma. After the initial excitement, Li Haocheng hurriedly accessed the system task interface to scrutinize the task details. To his astonishment, there was no time limit. This was akin to discovering a cash cow. This meant that as long as the joy of sharing task persisted, and as long as there were likes, he could continuously reap corresponding cash rewards. Li Haocheng stroked his chin, contemplating carefully which platform to share on was a matter that required serious consideration. Sharing on his friend's circle on KakaoTalk, with a few prominent acquaintances, would yield at best 5 to 6 million won in cash rewards, a meager return, unworthy of further thought. WeChat and Me2 Day, which he had downloaded out of necessity for work, had very few friends on them. Furthermore, the theme of food delivery garnered little attention on these platforms. Even with paid promotions, attracting likes would be a challenge, warranting a swift dismissal of these options. Douyin, being the world and Oppo's largest short video platform, boasted a more diverse user base than WeChat and Me2 Day, making it easier to reach interested audiences. Although the cashback multiplier was the lowest among the options, it was the most suitable given the current circumstances. As long as the video was well produced, favorable results were likely. He could then promote the account appropriately, increase followers, and pin the shared video at the top. With a stroke of luck, a like count of 10,000 was certainly within reach. This could translate to 100 million won, turning the dream of financial freedom into reality. The more Li Haocheng pondered, the more exhilarated he became, pacing excitedly in the small living room as he began to devise how to create the shareable video. A mere image accompanied by background music would surely fail. No amount of investment in promotion would lead to success. First and foremost, the content needed to be rich and substantial. Unfortunately, the system mandated that the video must pertain to food delivery. Were there no such restrictions, he could have filmed some controversial content, rapidly amassing likes and realizing the dream of becoming a billionaire overnight. For instance, the recent trend of transformation videos, given his current physique and appearance. Collaborating with a professional filming team and utilizing the platform's beauty filters could potentially yield a video that garners over 100,000 likes. He could even source some dramatic scripts online, recruit a few participants, and shamelessly capitalize on trending video themes. Regrettably, all these shortcuts were obstructed by the system, leaving him with no avenues to explore. Moreover, he was on the brink of acquiring a Ducati Panigale V4R, a supercar radiating Italian romance. Li Haocheng opened the Douyin app on his phone to search for popular videos featuring the Ducati Panigale V4R. He found numerous videos with tens of thousands of likes, simply showcasing the car's exterior, often with just a filter added. His confidence surged. He could learn from the Douyin veterans and incorporate stunning visuals of the Ducati Panigale V4R into his food delivery video. As long as the video was well-crafted and he invested in a traffic package, views and likes would follow. Traffic was paramount. Alas, if only he were a Douyin sensation or a prominent influencer, even a minor one like Su Yuna, he would have no worries. With this thought, an epiphany struck Li Haocheng, his eyes lighting up. In Su Yuna and Oppa's recent video, he had the fortune of appearing. He could leverage this opportunity to create a buzz and attract some of her fans. For instance, having Su Yuna mention in the video description that he was the food delivery guy featured in the video would be far more effective than purchasing a traffic package for promotion. It would expedite the accumulation of early followers and likes. He could first consult Su Yuna and Oppa's assistant, the unassuming Li Haocheng, and even offer some extra funds if necessary. The recently obtained 74 virtual currency could play a crucial role in this endeavor. Even on Douyin, accumulating 200,000 Do coins would classify him as a minor tycoon, a coveted target for all the main influencers. Li Haocheng typed Yuna into the search bar and, based on follower count and profile picture, quickly located her account. Upon entering her profile, he noted that she boasted nearly 300,000 followers, with each video receiving over 10,000 likes. One motorcycle video soaring to over 300,000 likes. Early in the morning, Li Haocheng, having indulged in a slumber, was awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggily, he fished his phone from beneath his pillow and answered the call, grumbling about the early hour. On the other end, his close friend Shi Wu's voice rang out. The sun is almost up, and you're still lazing about at home. How's the job hunt going? Li Haocheng rolled over and yawned, responding, what's the rush? Plenty of jobs are out there. There's no need to hurry. Shi Wu's hearty laughter echoed through the phone. Perfect. Let us gather for lunch today. Some other classmates are still in Seoul. We can feast at the Hanqing Wude restaurant across from the school. This time refusal is not an option. Do you recall that fellow Yongwensi? He has recently struck it rich, and he is the one hosting this gathering. We are all navigating our lives in the bustling metropolis of Seoul, and it is wise to remember that we may someday need his assistance. Li Haocheng had no excuses to decline and readily agreed. Who would pass up a lavish meal courtesy of a wealthy friend at the Hanxiang house? Very well. It is settled then. Let us meet at noon sharp. Do not be late. On the other end of the line, Shi Wu chuckled, taking care to remind his good friend. After hanging up, noticing the time was 10:14, he hurriedly rose to wash his face and brush his teeth, donning an appropriately elegant outfit. While the coffee brewed, Li Haocheng sent a message to Li Haocheng. Good morning, beautiful. When do you plan to release the video we filmed last night? Chapter 13, The Perils of Infatuation. Ding. A text notification chimed. Li Haocheng sipped his hot coffee while staring at the message on KakaoTalk. Li Haocheng's friend column read, I will start editing the video today, and it should be released next Tuesday. What's up? Are you eager to admire your own elegance? Upon reading this message, Li Haocheng exhaled in relief. There are still 2 days left, ample time to prepare for sharing the video. However, he pondered how to articulate his thoughts to her, which proved to be a bit of a mental challenge. Li Haocheng quietly set down his coffee cup, carefully choosing his words as he typed. I intend to manage my Douyin account, and I'd like to promote your video during its release. Consider it an advertising opportunity. What would your fee be per video? After a brief silence, Li Haocheng replied, Li Haocheng, while becoming an internet celebrity can indeed be lucrative, achieving success is challenging, much more so than delivering takeout. Our primary source of income currently comes from live streaming tips, where attractive female streamers have a natural advantage. You should think this through. Earning money is no easy feat amidst the trials of life. Why squander your hard-earned cash? Reading Li Haocheng's message, Li Haocheng felt a wave of exasperation. He wanted to convey that making money was as effortless as eating or drinking, with cash eagerly flowing into his pockets. Naturally, such boastful sentiments could not be expressed candidly. He concocted a flimsy excuse. Haocheng, I still wish to give this a try. I hope you can assist me. I believe you would consider this kind of collaboration. A new message arrived from Li Haocheng. All right, since you are determined to try, I will discuss the pricing with my close friend and get back to you. Please wait for good news. Li Haocheng also responded with a message. In a female dormitory at Yonsei University, Gao Yuzhen sprang up from her bed with a graceful leap, glancing at her roommate Su Yuna, who was engaged in yoga. Her voluptuous figure strikingly alluring. Looking down at her own rather unremarkable upper body, Gao Yuzhen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, comparisons between individuals are futile. Su Yuna, pausing her yoga routine, looked at her friend quizzically. What's with the early morning lamentation? This isn't like you. She recalled the delivery guy from the previous night, Li Haocheng, right? Gao Yuzhen tousled her unruly hair and shifted the conversation to a serious note. You should know that we can earn quite a bit as Douyin influencers. He wants to try his hand at becoming an influencer too. He just asked me how much I would charge for promoting his account. I don't know what he is thinking. Making money isn't that simple. Su Yuna stretched her arms back, grasping her calves while striking an exaggerated pose. No wonder he was so enthusiastic yesterday. He had ulterior motives. But it doesn't concern us. Just quote him the market price. What do you think about 100,001 per promotion? Gao Yuzhen suggested. If Li Haocheng, a mere delivery guy, here's the price of 570,001, he'll likely abandon his unrealistic dreams. Su Yuna halted her movements, stood up, and twisted her ankle, pondering. This isn't a store review video. It's merely simple promotional traffic. We should charge 380,001. Indeed, our Yuna is so generous and beautiful. Gao Yuzhen teased, playfully nudging her roommate's ample curves. With a figure like yours, I might just fall in love with you. Suddenly recalling something, Gao Yuzhen broke away from her playful antics and asked, Yuna, has Su Yingda contacted you today? He promised to help us shoot a video last night, but then flaked on us. I can't fathom how a guy could remain indifferent to your advances. Could he possibly be gay? Su Yuna frowned slightly, playfully swatting at Gao Yuzhen's shapely form. You really have no filter. He had an emergency at home yesterday. It wasn't intentional. Besides, I merely have a crush on him. I'm not pursuing him. Gao Yuzhen nestled closer, rolling her eyes. You're just a superficial person, enamored by looks. You see Zhang Yingda likes motorcycles, and suddenly you're a motorcycle influencer. He dyes his hair, and you follow suit. Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. With her friend's thoughts laid bare, Su Yuna, flustered yet playful, retaliated with a flurry of playful antics. Oh. Stop. Don't tickle me. All right, enough of this, or someone will get flustered again. After a bit of playful banter, Gao Yuzhen finally settled down. I should reply to Li Haocheng's message. By the way, Li Haocheng is quite a handsome fellow. While he may not measure up to Zhang Yingda in all aspects, he is certainly more cheerful and bright. The last time we filmed, I sat behind him and secretly felt his abs. His physique is superb. Su Yuna pinched her friend's cheek playfully, retorting, with someone as excellent as Li Haocheng. Why don't you keep him for yourself? You're running deliveries with him tomorrow. You could be a perfect couple, soaring together. Now that our account is starting to earn money, I won't have to share my earnings with you anymore. Gao Yuzhen, feigning innocence, pouted. Yuna, I was wrong, really. Don't be angry. Let me treat you to lunch today. How about we catch a movie afterward? Su Yuna's bright eyes sparkled with amusement as she shook her head in refusal. I'm going to accompany Su Yingda to buy a motorcycle this afternoon. We can watch a movie tomorrow instead. As an afterthought, Su Yuna pinched Gao Yuzhen's cheek. Yuzhen, when you're alone in the dorm, make sure to focus on editing the video and don't slack off. Gao Yuzhen tilted her head in astonishment and remarked, Zhang Yingda, don't you already have a Kawasaki Z? Why are you looking to purchase another motorcycle? Su Yuna explained, it's a birthday gift from my cousin. What? A motorcycle as a birthday gift for your cousin? Why haven't you ever received such gifts? Gao Yuzhen gazed at her close friend, Su Yuna, with a pout. With your remarkable beauty and figure, if I looked like you, I would be showered with gifts daily, with countless admirers vying for my attention. Yet, I have never seen someone as stubborn as you. Zhang Yingda is surrounded by so many girls, even if you two end up together. There will undoubtedly be plenty of dramatic episodes to unfold. Su Yuna confidently tossed her long ponytail and declared, I possess absolute confidence in my appearance and figure. Gao Yuzhen had just replied to Li Haocheng and Oppa's message when she tapped her head with her phone and sighed. The brain of someone in love is truly terrifying. Yesterday, when I was stood up, I was furious. I sulked all night, and now, receiving an invitation has me overjoyed. I relish this. Do you have any objections? Su Yuna continued her preparations, her face radiating an unmistakable smile. Chapter 14, The Pretentious Class Reunion in the Qinshan District, at the Qingpa Cave Apartments. Li Haocheng glanced at the time on his phone. It was nearly the appointed hour for their gathering. Without hesitation, he opened a ride-hailing app and summoned a luxurious custom vehicle. The fare from Qingpa Cave Apartments to Haocheng Hotel was a staggering 24,000 for the 10-kilometer journey, a price 4 times that of a regular taxi. Shortly thereafter, the driver of the luxury vehicle called to confirm the pickup location and time. As he prepared to meet his university classmates, Li Haocheng donned his newly purchased summer NYB waffle-pattern leisure suit. Standing before the mirror, he tidied his hair, which was slightly longer than usual and somewhat unruly due to a lack of styling. Perhaps he should visit a hair salon to achieve a dapper look that matched his refined and handsome stature. As Li Haocheng admired himself in the floor-length mirror, he noticed some unexpected changes. Why does it seem like my physique has improved and my skin appears fairer? Could it be an illusion? He quickly accessed the personal information panel of the upper-class wealthy system. Host, Li Haocheng. Gender, male. Height, cm. Weight, 75 kilograms. Intelligence, 68. Endurance, 63. Agility, 63. Title, heir to a business tycoon. Inventory, dungeon generation card. Charm, 50. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. How has my height increased by 3 centimeters? From now on, I am to be known as a tall and handsome gentleman. Endurance and agility have risen by 5 points each, and my charm has finally surged by 5 points. Having neglected to monitor these statistics for several days, Li Haocheng had underestimated the potency of the physical enhancement capsules. Initially thought to be a one-time purchase, they had continued to yield benefits. No wonder he felt an unusual warmth throughout his body while sleeping at night. Beyond the immediate muscle and skeletal adjustments from the initial use of the enhancement capsules, residual effects continued to take hold. The rigorous demands of his delivery job were not mere whims of the system. Every ounce of energy expended returned manifold rewards. Compared to his state after first using the capsules, his physique had become even more toned and robust, and his skin softer and fairer. If Bai Jiyun were to see Li Haocheng now, she would hardly believe her eyes. These various enhancements to his physique were likely more valuable than the rewards obtained from completing the delivery guru task. Just as Li Haocheng was lost in his self-admiration before the mirror, the driver called to inform him that he had arrived at the designated location. After tidying himself up, Li Haocheng opened the door and stepped outside. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted a black Mercedes-Benz Vito parked with its hazard lights flashing outside the community gate. He waved to signal the driver, who promptly exited the vehicle, dressed in a white shirt and tie. After confirming the last digits of Li Haocheng's phone number, the driver politely opened the car door, saying, "Good day, sir. I am your chauffeur for the luxury vehicle. Please, step inside." Experiencing such lavish service for the first time, Li Haocheng felt a bit bashful and awkward as he settled into the vehicle. The driver continued, "Sir, we are now en route to Longshan District, Pampu Road, to Haocheng Hotel. The navigation indicates a total distance of 10.9 kilometers, which will take approximately 45 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. Should you wish to adjust the air conditioning or music, feel free to let me know at any time." "Thank you," he replied. Seated in the luxurious leather seats of the Mercedes-Benz Vito, the spacious rear compartment was exceptionally comfortable, complemented by a mini fridge stocked with chilled beverages and snacks. The interior was impeccably clean, and a subtle fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. Li Haocheng began to understand why the wealthy indulged in such services. Haocheng Hotel, located on Pampu Road and Oppos, Central Street, is a 5-star garden-style business establishment. It features luxurious KTV rooms, a comfortable spa, a fitness center, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, tennis courts, and an indoor basketball arena. The hotel specializes in 10 renowned national banquet dishes, all highly praised online. It ranks among the finest in Seoul and is a Michelin 3-star restaurant, known for its modern minimalist decor, cleanliness, and enthusiastic service, making it particularly popular among the youth. Unfortunately, due to its premium pricing, many young people are reluctant to spend on such indulgences. On the 3rd floor, in a private room, Shi Wu, Yang Wenxi, and 3 other university classmates were engaged in lively conversation. Although the center of attention was Yang Wenxi, the true star of the gathering was the campus goddess, Wu Jingxi. In truth, Yang Wenxi had enlisted a large group of classmates to coax her into attending. Throughout their 4 years of university, Wu Jingxi had been widely acknowledged as the campus beauty. Since graduation, she had become even more exquisite than during her university days. Clad in a lake green blazer and slightly flared trousers, exuding an elegant urban professional aura that was captivating, Xian Baheng checked his phone and exclaimed, "Why hasn't Li Haocheng arrived yet? It's almost time to eat. Does he really intend to show up just as we're about to dine?" Sherwoo quickly defended his friend, saying, I just messaged him on KakaoTalk. He'll be here in a few minutes. There is some traffic at this hour. It's unavoidable. Gao Futai added with a hint of sarcasm. Well, today's meal is on Yang Wenxi, and we all arrived early. Meanwhile, Li Haocheng seems intent on arriving just in time for the food. That's not how one should handle things. Jiang Hyunmei, chatting with Wu Jingxi about cosmetics and other private matters, rolled her eyes and remarked, that's typical of Li Haocheng. He has always been such a reserved character. He used to avoid us like the plague, and now that he is unemployed, he surely has even less desire to meet his old classmates. Upon hearing Jiang Xinmei's scathing remarks, Sherwoo defended his brother, stating, in the current environment, the competition among major companies is fierce. For those of us in the computer science field, securing a satisfactory job is quite challenging. Sherwoo's words struck a chord with Xin Behang, who remarked, Indeed. In my company, one encounters all sorts of chaotic situations. He cast an envious glance at Yang Wenxi and added with a hint of bitterness. I truly envy Yang Wenxi for his entrepreneurial spirit. Yang Wenxi and Oppo's vanity swelled within him, though he feigned humility, saying, it and Oppo's merely about making a living, really. I am just leveraging family connections to engage in some automotive business. If any of my old classmates wish to purchase a new car, they can come to me, I assure you. I won't charge them a dime. How magnanimous of you, old classmate. Xian Behang applauded, raising his glass. Let us toast to the enduring friendship among us. Jiang Xianmei, with a twinkle in her eye, chuckled softly. Oh, had I known you, Yang Wenxi, were so exceptional. I would have been more proactive during our school days. I wonder, does a mere girl still have a place in President Yang's circle? Such flattery is too much for me, Miss Jiang. Yang Wenxi replied dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Chapter 15. The gathering of pretentious classmates. Jiang Xianmei is an ordinary university student, possessing neither remarkable physique nor striking beauty. She stands at an average height. Her figure is well proportioned, yet she fails to leave a lasting impression, embodying the most common type of girl found on campus. Yang Wenxi, a young man of affluent background and moderate good looks, naturally holds little regard for someone as unremarkable as Jiang Xianmei. Her presence today merely serves as a conversational companion for Wu Jingxi. As Jiang Xianmei gazes at Yang Wenxi, who has achieved great success and affluence post-graduation, a covetous glint akin to that of a wolf gleams in her eyes. She intensifies her pursuit, saying, back in school, I always thought Wenxi Oppa was exceptional, hardworking, handsome, and with a wonderful personality. After graduation, seeing you like this, oh my, you have truly transformed into a model of a successful man. I adore it. Successful man is indeed an apt description, CMA. Haiyan Bai Yalshang, eager to curry favor, chimes in with flattery. A heartthrob must not only be handsome but also successful and affluent. Yang Wenxi and Oppo's appearance could be described as appealing rather than striking, yet adorned with wealth and status, he stands out distinctly amidst his peers. Today, he dons a stylish summer suit that exudes a blend of rebellious charm and sophistication, arriving in a luxurious BMW Lu. This moment, surrounded by admirers, serves to impress the campus goddess, Wu Jingxi. Noticing the atmosphere has reached a suitable crescendo, Yang Wenxi cheerfully remarks, Jingxi, I hear that your recent work has been rather challenging. My company is still in its infancy, yet the prospects for growth are promising and profits are gradually increasing. Would you consider joining us? Wu Jingxi slightly furrows her beautifully shaped brows, a hint of discomfort flickering across her lovely face as she politely declines. No, thank you. I've recently secured my position, and things will improve with time. Undeterred, Yang Wenxi earnestly continues, Jingxi, please reconsider. I heard from Choi Suya that your supervisor often harasses you. It and Oppo's best to leave such a company as soon as possible. My workplace is quite relaxed, and the salary is at least double what you and Oppo's currently earning. Wu Jingxi falls silent, contemplating without immediately responding. Yang Wenxi had fervently pursued her during their university days, and his enticing offer is unmistakably laden with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianmei and Oppo's eyes brim with envy. Wenxi Oppa, if there are suitable job openings on your side, please consider us old classmates. This statement prompts Haiyan Bai Yalshang to shift his gaze eagerly towards Yang Wenxi. His relentless flattery stems from a desire for a promising job opportunity. The Star Source car dealership, despite its recent establishment, boasts a bright future thanks to Yang Wenxi and Oppo's familial connections. If one could seize an opportunity during its inception, great wealth might await. Sherwoo, too, feels a stir of ambition, though his timidity prevents him from overtly ingratiating himself. Yang Wensi, holding the gleaming key to his BMW, exudes confidence. Naturally, no problem. If suitable positions arise, I'll prioritize you all. Within half a year, once Star Source car dealership stabilizes, I plan to rent an office in Lotte World Tower. Lotte World Tower? Li Haocheng gasps in astonishment. That location is the CBD of Seoul, and I hear it's exorbitantly priced. While the cost is indeed high, for a car dealership, a single office suffices as headquarters. Yang Wensi gazes affectionately at his campus goddess. Jingxi, should you join my company? You and Oppos, be appointed as the office manager, overseeing the administrative staff. Wu Jingxi and Oppos' lips move as if to speak, yet she remains silent, neither agreeing nor outright declining. Just then, a knock echoes through the room, drawing everyone and Oppos' attention to the door. With a creak, the heavy door swings open to reveal a tall, handsome figure. Clad in an American-style star-printed short-sleeved t-shirt and light yellow shorts, he exudes an effortless youthful charm. With thin lips, a prominent nose, and striking features, he stands tall, almost resembling a character stepped out of a comic book, breathtaking and captivating. Oh my, Li Haocheng, have you undergone cosmetic surgery? Shi Wu exclaims, astonished. He had been the closest friend to Li Haocheng, sharing a dorm before graduation. To see such a transformation in just a few months is astonishing. Although he hasn't Oppos, he changed drastically in appearance. His physique, skin, and aura are nothing short of miraculous. Yang Wensi, too, snaps back to reality, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition as his gaze darts toward his campus goddess, Wu Jingxi. At this moment, her eyes widen in surprise, her lips parting slightly as she gazes at the newcomer, Li Haocheng. Yang Wensi's face darkens, frustration simmering beneath the surface. His intention in inviting Li Haocheng was to showcase his own success against the backdrop of Li's struggles as an unemployed individual. Yet, fate has conspired against him, allowing Li Haocheng to steal the spotlight. Li Haocheng greets everyone with a warm smile, apologizing, "I'm terribly sorry for being late. I encountered traffic on the way." He strides over to Shi Wu, playfully punching him. "Come on, you know my situation better than anyone. Look at me. I've invested quite a fortune into my appearance." Jiang Xianmei rises abruptly, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she softly exclaims, "You're not late at all. You've arrived just in time for dinner." Li Haocheng, Don and Oppos, just stand there. "Come sit next to me." Shi Wu extended a paw-like hand, playfully pinching his friend and Oppos' handsome face, exclaiming, "How on earth did you manage this? Not only is your complexion fair and refined, but your skin is also remarkably smooth. Goodness, you rascal, have you grown taller? We used to be about the same height." Li Haocheng, seated beside Shi Wu and Jiang Xianmei, concocted a rather feeble excuse. Haha, this is what they call secondary development. You Wuden and Oppos, understand." The gentle and serene Wu Jingxi blinked her captivating eyes and chimed in, "Li Haocheng, if you possess any skincare secrets, you must share them with me. Your skin is so supple and radiant, it truly makes us girls envious." Before the esteemed goddess of the academy, Li Haocheng smiled with poise, maintaining his decorum as he replied, "Of course, it and Oppos' a trivial matter. Let and Oppos' exchange KakaoTalk IDs later, and we can discuss skincare tips." Chapter 16. The pretentious class reunion. With a resounding crash, a glass tumbles to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Ahaha, someone couldn't hold on to it. And the cup fell. Yang Wensi feigned an expression of regret, beckoning a server to clean up the mess. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room grew eerily silent. Xian Bisang, adept at reading the room, noticed the fleeting look of displeasure on Yang Wensi and Oppos' face and quickly grasped the underlying cause. Considering the promising future of Xing Yuan car dealership, he eagerly chimed in, "Li Haocheng, I heard you hesitated to resign. How and Oppos' your job search going?" Li Haocheng, without overthinking, responded candidly, "I and Oppos' am not in a hurry regarding work. I plan to take a break for a while." Xian Bihang mistakenly interpreted Li Haocheng's words as evasive and pressed on, given the economic downturn. "Job prospects are tough to come by. I heard you're transitioning into advertising planning. You could ask Yang Wensi. He opened Xing Yuan car dealership and might have opportunities for you." Yang Wensi, appreciating Xian Bishang's cleverness, coughed lightly and suggested, "How about this, Li Haocheng? Draft a resume and send it to me on KakaoTalk, along with some advertising plans you've worked on. If it fits, you might join our sales department." Focusing on sales strategy, Li Haocheng, not fully understanding the duo's banter, politely declined, "Thank you for the kind offer, but I'm not planning to seek new employment just yet." Jiang Xianmei, her bright eyes appraising Li Haocheng's impressive physique, remarked, "Li Haocheng, with your exceptional looks. You could easily become an internet celebrity, shooting videos, live streaming, or even modeling. That's a splendid idea. Who knows, by our next meeting, I might just be a budding internet star. You'll have to come take pictures with me then. Li Haocheng joked, subtly shifting his position, somewhat apprehensive under Jiang Xianmei's predatory gaze. Then let us toast to the future internet sensation success. I'll be sure to flaunt my celebrity classmate in my social circles. Jiang Xianmei and Wu Jingxi giggled, unable to contain their amusement. The atmosphere in the private room seemed to rejuvenate. Shi Wu rose to pour drinks for his classmates, cheerfully announcing, now that everyone is here, let us not dawdle. Dig in. To celebrate our gathering with the affluent Yang Wenci, let us raise a glass to him. Yang Wenci also stood, lifting his glass in a toast, drinking it all in one go, appearing far less carefree than moments prior, casually picking at a dish to chew. The cuisine at Hanxiang Grand Hotel was exquisite, particularly the signature dishes, each a feast for the senses, vibrant in color, fragrant, and delicious. I'll step out to the restroom. You all carry on without me. After a while, feeling a sense of unease, Yang Wenci concocted a flimsy excuse to leave the private room, intending to step into the corridor for a smoke to alleviate his discomfort. Although his old classmates remained focused on him, the sight of Li Haocheng's strikingly handsome face stirred an unshakable discontent within him. After finishing a cigarette, Yang Wenci hurriedly returned. Xian Behang, surprised by his swift return, inquired, "What's wrong, Yang Wenci? Is there something urgent?" Yang Wenci brushed off his earlier discontent, a smug smile creeping across his face. "In a bit, I'll be toasting someone in the adjacent room." Jiang Xianmei set down her chopsticks, seemingly guessing. "Wenci, did you run into someone you know at the gathering?" Yang Wenci chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Not just anyone. Every individual in that room is a prominent figure in Seoul." At this revelation, Jiang Xianmei's face flushed with excitement. "Wenci oppa, tell us who these influential figures are. And can we toast with you to broaden our horizons?" Yang Wenci, reveling in the attention, raised his voice. "You probably won't recognize them, but I and Oppos, LL name a few. President Shi of Hanxiang Grand Hotel, Chairman Li of Shijie Group, Chairman Zheng of Future Group, and President Chen of Shenyang Car Dealership." Xian Behang sprang from his seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "No way. Everyone knows Future Group. It's a top-tier conglomerate in our country." Wu Jingxi also stood, her excitement palpable. "Shenyang Car Dealership is one of our major clients, the largest motorcycle trading company in Seoul, with numerous flagship stores in first-tier cities. I've heard of President Chen many times, but have yet to meet him." Xian Behang clung to Yang Wenci, pleading, "Wenci go, could you take us to meet them? Even just for a glance?" Feeling the spotlight once more on him, Yang Wenci straightened his posture, a smile playing on his lips. "I only know Chairman Zheng. I lack the standing to toast to the others or grant you access. However, I can inquire, though I can't promise anything. My father currently works under Chairman Zheng at Future Group, and I leverage that connection to start Xingyuan Car Dealership. If I offend them, the consequences could be dire." Jiang Xianmei interjected eagerly, raising her hand in assurance. "Wenci oppa, I promise to follow your lead." At the table, Li Haocheng, who had been observing quietly, was momentarily taken aback at the mention of President Chen, realizing that it was indeed the same Chen Hongyuan who had hosted him last time. They were on friendly terms, even calling each other brothers. Recently, Chen Hongyuan had been busy with his own endeavors and didn't accept his invitation. Today, however, presented a perfect opportunity, and there was no need to join the crowd just yet. Yang Wenci, noting Wu Jingxi's eager excitement, felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that showcasing his capabilities and connections would surely pique her interest. "You all go ahead. I shall refrain from crowding the scene," Li Haocheng said with a smile. Shaking his head, as a good brother, Shi Wu swiftly pulled Li Haocheng along and urged, "Your tendency for idle chatter leaves me at a loss for words. This is a splendid opportunity to meet some prominent figures. It would be quite beneficial to broaden your horizons." Yang Wenci intends to use Li Haocheng as a foil to showcase his own youthful accomplishments. And Oppos, Li Haocheng, you truly need to learn the ways of the world, rather than remaining so singular in your approach like back in university. And Oppos, come on, let us all take a glance at these esteemed individuals. Don't be a wet blanket. And Oppos, indeed. It's a collective venture, and we can all motivate one another. Let's go, stop being shy. Such a wonderful opportunity should not be taken for granted. Shi Wu firmly grasped Li Haocheng and Oppos' arm, pulling him to follow in the wake of Yang Wenci. Jiang Xianmei and Haiyan Pilshang eagerly positioned themselves on either side of Yang Wenci. Even the serene Wu Jingxi silently followed suit, gracefully stepping in line. Chapter 17. The pretentious class reunion at the entrance of a spacious private room in the Han City Grand Hotel, Yang Wensi gently tapped on the door, standing respectfully with a slight bow. Upon noticing this, Xian Bishang, Shi Wu, Wu Jingxi, and Jiang Xianmei felt an inexplicable tension within. The successful individuals they admired, their most capable university classmates, displayed such humility before these prominent figures. How could they possibly compare? Creak. The heavy door of the private room slowly opened, revealing a young man who appeared to be a secretary. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Wensi beamed with enthusiasm. Secretary Zhao, it's me, Yang Wensi. I just bumped into Chairman Zheng in the corridor and learned that everyone is dining inside, so I came to offer a toast. Zhao Zhaoyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the large group, and remarked, it seems there are quite a few here to toast. Yang Wensi, understanding the implication, nudged Wu Jingxi. Then I'll take one person in with me. I've already mentioned it to Chairman Zheng. All right, come in. Zhao Zhaoyu nodded. He shared a good rapport with Yang Wensi's father, both relying on the substantial backing of the future group. Jingxi, you accompany me to toast the esteemed leaders. Yang Wensi cast a glance at Wu Jingxi, which was also the reason he had invited his former classmates along. Wu Jingxi, a proud young woman, felt her heart flutter at the envious gazes from the others. Xian Bihang, Shi Wu, and Jiang Xianmei exchanged looks of jealousy and admiration, not daring to voice their opinions. Okay. Wu Jingxi hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. This represented a rare opportunity for her to escape her current predicament. She was employed in the development department of Sanha Logistics, enjoying a respectable salary and a pleasant team atmosphere. Recently, she had been troubled by a department head who frequently pursued her, sending flowers at work, inviting her to dinners, and often calling her at night. Despite her clear refusals, he showed no signs of relenting, even hinting at possible threats. Colleagues had mentioned that he held considerable sway with the company leadership, which left her feeling increasingly unsafe. Attending this gathering hosted by Yang Wensi was a strategic move to leverage his connections to resolve her predicament. To her surprise, she encountered President Chun of Shenyang Car Dealership, a major client of Sanha Logistics and essentially the ancestor of the sales department. Establishing a rapport with President Chin would provide her with the leverage needed to deter the persistent advances of her department head. Inside the opulent private room, a haze of smoke lingered as 6 affluent gentlemen in their 40s or 50s gathered, engaged in conversation. Upon entering, Yang Wensi and Wu Jingxi dared not glance around. Wu Jingxi kept her head down, silently encouraging herself. Yang Wensi adopted a humble demeanor, his face adorned with an endearing smile. Chairman Zheng, I am here to offer you a toast. The chatter among the powerful figures naturally ceased as they turned their attention to the earnest Yang Wensi. Chairman Zheng of the Future Group, appearing to be in his 50s and embodying the stature of a tycoon, spoke amiably. Ah, Wensi. It is indeed fate that we meet here at the Han City Grand Hotel. Just the other day, your father mentioned to me that I should assist you in finding a match. Have you had any success? In that moment, Yang Wensi resembled a bashful youth, wearing a sheepish grin as he introduced, this is my university classmate, Wu Jingxi. I and Oppos, am still pursuing, but it's progressing, heh. Wu Jingxi's fair complexion flushed a rosy hue. Though she wished to retort, she felt tongue-tied, fearing that she might inadvertently offend someone. After all, she was merely an ordinary employee. Despite her beauty, any one of these men could easily dictate her fate. With a full glass of liquor in hand, Yang Wensi respectfully stated, Chairman Zheng, I toast to you, grateful for your guidance. I shall drink it all, and you may follow as you please. With that, he downed the contents in one gulp, leaving not a drop behind. Wensi, you certainly know how to navigate social situations. I have high hopes for you. Chairman Zheng offered a few encouraging words, sipping lightly from his glass, seemingly unimpressed by such a minor figure. Yang Wensi, exhilarated, trembled with excitement and exchanged a glance with Wu Jingxi. Encouraged by his gaze, she summoned her courage to raise her glass. I would also like to toast Chairman Zheng. Though her glass was not full, it contained more than half, and with a firm resolve, she downed it in one go. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Yang Wensi instinctively moved to support her, but she deftly evaded him. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Wu Jingxi became bolder in her actions. Uncertain of who among the 5 was President Chun of Shenyang Car Dealership, she bowed towards the front and declared, I currently work at Sanha Logistics, and President Chin is one of our major clients. I would like to toast you as well. Upon uttering those words, Wu Jingxi felt a wave of apprehension wash over her as she gazed ahead. Yang Wensi, alarmed, felt a surge of anxiety. Pondering how to express his dismay, is this how one conducts themselves? Do you not understand the nuances of social etiquette or the unspoken rules of the workplace? Without an introduction from Chairman Zheng, it's clear we are not held in high regard. We should have simply toasted and departed. Your boldness in toasting like this puts them in an awkward position. Qin Hangjuan, momentarily bewildered, found himself the unexpected recipient of a toast. However, recognizing it was a direct request, he felt obliged to acknowledge it. Your sentiment is appreciated. But if you drink another glass in that manner, you might find yourself unable to stand, with your friends dragging you out of the room. That would surely be quite the embarrassment for you, wouldn't it? He concluded with a light-hearted jest. Wu Jingxi was uncertain whether it was the influence of alcohol or her inherently shy disposition as she lowered her head. Her ears flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, the courage she had previously summoned had dissipated, akin to a deflated balloon, and she murmured, "Thank you, President Chun. But I shall refrain from drinking." Yang Wenxi, observing the scene with growing anxiety, was taken aback by Wu Jingxi's sudden outburst. Fearing that it might provoke discontent among those present, "I will not interrupt your discussions any further. We shall take our leave," he said with an earnest smile. Eager to avoid any further complications, Wu Jingxi's delicate lips moved as if she wished to articulate more, but at that instant, Zhao Jiayu, standing by the entrance, opened the door to the private room and gestured for their departure. By a curious twist of fate, Qin Hangjuan and Oppa's vantage point allowed him to glimpse the outside of the room. As he observed the pair leaving, a familiar face caught his attention, causing his pupils to constrict as he rose abruptly. The gathering of prominent figures within the room, perceptive and astute, turned their gazes toward the door. Intrigued by the unfolding scenario, Wu Jingxi, startled, feared she had inadvertently offended someone, her heart racing with trepidation, her legs trembling as she struggled to maintain her composure. Just as Yang Wenxi stepped outside the private room, he halted abruptly, performing a formal 90-degree bow in apology. "President Chun, I apologize. We were somewhat lacking in decorum." To his surprise, President Chun and Oppa's expression transformed into a warm smile, radiating with enthusiasm as he approached the entrance of the room. "Aha, young Master Li. Why did you not announce your arrival? Come, join us for a meal. It would be my pleasure to introduce you to a few friends." Chapter 18, The Revelation. I am the young master of a Chaebol. Outside the private room, Haiyan Biok, Xiao Wu, and Kang Hyunmi quickly darted into a corner, mistakenly believing that a remarkable person had arrived. In their haste, Haiyan Biok tripped awkwardly and landed on the ground, wincing in pain, a sight both comical and pitiable. If one were to name the calmest individual in the room, it would undoubtedly be Li Haocheng himself. Upon being recognized by Qin Hangjuan, Li Haocheng decided against maintaining a low profile. He had initially intended to greet Hyungjun in the private room later, but it seemed fate had other plans. As he was spotted immediately, "It's quite a challenge to arrange a meal with someone as busy as you. Today must be my lucky day to run into you here at the Hanseong Hotel." Qin Hyungjun expressed genuine warmth, grabbing Li Haocheng's arm and leading him toward the table. "Li, allow me to introduce you to some new acquaintances. It's a perfect opportunity for everyone to get acquainted." Standing at the entrance of the private room, Yang Moon-sik felt a surge of shock. Unable to comprehend the situation, his mind swirling in confusion. Under Qin Hyungjun and Oppa's enthusiastic reception, Li Haocheng had no choice but to follow him to the dining table. "Secretary Zhao, please fetch an extra chair." Qin Hyungjun instructed Zhao Jiaoyu, who promptly dashed out of the room to retrieve one. The private room was furnished with a designated relaxation area, complete with chairs, sofas, and even benches. However, given Li Haocheng's esteemed status and mysterious background, it was imperative that he be seated in a chair befitting his rank. Anything less would be a grave disrespect. Qin Hyungjun, having navigated the upper echelons of society for decades, was acutely aware of such nuances. In stark contrast to the warm reception at the table, the group of old classmates lingering outside the private room were collectively engulfed in a state of bewilderment. "By my dear father and mother, what am I witnessing? Surely, I must be imagining things. Is this stunning scene before me real? Or is my intoxication playing tricks on my mind?" Yang Moon-sik shook his head, attempting to regain clarity, while simultaneously pinching his thigh, a futile attempt to dispel the surreal experience. "Ouch! Is this all a figment of my inebriated imagination? How could it be possible?" The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. How could someone from Li Haocheng's humble background possibly know the illustrious President Chun from Shenyang Motors? President Chun, a prominent figure in Seoul, was a member of the esteemed Chen family. Kang Hyunmi rubbed her eyes, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Who is this powerful figure? Why is he treating Li Haocheng like a brother, almost excessively so? Wu Jinghe, displaying a cute and innocent expression, clarified, Hyunmi. That's President Chen from Shunong Motors. It's difficult to even muster the courage to speak to someone of his stature. To think he shares such a close relationship with Li Haocheng. The genuine warmth displayed by President Chen could not be feigned. It was a stark contrast to how Chairman Young treated Yang Moon-sik. He regarded Li Haocheng as an equal, as a friend. Could it be that during their university years, Li Haocheng had concealed his affluent lineage? At that moment, Wu Jinghe and Oppo's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts. Unable to settle, Kang Hyunmi bit her lip to suppress a gasp, her gaze on Li Haocheng burning with intensity. Oh my! It turns out there truly are wealthy and refined Chaebol heirs among our peers, and it's none other than the unassuming Li Haocheng. Even Shi Wu, who considered himself Li Haocheng's closest friend, felt as if he had fully grasped his friend's true identity. Inside the private room at the dining table, Li Haocheng explained, Hyungjun, these are my university classmates. We were just dining next door and came here to raise a toast, and unexpectedly ran into you. Upon hearing this, Hyun Byok's face turned pale as he recalled how he had previously tried to belittle Li Haocheng to impress Yang Moon-sik. He shrank back, wishing to diminish his presence. Kang Hyunmi flicked her hair, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Haocheng, eager to showcase her beauty. Shi Wu, with a complex expression, regarded his somewhat unfamiliar friend and politely stated, Haocheng, we won't intrude any longer. We'll return to our gathering next door. Shin Hyung-jun, with a friendly smile, invited, why don't you all come in for a bit? It wouldn't be too late to share a drink before you leave. Yang Moon-sik quickly interjected, smiling as he declined. No. We've finally gathered for a meal, and if we don't return soon, the dishes will get cold. Then I won't press you further. I brought a few bottles of Hennessy XO. Let me offer you one to savor, said Chun Hyung-jun, embodying the etiquette of someone hailing from a Chaebol family. Understanding the value of the gift, Yang Moon-sik quickly declined. No, that's far too generous. Hennessy XO is a rare delicacy worth 760,001. Shin Hyung-jun insisted, and seeing him so determined, Yang Moon-sik awkwardly accepted, his heart racing with trepidation. If Li Haocheng were to speak ill of him at the table, given his newfound mysterious identity, Yang Moon-sik feared that his own car dealership might face ruin. With a sudden jolt of realization, Yang Moon-sik sought to remedy the situation. Thank you for your generosity, dear classmate. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Li Haocheng regarded Yang Moon-sik with indifference, replying coolly, no need for formality. As Yang Wensi, Shi Hao, and Jiang Xianmei turned to leave, Wu Jinghe remained motionless, her delicate face marred by a deep inner conflict, her lips trembling as if she yearned to voice her thoughts. Chun Hongjuan, seemingly struck by inspiration, gestured towards Wu Jinghe and suggested, shall we invite this young lady in for a chat, and perhaps a drink? There may have been a slight misunderstanding earlier. Wu Jinghe lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. Is that all right? She inquired eagerly. Shin Hengjuan then shifted his attention to Li Haocheng, signaling him to take charge. Recognizing the hopeful spark in Wu Jinghe and Oppo's eyes, Li Haocheng smiled and nodded in agreement. With a notable change from his previous aloofness, Shin Hengjuan warmly remarked, you work for Sanha Logistics, correct? It's worth mentioning that our companies are significant partners. Your esteemed company handles all the logistics services throughout Seoul. He paused, then added, almost forgot, Shi Wu. Which department are you in at the company? Wu Jinghe, brimming with excitement, responded, President Chun, I am in the development department, focusing on software development. Chun Hengjuan, admiring the striking young woman before him, complimented, a programmer with such beauty is indeed a rarity. Don't linger at the door, please, come in. At that moment, Zhao Zhaoyu had already moved Li Haocheng's chair into the room and placed it beside the president's seat. Wu Jinghe hurriedly stepped inside, eagerly positioning herself next to Li Haocheng. Zhao Zhaoyu gently closed the door to the private room. In the corridor, Yang Wensi cast a complex glance at the shut door, feeling a tumult of emotions. Just moments ago, he had felt like the center of attention, but now he sensed himself reduced to a mere bystander. Chapter 19, The Reveal. I am the heir of a conglomerate within the spacious private room. Shin Hengjuan enthusiastically introduced each guest to Li Haocheng, showcasing their backgrounds and credentials. This gentleman is Li Jae-hyun, the chairman of the Heiress Group, a renowned restaurant chain in Seoul. Beside him is Jong Hyun-soo, the vice chairman of the Future Group, which owns numerous 4S car dealerships across the nation. Here we have Jong Jae-ho, the executive director of Hanwha Group, one of the top real estate companies in the country. And this is Park Dae-sik, the vice chairman of the Kyungjin Group, a vital partner to our future group. Finally, let me introduce the local magnate. The president of the Haocheng Grand Hotel, Zhang Chongwan. Wu Jingxi stood quietly, striving to maintain her composure and avoid embarrassing herself. Li Haocheng tried to keep a neutral demeanor as he shook hands with the prominent figures, merely familiarizing himself with their faces. Clearing his throat, Chen Hengjuan continued, "Everyone. I doubt you can guess the background of young Master Li here. His family elder holds a significant executive position at the illustrious Jioding Group. Just last week, he personally ordered a small scooter from my dealership, Shenyang Motors, through the executive office." A wave of embarrassment washed over Li Haocheng, almost overwhelming him, as he felt the discomfort of being spotlighted. The distinguished guests at the table, upon hearing this revelation, displayed astonishment, their gazes towards Li Haocheng shifting significantly. They had presumed he was merely another wealthy heir from Seoul, but little did they anticipate that he belonged to the Jioding Group, a titan among conglomerates and one of the top 10 in the country. Jioding Group stands as one of the largest and most valuable conglomerates in the nation, spanning multiple industries and ranking among the global 500, with total assets nearing 90 trillion Korean won. It accounts for 15 to 20 of the country's total production value and over 30 of the Korean stock market's total market capitalization. The group maintains a presence in nearly 70 countries and regions, employing over 196,000 individuals and encompassing sectors such as electronics, finance, machinery, aviation, and arms. It is said that every move made by Jioding Group reverberates across various industries, influencing their very foundations. The executives of Jioding Group, particularly those from the executive office, are individuals of considerable stature whom one cannot afford to offend. According to available information, the company is led by the executive director and vice chairman, Yoon Se-ri, with actual control residing in an overseas trust institution, the true beneficiaries of which remain undisclosed. Young Master Li, here is our diamond membership card for the Haocheng Grand Hotel. You can enjoy a 30% discount at all our locations nationwide. Please feel free to bring friends and enhance our business. Zhang Chongwan, a savvy restaurateur, quickly recognized Li Haocheng's esteemed background and was eager to forge a connection. Should you wish to acquire property in Seoul or even in other major cities in the country, do not hesitate to contact me. I can offer you the finest layouts. Here is my personal business card. He continued, if you are looking to purchase a vehicle, just give me a call. I guarantee the best prices. We have several luxury car flagship stores under the Future Group. The prominent figures at the table, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly handed their business cards to Li Haocheng, their words dripping with charm. Each individual skillfully balanced flattery without crossing into excessive adulation or appearing distant. Li Haocheng graciously accepted the cards, tucking them into his pocket since he had no wallet at hand. I do not have a business card, but perhaps we could connect on KakaoTalk. Adding each other on KakaoTalk sounds splendid. It would make it easier for us to arrange outings for sports or meals, he suggested. All but Chen Hengjuan withdrew their phones, opening the KakaoTalk app. Li Haocheng proceeded to add friends, annotating their names and companies. Chen Hengjuan raised his glass and proclaimed, "Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration in the future." Caught up in the lively atmosphere, Li Haocheng could not decline and clinked glasses with everyone, downing his drink in one go. As he settled back into his seat, Wu Jingxi, her cheeks flushed, leaned towards Li Haocheng and whispered, "Li Haocheng, let us also add each other on KakaoTalk." The moment the words left her lips, a wave of warmth enveloped her face, accompanied by a profound sense of embarrassment. During their university days, Li Haocheng had been somewhat of a maverick, rarely engaging with classmates and garnering a less-than-stellar reputation. His peers speculated that he came from a humble background and spent his breaks working part-time jobs. A seemingly ordinary university classmate, he had attracted little attention from Wu Jingxi, a goddess among her peers, who only associated with those she deemed beneficial for her future. It was only upon encountering Li Haocheng today that Wu Jingxi realized the opportunity she had missed during their university days. It was impossible for her not to feel a flutter of attraction towards such a scion of a conglomerate. The prospect of the esteemed Wu Jingxi wishing to add him as a friend on KakaoTalk was an invitation Li Haocheng could hardly refuse. With a teasing tone, he pulled out his phone and opened the KakaoTalk app. The allure of Wu Jingxi, the campus goddess, was undeniable for him. She had always been well regarded during their university years, known for her grace and gentle demeanor, making her quite popular. Hearing Li Haocheng's playful banter eased Wu Jingxi's anxiety, allowing her to relax considerably. The cold, mechanical sound of the system echoed in Li Haocheng's mind. Ding. Host detected. Actively cultivate connections and take a significant step towards becoming a member of the affluent elite. Complete the hidden task and receive the item, real estate exchange card. Without a moment and oppa's hesitation, Li Haocheng opened the system interface in his mind to check the details of the item, real estate exchange card. Upon using this item, you will acquire a random asset valued at 200 million Korean won, which may include residential properties, commercial shops, corporate bonds, or business operating rights. Li Haocheng scrutinized the item repeatedly, his heart swelling with immense joy. From this day forward, he would possess his very first asset. Indeed, the system was still on his side. Completing the delivery master task granted him a cash cow sharing task. Finishing the hidden task bestowed upon him an asset worth 200 million Korean won. This sum could purchase a modest two-bedroom apartment spanning 74 square meters. In the Gangbuk district of Seoul, a once unattainable dream had suddenly been thrust upon him by the benevolence of the system. To those grand figures holding flowers, monthly votes, and review votes, I kneel in gratitude for your support. 500 flowers will yield an additional chapter. A monthly vote will also grant an extra chapter. And 100 reviews will provide yet another chapter. For those esteemed individuals with flowers, monthly votes, and reviews, cast them generously upon the author. Chapter 20, System Rewards. Random Assets. Li Haocheng, are you okay? Wu Jingxi gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her head slightly bowed in bashful delight. Unable to meet the intensity of his gaze. Moments ago, as they both opened their Kakao Talk to add each other as friends, Li Haocheng suddenly fixed his gaze upon her. Such an intense stare was overwhelming for any young lady. In her innocent mind, Wu Jingxi couldn't help but fantasize. Could it be that Li Haocheng had secretly harbored feelings for her since their university days? Was he here to confess his love during this reunion? What should she do if he professed his feelings? If she accepted his confession, would it seem as if she lacked resolve? As Li Haocheng returned to reality, he apologized to the campus goddess before him. I'm sorry, I was just reminiscing. Wu Jingxi, still unable to meet his eyes, pushed her Kakao Talk forward, urging, please add me as a friend quickly. Li Haocheng smiled charmingly and sent a friend request, which was promptly accepted, accompanied by a shy emoji. While Wu Jingxi was lost in her daydreams, Li Haocheng's thoughts shifted back to the system interface in his mind. System, you can now use the property exchange card. Ding. The property exchange card has been successfully used. Random assets are being selected. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the random asset, Heihua Milk Tea Shop. Please collect it at 43 Shiqiaodong, Mapo District, Seoul, 3 days from now. Heihua Milk Tea Shop is one of the most popular milk tea establishments in Seoul. It is rumored in the entertainment industry that new artists who drink here and post their signatures on the wall will gain fame. Hence, this shop has become a favored spot for K-pop stars and their fans alike. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment for not receiving a commercial property, as owning a home in Seoul had long been his greatest dream of settling down and starting a family. A trendy milk tea shop valued at 200 million Korean won could still provide a steady and considerable income if managed well. Now, he needed to contemplate how to run this milk tea shop. Certainly, he couldn't manage it personally. After all, he possessed the upper-class billionaire system, which meant he could not devote all his energy to Heihua Milk Tea Shop. The best candidates to manage it would naturally be close relatives or his girlfriend, as they would minimize concerns over financial disputes. However, it was quite unfortunate that he had no relatives in Seoul, let alone a girlfriend. He hadn't even seen a shadow of one. Noticing Li Haocheng lost in thought, Wu Jingxi leaned in slightly and softly pleaded, Li Haocheng, could I take a photo with President Chen after dinner? Li Haocheng, momentarily puzzled, asked, why do you want to take a picture with President Chen? Not wishing to hide anything from the affluent scion Li Haocheng, Wu Jingxi candidly explained, you see, our sales department manager has been bothering me lately. President Chen from Shenyang Car Dealership is a major client of our logistics company. If I could get a picture with him. She hesitated, aware that this could seem like she was exploiting Li Haocheng's connections, but she genuinely had no other options at this point. It's just a small matter. Merely a group photo. Li Haocheng, having navigated the professional world, understood Wu Jingxi's subtle intentions. She merely wanted to leverage President Chen's influence to deter the unwelcome advances of the sales manager. He then playfully clapped Chen Hengjuan's thigh, brother Hengjuan. Since we've all gathered, why not take a group photo? Simultaneously, he brushed against Wu Jingxi's arm, the soft sensation stirring a flutter within him. Wu Jingxi chimed in. It's not every day we get to see President Chen. I've always wanted a memento with you. Of course, since we're capturing memories, let us have a group photo. Chen Hengjuan readily agreed, happy to strengthen his rapport with Li Haocheng. Li Haocheng discreetly glanced at Wu Jingxi, smiling as he added, brother Hengjuan, please don't tease us. My classmate is rather shy. A blush crept onto Wu Jingxi's cheeks as her head hung low. leaving her feelings ambiguous, whether she was shy or tacitly acknowledging her relationship with Li Haocheng. "Come now, you two youngsters, stand in the middle." Zhang Xianshu called out to Zhao Zhaoyu standing near the entrance, instructing, "Zhao Zhaoyu, come take our picture." Click, click, click. Zhao Zhaoyu snapped photos with his Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. "Let me see how it turned out." Wu Jingxi gracefully approached, taking the phone to check the photos. In the picture, she stood closely beside Li Haocheng, her fair arm gently wrapped around his, her long neck slightly inclined towards him, a serene smile gracing her face. The tall and handsome young man beside her, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, exuded masculine charm beneath his American-style graphic tee, hinting at well-defined muscles. Flanking them were three influential business moguls, with Chen Hengjuan standing immediately to her right. Everything exceeded her expectations. In that moment, Wu Jingxi felt she had finally found her Prince Charming. She quickly activated Bluetooth to transfer the photo to her phone. Li Haocheng leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Don't forget to send me a copy of that photo later." With the recent completion of a hidden task, the importance of expanding one's network overshadowed even the substantial rewards the system might offer. As Li Haocheng and Oppo's thoughts wandered, he felt a surge of excitement as he engaged in conversation with the six prominent figures, recognizing the value of expanding his connections. Wu Jingxi sat quietly in her chair, observing with a sweet smile for an extended period before sharing her thoughts with Li Haocheng, accompanied by an adorable shy emoji. In response, Li Haocheng sent back a warm embrace emoji via KakaoTalk. Wu Jingxi's eyes sparkled with delight as she reciprocated with another hugging emoji, then proceeded to open her social media to share a photo and craft a caption. "What a splendid day. Today, I had the unexpected pleasure of meeting President Chen Hengjuan of Shenyang Car Dealership. He is remarkably kind, and I learned so much from our conversation. It was my first time dining with six business magnates, and I felt a tad nervous, but thankfully, I had an old classmate by my side." After a brief hesitation regarding who could view her post, she ultimately decided against hiding it from Li Haocheng. "Well, if I embarrass myself, so be it," she thought, clicking to publish and letting out a sigh of relief. Suddenly inspired, she glanced at Li Haocheng, who was engrossed in lively conversation with the esteemed business leaders. Under her newly published update, she added another comment. In the photo, there's also Chairman Li Jaehyun of the Hanjin Group, Vice Chairman Young Hyun-soo of Future Group, Executive Director Young Jae-ho of Hanwha Group, Vice Chairman Park Dae-sik of Kyungjin Group, President Zhang Chong-won of Hanseong Grand Hotel. Feeling rather insignificant, shivers JPG. The magnates, holding flowers, monthly votes, and reviews, cast their support for the book, and the author expressed heartfelt gratitude. For every 500 flowers, an additional chapter, for each monthly vote. Another chapter, for every 100 reviews, yet another chapter. As the business leaders showered their support upon the author, it felt as if they were throwing flowers directly at him. Chapter 21. How posting on social media led to a promotion and raised Wu Jingxi and Oppo's KakaoTalk moments were frequently updated, showcasing not only beautiful selfies but also sharing snippets of her work and daily life. Recently, however, she had refrained from posting for nearly a week due to the harassment from a foolish supervisor at her company. Upon posting a new update, several regular friends quickly liked it, and numerous comments soon followed. This is the typical treatment for a popular woman. Many admirers eagerly awaited to be the first to like her updates, as if that would convey their affection. "Oh, our Jingxi remains as graceful and beautiful as ever. Ah, my goddess, are you already taken? I could weep in the restroom. Oh my, is that not the Michelin 3-star Hanseong house? Indeed. The life of a goddess is one of opulence, leaving the less fortunate in awe. Jingxi, my dear friend, please introduce me to that aloof gentleman beside you. I would be ever so grateful. Humph. Wu Jingxi, did we not vow to remain single until the end of time? How could you secretly date a godlike boyfriend without me knowing?" These were but a few comments from her close friends, admirers, and acquaintances beneath her social media post. All that remained was to patiently await the reaction of her colleagues, confident it would yield the desired effect. Moments later, Wu Jingxi picked up her phone once more to check the latest comments on her KakaoTalk moments. Zheng Manfu, goodness. Is that not President Chen Hengjuan from Shenyang Car Dealership in the photo? Xian Dan. The third person from the left in the picture is Chairman Li Jaehyun from Shijie Group. I had the fortune of meeting him at an event once. Ying. Wow, the guy posing next to Jingxi is so handsome. I've fallen for him. I need his KakaoTalk. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, her KakaoTalk notifications began to sound incessantly. Wu Jingxi glanced at her message bar and found a colleague from a work group was frantically tagging her. Che Xiangyu, you mischievous Wu Jingxi. So you are the daughter of a wealthy family. In turn, Bangdongjiu, Jingxi, with such extensive connections, you should definitely consider transferring to the sales department. Sales Associate 1 Ryuan. What on earth are you all talking about? I don't understand. Agent Sunny Xiu, could someone please explain what is going on here? Most of Wu Jingxi's friends in the company were from the development department, leaving many from other departments utterly bewildered. Seeing the confusion, Che Xiangyu promptly shared the photo from Wu Jingxi and oppa's moments to the group. In an instant, the work group erupted with excitement. Those in the know gasped upon seeing it. Colleagues, did you notice? That is Hennessy XO, with a market price of 760,001. What is so surprising about a bottle of expensive Hennessy XO? We could manage to afford it if we scrimped a bit. But let us not even discuss the Hennessy. Look closely at who is on Jingxi and oppa's. That's right. Am I seeing things? Is that not President Qin Hongjuan from Shenong Car Dealership? Indeed, it is he. Just last month, our boss hosted a banquet featuring him. That is Vice President Zheng Hyunsu from Future Group, and our company has been striving to secure a vehicle transport contract with Future Motors. It is said that merely meeting him is quite a challenge. How unfair the heavens are. I had thought we were all ordinary wage earners, only to be slapped by reality. She is a princess from a wealthy family, experiencing the struggles of the working world. Sanha Logistics, engaged in cargo transport within Seoul and Gyeonggi Province, was relatively new and lacked significant connections. Previously, they primarily handled low-priced food, beverages, and hardware, yielding minimal profits. Last year, however, the boss spearheaded a project team and, after much effort, secured an order from Shenong Car Dealership, marking a significant leap forward. To grow and strengthen the company, they needed orders from large corporate groups. Not only would this demonstrate the company's capabilities, but it would also provide more stable income. Securing Shenong Car Dealership as a client would enhance trust among other small and medium enterprises regarding the strength of Sanha Logistics. Automobile transport was the next breakthrough for Future Group, and they had been working diligently towards this goal, making it the current focus of the sales department. Before long, Wu Jingxi glanced at the group member list in the development department, her heart racing. The group comprised numerous leaders from various departments, including the company president and 2 CEOs, as well as vice presidents. This was clearly a discussion group for the company's leadership. President Jiang Manhao. Little Wu, I apologize for interrupting your rest. Are you busy? I saw your collaboration on Moments and wanted to inquire about your relationship with President Qin Hongjuan of Shenong Car Dealership and Vice President Zhang Hyunsu of Future Group. Wu Jingxi was still contemplating her response on Kakao Talk when the chairman of Sanha Logistics, Su Dongchan, also sent a message. Little Wu, do not be anxious. We mean no harm. President Qin Hongjuan of Shenong Car Dealership is an important client for our company. Future Group, which includes Future Motors, is also a collaboration we are eager to pursue. Little Wu, you are an elite member of the company. Fostering good relations with clients is your forte, and it holds significant importance for the development of the entire company. Wu Jingxi sensed, with a woman's intuition, that this would be a pivotal moment that could alter the course of her life, as long as one can muster the audacity to acknowledge it. Not only will the previous troubles be effortlessly resolved, but her standing and treatment within the company will also undergo a remarkable transformation. Wu Jingxi cast a discreet glance at Li Haocheng, who was animatedly engaged in conversation at the banquet. If my deceit were to be uncovered by Li Haocheng, what sort of woman would I become in his eyes? A toady with ulterior motives, harboring hidden agendas. After a moment and oppa's hesitation, Wu Jingxi ultimately decided to speak the unvarnished truth. My friend shares a close relationship with President Qin Hongjuan, while I have only just met Vice President Zhang Hyunsu today. Upon finishing her statement, Wu Jingxi snapped a live photo and shared it in the group chat. In the picture, Qin Hongjuan was pouring wine for Li Haocheng, while Zhang Hyunsu, with a beaming smile that creased his face, was playfully patting Li Haocheng on the shoulder, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Although Wu Jingxi merely referred to them as friends, the context of their previous social media interactions, depicting her intimacy with Li Haocheng, clearly suggested a romantic relationship. Among the seasoned leaders, who have navigated the intricacies of the workplace for over a decade, who could fail to see through such transparencies? Those influential figures, armed with flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation tickets, have cast their support for this narrative, for which the author expresses heartfelt gratitude. A bounty of 500 flowers will yield an additional chapter, while each monthly vote will also result in a new installment, and 100 evaluations will garner yet another chapter. Those wielding flowers, monthly votes, and evaluations, throw them forth to shower the author with appreciation. Chapter 22. How posting on social media led to a promotion and raise a moment of silence enveloped the leadership group of Sana Company. President Su Dongkan was the first to speak. Xiaowu, although you are an employee in the development department, maintaining our company and oppo's business relationships with clients should warrant a corresponding performance bonus. The Human Resources Department has officially adjusted your position, allowing you to retain your role in the development department while simultaneously serving as the team leader for Sales Group 7. You will receive 2 salaries each month and can apply for a business promotion fee of 10,000 won. Of course, if you manage to secure the partnership with Future Automotive, our company will not hesitate to reward you for your significant contribution. I can grant you stock options. Upon hearing the president's promises of a promotion, raise, and stock options, Wu Jingxi instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, her heart racing uncontrollably. The president's assurances, made in front of the leadership team, were meant to convey the company's sincerity. Stock options represent shares in the company, and if the quantity is substantial, she could achieve financial independence once Sanha Logistics successfully goes public. Even without the stock options, the combined salaries, business promotion fee, and performance bonuses would guarantee an annual income of 100 million won in the international metropolis of Seoul. An annual income of 100 million won is undoubtedly the salary level of the elite class for Wu Jingxi, who came from an ordinary family and had only been with the company for 3 to 4 months after graduating from university. This felt like a surreal dream. The architect of this dream was none other than her seemingly unremarkable college classmate, Li Haocheng. However, Wu Jingxi felt a pang of guilt, as her relationship with Li Haocheng was not as the leadership team presumed, a romantic couple deeply in love. To transform this dream into reality, she realized she needed to genuinely develop a romantic relationship with Li Haocheng. Wu Jingxi harbored a romantic yearning, wishing to keep love and personal gain separate. But when faced with such tempting incentives, she discovered her utter lack of resistance. Indeed, more than 99% of women would succumb to such a sweet temptation. The longing for strength is an inherent human trait, and the sense of security provided by Li Haocheng was unparalleled. At this moment, Wu Jingxi was filled with regret, lamenting why she hadn't gotten to know Li Haocheng better during their university years. Why hadn't she noticed the virtues hidden beneath his unassuming exterior sooner? Why had she squandered her time in frivolous social circles? Those seemingly illustrious alumni from university, when compared to Li Haocheng, could only be described with one phrase: worlds apart. With this realization, Wu Jingxi resolved to respond in the KakaoTalk work group. Thank you, President, for your recognition and promotion. I will double my efforts. A waft of violet fragrance enveloped her as a melodious voice chimed in her ear. Li Haocheng, I'll head back to the private room first. It feels awkward not being able to join the conversation here. Li Haocheng nodded in agreement and replied, all right, I'll return shortly too. After all, it's our university alumni gathering today. Okay then, I'll be waiting for you in the private room. If you don't come, I want to leave. Wu Jingxi playfully lifted Li Haocheng's half-finished wine glass, bringing her delicate nose closer to savor its aroma, then teasingly stuck out her pink tongue. It smells delightful. May I have a taste? This intimate flirtation left Li Haocheng momentarily dazed, as if recalling a similar incident with Zhang Shuren in the past. Noticing Li Haocheng staring at her, Wu Jingxi couldn't help but smile triumphantly. It carries flavors of apple, coffee, and roasted almonds, with a rich and smooth texture. Accented by subtle floral notes, sweet yet not cloying. Wu Jingxi took a gentle sip of the wine, and they clinked their glasses lightly together. I can add you on KakaoTalk, right? I've long admired President Chen. After all, she was about to become the team leader for Sales Group 7. A significant client for the company, so it was necessary to connect on KakaoTalk. Of course, Chen Hengjuan readily agreed, and they added each other as friends on KakaoTalk. With her goal accomplished, Wu Jingxi decided not to linger any longer, winking playfully at Li Haocheng before turning to leave. Her graceful silhouette, with cascading waves of hair and a distinct professional aura, radiated charm. Inside the private room, the atmosphere grew peculiar upon the return of the four from the adjacent room, an awkward mix of tension and unease. Yang Wenxi no longer exuded his previous confidence. He stared blankly at the small handbag left behind by Wu Jingxi. Li Haocheng felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, his heart racing as he was at a loss for what to do. Jingxi has posted a moment on KakaoTalk. Suddenly, Jiang Hyunmei, who had been engrossed in her phone, exclaimed in disbelief. What? How could they? Yang Wenxi quickly pulled out his phone to check the friend updates on KakaoTalk. Jiang Hyunmei's eyes widened as she fixated on the photo of the two, muttering to herself, I should have stayed a little longer. Why wasn't he there? Li Haocheng, lacking Wu Jingxi as a friend on KakaoTalk, hurriedly sidled up to Sherwu. Upon seeing the photo that depicted Li Haocheng and Wu Jingxi as a couple in love, he couldn't help but glance at Yang Wenxi's expression. Li Haocheng was aware that Yang Wenxi had harbored feelings for Wu Jingxi since university. However, many had pursued her, and she had always held herself aloof. After graduation, Yang Wenxi became successful in his entrepreneurial endeavors, brimming with confidence and ready to intensify his efforts to win over his former college goddess. Inviting old classmates to dinner at Hanseong House was part of his declaration of affection, and he had even prepared flowers and gifts in the trunk of his BMW. Unexpectedly, circumstances have evolved to this present state. At this moment, Yang Wenxi is wholly absorbed in the photograph before him, fixated on the prominent business magnates surrounding Li Haocheng. As his heart gradually sinks into despondency, navigating the complexities of Seoul, this international metropolis, it is imperative for Yang Wenxi to familiarize himself with the major local corporations, striving to forge connections while minimizing conflicts. With his father recently promoted to a significant departmental minister at the Future Group headquarters, he has secured a pathway for Yang Wenxi to become a subordinate dealer for Future Automotive. The fate of Xingyuan car dealership hinges precariously on the whims of Vice Chairman Zheng Haiansu. The Hanwha Group, encompassing diverse sectors such as industrial manufacturing, real estate, finance, and energy development, boasts two formidable construction companies under its wing, establishing a labyrinth of intricate relationships, positioning it among the foremost conglomerates in the nation. Other companies, though slightly less prominent, still represent formidable business figures that Yang Wenxi cannot afford to offend. Presently, these esteemed magnates of Seoul are all eagerly fawning over Li Haocheng, underscoring the remarkable heritage and influential background he possesses. Should Li Haocheng choose to target him, it would be akin to extinguishing an ant. As for the once revered campus goddess, Wu Jingxi, Yang Wenxi has resigned himself to despair. As long as he can safeguard his family and oppa's enterprise, the prospect of finding a suitable partner in the future remains boundless. With this thought in mind, he left a comment on Wu Jingxi's social media post, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Handsome men and beautiful women. A match made in heaven." Chapter 23, Class Reunion at the Hanseong Grand Hotel. Within a private room, Sherwood noticed the atmosphere was somewhat somber and oppressive. He quickly sought to enliven the mood by exclaiming, "Let us first sample the Hennessy XO gifted by President Chun. This exquisite liquor is worth 760,000 Korean won, several times more than our meal." Hyun Byul also joined in the effort to uplift the ambience, remarking, "Indeed, I have never tasted such an expensive foreign spirit. Thanks to Li Haocheng, we must savor it properly." Jiang Xianmei, still feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, perked up upon hearing about the 760,001 Hennessy XO. She hastily raised her phone, saying, "Wait, don't open it yet. I need to take a few photos for keepsake." She activated the beauty filter on her camera and snapped a selfie with the Hennessy XO. After editing it, she nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to herself, "I'm not any less attractive than Wu Jingxi. I'm a natural beauty even without makeup." Subsequently, she posted on her social media, captioning, "The wine captures today's emotions and tomorrow's expectations. In a slight inebriation, I return myself to myself." As the bottle was uncorked, perhaps due to psychological influence, the group seemed to inhale its rich fragrance. Jiang Xianmei eagerly poured herself a generous glass and took a hearty sip, yet could not discern any particular flavor. Setting her glass down, she shifted her gaze to her KakaoTalk friend circle, hoping for discerning admirers to comment on her exquisite taste, allowing her a moment to show off. Minutes passed, and her post received no likes or comments. Jiang Xianmei raised an eyebrow and refreshed her feed several times, puzzled by the lack of attention, especially since many had just liked Wu Jingxi's post. Suddenly inspired, she imitated Wu Jingxi and commented, "I'm surprised so many are inquiring. Let me address this collectively. Yes, it is indeed the prized Hennessy XO, valued at 760,000 Korean won." After sending this, she took another large sip and captured a beautiful selfie with her drink. The door to the private room creaked open, and Wu Jingxi, elegantly donning high heels, gracefully returned to her seat. She perceptibly sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. Her former classmates regarded her with newfound interest. Notably, Yang Wenxi's previously ardent gaze had dimmed significantly, and his tone had turned overly polite as he inquired about the happenings in the adjacent room. Wu Jingxi casually replied to his pleasantries, choosing to ignore his probing. At this moment, her KakaoTalk notifications flooded with unread messages. Most were from familiar relatives and friends, all inquiring about the tall, handsome, and cheerful young man in her photo. Among them were also classmates from their university's computer science department. It seems Li Haocheng has undergone a remarkable transformation, especially in terms of his demeanor. One would hardly recognize him without witnessing it firsthand. Clicking on her close friend Choi Zuya-'s chat, Wu Jingxi playfully responded, "You've met him before. But I want to tell you who he is. Guess for yourself." Choi Zuya replied, "I've never encountered such brazen individuals." Monkey JPG. Choi Zuya continued, "I've seen him? Impossible. How could I not remember such a tall and handsome young man? Wait, weren't you at the Hanseong Grand Hotel for a class reunion?" Wu Jingxi feigned mystery, typing back, "I want to tell you, just to tease you." As Wu Jingxi scrolled through her moments, she felt a pang in her heart at the numerous comments from male classmates. "For my own good? I'm dating. Do I need approval from a bunch of sycophants?" Among them were a couple of boys she had previously found somewhat appealing, though not to the extent of affection, merely admiration. For instance, the former student council president, Hua Changjian, whose refined appearance and character made him a commendable young man. He often reached out to her, occasionally hinting at romantic interest. "Who is that young man in your social media photo?" One message read, "This world is too complex. You've just graduated. Don't trust others easily. They may disguise their ill intentions under the guise of kindness, but they can harm you." Reading Hua Changjian's recent message, Wu Jingxi felt a flicker of uncertainty but ultimately decided against blocking him. Scrolling further down, she noticed a contact she had muted was sending messages incessantly. It was the incompetent leader from the sales department, Pei Xiu, who had previously harassed her. Now, as a section chief in her own right, Wu Jingxi stood on equal footing with him. His messages were filled with hollow apologies, expressing regret for his previous inappropriate behavior and pleading for her understanding. His tone was abject and submissive, a stark contrast to his earlier threats, leaving her feeling nauseated. In an excellent mood, Wu Jingxi had no desire to engage with this unscrupulous section chief. She would certainly seek her revenge in due time. Li Haocheng returned to the private room slowly, having indulged in quite a bit of liquor. Upon sitting back down, Jiang Xianmei displayed an eager demeanor, fussing over him with water and food, behaving as if she were his girlfriend. Wu Jingxi raised an eyebrow and remarked coolly, "Li Haocheng was just in the next room." Jiang Xianmei's eyes lit up, pretending to rise to massage his temples. "Then I shall soothe his hangover." Li Haocheng jumped slightly, hastily declining, "No need, no need. I'll be fine after sitting for a bit." He glanced at his phone, noting it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Realizing he had a Ducati Panigale V4 waiting for him to pick up, he deemed it unnecessary to continue with the gathering. After raising a glass to his old classmates, he stood and announced, "I must take my leave. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Let us gather again when we have time." "Haocheng, since I drove here, I have time. Do you need a ride?" At that moment, young Wensi adopted a humble demeanor, his voice considerably softened. "It's not troublesome. I can simply order a ride-hailing service." Li Haocheng smiled and waved his hand in polite refusal, disliking the company of someone like young Wensi. Wu Jingxi stood up in response, slinging her small shoulder bag over her back. "I've just finished eating as well. Let us share a ride." "All right. We can split the fare." Li Haocheng nodded with a smile. Beside them, Jiang Haianmi, feeling anxious, also stood up and exclaimed, "Li Haocheng, count me in. It would be cheaper if the 3 of us share a ride." Yang Wensi interjected, halting Jiang Haianmi. "Jiang Haianmi, don't you live in the Fui Garden community? I'm going that way. I can drop you off. Haven't you been wanting to ride in my BMW, Lu?" Jiang Haianmi opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, reluctantly acquiescing. Witnessing this, Yang Wensi felt a surge of irritation. Just moments ago, she seemed eager to cling to him, and now she was beginning to disdain him? Before leaving, Li Haocheng recalled something and addressed his old classmates. "By the way, President Zhang mentioned that today's meal is on the house. No need to settle the bill." "Good buddy." Shiwu raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow. Li Shao's influence is impressive. A meal worth tens of thousands, and he says it's free." After the two departed, Jiang Haianmi was restless, her mind increasingly troubled by the situation with Wu Jingxi and Li Haocheng. "Wensi, have you eaten enough? I want to go home." Yang Wensi cast her a fleeting glance, responding coldly, "Then you may leave first. I'm taking Shiwu and the others to KTV for singing and relaxation." Jiang Haianmi gasped, "Wensi, you just promised to drive me home. I've been drinking. I can't drive." Yang Wensi dismissed Jiang Haianmi's concerns, turning her attention to Shiwu and Hyun Pil as they shared anecdotes from their university days, laughing and reminiscing. Chapter 24. The serene campus belle seated in the luxurious rear of the Audi A8 L45 TFSI Quattro, Wu Jingxi shifted nervously. The tight, slightly flared pants accentuated her curvaceous silhouette and long, graceful legs, creating a stunning visual. Isn't it a bit extravagant to call this a luxury vehicle? It must be quite costly, she remarked, her unique tranquil voice tinged with playful reproach. Li Haocheng propped his chin on one hand, gazing at the campus goddess before him. This is merely a testament to your allure. If such words had been uttered by an ordinary boy, Wu Jingxi would likely have laughed them off, perhaps feeling a sense of distaste, perceiving it as an attempt to inflate one's ego. Yet, when spoken by Li Haocheng, a scion of a wealthy family, they resonated as a heartfelt declaration. Wu Jingxi tossed her hair, feigning nonchalance as she asked, "You truly have a way with words. Confess. Have you used this charm to deceive many young and beautiful girls? If I truly possess such charm, I would and amp, oppos, to ever remain single for 23 years. Li Haocheng retorted with a hint of melancholy. Wu Jingxi secretly reveled in his single status. It meant she had a chance. With your current excellence and handsomeness, I assume numerous lovely young women must be pursuing you? Li Haocheng turned his gaze to the passing vehicles outside, responding with a hint of indifference, not a single one. Today in oppos, S-girls are quite practical. As a jobless individual without a car, house, or savings, I hardly have the qualifications to discuss romance. Humph, you and oppos, relying. If you don't wish to speak the truth, that's fine. Wu Jingxi pouted, her luscious lips betraying her disbelief. Setting aside Li Haocheng's affluent background, his looks alone would surely attract a multitude of wealthy heiresses vying to support him. Feigning casual curiosity, she inquired, Li Haocheng, do you have someone you like? Although she sensed his affection for her, she longed to hear him admit it. Upon hearing the question, Li Haocheng fell silent. Over the years, the only person he had genuinely liked was his childhood friend, Zhang Shuren. However, 4 years of university apart, compounded by her rejection, had gradually cooled and confined his once passionate heart. The deep bond forged during their formative years had nearly diminished to mere sentiment. As for Bai Zhiyun, there was undoubtedly some attraction, but it was more about physical allure than genuine affection. Perhaps, Li Haocheng replied with a wistful smile, offering a vague response. Wu Jingxi felt somewhat dissatisfied with his ambiguous answer. After pondering, she decided to assert her control over the situation. Leaning closer, she whispered alluringly in his ear, "So, who is the girl that you like?" The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, her moist lips almost grazing his ear. This subtle maneuver caused Li Haocheng, who had been single for 23 years, to experience a rapid heartbeat, his face flushing crimson. Noting his innocent reaction, Wu Jingxi quickly retreated. Satisfied with her assessment, "It seems you weren't and oppos, lying. You truly have never had a girlfriend or been in love. And you, how many relationships have you had? Miss Campus Belle?" Li Haocheng countered, sending a rhetorical challenge back her way. "Call me by my name, or just Jingxi will do. Please refrain from addressing me as Campus Belle. It's rather embarrassing." Wu Jingxi tossed her voluminous waves with confidence, smiling brightly. "I have plenty of admirers. I've been overwhelmed with choices and have hardly had the time to pursue romance." Li Haocheng chuckled ruefully, "So popular, I can't quite comprehend that." Wu Jingxi shot him an exasperated look, feeling the pressure to take the initiative. Yet, her long-standing sense of propriety made it difficult to voice her feelings, as she feared that if she spoke first, he would not value her words. At that moment, the chauffeur announced, "We have arrived at your destination." Wu Jingxi reluctantly gazed at Li Haocheng, biting her lower lip. "Well then, I shall head home now. Let and oppos, continue our conversation another time. Let's keep in touch on Kakao Talk, and I'll treat you to a meal sometime. You must not refuse. As long as a beautiful lady is treating, I shall certainly be there." Li Haocheng readily agreed. With a playful smile, Wu Jingxi replied, "Then it's settled. You must keep your promise." She opened the door and stepped out. As she walked away, Li Haocheng silently withdrew his gaze, reflecting on her enchanting figure as it faded into the distance. The Audi A8L glided smoothly under the skilled hands of the driver, making its way towards Shenong Auto Sales. Lost in thoughts of Wu Jingxi's every word and gesture, Li Haocheng couldn't shake the feeling that he might be misinterpreting her interest. Could it be that Wu Jingxi has developed a slight affection for me? This notion led him to question whether he was being a tad narcissistic. Ding! Detected the host's burgeoning feelings of affection, triggering a new task, romantic love. Please proceed to the task center for details. Task details. There is always a meeting where mutual affection exists. Endeavor to cultivate your own romantic relationship. Task reward. A randomly assigned property. No monetary limit. Task reminder. This task can be completed multiple times and may not involve any coercive or misleading tactics. Are they really assigning me a house? But what does repeatable even mean? I'm no Casanova. You scoundrel system. I'll sue you for defamation. Li Haocheng, a pure-hearted gentleman for 23 years, felt deeply affronted. Ding. A new message received on Kakao Doc. Wu Jingxi. Thank you, Li Haocheng. Truthfully, you helped one a lot today. And I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. Monkey JPG. Recalling the recent task, Li Haocheng quickly typed a response. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps we could do so in person. After sending it, he hesitated, regretting his boldness, pondering whether to retract his message. Wu Jingxi. Then it's settled. Monkey JPG. I'm glad you're not upset. Li Haocheng sighed in relief and promptly replied, Okay, Monkey JPG. Simultaneously, Li Haocheng could not help but curse inwardly. Damn system. Are you forcing me to become a Sea King? In Longshan District, at the flagship store of Shenong Motors in Seoul, Li Haocheng directly sought out the sales representative who had attended to him previously, Choi Yong-do. He handed over his resident registration card and said, I have a reservation for a vehicle. Could you kindly assist me with the pickup procedures? Thank you for your trouble. Choi Yong-do promptly accepted the resident registration card with both hands, bowing slightly as he replied, Young Masterly, you are too kind. There is no trouble at all. It is an honor for Shenong Motors to have you as a customer. Please allow me a moment. I will take care of the vehicle pickup paperwork right away. The impression that Choi Yong-do had of this young scion from a Chaebol family was indeed profound. Shenong Motors is a subsidiary of Samshin Group, whose major shareholder is Jioding Enterprise Group. The young master before him had direct access to the executive office of Jioding Group's headquarters. What immense power and status he possessed. It was imperative to find a way to secure this invaluable connection. Chapter 25. Supercar. Ducati Panigale V4 Mr. Li. You have reserved the 4 models, Ducati Panigale V4R, imported motorcycle. Unlike the previous, Aurora, it requires 98-octane gasoline. Should you encounter any issues during use, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Li. I will promptly organize the contract and notify the warehouse for shipment. After patiently verifying the details, Cui Yingdao hurried to the office. After a moment's thought, he decided to call the president to report on Mr. Li and Oppa's visit to collect his vehicle. On the other end of the line, Chun Hongjuan laughed heartily. We were just having lunch together. He didn't mention anything about picking up a Ducati Panigale V4R. Manager Cui, during lunch, Mr. Li had quite a bit to drink. So please ensure he doesn't ride off. Additionally, select some of the finest gifts from the warehouse as a token from our shop to Mr. Li. Make every effort to accommodate any of Mr. Li and Oppa's requests. If something is unattainable, just give me a call. Rest assured, President, I will handle everything splendidly. Cui Yingdao nodded vigorously while on the phone. Within 20 minutes, the vehicle pickup procedures were completed. Cui Yingdao enthusiastically led Li Haocheng to the parking lot for a vehicle inspection. Under the blazing sun, a striking motorcycle stood in the open space. This supercar, radiating Italian romance, was equipped with a powerful V4 engine and an advanced electronic control system. It was not only astonishing in performance but also captivating in its design. At the heart of its engine lies a wild and passionate powerhouse. The red and white body, flowing lines, and the iconic Ducati logo made this motorcycle a true work of art. Every curve and every inch of space was meticulously sculpted, transforming it into a visual feast. The streamlined appearance of the vehicle elevated it beyond mere transportation, presenting itself as a stunning visual masterpiece. From the design of the handlebars to the wheels, each element exuded an enchanting beauty. Every material was chosen to pursue perfection in both aesthetics and tactile sensation, ensuring it was equally captivating to behold. From any angle, this motorcycle dazzled, effortlessly captivating the gaze of onlookers. Naturally, Li Haocheng was thoroughly pleased with his new Ducati Panigale V4R. The previous Aurora scooter paled in comparison. If it weren't for the alcohol consumed at lunch, he would have loved to take this beast for a spin around the parking lot. For now, he could only experience it statically. Swinging his leg over the motorcycle, he inserted the key and ignited the engine, which roared to life with a deep growl, akin to a beast poised for action. Leaning forward, he rested his hands lightly on the body, feeling the surging power within. This motorcycle, akin to a top-tier beauty, would undeniably capture the admiration of any normal man. Noticing Li Haocheng and Oppa's satisfied expression, Cui Yingdao quickly interjected, Mr. Li, today is Sunday, and the vehicle registration office is closed. Would it be acceptable if I head over early tomorrow morning to assist you with the transfer and registration? It's quite hot outside. Perhaps you could relax in the lounge while I select a few purchase gifts for you to take when you leave. Gifts? That would be greatly appreciated. Reluctantly dismounting the Ducati Panigale V4R, Li Haocheng considered the video he planned to shoot tomorrow and suggested, how about we exchange KakaoTalk IDs? I will send you the address. And once the license plates are ready, you can deliver them directly to me. Absolutely, no problem at all. I assure you it will arrive intact. To his surprise, he had managed to exchange KakaoTalk IDs with Mr. Tang, causing Cui Yingdao to tremble with excitement as he composed himself. Mr. Li, do you have any specific request for the gifts? Li Haocheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you have a dashcam or any filming equipment? Yes, we do have some options. I will fetch them for you right away. Cui Yingdao promptly agreed and dashed into the storage room. Upon returning to the luxurious showroom, a wave of cool, comfortable air enveloped Li Haocheng, instantly relaxing him. The brief excursion to inspect the vehicle had left him sweaty, with his bangs clinging to his forehead uncomfortably. As he walked toward the lounge, he admired the array of dazzling motorcycles and noticed a familiar figure. Unlike her aloof demeanor from the previous night, Suyuna appeared exceptionally charming at that moment, her face adorned with delicate makeup. The JK pleated skirt revealed her slender, fair legs, perfectly complemented by an irregular white polo shirt and white high-top canvas shoes. Her softly curled long hair cascaded down, radiating the vibrant aura of a youthful university student. Upon encountering an acquaintance, it was natural to greet her, hoping to explore potential collaboration for the upcoming video shoot. Approaching her, Li Haocheng waved his hand to catch her attention. However, he was taken aback to find Suyuna completely absorbed in watching a nearby young man. Embarrassed, he lowered his arm and raised his voice slightly to greet her. Suyuna, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you at Shenyang Motors. Only then did Suyuna notice Li Haocheng standing close by, instinctively taking a half-step back, suddenly recognizing him. You are that delivery guy from last night. Li Haocheng? My apologies, I didn't recognize you without your helmet. After a long day of delivering food, Li Haocheng had been disheveled and drenched, wearing the helmet. But now he appeared clean and handsome, with a commendable demeanor, making it easy for Suyuna not to recognize him at first. Suyuna frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together as she expressed her displeasure. Did Gao Yozhen tell you about my position? Is this regarding promotion? Li Haocheng felt perplexed. He wondered what this was all about. What is the matter, Yuna? Have you encountered some trouble? Upon hearing Suyuna and Oppo's words, Su Yingda, who was examining a motorcycle nearby, hastily returned to her side. The young man sported silver-gray highlights at the tips of his hair, donned a white shirt on top, paired with brown trousers and white sneakers. He possessed striking features, exuding a gentle and refreshing demeanor, with a slender physique, embodying the quintessential idol-like beauty. Noticing that the other party was accompanied by a male friend, Li Haocheng felt a twinge of surprise. Were they a couple? However, he had to concede that they looked quite compatible, both belonging to the strikingly attractive category, likely regarded as the school's beauty and heartthrob. Although Li Haocheng himself was not lacking in charm, his ensemble of niche designer casual wear and sneakers appeared somewhat lackluster in comparison to the duo before him. Suyuna slightly shook her head and introduced, "It's nothing." He asked the delivery guy who helped with the filming last night. His name is Li Haocheng. Su Yingda smiled nonchalantly, taking a few steps forward, positioning himself partially in front of Suyuna. "Hello, I'm Su Yingda, a classmate of Suyuna." "Hello, I'm Li Haocheng, pleased to meet you." So they're not a couple, they're classmates. Li Haocheng beamed, extending his hand for a handshake. "I happened to come to this shop to buy a motorcycle. Arriving before you both, just finished testing a bike in the parking lot. Are you here for something today? Where is Gao Yozhen?" After a moment and Oppo's reflection, Suyuna realized she might have misinterpreted the situation and displayed an apologetic expression. "I'm truly sorry. I misunderstood earlier and spoke rather harshly. Please don't take it to heart. Gao Yozhen stayed in the dormitory today to edit a video. One of my classmates is looking to purchase a motorcycle. And since I'm somewhat of a motorcycle influencer, I came along to help choose the model and negotiate the price." Li Haocheng grinned widely. "I have a good connection with the president of this dealership. If you genuinely intend to purchase a motorcycle here, I can assist you in securing an internal discount, which would be significantly cheaper than what you could obtain." Upon hearing this, Suyuna's eyes lit up with excitement, mixed with disbelief. "Li Haocheng, you're not teasing me, are you?" Li Haocheng nodded earnestly. "Of course it's true. Once you've decided on the motorcycle, feel free to contact me." Suyuna opened her small handbag and pulled out her phone. "Let us first add each other on KakaoTalk." At that moment, Su Yingda abruptly interrupted Suyuna's attempt to add Li Haocheng as a friend, adopting a formal smile. "You needn't trouble yourself with the car purchase. You should get back to your business, whether it's buying a motorcycle or delivering food." With that, Su Yingda disregarded Li Haocheng and turned to browse motorcycles in the lavish showroom. Suyuna offered Li Haocheng an apologetic smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 26. A romantic turmoil in the luxurious showroom of Shenyang car dealership. Suyuna approached quietly and remarked, "Yingda, Li Haocheng was merely trying to help." "Why have you suddenly turned sour?" Su Yingda shook his head. elucidating the source of his irritation. Your kindness and innocence are excessive. How could a delivery rider possibly have contact with the dealership manager? It's not that I underestimate people. This fellow is likely just familiar with the salesperson through frequent deliveries. In this dealership, even the sales staff tend to call themselves sales managers. If he claims otherwise, he is either foolish or deceitful. There's no reason to waste time on him. Moreover, if you were to purchase a vehicle through him, he would earn a commission. Ingda, are you worried that I might be deceived? Soo-yuna blinked her clear eyes, seeking an answer. Suingda nodded emphatically, affirming, absolutely. You are too naive and kind-hearted. I must keep a closer watch over you. Perhaps you are mistaken. Li Haocheng may not harbor malicious intentions. Soo-yuna speculated. I suspect he is aspiring to become a Douyin influencer and lacks connections, thus trying to forge a relationship with me to elevate his profile. Just last night, he spent 380,000 to promote in my video, likely hoping for future collaboration, hence his attempt to assist. Soo-yuna, a girl of beauty and wisdom, swiftly arrived at a reasonable conclusion based on Li Haocheng's demeanor. We certainly must not add him on Kakao Talk. Those in lower social strata often resort to underhanded tactics, although Suingda did not regard the delivery rider as a direct rival. His male intuition instilled a subconscious sense of urgency, a deep-seated aversion to allowing this individual to be near Soo-yuna. Let us not speak so harshly. He has indeed assisted Wang quite a bit and generally conducts himself well, Soo-yuna retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. But it's your fault for standing me up with Gaoyu last night. All right, let us drop that subject. I simply cannot believe he knows any managers, she concluded. Deducing that his intentions were surely suspect and that it would be prudent to maintain distance, Suingda hastily steered the conversation away. He recognized his own fault in the matter. Nonetheless, he did not take it to heart, understanding Soo-yuna's affections towards him. Although he had no intention of addressing it just yet, as the heartthrob of Yonsei University, he was not lacking in high-quality female admirers. Among the women pursuing him were daughters of wealthy families, academic achievers, and accomplished career women. Suingda was not keen to prematurely establish a romantic relationship with any of them. It was akin to stock trading. He aimed to identify the most promising stock for long-term investment. Of course, even within the confines of a well-stocked pond, Soo-yuna stood out as the most captivating. Initially, he regarded this enchanting classmate merely as a potential investment. While she possessed good looks, she hailed from an ordinary working-class family and rarely adorned herself, leading a frugal life. Throughout his freshman to junior years, he had scarcely noticed her. Unexpectedly, she recently emerged as a minor internet celebrity, her popularity skyrocketing. Dressed in elegant attire and sporting refined makeup, she appeared transformed. With her newfound grace and beauty, Soo-yuna naturally became a prime candidate for his girlfriend. Suppressing his thoughts, Suingda revealed his signature warm smile. In the future, you should minimize interactions with individuals from lower social strata. If you were to encounter someone with ulterior motives, I would be quite concerned. Soo-yuna shyly lowered her head, shifting the topic. All right, I understand. Shall we continue exploring the models? The two resumed their browsing, examining several models that piqued their interest within the showroom. Pointing to a striking motorcycle, Soo-yuna, with a professional eye, suggested, what do you think of this Benelli TNT? Its on-road price is 1 million won. This motorcycle, also known as the oppa's, Yellow Dragon, and oppa's, boasts a 4-cylinder, 4-stroke, water-cooled engine with a maximum output of 81.6 horsepower, providing formidable power. While the brand may not be widely recognized, if brand prestige is not a priority, the Benelli TNT is indeed a commendable choice. Suingda gazed at the sleek, black motorcycle, uncertain. A motorcycle priced under 10 million won might seem a bit lackluster. Actually, the Honda CBR you are considering is quite suitable, albeit slightly above budget, she responded. The Honda CBR is undoubtedly superior, but its base price is around 10 million won, requiring a reservation of 1 to 2 months, with surcharges on immediate stock, plus purchase tax and insurance, bringing the total to nearly 12 million won. Soo-yuna provided a rough estimate for the Honda CBR's budget, prompting Suingda to make a decision. He hesitated. 10 million won was not a trivial sum. According to his parents, this gift for his cousin was to express gratitude towards his aunt's family. He had secured an internship at Hanwha Group's headquarters largely due to their assistance in navigating connections. As one of the leading real estate firms in Seoul, the internship positions were highly coveted. Directly handing cash among relatives would be inappropriate. So his parents allocated a budget of 10 million won for him to purchase a gift for his cousin's birthday. Knowing his cousin well, Suingda surmised that gifting the Honda CBR would undoubtedly elicit great joy and satisfaction, much to the delight of his aunt and her family as well. With this thought in mind, Suingde resolved to dip into his own savings. I have made my decision. I will choose the Honda CBR, he declared. I will purchase it from Shenong Car Dealership, the largest dealer in Seoul, reputed for its reliability. I will inquire about the price with the salesperson. And if it cannot be negotiated lower, I shall request additional perks. Yes, I could promote them on Douyin, which might secure us some discounts, Siyuna replied confidently. Aware that her Douyin account had a substantial following, Li Haocheng languidly reclined in the exhibition hall's lounge area, savoring the striking motorcycles on display while sipping on a refreshing beverage offered by the staff. His initial enthusiasm for collaborating with Siyuna on short video production had waned considerably. After all, the system had graciously rewarded him with $74 in virtual currency, which he could indulge without restraint. While he might not stand out among larger streamers, this sum was certainly substantial enough to entice many smaller streamers into promotional partnerships. With wealth at his disposal, he was unconcerned about finding other fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged female streamers for collaboration. What truly captivated Li Haocheng was the fact that he and Siyuna resided in the same city, which provided a solid foundation for their previous collaborations, making the creation of joint videos more convenient and effective for audience engagement. Should a partnership prove unfeasible, he could easily pivot to another attractive female streamer. Chapter 27. This kid seems to be showing off, sir. This Honda CBR motorcycle is our dealership and Oppo's most popular model. The black warrior color you desire is currently available, but it will require a transfer from other regional stores, incurring an additional fee of 380,001. The price I am offering you is the most economical option available. This 20,001 includes insurance, purchase tax, and registration fees. If you can handle the registration yourself, you could save an additional 100,001. Although it may take considerable time, by ordering now, you will receive a beautiful keychain and 2 barrels of synthetic oil as a complimentary gift from our store. This is already the best price we can offer. It truly cannot be reduced any further. The female salesperson, Lu Huili, explained with a look of concern, her fingers tapping incessantly on the calculator. Suingde stood silently, scrutinizing the quotation sheet, his lips pursed, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a high-profile idol. Lu Huili evidently was not easily swayed by male charm, maintaining a polite smile as she regarded him with sincerity. Siyuna produced her smartphone and opened her Douyin account. I am a motorcycle blogger on Douyin, with nearly 300,000 followers. I could promote your Shenyang dealership's Seoul flagship store in my subsequent videos. Could you possibly offer a more favorable discount? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huili replied, I will need to consult with my superior about this matter, but the likelihood of additional discounts is minimal. Our headquarters has signed marketing contracts with several large agencies, and we have prominent streamers visiting our store each month to promote sales. Siyuna felt a twinge of disappointment, but earnestly implored, regardless of the outcome. I kindly ask you to advocate on our behalf. Of course, please, both of you, take a seat in the lounge area, relax, enjoy some cold beverages, and have some snacks. With a courteous smile, Lu Huili turned on her high heels and briskly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the lounge, the pair spotted Li Haocheng leisurely sipping on a cold drink, which surprised them. Siyuna exchanged a subtle nod with Li Haocheng but said nothing. Suingde settled on a nearby sofa, retrieving his phone to search for information on the Honda CBR. About 10 minutes later, Lu Huili hurried back, her expression filled with regret. I sincerely apologize for the wait. Our manager has confirmed that the price for these 2 Honda CBRs is indeed the lowest we can offer. However, if this young lady is willing to collaborate on promotion, we can discuss a separate arrangement regarding marketing expenses. The vehicle price, however, cannot be further reduced. Furrowing his brow, Suingde put down his phone, revealing his dissatisfaction. If Siyuna were to collaborate independently with the dealership, he would lose face by asking her for financial support. Glancing at the amused Li Haocheng, he felt increasingly disheartened. Unable to restrain himself, Suingde jested. This gentleman claims to know your dealership and Oppo's manager. I wonder if your manager is familiar with him. Could we possibly negotiate a better price? Lu Huili was momentarily taken aback, having assumed they were strangers due to their previous distance and silence. Realizing that these 2 were friends of Li Xiao was a significant revelation. Her face reflecting anxiety, she bowed slightly and repeatedly apologized. I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. Li Xiao, please do not misunderstand. The price we quoted was genuinely the best we could offer without any intention of causing inconvenience to your friends. Please wait a moment. I will immediately inform my superiors, and I assure you the price will meet your satisfaction. With that, Lu Huili bowed again to the three and rushed towards the second-floor office area. Li Haocheng was momentarily bewildered by the young saleswoman and Oppo's fervent demeanor. Are young salespeople today always so energetic? I haven't and Oppo's even spoken yet. He mused, incredulously. When did I ever acknowledge that this foolish individual was a friend of mine? I certainly don't have such foolish friends. Su Yuna and Oppo's expression was one of astonishment and excitement as she looked at the composed Li Haocheng, clearly puzzled by how this delivery guy could possibly know the dealership's manager. Her slightly parted lips revealed immaculate teeth, radiating a charming sheen. Su Yingda's brow twitched, an awkward expression fleeting across his face as he remarked sarcastically, "Aren't you just a delivery guy? How come you're also in the market for a motorcycle?" His words carried an undertone of mockery, emphasizing Li Haocheng and Oppo's delivery persona, clearly indicating his irritation at being overshadowed. Li Haocheng chuckled nonchalantly, sipping his watermelon juice, choosing not to engage with the insufferable individual. Su Yuna, with her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "Ingda, I sensed from the saleswoman's demeanor that the price could still decrease. Given this connection, it might be advantageous to leverage it, don't you think?" Upon hearing Su Yuna and Oppo's suggestion, Su Yingda felt an unease creeping in, striving to maintain his warm, masculine persona. "No, that's unnecessary. I will contemplate which model to purchase. It's not imperative that I buy from Shenong. Besides, even with a connection to the management, the price difference would only be around 400,000 to 500,001, which I am not particularly concerned about. Furthermore, I would rather not see him getting close to you, nor do I wish for you to collaborate with him on short videos." Su Yingda and Oppo's candid words caused Su Yuna and Oppo's cheeks to flush, her heart swelling with delight. Her secret crush was feeling jealous for her. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, followed by a breathless voice. "Li Xiao, I apologize for the long wait. Here are your complimentary items, though there are quite a few. This is the gift. Would you like to take it now, or shall I have Wang bring it to you tomorrow morning?" Su Yingda's heart raced at this revelation. Sensing an impending sense of dread, this guy was likely about to show off. Turning around, Li Haocheng saw Choi Yingdao arriving hastily, clutching a black suitcase. It seemed this was indeed the promised gift, an unassuming yet stylish suitcase, perfectly suited to his taste. "Thank you for your hard work. I truly adore this suitcase." Li Haocheng smiled as he received the luggage from Choi Yingdao. Are there gifts inside this suitcase as well?" Li Haocheng was taken aback by the weight of the suitcase in his hands. Goodness, it must weigh at least 20 pounds. Choi Yingdao beamed with a hearty smile, saying, "This is what our esteemed president instructed me to arrange meticulously. I went to the storeroom and selected some fine items. They are all complimentary gifts from your vehicle purchase. Let me show you." With nimble hands, Choi Yingdao laid the black suitcase flat on the ground and unzipped it, revealing an interior brimming with contents. "This is a medical first aid kit, which you can take along when you go out. It is quite practical. Here is a custom BMW water bottle, an umbrella, and a plush toy, all perfectly matching your vehicle. Additionally, I have included a set of collision-proof gloves, knee and elbow pads, a waterproof and anti-shake sports camera, a dash cam, a dust cover, and a phone holder. As the weather is about to turn colder, I have packed a cycling outfit for you, tailored to your measurements. So it should fit without issue. If the fit is not to your liking, feel free to exchange at any time. Oh, and by the way, Li Xiao, a helmet will be delivered alongside your motorcycle. It simply would not fit in the suitcase, so I left it behind." Chapter 28. This kid might be showing off. Goodness gracious. Such an astonishingly generous array of gifts. It's truly a first for me. Each item is from a legitimate brand, not some cheap trinkets from a street vendor. They all appear quite luxurious. Li Haocheng gazed into the black suitcase filled with gifts, momentarily lost in thought. This has essentially equipped him with an entire set of gear. Beside him, Su Yingda and Su Yuna stared wide-eyed. What kind of international joke is this? Who receives such lavish gifts with a motorcycle purchase? Is this Shenyang motorcycle shop in the business of selling bikes or running a charity? Li Haocheng silently commended Choi Yingdao, inwardly reflecting. Choi Yingdao is indeed a capable person. He dares to offer such substantial gifts. The last time he bought an Aurora scooter, he received a high-end helmet worth 400,000 KRW as a gift. Not to mention, this time he is acquiring a Ducati Panigale V4R valued at 0 million KRW. Observing the contents of the suitcase, Li Haocheng nodded with satisfaction. "I am quite fond of these gifts, though they are rather heavy. Please have them delivered alongside my Ducati Panigale V4R tomorrow." "No problem. After the paperwork is completed tomorrow morning, I will accompany you right away, Cui Yingdao readily assured him. Su Yingdao, unable to contain himself, looked at Cui Yingdao with fervent eyes. Had he known there would be such a bounty of gifts, who would still be fretting over those minor discounts? What sort of promotion is your Shenong flagship store running? The female sales representative who attended to us earlier mentioned that we would receive merely a keychain and 2 bottles of synthetic oil upon purchase. How is it that you are offering so many gifts here? Surely, you cannot treat him differently just because he has some connections. If you can promise me these gifts as well, I will place an order for that Honda CBR motorcycle right away. Su Yingdao searched online with his phone, discovering that this set of branded protective riding gear alone costs 570,000 KRW, and the other gifts also appear to be of high quality. The total value of the gifts in the suitcase amounts to nearly 1 million KRW. Who wouldn't be bewildered by this scene? It's rare for motorcycles to come with such promotions these days. Su Yuna extended her delicate fingers to touch the gifts within the suitcase, her eyes gleaming with envy. It's a pity, I purchased a motorcycle from another dealership a few days ago. Had I known your Shenyang flagship store was so generous, I would have certainly ordered from you. This teddy bear is simply adorable, and this mug, I saw someone flaunting it on KakaoTalk before. I absolutely adore it. Misunderstanding. Once Cui Yingdao realized, he quickly clarified, fearing the two might misconstrue. These gifts are personally bestowed upon young Master Li by our president, as a special case. The gifts for regular customers surely cannot compare to these. After explaining, Cui Yingdao turned to Li Haocheng with a smile. Young Master Li, do you have any other gifts in mind that you would like? Anything we have in our shop can be given as a gift. Su Yingdao's expression soured significantly. He scoffed. What if he purchases a motorcycle? Can you offer that as a gift too? Cui Yingdao straightened his posture, his expression earnest. That is certainly possible. My president has expressly instructed us to accommodate all of young Master Li's requests. Li Haocheng patted Cui Yingdao on the shoulder, smiling. Please extend my gratitude to your president for his generosity, and thank you, Manager Cui, for your exceptional service. I genuinely appreciate all the gifts, but I do not require anything further. Cui Yingdao, taken aback, shook his head humbly. No, I cannot accept being called Manager Cui. Young master, you may simply call me Xiao Cui. Should you have any issues with your vehicle, feel free to reach out to me on KakaoTalk anytime. And I assure you I will be available 24 hours a day. Su Yingdao opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, his expression more awkward than ever. The dealership manager, Cui Yingdao, certainly knows how to flatter, elevating Li Haocheng to an extraordinary status. You adore teddy bears and mugs, don't you? If you like them, I'll gift them to you. Li Haocheng retrieved 2 gifts from the suitcase and handed them over, seizing the opportunity to enhance his rapport. Su Yuna's gaze flickered. She yearned for them, but feared Su Yingdao's ire, thus she resolutely declined. No, I can't accept such expensive items. Take them. They are gifts from the dealership, and since you like them, I'm merely passing them on to you. This could be seen as presenting flowers to the goddess. Su Yuna continued to shake her head, distinctly ungracious. Li Haocheng vaguely understood her reasoning. Was she concerned Su Yingdao might feel jealous? His heart sank. Such a wonderful girl, yet she is so caught up in romance. In striving to fulfill his mission, Li Haocheng had lowered his pride and made every effort to connect. Throughout his life, he had never been so brazen, yet the other party remained indifferent, not even granting him the chance to be mere friends. Noticing Su Yuna's attitude, Su Yingdao began to relax, feeling much lighter. Su Yuna felt a twinge of guilt towards Li Haocheng. After all, he had not deceived her, but merely knew the dealership manager, and today's visit was coincidental. However, human emotions tend to be biased. Su Yuna must consider Su Yingdao and Oppo's feelings. Just moments ago, they had been disparaging him, and now she would accept his gift? Wouldn't that be a slap in Su Yingdao's face? Hell, let it be. Li Haocheng somewhat grasped her intentions and did not press further. Cui Yingdao, adept at reading the room, noticed the atmosphere in the lounge had shifted and quickly interjected. Young Master Li, regarding the action camera you mentioned earlier, would you like me to assist you in mounting it to the helmet? Li Haocheng contemplated for a moment and replied, yes, please install it. I appreciate your effort. It's a trivial matter. It hardly qualifies as a burden. Cui Yingdao chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the room. It was Lu Huili returning after consulting with the management. My apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Li. I have secured approval from the leadership regarding the Honda CBR. They have agreed to offer it at a minimum price of 2 million KRW, which is a reduction of 1 million KRW from the original price. This is the lowest price we can offer at Shenong Motors. I hope you can understand. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Cui Dao, the dedicated sales manager for Li Haocheng, hastily inquired, "Li Xiao, are you interested in that Honda CBR motorcycle, contemplating a purchase for leisure?" "It is not me, it is Mr. Su who wishes to acquire this Honda CBR." Li Haocheng replied, shaking his head and pointing to Su Yingda nearby. Indeed, Li Xiao remains steadfast in his preferences. He still holds affection for my offerings. Cui Yingda sighed with relief internally, then donned a formal smile, stating, "Mr. Su, this price is essentially at cost. It is only because of Li Xiao and Oppa's request that we could even consider such a low figure." Li Haocheng directed his gaze towards Su Yuna, his initial enthusiasm having waned. Now exhibiting a touch of indifference, "We are not yet friends." Su Yuna felt a pang in her heart, inexplicably feeling a mix of grievance, discomfort, and a desire to weep. Standing before Su Yuna, Su Yingda maintained a stern demeanor and declared, "We do not wish to owe you any favors. It is merely a motorcycle, and we could easily purchase one from another dealership." Su Yuna's lips trembled as if she wished to voice something. "Then I wish you success in finding a suitable motorcycle." Li Haocheng, eager to avoid wasting time with the insufferable individual before him, offered a perfunctory remark. "We're leaving," Su Yingda stated, unable to endure the situation any longer, and turned towards the exit. Su Yuna quickly lowered her head and followed suit. Li Haocheng watched the pair depart, then turned back to the saleswoman, Lu Huili, with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. I apologize for the inconvenience." "It was no trouble at all, truly," Lu Huili responded, shaking her head in earnest. "Then I shall take my leave. Manager Cui, we will communicate via KakaoTalk tomorrow." With that, Li Haocheng prepared to depart. Chapter 29. The mysterious tycoon appears in Yunnan and Oppa's livestream in the Changpa Cave apartment of the Majiang district at precisely 8:00 and Oppa's clock in the evening. Li Haocheng languidly reclined on a beanbag chair, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin short videos while savoring a delightful fruit platter. Ding! The notification sound of KakaoTalk echoed. "Go Yuzhen, I and Oppa's am about to go live. If you have time, feel free to join in. No need for gifts, just come to chat in the live stream." Li Haocheng chuckled, locating Yunnan's ongoing live stream in his Douyin following list and clicked to enter. What greeted him was the familiar visage of a captivating, alluring woman. Her long neck and delicate collarbone positioned her as a standout even among the plethora of beautiful streamers. The live stream backdrop appeared to be a university dormitory, with a pink bedspread serving as a backdrop. She donned an American retro crayon Shinchan printed short-sleeve t-shirt, accentuating her voluptuous figure. As the stream had just commenced, the online audience was modest, numbering only about 100, most being unmarked and unranked viewers. Su Yuna harmonized with the background music, humming a tune as she welcomed the newcomers. "Welcome, welcome, Haogu, to my live stream. Welcome, welcome, Zhai Zhai Hui, to my live stream. Welcome, welcome, Runyu Chi Gua, to the King and Oppa's live stream." Those she warmly welcomed were viewers of higher rank. For instance, Runyu Chi Gua held a wealth level of 30 and a fan club level of 15. Li Haocheng's Douyin name, Lich King Not Dirty, or a consumption level of 0 and a fan club level of 0. Such low-ranking accounts typically lacked presence in any live stream. "Yuna, I really want to see you showcase your talents. Yuna, I wish to see you in a summer academy-style fitted white short-sleeve shirt paired with a pleated JK skirt, performing calisthenics in the live stream. Yuna, I want to hear you sing A Legend, the theme song of The Legend. Yuna, you are truly becoming more beautiful. I genuinely adore you." As the viewer count increased, the comments became increasingly chaotic. Su Yuna sweetly smiled at the audience. "Everyone, please join the fan club and light up the fan lights. Help the streamer with some likes. Yuna, perhaps you could sing a song right back." Su Yuna and Oppa's melodious voice responded. "A heart emoji can get you a song." A heart emoji translates to Douyin coins, equivalent to 38,000 Korean won in cash. For a small streamer like Su Yuna, this constituted a delightful little gift. Suddenly, a comment caught Li Haocheng's eye. "Wolf King wants meat. The streamer is quite ample. Can I add you as a KakaoTalk friend?" Su Yuna evidently noticed this comment as well. However, this Wolf King wants meat had a consumption level of 1, equivalent to spending a mere 10 cents on Douyin. Clearly a freeloader. Such low-level accounts requesting a KakaoTalk ad were typically disregarded by Su Yuna. "Wolf King wants meat. Streamer, don't be so aloof. Can sending gifts to the goddess get me added as a KakaoTalk friend?" Su Yuna continued to ignore the comment, feigning ignorance. The comments in her live stream were plentiful, with many from loyal fans or high-level accounts. Occasionally, she received small gifts. and Suyuna busied herself chatting with the audience while enjoying the music. Suddenly, a striking gift animation flashed. As a plane accompanied by pink clouds flew across the screen, occupying a significant portion of it, Wolf King wants meet, gifted a luxury cruise ship. A luxury cruise ship costs 0 Douyin coins, valued at 110,000 Korean won. This was indeed a substantial gift, and Suyuna typically received only 1 or 2 of such magnitude. Upon witnessing a tycoon's generosity, the fans in the live stream began to shower praises, envious of the wealthy tycoon, so extravagant right from the start with a luxury cruise ship. You know. Why aren't you adding the tycoon as a Kakao Talk friend immediately? Wolf King wants meet, cold streamer, can we add each other as Kakao Talk friends now? Suyuna's heart trembled. She hadn't anticipated the sincerity behind his request and promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Wolf King wants meet, for the luxury cruise ship. I appreciate it. Wolf King wants meet. Oppa, could you add me first? Following this, a red management label appeared, with an account named Assistant Li Haocheng stating, Wolf King wants meet. I'll send you my Kakao Talk in private and add you to the fan group. Wolf King wants meet. I'm not interested in the fan group. Just be straightforward and add me as a personal Kakao Talk friend. Suyuna found herself in a quandary. Her persona was that of a cool, aloof goddess, and she typically refrained from adding people on Kakao Talk easily. Assistant Li Haocheng, Oppa, don't be upset. Our live stream has its process. If your fan level is sufficient, you can add my Yuna as personal friend. Wolf King wants meet. Just tell me how many gifts it takes to add you on Kakao Talk. Given the streamer's stature, I could gift 3 luxury cruise ships. Suyuna bit her luscious lips, feeling quite uncomfortable. But such scenarios were commonplace in live streaming, occasionally encountering demanding wealthy viewers. 1 carnival gift, and you can add me as a personal friend. Wolf King wants meet. What? Do I look like a rich fool or a second-generation tycoon to you? Wolf King wants meet. You want a carnival gift to add me as a personal friend? The live stream screen filled with derogatory and mocking comments. After all, she was a million-follower mega-influencer. How hard could it be to add a personal friend? You know. Being so aloof, I didn't expect you to be so high-maintenance either. The tycoon gifted a luxury cruise ship, and yet you refuse to add him as a personal friend? Assistant Li Haocheng, Tycoon Oppa, please don't be upset. Just add my Kakao Talk. We can discuss matters privately. Wolf King wants meet. Step aside. What is it to you? Who wants to add your personal friend? The Wolf King craves flesh. I must inquire. Do you truly possess a streamer of such stature? Is your personal friend truly worth an opulent cruise ship? Observing the live stream's commentary, Li Haocheng felt a twinge of displeasure within. Although Li Haocheng and Oppa's chest bore its own flaws, her modest A-cup was hardly deserving of such a remark. Yet, the words spoken were undeniably hurtful. Li Haocheng had not known Li Haocheng for long, but his impression of her was remarkably positive. She was a lively, cheerful, and imaginative young woman. They could be considered friends, and with the forthcoming collaboration, it was only fitting to reciprocate kindness. Li Haocheng opened the Douyin app's gift center, clicked on the recharge option, and after some contemplation, recharged 10,000 Korean won, opting to pay with his Korean Air Bank card. The balance on this card was precisely 10,000 Korean won, and he was curious to see how the system would process the transaction. Soon, a notification chimed, displaying the message, Ding. Congratulations, your recharge was successful, and your account balance is now 200,000 Do coins. Chapter 30. The mysterious tycoon appears in Yuna and Oppa's live stream at Yonsei University. In her dormitory, Suyuna faced the live stream camera, soothing the rowdy audience with her uniquely sweet voice. Our live stream has always operated this way. Once fans reach level 12 or during a carnival event, they can add the host as a personal friend. Yuna's persona on this account is that of a cool, aloof lady, and both the content of her videos and her live streaming style revolve around this character. To maintain her high-cold persona, Suyuna typically does not easily add personal friends. Though she had previously declined would not linger too long. However, to her surprise, today's stream encountered an unreasonable and persistent individual, dubbed Wolf King Wants to Feast. This person displayed an attitude of causing a ruckus until she added them as a friend, speaking in a rather uncouth manner, with the live screen filled with unappealing messages. This incited many onlookers, who relished the chaos, to join in the disturbance. Had they possessed more experience, they would have quickly shifted the topic, showcasing their talents to divert the audience's attention from Wolf King Wants to Feast. Unfortunately, the two were merely ordinary university students, having only recently established their account without any formal operational guidance, inevitably leading them into a deadlock. The assistant, Li Haocheng, remained silent in the live stream. Clearly frustrated by the obnoxious messages generated by Wolf King Wants to Feast, sulking quietly in a corner, Li Haocheng dominated the chat, proclaiming, 5 carnivals. Add the assistant as a personal friend. To ensure his message was prominent, he posted 5 consecutive pinned messages. Instantly, the audience and oppa's attention shifted to Li Haocheng, who became the target of fervent ridicule. Who is this clown? If you give 5 carnivals, I'll perform a chest-crushing act for the audience. A level 0 account. Unaware of the cost of a carnival gift, each valued at 570,001, equivalent to a month's salary for a dishwasher, seemed to have come merely for attention and mockery. Originally, the audience had been caught up in the antics of Wolf King Wants to Feast, but they quickly redirected their focus to the level 0 account, whose comments were simply too provocative. Wolf King Wants to Feast. If you donate 5 carnivals, I will immediately match that with 30 carnivals. Wolf King Wants to Feast. Brother upstairs, you're not just showing off, you're purely foolish. Ignoring the derisive commentary, Li Haocheng continued to flood the chat. Host, with 5 carnivals, can you please make a statement about adding the assistant as a personal friend? Su Yuna nodded at the camera, responding, yes, with 5 carnivals. I can definitely add the assistant as a personal friend, but before she could finish, the majority of the screen was obscured by dazzling effects, with the words carnival spinning in an exceptionally eye-catching manner. Ah, Su Yuna gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her round eyes wide with disbelief. As the effects faded, a second spectacular carnival display took over the screen again. Su Yuna's excitement was palpable. She stood up, revealing her exquisite waistline, and clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you. I'm truly grateful for the carnival gifts from Wolf King Wants to Feast. I am so overwhelmed. Before she could finish her gratitude, a third, fourth, and even 5th carnival gift dazzled the screen. Li Haocheng had indeed delivered 5 carnivals, worth 150,001. Su Yuna's face flushed with excitement, her delicate figure trembling slightly, rendered speechless by the surprise. The audience, astonished by the grand gesture of the mysterious tycoon, was utterly taken aback. Truly, the world of the wealthy is so simple yet extravagant. We simply do not comprehend. The previous provocateur, Wolf King Wants to Feast, was now intimidated by Li Haocheng's generosity, retreating from the live stream in defeat. Those who had mocked and taunted quietly withdrew, no longer daring to show their faces. At that moment, in Yuna's live stream, the audience was stunned by the extravagant display of generosity from the mysterious tycoon. Tycoon Oppa, do you need a girl? I'm obedient and understanding big brother tycoon. Do you need a little brother? I may lack other skills, but I'm good at 2 things. They worship the tycoon, expressing envy and admiration. Tycoon daddy, what is hanging from your legs? The sheer extravagance was overwhelming. 150,001 in gifts was equivalent to 3 months of my overtime wages. Once Su Yuna regained her composure and gazed at the 5 grand carnival gifts in her gift panel, her eyes reddening with gratitude, she said, I never anticipated such a tremendous surprise upon starting today's broadcast. This is the first time I've received carnival gifts. Thank you so much. Wolf King Wants to Feast. Having been a Douyin host for 7 to 8 months, her total earnings amounted to 80,001, including income from store promotions and advertisements. The actual earnings from live streaming barely reached 10,001, receiving 5 carnival gifts worth 150,001 in a single night was undoubtedly a substantial income for Su Yuna, still in university. Turning to the live stream, Su Yuna bowed in appreciation, saying, thank you. Wolf King Wants to Feast. I will send you my KakaoTalk ID right away. You've given so many gifts. Not adding you on KakaoTalk would leave me feeling uneasy. Or is there a song you'd like to hear? Dancing is also an option. Wolf King Wants to Feast. No need for singing or dancing. I just want to add the assistant Gao Yuzhen as a KakaoTalk friend. Li Haocheng generously bestowed 5 carnival gifts, unable to tolerate the disparagement aimed at Gao Yuzhen. With no connection to Su Yuna, through daytime interactions, he found himself utterly disillusioned with this infatuated Su Yuna and harbored no desire for further collaboration with her. Su Yuna, with her wide-eyed innocence, momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. The onlookers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained, exclaiming how pitiful it was that our Yuna was scorned by the affluent gentleman. It seems the realm of the wealthy is distinctly different from that of ordinary folk, characterized by unique eccentricities that are simply astonishing. Congratulations to the assistant for stepping on Yuna's toes and earning the admiration of the tycoon. Assistant Gao Yuzhen expressed her surprise with gratitude, declaring, I am deeply honored. Thank you, esteemed gentleman. I shall promptly send you my KakaoTalk ID. With his objective achieved, Li Haocheng made no further delay and exited the live stream. Ding, ding, ding. Numerous notifications flooded his Douyin app, prompting him to check, revealing a surge in new followers. Upon examining his profile, he discovered an increase of over 100 new fans. Clearly, his extravagant gift of 150,000 Douyin coins in Yuna and Oppos live stream had garnered significant attention. Li Haocheng savored a piece of Chilean melon, a smile gracing his lips. This indeed was an effective strategy for swiftly gaining followers, and he contemplated repeating it. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, several private messages arrived. Apart from the KakaoTalk ID from Gao Yozhen, the rest were requests from smaller streamers seeking his support. With that, he deemed his day's efforts complete, having fulfilled his promise to Gao Yozhen by uplifting both their live streams. Li Haocheng quietly set down his phone and devoted himself to devouring the fruit platter. Chapter 31. The Girl I Fancy. Thursday, transitioning from sunny to partly cloudy, with a maximum temperature of 34 degrees and a minimum of 28 degrees. As the commencement of the school year approaches, the temperature has finally begun to cool down. Early in the morning, Li Haocheng rolled out of bed, slipped into his slippers, and made his way to the bathroom for a quick wash-up before dashing downstairs to the breakfast shop. Upon entering the breakfast establishment, Li Haocheng settled into his usual spot, took out a napkin to wipe the table, and called out, "Madam, a bowl of cold noodles, a serving of banana corn pancakes, and a corn muffin, please." "Coming right up," replied the owner. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the breakfast shop was sparsely populated, and within 10 minutes, the cold noodles, banana corn pancakes, and corn muffin were ready. With his right hand grasping chopsticks to enjoy the cold noodles and his left hand savoring the corn muffin, Li Haocheng relished this delightful breakfast moment. Once the shop had emptied out, the owner, by Meishan, approached with a broad smile. "Haocheng, I have some news regarding your last request. You must thank me properly." Upon hearing Aunt Bai's words, Li Haocheng was momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall what he had asked her. Suddenly, he remembered that a week prior, before acquiring the upper-class Tycoon System, he had requested Aunt Bai to help introduce him to a lovely girlfriend. To his surprise, she had taken it to heart. "I'm not really prepared for this. Perhaps it's best to let it go?" As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and a sense of embarrassment washed over him. Aunt Bai's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her expression hardened as she reproached him. "Haocheng, this is where you are mistaken. One cannot simply go back on their word. I have already spoken with the young lady. Do you wish to put me in an awkward position? I introduced you because I see your diligent work ethic and commendable character. Besides, you are quite pleasant in appearance. Otherwise, why would I have considered you? She is my niece, my sister's daughter. She resembles me, is well-mannered, and possesses a gentle beauty." Li Haocheng cast a fleeting glance at the plump Aunt Bai, whose features had become indistinct over the years. The thought of her niece, resembling her, made him shake his head instinctively, politely declining. "Aunt Bai, I just quit my job and currently lack a stable income. Your niece deserves better than my situation. Furthermore, I do not own a house or a car in Seoul, nor do I have any savings. I wouldn't want to be a burden to her." Aunt Bai placed her hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "What does it matter if you lack a house, a car, or savings? Haocheng, you are a graduate of a reputable university. How difficult could it be to secure a decent job? Ever since you moved to the Qingpa district, you have worked tirelessly, often burning the midnight oil. A young man as ambitious as you will certainly acquire those things in time. Let me share a secret. My niece is not only beautiful but also possesses a splendid figure. Her only shortcoming is that she hasn't attended university. Would you truly mind that?" Li Haocheng quickly shook his head. "How could I possibly disdain such a wonderful girl? I would never think of it." Aunt Bai beamed with satisfaction, continuing to extol her niece's virtues. "She is exceptionally well-behaved. I have watched her grow up. Recently, she moved to Seoul for work and has been staying with me, assisting with household chores and keeping everything tidy. She is industrious and capable. Aunt Bai, with such an outstanding niece, there is no rush to introduce her to someone. She will surely find a young, accomplished partner on her own," Li Haocheng said. Aunt Bai pounded her thigh, exuding a sense of frustration. "My niece has pursued some private coaching certification and is now working at a gym in Seoul, teaching fitness classes. I have heard that personal training jobs can be unreliable. What does she know at her age? I plan to introduce her to a reliable young man to guide her away from potential pitfalls." Looking at Li Haocheng, she continued, "You are quite suitable. Remember that time someone got drunk and caused a scene in the shop? While others merely watched, you stepped in to help, even injuring your hand in the process." Feeling bashful from Aunt Bai and Aunt Oppos' praises, Li Haocheng scratched his head. "Aunt Bai, you make me feel embarrassed." "Ah, but it is the truth. Besides, you enjoy fitness, don't you? I've noticed you jogging every morning recently. My niece occasionally runs in the nearby Sky Park. as a professional fitness coach. Perhaps you could adjust your schedule to run in the evenings? She could guide you in your workouts, and you'd have common interests to bond over. With increasing enthusiasm. Abuzz exclaimed, "The more I speak, the more I believe you two are a perfect match." Li Haocheng felt dwarfed by her excitement and had no desire to argue. "Abuzz, do you know which gym she works at? I've been considering joining a gym myself. Perhaps I could even assist her with her performance." "Ah. Isn't it fate that you and my niece are connected? She works at Dream Fitness on the 7th floor of Tongai Times Square, just nearby. She recently started and is currently undergoing training. Once she completes her training and has more time, I will arrange for you two to meet." Abuzz, with a beaming smile, swiftly retrieved her phone from her apron. "Come, Haocheng, give me a smile so I can send a photo to my niece. I'll send you her picture as well. Abuzz, please make sure I look bright and handsome in the photo." Li Haocheng straightened his posture and struck several charming poses. Click, click. With a crisp snap, Maishin captured 5 or 6 photos before finally ceasing her photography session. Sifting through her phone and oppa's gallery for a moment before sharing a picture with Li Haocheng. "Haocheng, this is a photo of my niece, Li Bana. Isn and oppa's. She exceptionally beautiful and poised?" The girl in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist of the Korean drama I Dream of Becoming Cinderella, Shin Jae-rim. Li Bana sat gracefully on a sofa, her face adorned with subtle makeup, clad in a fitted white yoga outfit. With an oval face, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and lips resembling 2 dew-kissed petals, she was undeniably stunning. Her figure was not slender, but rather possessed a perfect silhouette, hinting at healthy muscle definition. Truly, she was an enchanting fitness beauty. However, no matter the angle, one could not discern any similarities with her aunt, Maishin. Li Haocheng and oppa's eyes lit up, and he adopted a serious demeanor. "Aunt Maishin, you should arrange for us to meet soon. I believe Baonao and I are quite suited for each other. We share similar interests and have a strong connection. Although I have resigned from my job, I still have some other sources of income, earning around 10,000 won each month, ensuring that Baonao will not face hardship. Furthermore, I am planning to open my own business, a trendy milk tea shop. The location has already been chosen, right on the street at 43, Seoul in Mapo District. Should Baonao find herself dissatisfied with her career as a fitness instructor, she could always work at my tea shop." As he spoke, Li Haocheng cheerfully retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the KakaoTalk app. "Maishin, why not share my KakaoTalk with Baonao? We could chat there." Chapter 32. The photo with a tenfold beauty filter by Maishin was evidently taken aback by Li Haocheng's remarkable qualities. "Haocheng, you've left your job and embarked on your own venture as a president, and you're earning 10,000 won a month? I fear for the longevity of this. For our Baonao." Li Haocheng, noticing by Maishin and oppa's concern, quickly reassured her. "Oh, Aunt Maishin, please don't worry. I'm not even certain if my milk tea shop will turn a profit. Besides, I currently lack a house, and I only own 2 motorcycles. I'm more worried about whether Baonao will find me appealing." Upon hearing this, Maishin, understanding Li Haocheng's sentiments, beamed with renewed joy. "Haocheng, rest assured. Everything will be just fine. I'll have her add you as a friend shortly. You two can chat on KakaoTalk and get to know one another. My niece can be a bit shy, so you'll need to be patient. I won't delay your breakfast any longer. I'll send Baonao your photo right away." Li Haocheng instinctively ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair. "Aunt Maishin, I came straight down for breakfast without tidying up my appearance. Could you please wait while I spruce myself up and take another picture for Baonao?" Maishin observed Li Haocheng, who was becoming increasingly radiant and handsome, and confidently patted her chest, assuring him, "These photos are quite good. They capture your sunny charm perfectly. Don't worry. I'll enhance them with a beauty filter to ensure they're stunning." With that, she eagerly returned to the counter, smartphone in hand, and opened her beauty app. Skillfully, she modified the photos, smoothing the skin, contouring the face, adjusting the hair, enlarging the eyes, and correcting any blemishes, all while ensuring the complexion was as fair as possible. After a lengthy half hour, during which customers periodically entered the shop, Maishin finally completed the edits to Li Haocheng and oppa's photos. Satisfied with her masterpiece, she promptly sent the enhanced images to her niece, Li Baonao. Moments later, Li Baonao's panicked response arrived. "Aunt, please tell me this isn't the blind date you've set up for me? This is terrifying." Maishin felt a pang of displeasure and replied, "What is wrong with him? He is tall, handsome, cheerful, and possesses great character. Furthermore, I just learned he earns 10,000 won a month and has opened a milk tea shop, preparing to start his own business." Li Baonao retorted, "Aunt, let us set aside his qualifications for a moment. Why does he look like a girl? This photo must have undergone a tenfold beauty filter. I struggle to see the charm you mentioned. Li Haocheng continued. I'm terrified. And didn't you say he just graduated from university and lives in our old neighborhood? Chong Podong? How could he possibly earn that much? And starting a milk tea shop, could he be a fraud? By Maishan, incensed by her niece's mockery of her photo editing skills. Snapped back. What concern is it of yours how he earns his money? I know better than you whether he is a fraud. Regardless. Your mother and I have already agreed on this. I'll introduce you to Li Haocheng on Kakao Talk, and you should take the initiative to chat with him. Li Haocheng protested. Aunt, you're my dear aunt. You can't do this to me. No way. I'm going to talk to my mom. Bai Maishan countered. Talking to your mother won't help. She is the one who asked me to set this up. At that moment, Li Haocheng, enjoying his cold noodles, was abruptly interrupted by the urgent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was the sales manager from Shunong Motors, Choi Young-do. It seems my Ducati Panigale V4R has arrived. Upon answering, Choi Young-do greeted him. Young Masterly, this is Choi Young-do from Shunong Motors. Your Ducati Panigale V4R has been delivered to the Chongpodong complex. Are you available for inspection now? I'm at the breakfast shop downstairs, eating cold noodles. But I'll come down to check it out shortly. After hanging up, Li Haocheng felt his heart race with excitement. This was his first time owning such an extravagant item, worth a staggering 10 million won. If his father were to find out, he would surely unleash a torrent of parental reprimands. Until now, the most expensive personal item he had purchased was a laptop during his freshman year, costing less than 950,000 won. Finishing his breakfast in haste, Li Haocheng grabbed his phone and hurried back downstairs to the complex. At the entrance of Chongpodong, a medium-sized delivery truck was parked, and two workers in maintenance uniforms were carefully removing the securing brackets. Beneath the blanket lay a motorcycle, drawing a crowd of onlookers. As Li Haocheng, clad in casual athletic attire, approached, Choi Young-do quickly ran over, handing him a file and the motorcycle keys. Young Masterly, here are your resident registration certificate, driving license, purchase invoice, insurance policy, and purchase contract. Please check if everything is in order. The gifts are still in the truck. Shall I bring them up for you? Li Haocheng accepted the file, briefly inspecting its contents before redirecting his eager gaze towards the Ducati Panigale V4R. After a moment, Choi Young-do, holding a helmet in one hand and a suitcase in the other, asked, Young Masterly, do you need assistance bringing the gifts upstairs? Considering his chaotic living space, Li Haocheng politely declined. No need. I can manage taking the gifts up myself. Thank you, Manager Choi. At that moment, the two workers had already unveiled the blanket, revealing the motorcycle from its frame. The meticulously polished red and white Ducati Panigale V4 stood boldly before the onlookers. My goodness, this motorcycle is incredibly striking and handsome. Am I mistaken? Or is this indeed a Ducati Panigale V4, a true supercar, an authentic beast of the road? Priced at 0 million Korean won, how could it not be dazzling and impressive? I truly envy it. Spending 0 million Korean won on a Ducati Panigale V4 seems less appealing than investing that sum in a Mercedes-Benz CL Sport. The joy and consumer perspective of the affluent are realms beyond the grasp of us common folk, unfathomable to our understanding. The gathering crowd buzzed with animated discussions. This motorcycle, renowned for its aesthetics and brand, captures attention with its alluring appearance, and its exorbitant price ensures it remains a mere plaything for the wealthy elite. Most have only glimpsed it online, as actual sightings on the streets are exceedingly rare. Though I maintained a composed exterior amidst the envious chatter of the crowd, deep down, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Alongside the throng of spectators, I admired the motorcycle's resplendent form glimmering in the morning light, its sleek lines seemingly propelled by a trail of light. Chapter 33. Handsomeness is a lifelong pursuit. Choi Ying-dao smiled ingratiatingly. Young Masterly, I just inspected this motorcycle for you. It has sustained no damage during transit. Shall we take it for a test ride now? Absolutely. If it weren't for the drinks I had yesterday, I would have been eager to take this beast out on the road long ago. Li Haocheng handed the document pouch to Choi Ying-dao, donning the sleek black warrior helmet he had received. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers, he swung his leg over the magnificent motorcycle. With a twist of the key, the fuel injection system ignited the engine instantly, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Although it was his first time riding the Ducati Panigale V4R, Li Haocheng quickly found his rhythm. He adeptly shifted gears, accelerating and decelerating with seamless grace as he took a leisurely lap around the neighborhood. The overall riding experience was immensely satisfying, with smooth low-end power and ferocious high-end acceleration. The riding posture was exceptionally comfortable, and the advanced electronic controls provided him with a profound sense of safety. The motorcycle would automatically right itself if the lean angle became too steep, preventing potential accidents. The electronic dashboard was fully functional, and the display remained clear even under the sun and oppa's glare. However, due to the speed limit of 50 km/h on the roads, Li Haocheng was unable to fully experience its remarkable acceleration capabilities. Riding a high-displacement motorcycle in the urban confines merely limited its performance. Nevertheless, handsomeness is indeed a lifelong pursuit. After bidding farewell to Cui Ingdao and the others, Li Haocheng first returned the gift and document pouch to his residence before descending with his stylish black warrior helmet and shoulder bag. Next, he needed to begin filming his food delivery video. Given that this superbike lacked a rear trunk, he could only accept one order at a time. Fortunately, he only needed to capture some footage this time, aiming for 5 or 6 deliveries to complete the task. He could opt for orders involving daily necessities, light snacks, or pharmaceuticals, avoiding any liquid items that could not fit into his racing backpack. Upon exiting the elevator, he noticed a considerable gathering around the Ducati Panigale V4R, with many young onlookers drawn to its striking appearance. Most were busy taking photographs, while others couldn't resist touching the bike. Li Haocheng felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to witnessing a group of lecherous individuals teasing his beloved, and quickly approached the motorcycle, waving the key. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way. I need to take the bike." Standing at over 6 feet tall, combined with his system-optimized physique, Li Haocheng exuded an undeniable presence. Most of the crowd instinctively stepped back, though a few still inched closer upon recognizing the owner. Virum. Li Haocheng mounted the superbike, twisting the key to unleash the exhilarating exhaust note. Amidst the myriad of curious eyes, he rode out of the community gate. He sought a picturesque spot to film some static shots of the Ducati Panigale V4R, using them for the introductory segment of his video. Subsequently, he activated his action camera to document the ensuing delivery journey. Due to the bike's conspicuous nature, he frequently noticed passersby snapping photos of him while riding. At traffic lights, other riders would often inquire about the model and price, their words laced with envy. Time flew by, and as the clock struck noon, Li Haocheng noticed that the battery of his action camera was running low. He decided to complete one last order before heading home, eager to edit the video promptly. Scanning the delivery list, he spotted an order destined for Tongtai Times Square, conveniently close to his residence in Qingpa Cave. The 7th floor of Tongtai Times Square, Dream Fitness. As he scrutinized the delivery app on his phone, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It soon dawned on him, this was indeed the workplace of Li Baona, the niece of Aunt Bai Meishan, who was to be his prospective match. Given that she was his upcoming romantic interest, Li Haocheng was quite attentive, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This visit presents a perfect opportunity to take a look around. If the gym's environment and equipment are satisfactory, I can sign up for a membership and enroll in a few personal training sessions with Li Baona. This plan not only allowed him to spend more time with her, but also aligned with his fitness goals, a flawless scheme indeed. Tongtai Times Square is situated at the heart of the 4 major gate district, adjacent to Metro Line 11, attracting a significant footfall. Li Haocheng took the express elevator to the 7th floor, following the navigation until he finally located Dream Fitness. The gym's design was minimalist, predominantly featuring an orange-red color scheme with little embellishment, exuding a refreshing and vibrant atmosphere. Directly opposite the entrance stood a row of closed security doors, with the reception desk to the left, though it was currently unattended. Li Haocheng retrieved the delivery from his backpack and gently placed it on the front desk. He then dialed the recipient and oppa's number. "Hello, Ms. Jean, your delivery of zhajiangmian has arrived. Please come to the front desk to collect it." A melodious voice responded from the other end. "Yes, I understand. I and oppa's. I'll be there shortly." Moments later, the security door swung open, and a slender young lady clad in gray Pilates attire emerged briskly. Her face was lightly made up, and though she was quite attractive, it was her physique that left a lasting impression. "Is this my delivery, ending in 3? Jean Sulin smiled, her gaze lingering on the handsome delivery man, her heart secretly admiring his striking presence. "Indeed, it is your order." Li Haocheng handed over the zhajiangmian, hesitating briefly before gesturing towards the gym. "I hope you don't and oppa's, mind. But I've been considering starting a fitness regimen. May I step inside for a brief experience?" Upon hearing this, Jean Sulin's enthusiasm surged. "Of course, that's no problem. Just a moment, please fill out this personal information form. Once you complete the registration, I'll provide you with a complimentary trial card. This card allows you to experience the gym for 2 days within the validity period. She stepped behind the reception desk, retrieving a registration form and PIN. Handing it to him. Just a few simple details are needed, your name and phone number. No need to fill out anything else. Li Hao took over the registration form and PIN, leaning over the counter to fill in the necessary information. Jean Sulin, unhurried by the prospect of a meal, took the initiative to introduce the environment and facilities of Dream Fitness Center to Li Hao. Our establishment, although located within the confines of Songtai Times Square, occupies an entire floor, boasting an impressive area of over 1,000 square meters, making it the largest fitness training facility in the vicinity. The interior is thoughtfully divided into an aerobic zone, strength training area, leisure section, and dynamic studio. Additionally, we are equipped with shower rooms and storage lockers, nearly 100 various fitness machines, and a dozen professional personal trainers offering a wide range of mainstream fitness courses. As the air quality in Seoul deteriorates, outdoor exercise is becoming increasingly unsuitable. However, our fitness center is equipped with multiple large air purifiers, alleviating any concerns regarding this issue. Currently, there is a 70% discount for those who sign up for membership and purchase classes. While delivery personnel may not lack in physical activity, improving one's physique and enhancing muscular strength still require the assistance of various fitness equipment. It is highly advisable to seek guidance from a professional personal trainer, as this not only increases efficiency, but also helps to avoid injuries from uninformed training. In this regard, Dream Fitness Center undoubtedly stands as the premier choice. Upon membership, one can enjoy yoga classes, aerobic workouts, and spinning sessions. A friendly reminder, I am also a personal trainer at Dream Fitness Center, Jean Sulin. Feel free to call me Lin Lin. Should Su Yaoao decide to purchase classes, I can offer you an additional discount on top of the existing one. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed benefactor for their 3-month tickets. I am obliged to provide 3 additional chapters today, thanks to your generous support. Chapter 34. Handsome guy, may I add you on Kakao Talk? Li Haocheng attentively listened to Jean Sulin and oppa's introduction and, after filling out the necessary information, handed it to her. Jean Sulin glanced at the registration form, confirming its accuracy before writing her name in the referrers section. This way, when Li Haocheng later obtained his membership card, it would count as her achievement. She then retrieved a beautifully crafted orange card from her drawer, embossed with store information and contact details. This experience card is for you. Next time you come, simply show this card to enjoy 2 hours of complimentary access. Today, I and oppa's LL take you in without using your experience quota. Jean Sulin beamed, clearly intrigued by the tall and handsome delivery guy. Thank you. Li Haocheng responded gratefully, accepting the orange experience card, with a playful flicker in her enchanting eyes. Jean Sulin covered her mouth with a light laugh, saying, Oppa, remember to find Lin Lin when you want to purchase personal training sessions. As they swiped through the entrance and entered the gym, Jean Sulin enthusiastically offered, it's currently lunchtime, and the sales staff are taking a break. Would you like me to explain the proper usage of the equipment? I am quite the expert. Li Haocheng politely declined her kind offer. No need to interrupt your meal. I and oppa's LL explore on my own. Thank you for your help. All right. When you decide to leave, just take the last side passage. It will automatically recognize you. No need to swipe your card. I'm off to eat now. Goodbye, Oppa. Jean Sulin smiled sweetly, waving as she headed to the dining area with her homemade jajangmyeon. The personal trainers in the gym boasted exceptional physiques, their postures impeccably aligned, showcasing distinct signs of rigorous training, an embodiment of health and allure. Good posture indeed enhances one's appearance. Igniting Li Haocheng and oppa's interest in fitness. The gym and oppa's environment was pristine and refreshing, adorned with numerous plants and flowers that added vibrancy. A thick carpet lined the floor, providing comfort while ensuring safety. In front of a row of spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, treadmills, stationary bikes, and elliptical machines were neatly arranged, allowing one to exercise while enjoying the scenic view outside. The equipment appeared well-maintained and almost new. At noon, the gym was at its least crowded, with only a handful of individuals engaging in workouts, while several staff members, including Jean Sulin, gathered in the dining area. Venturing past the cardio zone, Li Haocheng encountered various unfamiliar fitness machines, most of which he had seen online. Feeling eager, he approached a squat machine and began an intense workout, eager to discover his physical limits. After several minutes of vigorous activity, aside from slightly labored breathing, he felt invigorated, as if his muscles were awakening. This exhilarating release of energy was addictive. No wonder many embraced fitness as a passion. By now, sweat had thoroughly drenched his white t-shirt, subtly revealing the contours of his well-defined muscles. The power and endurance of his body exceeded his expectations. "Excuse me, handsome, may I add you on Kakao Talk?" A slightly mature voice interrupted him from the side. Li Haocheng paused and looked up, discovering a mature older sister clad in form-fitting quick-dry attire. Her snug yoga outfit accentuated her alluring silhouette, and her striking beauty, enhanced by subtle makeup, radiated an allure that was undeniably captivating. Feeling a mix of novelty and intrigue at being approached for the first time, Li Haocheng was naturally inclined to accept this delightful proposition. He retrieved his phone and opened Kakao Talk, and the two exchanged contact information. Jean Taizhu flashed a charming smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. She gazed at Li Haocheng, whose delicate features and shy demeanor struck a chord with her aesthetic sensibilities. Her heart raced as she found herself drawn to his handsome visage. "Is this your first time at Dream Fitness Center? I haven't seen you here before," Jean Taizhu inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Yes, this is my first visit to Dream Fitness Center. I haven't registered yet. I'm just here for a trial," Li Haocheng replied honestly. Jean Taizhu's eyes lit up with excitement. "What a coincidence. I just saw you doing squats for quite some time. You must be hungry. Would you like to join me for a meal on the 6th floor? There's a fantastic Western restaurant there." Feeling overwhelmed by the warmth of her invitation and knowing he had editing work to finish in the afternoon, Li Haocheng reluctantly declined. "I have something to attend to later. Let's plan to meet another time." "What a pity. You mustn't deceive your older sister," Jean Taizhu expressed with a hint of disappointment. "My name is Jean Taizhu. May I know how to address you?" "I am Li Haocheng," he replied with a sunny smile. Jean Taizhu gazed at the handsome young man before her for a moment longer. "Please do not block me on Kakao Talk. Should we meet again at the gym? I would love to treat you to a meal at a nice restaurant." "Thank you in advance, big sister," Li Haocheng replied, delighted at the thought of a mature woman treating him to dinner. "Are you still in college? When do you usually come to Dream Fitness Center?" "I'll try to synchronize my schedule with yours," Jean Taizhu inquired in a soft, affectionate tone. "The timing is uncertain, and I haven't registered yet." "I'll be sure to let you know, Taizhu," Li Haocheng responded, recalling that he had come to the gym with the intention of meeting his blind date, Li Bana. He hesitated before gently turning down her invitation. Jean Taizhu and Oppos. S expression shifted to one of slight disappointment. "I and Oppos. I'll be waiting for good news from you then. You continue your workout." "I and Oppos. I'll watch and see if you have any improper form. Consider me your temporary personal trainer." In the presence of a gentle and mature older sister, who graciously offered to be his private tutor free of charge, Li Haocheng was naturally overjoyed and readily accepted. He hurried to the nearby bench press. Without even glancing at the weights, and reclined on the training bench, gripping the barbell to commence his workout. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, and his grip on the barbell was slightly wider than shoulder width. It was essential to maintain a neutral wrist position to prevent any potential injuries. Engaging his chest muscles was crucial to effectively work out his pectorals. Jean Taizhu, a seasoned fitness enthusiast, proved to be no less competent than a professional personal trainer, frequently reminding Li Haocheng to maintain proper form, while occasionally stealing glances at his perfectly sculpted physique, her mouth watering with desire. "Ha ha ha." Li Haocheng abruptly halted his exercise, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Sister Taizhu, I'm a bit fatigued. I'm going to wash my face and prepare to head home. Let us meet again next time." "All right. When you return to Dream Fitness, be sure to notify me in advance." Jean Taizhu secretly cast one last longing look at his impeccable physique, reluctant to part ways. Bidding farewell to the affectionate older sister, Li Haocheng pulled out his phone to check the time, which read exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After emerging from the restroom, he wandered around the gym once more, yet failed to spot his date, Li Bana. Given her striking appearance, it was nearly impossible for anyone to elude his discerning gaze. He opened the Kakao Talk app, only to find no friend requests from her. It seemed that Auntie Bai Meishan was not being particularly helpful. He decided he would need to prompt her at the breakfast shop later and resolve his lunch at the same time. Having settled his thoughts, Li Haocheng chose not to linger any longer and made his departure from Dream Fitness. Chapter 35. Flirting with the ladies after parking his magnificent Ducati Panigale V4R. Li Haocheng tidied his disheveled hair in the rearview mirror, then strode into the breakfast shop with his long legs. Although the establishment was named a breakfast shop, it was bustling during lunch and dinner as well. The menu featured a variety of dishes such as fried sauce noodles, soup rice, stone pot bibimbap, spicy chicken soup, and stir-fried rice cakes, all at reasonable prices, making it a popular spot for diners. Bai Meishan was busy clearing the table when she heard the door chime. Quickly turning to greet the new customer, with a beaming expression, Li Haocheng approached her cheerfully. "Aunt Meishan, I'd like a bowl of spicy kimchi tuna tofu soup, a serving of stir-fried rice cakes, and a bottle of chilled soda. Upon recognizing her guest, Bai Meishan welcomed him warmly. "Ah, Haocheng, it's you. Come in, come in. Wipe your forehead. We've got the air conditioning on in here. Don't catch a cold." Li Haocheng found a clean table and wiped the sweat from his brow with a few paper towels. He pulled out his phone and opened KakaoTalk, checking for any friend requests from Li Baona, but none had arrived. Instead, he found several messages from the university bell. "Wu Jingxi, I just clocked in at the office today. That fool who harassed me, my supervisor, publicly bowed and apologized in front of everyone. So happy. JPG. Li Haocheng. I sincerely thank you. Monkey JPG. I'll take you out for a lavish meal on Wednesday as a token of my appreciation. Let us make sure to meet up. Monkey JPG. Li Haocheng smiled slightly and typed back, looking forward to it. JPG. Soon after, his spicy kimchi tuna tofu soup, stir-fried rice cakes, and chilled soda were served. The generous portions clearly reflecting the owner's affection for him. Spotting Bai Meishan free, he casually inquired, "Aunt Meishan, why hasn't T Baona added me as a friend yet? I even went to the Dream Fitness Center hoping to run into her, but no luck. If you have a moment, could you give her a nudge?" Upon hearing Li Haocheng's comment, Bai Meishan's temper flared, and she fished her phone from her apron, muttering angrily, "This silly girl never listens. I'll call her right now." Meanwhile, Li Baona was enjoying her lunch break, leisurely strolling around the Songte Times Square. As a newcomer to the bustling city of Seoul, she found herself without many companions or close friends to share her experiences. Her daily delight was to wander through shops, especially admiring various designer clothes, bags, and cosmetics. Although she lacked the means to purchase them, the visual indulgence lifted her spirits. Standing before a Gucci store, she gazed at the exquisite bags displayed in the window, each radiating elegance. Unfortunately, Li Baona lacked the courage to step inside the luxury shop, deterred by the exorbitant price tags. Suddenly, her phone rang repeatedly. Checking the caller ID, she saw it was her aunt and reluctantly answered, "Hello, Auntie, what's the matter?" On the other end, Bai Meishan's voice was filled with urgency. "Baona, why haven't you added the KakaoTalk friend I mentioned? Li Haocheng is interested in getting a membership at your Dream Fitness Center. You need to add him quickly and have a good chat. I'm busy at the shop and can't talk long. You better pay attention. Such a wonderful young man is just waiting for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother introducing you." Before her aunt could finish, Li Baona interjected. "He is a graduate from a prestigious university, tall, handsome, and dependable. My dear aunt, you don't need to say more. I've memorized all those compliments." Bai Meishan retorted in frustration. After ending the call, Li Baona sighed and opened the KakaoTalk app, sending a friend request to Li Haocheng. Back at the breakfast shop, Bai Meishan tucked her phone into her apron and approached Li Haocheng's table, sitting down beside him. "Haocheng, please keep an eye on your friend request. I've spoken to Baona about you too. You're both young, so I'm sure you'll find common ground. If you see her at the gym, look out for her and make sure no one bothers her." Li Haocheng set down his chopsticks and confidently assured her, "Aunt Meishan, rest assured. I will take good care of Baona and ensure she is not mistreated." Ding! A friend request notification popped up on his phone, revealing Li Baona's selfie as her profile picture, with a straightforward nickname, Dream Fitness Center, Personal Trainer Li Baona. Li Haocheng quickly accepted the request and gave Bai Meishan a thumbs up. "Aunt Meishan, your efforts are remarkable." Bai Meishan smiled contentedly and reminded him before leaving, "You two youngsters should chat more on KakaoTalk and get to know each other better. After all, it was Baona who added you first." Displaying his gentlemanly demeanor, Li Haocheng initiated the conversation. "Hello, Baona. I'm Li Haocheng. It's a pleasure to meet you." He then sent a cheerful emoji on KakaoTalk. Minutes ticked by, yet there was still no reply from Baona. "Oh, the young lady seems shy. I shall intensify my approach," he thought with a mischievous grin, swiftly typing. "I'm looking to start some strength training to build muscle." Upon hearing Aunt Meishan speak, "I learned that you work at the Dream Fitness Center as a personal trainer, prompting me to reach out to you. Baona, could you kindly inform me about the types of membership cards available at Dream Fitness Center and the cost of personal training sessions?" When the conversation shifted to work-related matters, Li Baona became notably more engaged, replying swiftly, "At Dream Fitness Center, we offer 4 types of membership cards. The annual card is the most economical at 380,001. The 6-month card is 210,001, and the monthly card costs 60,001. I am currently available to conduct personal training sessions, which last for 60 minutes and are priced at 40,001, making it the most affordable option within the gym. Should you purchase more than 30 personal training sessions at once, I can apply a discount of 20 for you." Li Haocheng inquired, "Baona, what time do you finish work in the evening?" Li Bona responded, "What are you implying? I am quite busy at work and do not wish to go out on a date." Upon reading her reply on KakaoTalk, Li Haocheng rolled his eyes and typed back, "What are you thinking? I was simply inquiring about the operating hours of Dream Fitness Center." Li Bona replied, "My sincere apologies. I misunderstood. Our operating hours are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. She continued, "However, we work in shifts, and if there are no classes, I generally clock out and head home by 8 p.m. Li Haocheng stated, "Then I will visit Dream Fitness Center tomorrow at 10 a.m. to assist in acquiring a membership card and purchase a few personal training sessions." Li Bona confirmed, "It and oppa's SA deal. I will be waiting for you at Dream Fitness Center bright and early tomorrow." As their chat concluded, Li Haocheng noticed the occasional inquisitive glance from the proprietress. He gestured an OK sign towards Aunt Meishan and cheerfully declared, "Tomorrow, I will go to Dream Fitness Center to get a card from Bona, so you need not worry." Aunt Meishan responded with a smile, "That's wonderful. Young people like you should go out more, visit shopping malls, and take leisurely strolls in the park." Her face beamed with delight as she enthusiastically offered suggestions, resembling a matchmaker if she were to hold a red fan. Chapter 36 Completion. The joy of sharing in the cozy apartment on Qingpa Cave. Li Haocheng settled in front of his laptop, diligently editing a short video. After meticulously organizing and importing all the materials, he spent over 4 hours refining the content, finally completing the sharing video. The final piece, lasting 3 minutes, turned out exceptionally well. The supercars and motorcycles, enhanced with filters, gleamed brilliantly in the morning light, accompanied by a captivating background music, resulting in a truly delightful effect. The video interspersed several clips of order taking, meal collection, and delivery, aligning perfectly with the system's theme of food delivery. He concluded with a leaderboard sharing image, cleverly obscuring his name with a mosaic. The video flowed with a brisk and smooth rhythm, appearing very pleasing to Li Haocheng himself, who couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Very pretty. Currently, his Douyin account boasted just under 100 followers, and he could imagine that the initial release wouldn't garner many likes. However, once he built up his follower count and pinned the video, reaching 10,000 likes in a month would translate to a revenue of 950,000 Korean won, a veritable cash cow. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Li Haocheng collected his thoughts. He opened the Douyin app, imported the freshly created video, and clicked Next. First, he needed to fill in the description section, which had to be as eye-catching and contrasting as possible. Sitting at his desk, he closed his eyes for a moment, pondering a few catchy lines. Quickly tag your delivery brother to buy a Ducati Panigale V4R. This description had a somewhat ostentatious air, exuding a hint of Versailles. Yet, this was the prevailing trend online, where flashy, wealth-displaying videos often attracted more user engagement. Next, he added hashtags, curating a list of trending topics, finding only a few relevant to his content. After filtering through, he settled on Ducati Panigale V4R, food delivery, motorcycles, men's dreams, and handsome men. These topics tied well to his video and were relatively popular. He had published Done. Li Haocheng eagerly opened his newly published short video and gave it a like, entering the system interface in his mind. He clicked on the taskbar, the joy of sharing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the joy of sharing. You have earned 1 share like, with a cash return of 50 times on Douyin. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The current withdrawable amount is 5 won. Yay, yay, yay. Li Haocheng jumped up from the computer chair, his excitement palpable, dancing with joy. This was a small step for him, but a significant leap in his journey as a wealthy individual. Next, he planned to leverage Su Yuna's video promotions to attract followers, create more engaging content, and invest in Douyin ads. After all, as long as he didn't spend money promoting that sharing video, it wouldn't count as a violation, right? Once he surpassed the initial phase of gaining followers, everything would flow smoothly. Reflecting on the promotion from Su Yuna's side, Li Haocheng suddenly realized he hadn't shared his Douyin account with Gao Youxin. He was curious to see Gao Youxin's astonished expression upon discovering that he was the Lich King from Yuna's live stream the previous day. With a mischievous smile, he sent a message, "Gao Yu, the beautiful lady, shall I send you my Douyin account now? When you post your short video tomorrow, remember to tag me. By the way, my first work has been published. I still need your guidance on the subsequent promotion." After all, this was his first attempt at creating a short video, and he wanted to be cautious. Gao Youxin, who also served as Su Yuna and oppa's assistant, was responsible for video production and promotion. Having managed to grow Yuna's account to nearly 300,000 followers in just half a year, she must have grasped the nuances of the process. Consulting Gao Yozhen would undoubtedly help him avoid many pitfalls. To show sincerity, Li Haocheng sent a small red envelope of 10,000,001. He hoped it would treat the beautiful lady to a cup of milk tea. After sending the message, Li Haocheng monitored the like count on his short video, eagerly anticipating a response. Seoul, Yonsei University, dormitory. Suyuna, why are you doing this? Gao Yozhen, enjoying a bunch of green grapes, looked incredulously at her best friend upon hearing her words. Suyuna bit her lip, her tone laced with regret. Yozhen, just trust me this time. Return the money to Li Haocheng and do not publish that short video. Gao Yozhen widened her eyes, anger evident in her voice. Suyuna, don't you think that's excessively unfair? After agreeing to collaborate, Li Haocheng had generously paid the full amount without a hint of hesitation. For him to trust them so readily, and then to suddenly backtrack, now seemed like a cruel mockery. Feeling guilty, Suyuna lowered her head, unable to meet her friend's furious gaze. Gao Yozhen's emotions surged, her voice rising. Though we've only known each other for a short time, I can tell that Li Haocheng is sincere and a good person, someone worth befriending. During the video shoot, he not only worked tirelessly but also contributed many creative ideas. Although Li Haocheng was currently a delivery worker, he certainly possessed ambition. If they canceled their collaboration now, it would severely undermine his confidence. Suyuna bit her lip, meekly suggesting, perhaps I could compensate him with an additional 200,001 as a penalty fee. I'll cover that myself. Is it merely a matter of money? How can I possibly bring this up with Li Haocheng? Gao Yozhen glared at her friend, still fuming. Moreover, we worked hard to film that short video, and I stayed up late in the dormitory editing it. You've seen the footage. What is wrong with it? It is undoubtedly superior to previous efforts, destined to be visually captivating, and once released, it is certain to garner significant attention and engagement. Why hesitate to share it? Under the immense pressure exerted by Gao Yozhen, Suyuna instinctively recoiled slightly and whispered, as for the reasons, there is no need for you to inquire. We shall reshoot this video. Tonight, we will convene at the east gate of Beiqingdong. Suingda will accompany us, and once filming concludes, I shall stay up all night to edit the footage. Gao Yozhen, massaging his throbbing temples, grasped the situation entirely. Muttering accusations, Suyuna, it must be Suingda who has influenced you to act in this manner, right? After all, who else could compel you, Suyuna, to engage in such folly? I see that you have been blinded by infatuation. You harbor feelings for Suingda, and I am aware of this. You wish to film short videos with him, and as your devoted friend and sister, I have silently supported you. But what does this have to do with Li Haocheng? It should not interfere with our collaboration on filming the short video. Chapter 37. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Suyuna, fully aware of her shortcomings, dared not meet Gao Yozhen's gaze. In a subdued tone, she confessed, Suingda, he doesn't want to see the cycling short video I shot with Li Haocheng. Upon hearing this explanation, Gao Yozhen's previously extinguished anger flared up anew. That scoundrel Suingda. Who does he think he is? What qualifies him to dictate terms? You, my dear, have harbored a crush on him for 3 years, yet he has ignored you, deeming you unworthy. Now that you've become a trending internet sensation, able to earn substantial wealth, and your looks have transformed, suddenly you are the apple of his eye. Does he now presume to supervise every short video you create? What right does Suingda have to meddle? Even if you two were to establish a romantic relationship, he has no authority to interfere with our work. Fuming, Gao Yozhen pulled out her phone and dialed Suingda's number, ready to unleash her wrath. Don and Oppos, T-call, please. Just this once, for my sake. Suyuna hurriedly intercepted the call, her eyes pleading with her dear friend. Just this once, I beg you. I know this isn't right, but Suingda has a significant issue with Li Haocheng. I've never seen him so furious. Please, just trust me on this. I'll wash your socks for a month in return. Seeing Suyuna's humble demeanor, Gao Yozhen felt a pang of sympathy. After taking a few deep breaths to quell her anger, she realized that since Suyuna was so adamant, there was likely no turning back. Strictly speaking, the Douyin account, Yunajiang, wholly belonged to Suyuna. Though Gao Yozhen was responsible for its operations as her assistant, the true authority lay with Suyuna herself. If Suyuna insisted, there was little Gao Yozhen could do to stop her. If she continued to dispute the matter, it would undoubtedly strain their close friendship. Caught between Li Haocheng and her best friend, Gao Yozhen felt she had no real choice. Could she truly turn against a cherished friend for someone she had only recently met? Here, take my phone. You handle the contract termination with Li Haocheng on KakaoTalk. I can't face him myself. Gao Yozhen thrust the phone into Suyuna's hand, turning away in haste. We had a deal. You owe me a month of sock washing. No backing out. Suyuna beamed and planted a kiss on Gao Yozhen's cheek. Thank you, Yozhen. I knew you'd be the best. Wiping the playful spit from her face, Li Haocheng pouted in mock discontent. Look at you, so pleased. Just be careful not to be stood up by that Suing Da tonight. Suyuna shook her head, her gaze resolute. Don't worry. Suing Da 1T let us down this time. As Suyuna navigated to Li Haocheng and Oppo's friend list, she noticed his recent messages, causing her heart to flutter with trepidation. Her instincts urged her against sending this message, yet the memory of Suing Da's cold, silent gaze compelled her to bite the bullet and choose her words carefully. Li Haocheng. This is Suyuna. Regarding our collaboration, we have encountered some changes. I am sincerely sorry, but we may not be able to continue. The short video we shot together cannot be published. I am willing to pay 200,001 as a penalty, and I deeply apologize for this, including the initial 400,001 Li Haocheng had prepaid. She transferred a total of 600,001. In the small apartment in Chongpodi, Li Haocheng sat at his computer, reviewing the short video. Without any promotional investment and with his Douyin account boasting fewer than 100 followers, the likes were dismally low. However, he remained unperturbed, believing that everything would eventually unfold in due course. Suddenly, a KakaoTalk message from Li Haocheng popped up on his screen. After reading the message, Li Haocheng furrowed his brow, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. The pleasant mood he had experienced moments ago evaporated. He contemplated replying to inquire about the situation, but ultimately deleted his composed response. If his assumptions were correct, this must be the doing of that fool Suing Da. Their last encounter at the Shenong car dealership had ended on a sour note, with Suing Da practically tearing off the facade of civility. Perhaps Suing Da felt humiliated in front of Suyuna, or perhaps his fragile pride had been wounded during their encounter. Regardless, it was clear that he had drawn a line, and the collaboration was off. Even the short video they had filmed together was now off limits for release. What distinguished him from a petulant child? Suyuna had truly disappointed him. He had initially thought well of her, striking in appearance and possessing an enchanting aura. From their interactions during filming, she had struck him as intelligent and insightful. Yet here she was, enamored with such an insipid character, and lacking her own convictions. Nevertheless, without her promotional efforts, he would merely need a few more days of growth before seeking other collaborations. With a newfound clarity, Li Haocheng responded on KakaoTalk. Okay. He promptly accepted the 600,001 transfer. Without the promotional boost from Yuna Jiang's video, he would have to seek out another attractive female streamer for collaboration, preferably one based in Seoul for convenience in filming. As he opened the Douyin app and scrolled to the Seoul local channel, he noted that aside from a few male gamers, most were beautiful female streamers, exuding charm and allure. Li Haocheng's preferred choice is to select attractive female streamers who have a considerable audience but receive few gifts. Such streamers are, in fact, plentiful on local channels, providing ample options for selection. Chapter 38. The Internet Sensation. Yoon Soo-won is a part-time model, often regarded as a wild model in the underground scene. Although she relies on this profession for her livelihood, her lack of a signed contract with a management agency and a professional agent has resulted in a rather lackluster career. Without a base salary or benefits, her work opportunities are largely dependent on various social groups or recommendations from friends, barely allowing her to sustain herself. To the outside world, these models appear to lead a glamorous life, adorned in designer clothing and luxury handbags, frequently chauffeured to and from events. However, the reality is that most of them live a life of refined poverty, showcasing a facade of elegance while struggling financially. The primary motivation for these young and beautiful women is to earn quick money and accumulate wealth while they are still in their prime. Ideally, if luck permits, they aspire to marry a wealthy man, which would be the pinnacle of success. This dream resonates with many wild models in the industry. Yoon Soo-won fits this mold. Her monthly income is highly unstable, sometimes barely exceeding 10,000 won and, at other times, falling to just a few tens of thousands. Due to the nature of her work, she shares an apartment in a high-end district of Seoul with two close friends, paying a monthly rent of 10,000 won. Coupled with expenses for cosmetics, clothing, bags, and entertainment, her credit card is maxed out. Recently, after a disagreement with her supervisor, her job opportunities have dwindled, leading to a meager income. Presently, she relies on live streaming to supplement her household expenses. Fortunately, her stunning beauty, fair skin, a captivating figure, and long legs draws hundreds of viewers to her broadcasts. Her fans often shower her with compliments, praising her ethereal beauty and enviable physique. Regrettably, most of her viewers are merely idle spectators, lured by her short videos, rather than genuine supporters. Aside from her looks and figure, Yoon Soo-won lacks any significant talents. Her singing is mediocre, and she struggles to dance, resulting in minimal gifts during her streams. Some of her knowledgeable female streamer friends have suggested that she discreetly offer special perks to generous patrons or invite them to dinner, allowing these affluent gentlemen to indulge in the experience and thereby strengthen their connection. Previously, Yoon Soo-won scoffed at such notions and had never engaged in them. However, after glancing at her recent credit card statement and considering her month-long lack of income, she resolved to take a chance and see if she could attract a true benefactor. If this benefactor happened to be somewhat attractive and genuinely kind, she wouldn't mind exploring a romantic connection. As for the illustrious second-generation Chaebols or elite businessmen, that was beyond her wildest dreams. Such exceptional men would hardly have the time to watch live streams with countless beauties vying for their attention in real life. Today's live stream title was refreshingly straightforward, longing to be protected by an oppa. It had been ages since she received a substantial gift. So she appealed to her viewers. Oppas, if anyone has some spare Douyin coins, please help the streamer fulfill her wish list. Yoon Soo-won donned a pitiful expression, attempting to evoke sympathy. As soon as her words left her lips, the previously chatty viewers fell silent. A few fans at a moderate spending level commented on the screen, expressing their concerns about her expensive wish list. Host, your wish list items are too pricey. I just paid my mortgage, car loan, and credit card bill, and my pockets are empty. Carnival, dream castle, romantic carriage, Douyin airship. Host, be realistic. Who can afford such lavish gifts in this chat room? The most we can manage are small tokens like lollipops and glow sticks. Upon reading these comments, a wave of disappointment washed over Yoon Soo-won and Oppo's exquisite face. She turned to the camera, pleading, Oppas, please send some wish gifts. I and Oppo's am close to running out of food. If I starve, you won't get to see such a beautiful Yoon Soo-won anymore. Her act of feigned distress yielded some results, as small gifts began appearing on the screen. I have 60 Douyin coins left. Here's an I love you gift. I'm gifting the host a love paper crane. I and Amp, Oppos, am sending a gift. Keep it up, host. I and Amp, Oppos, am rooting for you. Here and Amp, Oppos, S.A. marry you, gift, moi. With a meager total of less than 40,001 in gifts, Yoon Soo-won felt increasingly frustrated. Is there anyone from Seoul? Just one carnival gift would allow me to treat the host to a nice meal. She put on her most pitiful expression, her beautiful face radiating vulnerability, invoking compassion from her audience. Host, I'm a local in Seoul. Really? Just one carnival gift could treat us to a meal? This was from a viewer with a level 33 account, which, while not extremely high, indicated they had spent a decent amount of 150,000 Douyin coins. Yoon Soo-won quickly acknowledged the user, saying, Welcome, welcome, Lich King not filthy. Are you also in Seoul? What a coincidence. Just one carnival gift, and I will take you to a lovely local restaurant for dinner. A romantic train gift would also grant access to her private Kakao Talk. Lich King not filthy has gifted a carnival gift. Lich King not filthy has gifted a romantic train. With dazzling effects lighting up the stream, Yoon Soo-won's previously pitiable demeanor transformed into one of sheer astonishment. After the initial shock, she bowed repeatedly, thanking the generous benefactor. Thank you, Lich King not filthy, for your gifts. I am so grateful. Thank you. Wow, what a wealthy patron has materialized in the chat. This benefactor is impressive. They sent a carnival gift right off the bat. The host only asked for a carnival gift, and they threw in a romantic train as well. Congratulations to the host for capturing the attention of such a benefactor. Congratulations. With tearful eyes, Yoon Soo-won continued to charm and plead. Oppa, could you possibly bestow another and Oppo's, romantic train and Oppo's, gift? That would fulfill all my wishes. I implore you, Oppa. She exclaimed, will. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yoon Soo-won covered her mouth in disbelief. Typically, during 3 to 4 hours of live streaming, she would rarely receive gifts, yet this enigmatic benefactor, the Lich King, had generously presented her with a carnival gift and 2 romantic train gifts right off the bat. Suppressing the urge to request more gifts from the mysterious tycoon, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she eagerly said, Lich King Oppa, could you please join my fan club and give me a card? I will message you on Kakao Talk. Immediately, she sent a private message. Oppa, add me as a personal friend, and I will treat you to a meal. Li Haocheng responded, successfully added. Could you encourage the viewers in the live stream to follow me? In the streaming room, Yoon Soo-won's exquisite face radiated with a bright smile as she addressed her audience. Everyone, let us show some love and give a follow to the Lich King. The viewers, enamored by the whims of such a wealthy individual, held a certain admiration for those who generously showered gifts without hesitation. Before long, many viewers clicked on the Lich King's personal page and spotted a shared video, promptly commenting to alert the host. "Oh my, delivering with a Ducati Panigale V4R? That's truly extravagant." The streamer's fortune seemed to have turned. This Lich King was indeed a genuine heir of affluence, possessing a Ducati Panigale V4R worth 40 million Korean won, a lavish toy of the wealthy. To afford such a motorcycle as a casual means of transport, one would typically need a luxury car valued at a minimum of 1 billion Korean won. Quickly, watch the video. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds long. You can see the reflection in the mall glass. He is quite the handsome, tall gentleman. Initially bewildered, Lee Soo-won struggled to comprehend the chatter among her viewers. However, with the assistance of her audience's hints, she swiftly grasped the situation. Curiously, she opened the Lich King's profile, which featured only a single short video showcasing a strikingly cool supercar motorcycle on its cover. Chapter 39, The Influencer. Lee Soo-won was not particularly knowledgeable about supercars and motorcycles, yet she recognized the logo on the motorcycle, Dikadu. She hastily pulled out her phone to search online. And with the comments from the viewers in her live stream, she quickly grasped the nature of the supercar. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon her? She had managed to attract the attention of a young master from a wealthy family in her live stream. Though she couldn't discern his appearance, she wondered how he looked. What if he were unattractive? However, she decided that with his tall stature and long legs, even if he were a bit less than handsome, she would still be intrigued. No longer able to maintain her composure, Lee Soo-won eagerly accepted a friend request that had just come in. "Oppa, I'm in Songpa District, Seoul. Are you free for lunch tomorrow? I'll take you to a local restaurant." As she sent the message, her heart fluttered with anticipation. The timing she chose was somewhat strategic. Rather than evening, she opted for noon. If things didn't go well, she could easily excuse herself by claiming she had urgent matters in the afternoon. As she awaited his reply, she observed the lively discussions in the chat room. Lee Soo-won remembered the mysterious wealthy patron's request and encouraged her viewers. "Dear family, please show some love to our #1 supporter. The host is immensely grateful." Within 10 minutes, Wu Yao Wangbu gained over 500 fans, prompting the host to perform a catwalk for everyone. Lee Soo-won was not particularly skilled in dancing or singing, lacking any standout talent. Usually, when pushed, she would simply strut around her room, changing outfits. After all, her only redeeming quality was her collection of fashionable designer clothes. Li Haocheng watched the hard-working streamer and gave her a thumbs up. Now that's professionalism. Inspired by her dedication to advertising, he decided to contribute as well. With several tens of thousands of Do coins remaining in his account, he recharged an additional 50,000. In Lee Soo-won's live stream, he clicked on the gift list and sent Wu Yao Wangbu Wu, gifting a dream castle. Lee Soo-won let out a delighted scream, clutching her heart, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for the dream castle, Oppa. Love you." The audience flooded the chat with messages. "Oh no, the host is about to devote herself. I want a rich patron to shower me with gifts too. I envy the host for being noticed by such a wealthy gentleman." From now on, the host won't end oppos to have to eat plain rice anymore. Li Haocheng, watching the rapid increase of followers on his Douyin account, felt elated but refrained from continuing to send gifts. He opened the KakaoTalk app and immediately saw a private invitation message from the beautiful streamer, Lee Soo-won. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the Dream Fitness Center to sign up for a personal training course, and he certainly wanted to have lunch with Li Bana. On Wednesday morning, he would be busy with the Li Haocheng milk tea shop, and in the evening, he had a dinner appointment with Wu Jingxi. Li Haocheng replied in the friend list, "I'm too busy these days. Let us schedule our lunch for Thursday." This would provide them an opportunity to discuss their collaborative short video project. Li Haocheng's generous gifts to the attractive female streamer were primarily motivated by the task of sharing the joy. Since this particular task and oppos video could not increase likes through promotional methods, he had to rely on promoting other works to accumulate followers. As a newly established Douyin account, even spending money on promotions wouldn't guarantee success. He could emulate certain motorcycle bloggers and collaborate with various influencers to rapidly increase his follower count. These collaborative videos would create more buzz and be easier to promote. Lee Soo-won responded, "Following your lead, shall we set our meeting for Thursday at noon?" Li Haocheng agreed. Then it's settled for Thursday noon. Let us not miss it. After glancing at his personal profile, he noticed that the growth rate of his followers had slowed down, gaining only a few new followers in the last half hour. The short video he had posted about takeout had already amassed a considerable number of likes. This translated to a significant sum in Korean won. And all these likes were authentic, recognized by the system, not purchased through promotions. With these thoughts in mind, Li Haocheng felt an urge to take action. He exited In Suwen's live stream and continued searching for the next target. An hour passed swiftly. Li Haocheng looked at the nearly 3,000 new followers and over 1,000 likes on his videos, feeling a surge of satisfaction. After leaving In Suwen's live stream, he found 6 more local Seoul streams, spending a total of 240,000 Do coins, with remarkably visible results. The viewers in those live streams were generous, not only following him, but also contributing likes to his uploaded short videos. He could later collaborate with these female streamers on short videos, drawing in more followers. Everything was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. As for the troublesome matter with Suyuna, it had long been cast aside from his mind. In Bukshandong and Oppo's Eastgate, Suyuna, Gao Yuzhen, and Suingda had just completed their short video shooting for the day. Gao Yuzhen, bored, sat by the roadside and opened Kakao Talk, reviewing her last chat with Li Haocheng. His sincerity was evident, clearly treating her as a friend, yet she had still disappointed him. In a daze, she refreshed the Kakao Talk list, hoping for a reply from Li Haocheng. She felt too embarrassed to contact him first. At that moment, Gao Yuzhen noticed a group of Seoul streamers, a group she had added during a previous event, comprising only 20 to 30 young female streamers, each boasting over 100,000 followers. Due to the muted message setting and her discomfort, she hadn't paid much attention before. Opening the group messages, she scrolled up and spotted a familiar name. A gentle breeze. I once believed that Lich King is not filthy, was secretly bestowing gifts upon just one person. Yet I was mistaken. Little E. Hee. Lich King is not filthy graced my livestream with a romantic train and a Douyin #1. Jioshin. I am rather shy and only requested a single Porsche gift. Had I known, I would have asked for more. Sob. Zishuan. This, Lich King is not filthy, is indeed a genuine magnate from a wealthy family, bestowing rewards with remarkable generosity. Little Nguyen wishes to partake. I too desire the favor of a wealthy gentleman. Could anyone assist in introducing me to Lich King is not filthy as friends? Count me in. I too yearn for the affluent Kakao Talk of the illustrious Lich King is not filthy. Count me in. Chapter 40 Strategy. The following morning, Li Haocheng awoke from his slumber with great urgency, hastily retrieving his phone from beneath his pillow to open the Douyin app, ignoring the chaotic array of private messages. He directly accessed his personal homepage, a mere 3 followers and a paltry 2 likes on his videos. Suddenly, the system and Oppo's cold notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Oppo's joy of sharing and Oppo's earning a cash rebate of 50 times the likes received, with an available withdrawal amount of 80,000 Korean won. System. I wish to transfer the entire sum to my bank account. Li Haocheng impatiently selected the option for full withdrawal. A chime sounded from his phone as a bank notification appeared. Hana Bank, your account ending in 0 has received 80,000 Korean won. Nice. Quite splendid. As he gazed at the string of numbers, Li Haocheng leapt from his bed, filled with exuberance, his heart dancing in joy. At last, he had accumulated a substantial sum in savings, and he foresaw a continuous influx from the Oppo's joy of distribution and Oppo's task. He dashed to the restroom, splashed cold water on his face, and looked into the mirror, where a grin stretched from ear to ear. Calm down, you must remain composed. You are a user of the upper-class Tycoon System, the clandestine owner holding over 90% of shares in the Jioding Group. How could you lose your focus simply because you earned 80,000 won? After a quick wash and donning a neat outfit, he hurried downstairs for breakfast. At the breakfast shop located at the base of the apartment complex, Bai Meishan immediately spotted the cheerful Li Haocheng and teased. Haocheng, have you encountered some splendid news today? Your mood seems particularly buoyant this early. Li Haocheng settled at an empty table, beaming as he replied, Yes. I have an appointment with Baona at the Dream Fitness Center today. Meishan auntie, what does Baona usually enjoy eating? Bai Meishan responded with delight. Divulging some insights, my niece has always loved beef seaweed soup, stir-fried kimchi with pork belly, and spicy chicken rice. Li Haocheng attentively noted these preferences. Thank you. Meishan auntie. On the 7th floor of the Shintai Times Square, at the Dream Fitness Center, Li Baona arrived early at 9:00 and Oppo's clock to clock in for work. Entering the exclusive locker room for personal trainers, she changed into the center's uniform. The black form-fitting quick-dry top, adorned with orange-red patterns, accentuated her perfect curves, while the snug workout leggings embraced her shapely form. Her long, lustrous hair was tied into a high ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Stepping out of the locker room, she encountered a colleague, Che Yunhao. "Good morning, Yunhao." Li Baona greeted with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Bena. You're here quite early today," Che Yunhao replied warmly. Though his gaze lingered inappropriately on certain prominent aspects of Li Baona and Oppo's figure. Sensing his intense stare, Li Baona shifted slightly. "I have an appointment with a client. Since it's my first lesson, I came early to prepare." Che Yunhao made a thumbs-up gesture, encouraging, "Congratulations on securing a client so swiftly. Shall we have lunch together to celebrate?" "I'll treat you." Li Baona shook her head, politely declining. No, thank you, Yunhao. I have other commitments at noon." "Really? You can't spare any time for lunch?" Che Yunhao's expression darkened, for this was the third time he had been rebuffed. He had been drawn to the exceptionally attractive Li Baona from the outset, and it was his strong recommendation that led to her hiring. But her apparent lack of appreciation for his interest was disheartening. "Yunhao, I truly have something to attend to. I must be off now." With that, Li Baona hurried away, not daring to linger further. At precisely 10:00 and Oppo's clock, Li Haocheng arrived at the Dream Fitness Center. Standing before the entrance as he prepared to send Li Baona a message announcing his arrival, the receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. "Sir, is this your first visit? Have you forgotten your membership card? Today is a great day to sign up for a membership and meet our personal trainer, Li Baona." Li Haocheng smiled, responding, "Yes. I'm here to sign up and meet Li Baona. Please hold on a moment. I will inform Trainer Baona of your arrival." The receptionist courteously dialed Li Baona's number. "Trainer Baona, there and Oppo's SA client waiting for you at the front desk." "Thank you. I will be there shortly." Li Haocheng expressed his gratitude with a smile. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed as a striking figure approached. Li Haocheng found himself unable to tear his gaze away. This was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes upon. Tall, with alluring curves and long, shapely legs that captivated. Her form-fitting attire revealed subtle hints of defined abdominal muscles, an indication of remarkably low body fat percentage. Her features were even more enchanting in person. With slightly upturned eyes that sparkled with allure, Li Baona blinked in astonishment, confirming, "Are you Li Haocheng? My aunt introduced me to you?" Li Haocheng flashed a radiant smile. Waving a greeting, "Good morning, Li Baona. You are even more beautiful than in your photos." "Good morning, Li Haocheng. You look quite different from your pictures." Li Baona's expressive eyes curiously examined the young man before her. His facial structure was commendable, with a smooth jawline and striking features, complemented by his tall and upright stature. His fair, radiant skin incited a twinge of envy within her, as he was undeniably handsome. This was a stark contrast to the image of Li Haocheng she had envisioned, a man with an overly polished appearance and a sharp face. "My aunt has led me astray. In terms of appearance, Li Haocheng indeed fits her criteria for a partner. If the other party claims to earn a substantial income and is an entrepreneur, and if such assertions are not merely fabrications, it is certainly worth considering. However, she wonders whether he might look down upon her lack of a university education." Li Baona concealed her inner calculations and smiled, suggesting, "Why don't Oppo's we go inside first? I can give you a tour, and if you find it satisfactory, I can assist you in registering for a membership." Noticing Li Baona's gentle demeanor, which contrasted sharply with her previously cold expression in photographs, Li Haocheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Sure, I also need to purchase some personal training sessions, as I came here seeking your guidance." Li Baona blushed, lowering her head shyly, before turning to swipe the access card, signaling for Li Haocheng to follow her inside. Although he had already explored the facility, he would not refuse the opportunity to become reacquainted with the environment under Li Baona's guidance. This area is the equipment zone, featuring high-end machines of excellent quality. Over here is the cardio area, equipped with treadmills, exercise bikes, elliptical machines, and spinning bikes. This section is the dynamic exercise room, which hosts classes every Wednesday, predominantly attended by female participants. Adjacent to it is the changing room, with showers located next door. Chapter 41, A Generous Investment. 100 personal training sessions. Li Baona guided Li Haocheng through the equipment area of the Peninsula Fitness Center, showcasing dynamic single operations, storage rooms, and shower facilities. Li Haocheng nodded in satisfaction, expressing his contentment with the environment and equipment. "I am very pleased with the facilities at Peninsula Fitness Center. I shall purchase an annual membership." "Very well, let me assist you in obtaining your membership card," Li Baona replied promptly, leading him to a personal training room where she retrieved a prepared contract from the bar. "You may dictate the details, and I will fill in the necessary information for you. You can simply sign it afterward." As Li Haocheng gazed at the close proximity of Li Baona, He was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of youth, causing his breath to quicken. All right, I appreciate your assistance. My resident registration number is 25. My birthday is December 13th. And my address is Chingpa Cave Apartment 5E, Maong District. My phone number is... He suddenly recalled, I visited Mingshi Fitness Center yesterday afternoon. But you were not present. Jean Sulin attended to me, and I filled out a form to apply for a trial card. Li Baona paused momentarily in her writing. Taken aback. You visited yesterday? Then why? She almost questioned why he did not directly contact her, but then remembered that they had yet to add each other on KakaoTalk. Internally, she lamented, oh, how I've missed my chance. Thus, the credit for this annual membership would rightfully belong to Jean Sulin, as she was the first to attend to him. But I also share some blame. I was not in the gym at that time. Otherwise, Li Baona's voice dwindled, tinged with disappointment. Li Haocheng, noticing her despondency, cheerfully exclaimed, what is the matter? The cost of an annual membership is quite reasonable. Instead, I will purchase 100 of your personal training sessions. Ah, Li Haocheng, are you truly going to buy 100 of my personal training sessions? Li Baona lifted her head in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Each personal training session costs 38,001, and 100 sessions would amount to a significant sum. Even within 20 discount, it would still total a considerable amount. Since the sessions were sold by her, she would earn a commission, providing her with a significant boost in her career. Most importantly, securing this sale would solidify her position at the gym. Li Haocheng, you are not merely trying to cheer me up. You genuinely intend to purchase 100 personal training sessions? Li Baona's eyes sparkled with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Li Haocheng nodded affirmatively, stating, I truly wish to buy 100 sessions. I can sign and pay right now. He took the pen from Li Baona and Oppa's hand and swiftly signed the contract. Please hold on a moment. I will prepare the personal training agreement and payment terminal, she said, hurrying to gather the necessary documents. Shortly, a prepared training agreement was placed before him for review. With a slight blush, Li Baona softly explained, the standard price for a personal training session is 38,001. But with the discount, it is 30,001. This is the lowest tier we offer at Mingshi Fitness Center, especially since I am a new personal trainer. The total for the annual membership and 100 training sessions amounted to a substantial figure. After a brief review of the agreement, Li Haocheng signed and processed the payment. Li Baona's heart soared with joy as she beamed at Li Haocheng, grateful for his support. According to the gym's regulations, she needed to sell at least 1,000,001 worth of personal training sessions during her probation period to secure her position. Little did she anticipate that her aunt and Oppa's blind date would directly contribute to her success. Sensing the favorable atmosphere, Li Haocheng cheerfully invited, shall we have lunch together? There is a delightful home-style restaurant upstairs. Yes, Li Baona agreed shyly with a nod. Please take good care of this membership card. Replacing it can be quite a hassle. She handed him an orange-red card, her excitement palpable. Additionally, she presented him with complimentary gifts, a sports water bottle, a towel, and a pair of socks, all of excellent quality. You will find the water bottle useful. I will fill it for you shortly. As for the towel and socks, please store them in the locker in the changing room, and remember to take them with you when you leave. Her enthusiasm for Li Haocheng was evident, and her demeanor radiated warmth. Thank you, Baona. I will head to the changing room now, he replied, accepting the gifts gratefully. As he departed, Li Baona felt a sweet sensation in her heart, carrying the water bottle toward the water dispenser. After placing his gifts, Li Haocheng took a long, refreshing sip from the water bottle, exclaiming, this is delightful. Baona, I plan to frequent the gym regularly from now on, exercising for over an hour each day. I would appreciate your assistance in devising a rigorous muscle building and shaping regimen. Li Baona circled around him, playfully pinching his muscles. Your physique is already impressive. With a low body fat percentage, building muscle and shaping your body will be straightforward, given your excellent foundation. It would be beneficial to adjust your diet, consuming more high-protein foods like beef, while also increasing your vegetable intake and reducing carbohydrate-rich drinks. However, your current outfit seems unsuitable. Would you like me to accompany you to buy some gym attire during lunch? Li Haocheng, uncertain about selecting suitable clothing, welcomed her offer. That sounds great. I would appreciate your help. Let us commence with the training. We'll begin with a warm-up. Li Baona led Li Haocheng to the treadmill, setting the incline to 1 and speed to 5 for a brisk 10-minute walk. Afterward, Li Haocheng and Oppa's body began to warm up and sweat as his muscles engaged. I will teach you a few joint mobility exercises to prevent injuries during workouts. Please follow my lead, Li Haocheng explained attentively, occasionally using her warm, slender hands to correct his form. The delightful scent of her presence lingered, and with her close guidance, Li Haocheng found himself increasingly captivated by the world of fitness. Let us start with the incline bench press. This exercise effectively targets the shoulders and chest. I have just examined you, and I must say, your lower limbs are exceptionally impressive. Your leg muscles surpass those of many fitness instructors. Therefore, I shall assist you in sculpting your upper body for the time being. All right. I will heed teacher Baona's guidance, replied Li Haocheng, who appeared quite obedient, resembling a diligent student eager to learn. As he gazed at Li Haocheng, who was half squatting before him with her well-defined curves, his eyes widened, unblinking. During our first training session, I will gradually increase the intensity. Should you find it too strenuous? Do let me know, she instructed. Understood, he affirmed. Subsequently, Li Haocheng engaged in 4 different upper body exercises using fixed equipment, with Li Haocheng beside him, demonstrating the proper techniques to prevent any muscle strain. After more than half an hour of vigorous activity, noticing Li Haocheng and oppa's growing enthusiasm, Li Haocheng swiftly called for a pause. Let us rest for 10 minutes. Excessive exertion could lead to rhabdomyolysis. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a towel, Li Haocheng suggested, Haocheng, while we take a break, why don't you accompany me to the 3rd and 4th floors to select some workout attire? Oh, I cannot leave the Meng and oppa's gym during working hours, Li Haocheng replied, somewhat apologetically. What and oppa's the harm? We can count it as part of my personal training session. Besides, this is our first encounter. You must listen to me, Li Haocheng insisted, pulling her hand and leading her towards the exit, leaving no room for her refusal. Chapter 42, Reception. The first asset of life, Wednesday, marks a momentous occasion. Not only is it the last day of August, but it is also the day when Li Haocheng receives his very first asset. Rising early, he quickly freshened up, donned his attire, and grabbed a sandwich from the freezer for breakfast before hastily departing. Clad in his black night helmet, he mounted his Ducati Panigale V4R and rode to 43 West Bridge Road, Mapo District. This location is a charming 3-story building at the street corner. Its exterior fashioned to resemble red bricks, evoking a sense of vintage industrial charm reminiscent of old factories. On the wall facing the street, a prominent logo light box of Li Haocheng milk tea shop hangs in the upper left corner. The modern signage juxtaposed against the retro facade creates an enchanting sense of time's passage and the merging of past and present. Though he does not hold the property rights, only the operational rights, the prospect leaves Li Haocheng utterly astonished. From this day forth, he, Li Haocheng, is the esteemed president of Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop. The milk tea shop is far from small. A cursory glance reveals that each floor spans approximately 200 square meters, totaling 600 square meters of space. In the Mapo district, this establishment undoubtedly qualifies as a considerable milk tea shop. With exhilaration coursing through him, Li Haocheng approached the uniquely decorated front entrance. A sign reading soft opening adorned with playful cartoon illustrations hung at the entrance, showcasing creativity as he pushed the door open. To his left was the milk tea counter, featuring a brand new cash register and a sizable stack of packaging supplies. Behind it lay a clean and orderly operation area equipped with tea warmers, an automatic sealing machine, an ice maker, a juicer, a freezer, a syrup machine, a water purifier, a steam boiler, an ice cream machine, and a tapioca pearl cooker. Everything was in place. However, instead of a conventional lobby, he was greeted by an expanse of meticulously arranged bookshelves, illuminated by warm yellow lighting that exuded a sense of coziness and tranquility. Li Haocheng and oppa's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly a milk tea shop? It is nothing like I had envisioned. Welcome to Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop. 2 charming young ladies behind the counter greeted him in harmonious voices. The one on the left flashed a sweet smile and announced, "Today marks our first day of trial operations, with discounts starting at 30 off. Is the store manager here?" Li Haocheng inquired, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. Could this really be the milk tea shop rewarded by the system? It resembled a bookstore more than anything else. The young lady paused, as if recalling the manager's instructions, and tentatively asked, "Are you Mr. Li? Manager Gao specifically mentioned you this morning. Please hold on, and I will notify her immediately." "Thank you," Li Haocheng replied with a radiant smile. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a woman in her mid-30s, clad in a suit, briskly approached. Upon recognizing Li Haocheng, she appeared slightly nervous and greeted him with a bow. "Good morning, President. I did not expect you to arrive so early. I am Gao Chan, the manager of Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop," Seeing the mature woman, who was a decade older than him, display such respect, Li Haocheng smiled and said, "Good morning. Manager Gao, would you kindly guide me through the details of the milk tea shop? I have entrusted everything to others and am unfamiliar with the operations here." "Of course. President, allow me to show you around the shop," Gao Chan responded, gesturing for him to follow. "Please be cautious on the first floor. There are many bookshelves, and I wouldn't want you to bump into anything." As they proceeded, Li Haocheng's gaze was immediately drawn to a 2-meter-high, 4-tiered circular reading table, surrounded by an array of greenery. Beyond this distinctive circular table, the space opened up into a pentagonal area. The north and west sides featured 2 rows of towering bookshelves, filled with neatly arranged hardcover books, creating a striking visual impact. In the center, irregularly placed round wooden tables and low stools invited guests to sit, each accompanied by its own smaller bookshelf. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the east side was a long wooden table paired with bar stools. Crystal vases brimming with fresh flowers adorned the table, adding a touch of sophistication. Customers could read, sip milk tea, and appreciate the view outside all at once. At that moment, Li Haocheng could hardly find the words to express his feelings. Is this truly a milk tea shop? This is unequivocally a trendy hotspot. The design and decor undoubtedly resonate with the hearts of many young people. This place is bound to become a sensation. According to Gao Chan's description, this floor offers a usable area of 240 square meters, with the main layout forming a pentagonal reading space that has been maximally utilized by the designer. The environment is both rustic and warm, although the bookshelves and reading tables occupy only 60 square meters. The superb design creates an impression of being immersed in a sea of books. It feels as though one could reach for a book from any corner. Li Haocheng and Oppos, as heart swelled with admiration, the products of the affluent system are undoubtedly exquisite. The system truly excels, Gao Chan enthusiastically explained. "We have outsourced the bookshelves to Xiongyu Media Company. Members can borrow books with a card, and our milk tea shop receives a 10% commission on purchases." After touring the first floor, the two ascended the spiral staircase. The wooden steps were simple yet elegant, resonating with a solid thud with each step, a testament to their craftsmanship. At the top of the stairs lay a spacious dining area, featuring a moderately sized stage at the front and a projector screen at the back. The second floor accommodates 15 tables, capable of seating 60 to 70 patrons at once. The shop offers baked goods, steaks, fruit platters, and customers can also order milk tea and ice cream from downstairs. However, they have yet to officially open. While the equipment is fully prepared, they are currently in the process of recruiting chefs and waitstaff. At this point, Li Haocheng, overwhelmed by astonishment, could only manage to utter, "Let us proceed to the third floor." Gao Chan exuberantly began his introduction. "Esteemed President, the third floor primarily serves as the employees' office area and private rooms, encompassing an area of 200 square meters. The eastern side is dedicated to the employees' workspace, with your office located in this vicinity. To the west, there are 4 private rooms, suitable for temporary meetings, dining gatherings, celebrations, and other events. Additionally, there is a 40 square meter terrace facing west, adorned with 5 round tables, perfect for enjoying the sunset and capturing memorable photographs." After a thorough tour, Li Haocheng had gained a general understanding of the layout, leaving him feeling even more awestruck. This exquisitely decorated and impeccably designed trendy milk tea shop, merely the operating rights, must certainly exceed 200 million Korean won. Li Haocheng restrained the surging excitement within, maintaining his composure as he instructed, "Manager Gao, let us proceed to your office. Please present the operational documents of the shop to me." "Certainly, President. Please take a moment to rest in the office. I shall bring the documents to you shortly," Gao Chan replied with a smile, swiftly leading the way. The President and Oppos' office spanned over 20 square meters, roughly the same size as the apartment rented by Li Haocheng. The decor exuded a sense of understated elegance, featuring a grand mahogany desk, a comprehensive bookshelf, a high-end Samsung computer, and a complete set of sofa and teaware, with a thick carpet covering the floor. Seated in the luxurious executive chair, Li Haocheng could not help but lean back, enveloped in a comforting sensation that stirred his spirit. Chapter 43. This is the proper way to embrace wealth. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed outside the President and Oppos' office. "Please come in." Li Haocheng composed himself, his expression solemn. Gao Chan entered the office, carefully placing a thick stack of documents on the desk. "President, this is from the Haocheng law firm, entrusted to Wong for you today. It included the business license, design drafts, renovation contracts, equipment procurement orders, employee cost analyses, promotional strategies, and more." Haocheng law firm. Li Haocheng accepted the folder, opening it to examine the contents. Gao Encan cautiously seated herself in the reception area, half leaning, ready for any instructions. Suddenly, a series of reward notifications from the system flooded his mind, leaving Li Haocheng momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring your first business, Heihua Milk Tea Shop. Ding! Based on the completion of the current branch task and the host and oppa's abilities, the main task progress has been updated to 1. Ding! System rewards are being distributed, please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 200 million Korean won for store-specific funding. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Lamborghini Urus. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained permanent ownership of the penthouse Cheongdam apartment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have secured permanent rights to Heihua Milk Tea Shop. Ding! With the update on the main task progress, new items are available in the store. Please check promptly. Li Haocheng had initially thought that with a bank balance of 80,000 Korean won and ownership of a high-end milk tea shop, he could hardly be astonished by the system anymore. After all, his current quality of life was satisfactory, with no worries about food and drink. Owning a business and a sports car, and occasionally receiving a substantial amount from the sharing joy task. However, upon seeing the updated main task progress and the rewards bestowed by the elite wealthy system, he found himself kneeling before the system. My goodness, what extraordinary rewards are these? This truly is the correct way to engage with the elite wealthy system. The mundane tasks of delivering takeout or editing short videos were relics of the past. The opulent lifestyle of the affluent was gradually encroaching upon Li Haocheng. With a heart full of excitement, Li Haocheng opened the main interface of the elite wealthy system in his mind and clicked to view the inventory. He gazed intently at the details of the items listed. 200 million Korean won for store-specific funding. This fund is exclusively for the operation of Heihua Milk Tea Shop, including store promotions, equipment and raw material procurement, employee salaries, and interior decoration. Lamborghini Urus, valued at 683 million Korean won, featuring a 4.0T engine with 3 variants. A 4-seat large SUV, please bring your resident registration to the Lamborghini Center in Seoul for collection. Permanent ownership of Heihua Milk Tea Shop. You have secured permanent ownership of the shop located at 43 Shijiaodong, Mapo District, Seoul, with a building area of square meters, a 3-story standalone structure. Property rights have been processed by Yaoxiang Law Firm. The penthouse Cheongdam apartment, a spacious flat of 71 square meters. Featuring panoramic views and grand floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Han River, please bring your resident registration to the Cheongdam sales office for collection. President, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Gao Encan suddenly stood up, her face filled with urgent concern. It was understandable. The president appeared profoundly unsettled, his complexion shifting dramatically. Li Haocheng forced himself to remain calm, responding with difficulty. Manager Gao, I'm fine, really, no need for a hospital. Gao Encan, still worried, remarked, President, your face is quite red. Are you running a fever? We have medicine at the shop. Should I fetch some? At that moment, Li Haocheng's mind was swirling with thoughts of Cheongdam Flat, Lamborghini Urus, and permanent shop ownership, all feeling somewhat surreal. After mustering his composure, he waved his hand and said, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine, Manager Gao. Please brief me on our store's employee situation. Though he was eager to rush and claim the Lamborghini Urus and the luxurious flat in Seoul, it was his first day, and he needed to familiarize himself with the shop's basic information. The 200 million Korean won in store-specific funding had to be maximized for profit. A well-managed milk tea shop in such a popular location would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Gao Encan resumed her seat and began her report. Currently, aside from myself, we have only Zhang Jiayun and Guo Xiaojun as employees. They are both experienced milk tea staff I recruited from other shops, currently serving as hosts and cashiers. This afternoon, 7 more will join, 5 servers, 1 barista, and 1 cashier. Additionally, we need to recruit 3 more servers and 2 chefs, expecting a total of 15 employees. Li Haocheng inquired about the salaries, which was his primary concern. Gao Encan answered promptly. The manager's monthly salary is 1 million Korean won, while the barista and milk tea master earn 850,000 Korean won each. The chefs are tentatively set at 700,000 Korean won per month, and servers and cashiers will receive 660,000 Korean won. The projected monthly salary expenditure is 2 million Korean won. Furthermore, we need you to determine the performance bonus criteria, which is another significant expense. Li Haocheng was taken aback by the staggering monthly expenditure of 12.2 million Korean won for employee salaries. It certainly sounded daunting. As for performance bonuses, they were essential. Without assessment and motivation, scaling the business would be challenging. Observing Li Haocheng and Oppo's silence, Gao and Ken felt a pang of anxiety and timidly added, "This salary level is quite standard, based on estimated customer traffic and average spending. Once we officially commence operations, we anticipate earning a minimum of 60,000 Korean won each month in the initial phase. Should you have any reservations? I can consider reducing the number of wait staff by 1 or 2. However, given the expansive nature of our milk tea establishment and the multitude of projects involved, I fear that a reduction in staff may pose challenges." Li Haocheng confidently interjected, countering, "There is no need to cut back on staff if we are short-handed. We can continue to recruit online and attract talent from other establishments." Director Gao, what are your thoughts on the future prospects of our high-weighting milk tea shop? Gao and Chan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, "This is the most uniquely designed and exquisitely crafted milk tea shop I have encountered in Seoul. It is bound to become a renowned destination for social media enthusiasts. Following the current promotional strategy, I am confident that we can achieve daily sales exceeding 10,000 Korean won in the near future." Li Haocheng then posed another inquiry. "What is the current status of the liquid assets in the milk tea shop?" Gao and Chan furrowed his brow and replied softly, "I was just about to discuss this with you, President. We currently have no liquid assets left in our accounts. We will need to inject an additional 10,000 Korean won to procure materials, supplies, and advertising. Once we navigate through the initial phase of losses and the store begins to turn a profit, everything will improve." Li Haocheng nodded. He understood the fundamental logic of profitability. "All right, I will provide an additional 100 million Korean won, and you should intensify the marketing efforts. Additionally, please make every effort to finalize staff recruitment in the coming days. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me." Gao and Chan pondered for a moment before responding, "Recruiting waitstaff is straightforward. However, sourcing a Western chef may require poaching talent from other establishments, which could exceed the budgeted salary." With a dedicated fund of 200 million Korean won for the store, Li Haocheng felt confident, as long as the culinary skills are exceptional. "You may offer the salary you deem appropriate. I have no objections." Upon hearing Li Haocheng and Oppo's assurance, Gao and Chan brimmed with confidence. "Understood, President. I will ensure we accomplish our objectives." With thoughts of his luxury car and opulent residence lingering in his mind, Li Haocheng found it difficult to remain seated. After conversing for a while longer, he bid farewell. "I must attend to some matters. Let us connect on KakaoTalk to establish a work group for seamless communication." Gao and Chan promptly retrieved his phone. "Of course, President. I will scan your QR code." Chapter 44. Lamborghini Sales Center. Li Haocheng positioned his phone and activated the map navigation, making his way directly to the Lamborghini Sales Center in Seoul. Upon arrival, he parked his stunning Ducati Panigale V4R and entered the opulent showroom with a nonchalant and graceful stride. The automatic glass doors opened to reveal a refreshing blast of cool air. As he stepped inside, his eyes were immediately drawn to the array of striking Lamborghini supercars on display. Just as he entered the luxurious showroom, a friendly sales representative approached him. "Good day, sir. Have you been attended to by any of our sales staff? Or is this your first visit to our Lamborghini flagship store?" "Wait, that voice sounds oddly familiar," Li Haocheng thought. He turned to find a female sales associate clad in a sleek black suit, her elegant long legs adorned in black stockings, and her feet encased in stylish black high heels, exuding a captivating charm. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her name tag, which was prominently displayed. It struck a chord in his memory. "Ah, I recognize that name. Haven't I heard it somewhere before? Is it you?" The two exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in surprise as they regarded one another. The saleswoman was none other than Jean Taiju, the mature and caring older sister who had approached him at the Dream Fitness Center. Feeling a tad awkward, Li Haocheng scratched his head and greeted her, "Sister Taiju, I didn't Oppo's realize you were a sales associate at Lamborghini." Jean Taiju shot him a playful glare with her alluring eyes and reproached, "I've sent you quite a few private messages on KakaoTalk these past few days, yet it seems you haven't responded at all." "Sister Taiju, I swear. I and Oppo's been swamped with various tasks and utterly busy, leaving me no time to reply to your messages." Li Haocheng had refrained from working out with Jean Taiju at the fitness center due to Li Baona and Oppo's presence, opting instead to feign ignorance and not respond to her messages. Jean Taiju rolled her eyes dramatically. "Brother, you Don and Oppo's honestly think I view you as an innocent, naive young man, do you? This tired excuse of yours is one I encounter at least 10 times a day from those eager souls trying to take me out for dinner on Kakao Talk. Acknowledging his fault, Li Haocheng clasped his hands together in a gesture of contrition. Sister Taiju, I was wrong, truly wrong. I invite you to a delightful lunch at a fine Western restaurant as an apology for my neglect. At his words, Jean Taiju felt a slight relief. Throughout the years, she had always been the one rejecting others, and she had never encountered someone like Li Haocheng, who seemed unfazed by her charm. The day they met at the Dream Fitness Center, she was instantly captivated by the sunny and handsome Li Haocheng. His system-enhanced looks were undeniably appealing to her aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, with her family pressuring her to marry, Jean Taiju had been feeling quite overwhelmed and had resolved to take the initiative. If Li Haocheng had simply stated he wasn't opposed, interested, or that he had a girlfriend, she would have gracefully retreated. However, his silence on Kakao Talk had made her feel disregarded, which wounded her confidence and sense of allure. Now that she had finally run into him, she was determined not to let him slip away easily. Adopting a mock-fierce demeanor, she declared, "You better be prepared to treat me to an extravagant lunch. I want to let you off easily for this offense. Is this a familiar face I see?" A beautiful female sales associate approached, casually draping her arm over Jean Taiju and Amp, Oppo's, S. She appeared quite young, perhaps in her early 20s. But her looks paled in comparison to Jean Taiju and Amp, Oppo's, S. Jean Taiju raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed, and replied with a forced smile, "Min and Amp, Oppo's, I can handle this customer myself. You may attend to your other duties." Since the last client had remarked that Min and Amp, Oppo's, was prettier than her, she had been greeted with Sister Taiju every time Min and Amp, Oppo's, saw her, which felt somewhat condescending. Min and Amp, Oppo's, giggled, covering her mouth. "Is this handsome gentleman your boyfriend, Sister Taiju? I believe I overheard you mention a lavish lunch invitation." Jean Taiju's eyelids twitched involuntarily as she linked her arm with Li Haocheng's. His bare arms, clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt, felt the warmth and softness of the mature woman beside him, invigorating his senses. "I've upset my girlfriend recently, and I need to apologize to her today. Let us plan for another time." Hearing Li Haocheng not deny the title of boyfriend made Jean Taiju's heart flutter with relief. "It seems I still possess a certain charm. Even this young heartthrob cannot escape my grasp." Min and Amp, Oppo's, pouted playfully, "Then I must resort to takeout alone. My boyfriend has been too busy to spend time with me. But given that he gifted me a Gucci Marmont bag, I suppose I can forgive him." Jean Taiju's expression darkened internally. Is this blatant bragging? She thought. Thankfully, she had Li Haocheng as her temporary boyfriend to save face and prevent a complete embarrassment. Although he couldn't and Amp, Oppo's, compared to Min and Amp, Oppo's, boyfriend in wealth, Li Haocheng and Amp, Oppo's, tall and handsome stature was undeniably impressive. Sensing the tension in the air, Li Haocheng hastily redirected the conversation. "Taiju, could you assist me in processing the paperwork for the vehicle I reserved?" Jean Taiju blinked her alluring eyes in surprise, momentarily thinking he was jesting. Minner couldn't contain herself and chuckled. "Handsome, you're quite the comedian. Surely, you don't mean you sold a Lamborghini?" Li Haocheng nodded earnestly, replying with a light-hearted jest. "What other reason would I have to visit the Lamborghini showroom on such a hot day? To enjoy the free air conditioning? Haha. Sister Taiju, your boyfriend is just trying to amuse you. Why don't you smile a little? It would surely sadden him." Lu Minner could no longer contain her facial expressions and burst into hearty laughter, cradling her belly. Jean Taiju's face flushed with embarrassment, and she pinched his soft flesh with her slender fingers, feeling a twinge of bitterness inside. "You heartless scoundrel, boasting so grandly, dragging your sister into this humiliation as well." Hiss, hiss, hiss. As a sharp pain coursed through his waist, Li Haocheng struggled to break free, yet his arms sank into a plush, soft expanse, momentarily forgetting the agony emanating from his midsection. Gazing at Jean Taiju, who was voluptuous and elegantly clad in a tailored black office ensemble, Li Haocheng appeared remarkably confident, unfazed by the circumstances. "I am not merely trying to amuse my dear Taiju. I have indeed placed an order for a Lamborghini Urus 4.0 Performante at your family's flagship store. You may verify the reservation. Here is the resident login certificate." Li Haocheng nonchalantly produced the residential login certificate from his pocket, exuding an air of ease. "Wow, that is valued at 683 million won. The Lamborghini Urus 4.0 Performante. Handsome. I truly did not perceive you as a wealthy heir. I shall certainly verify this." Lu Min and Amp, Oppo's, graciously accepted the residential login certificate, yet internally scoffed in disdain. With such striking looks, How could he possibly be interested in Jean Taiju, an almost 30-year-old woman, in the realm of affluent heirs? There are countless young and beautiful girls in their 20s to choose from. To put it bluntly, even as a mistress, she barely qualifies. Please hurry. I am eager to collect the car, and it would be best to finalize all procedures at the 3 stations as swiftly as possible. For I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Later that day, Li Haocheng was scheduled to visit the penthouse Cheongdam Sales Center to inspect a luxurious flat with a scenic view. Observing Lu Min and Oppa are hastily darting toward the counter, Jean Taiju grew somewhat anxious and irate. Li Haocheng, this just is far from amusing. That girl, Lu Min and Oppa, has some unresolved issues with me and is likely relishing in my misfortune. How shall this end? Li Haocheng grasped her porcelain-like hand with determination in his eyes, stating firmly, Sister Taiju, I am not jesting. I am indeed here to collect that Lamborghini Urus. Chapter 45. Lamborghini Urus. The Lamborghini Sales Center in Seoul spans nearly 10,000 square meters, with a showroom area of 2,000 square meters, capable of showcasing over 20 luxurious sports cars simultaneously. The showroom is equipped with snacks, beverages, tea, and a relaxation area. Li Haocheng stood in the opulent and grand showroom, his gaze sweeping over the eye-catching and stylish supercars. Jean Taiju extended her delicate fingers to pinch his soft flesh, teasingly asking, What troubles you? Are you looking for your Lamborghini Urus? Indeed, Sister Taiju, your keen insight is admirable. Li Haocheng nodded earnestly, a hint of impatience evident. Jean Taiju sighed and placed her hand on her forehead, reproaching him. Do you even know how much the cheapest Lamborghini costs? The most affordable model, the Lamborghini Huracan LP2, retails for 534 million Korean won. As for the Lamborghini Urus you mentioned, its price soars to 683 million Korean won. Silly brother, do you have no concept of money? Once you graduate from university and enter the workforce, you will realize how hard it is to earn a living. I graduated long ago and have been navigating society for over half a year. Li Haocheng rolled his eyes, curiosity getting the better of him as he asked, By the way, Sister Taiju, how old are you? Upon hearing this, Jean Taiju recoiled as if confronted by a thief, exclaiming, You can't and Oppa. T ask that. Just as I wooed and Oppa. T inquire about your height. Hiss. Even the seasoned Li Haocheng was taken aback by the mature and bold demeanor of the older sister. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the luxurious showroom as a chair toppled over. The two turned to see Lu Min and Oppa, flustered behind the counter, her face pale and a look of panic on her face. Min and Oppa, what happened? Jean Taiju asked, perplexed, even if she intended to mock her. It Shun and Oppa, have caused such a commotion. Sister Taiju, I and Oppa, am truly sorry, I am so sorry. Lu Min and Oppa, Oppa's voice trembled with a hint of tears, startling Jean Taiju. Li Haocheng remained calm, understanding the situation all too well. Lu Min hurried over, bowing at a 90-degree angle to express her apologies. Young Master Li, please show mercy and do not hold a small mistake against me. I thought you were joking. Surely someone of your stature would and Oppa, take it to heart. Li Haocheng shot an unblinking glance at Jean Taiju, silently indicating, Sister Taiju, I was not deceiving you. I genuinely came for the Lamborghini Urus. Jean Taiju was evidently startled by this revelation, her expression frozen as she contemplated, Let me check the order. With that, Jean Taiju hurriedly made her way to the counter, her mind in turmoil. 83 billion won for the Lamborghini Urus. Could it be that I am not dreaming? The computer screen displayed a completed vehicle order. New vehicle orderer, Li Haocheng, reservation unit, future group, model, Lamborghini Urus 4. 0 TV 8 Performani, payment method, full payment, settled, status, delivered, awaiting pickup. In an instant, Jean Taiju and Oppa's heart was filled with mixed emotions. The future group was their parent company, boasting numerous luxury car sales centers in major first-tier cities. Being able to order a vehicle directly from the group hinted at an extraordinary family background, which explained why Lu Min was so shaken. Jean Taiju struggled to lift her head, her gaze complex as she regarded the sunny young man. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a recent graduate seeking employment. Dressed like an ordinary person, she believed that with a little effort, she could quickly win him over, but now, it seemed utterly hopeless. No wonder Li Haocheng rarely replied to messages on KakaoTalk. As a seasoned saleswoman, Jean Taiju quickly adjusted her mindset. Printing out the order form and presenting it to Li Haocheng, please check if there are any errors in the reservation details. If everything is correct, I will initiate the vehicle pickup process. Li Haocheng glanced at the order form, confirming the resident registration number and phone number were accurate, then nodded, make it quick. Once I pick up the car, I'll take you out for a grand meal. Li Min'er interjected enthusiastically, Sister Taiju, your boyfriend is so good to you. I envy you both. Following that, she turned to Li Haocheng, trying to please him. Young Master Li, please take a moment to rest over there. Would you like any cold drinks? I can fetch them from the fridge immediately. No, I'll just browse around the showroom, Li Haocheng replied. Not genuinely upset with Li Min'er, realizing that everyone faces challenges in the workplace. He waved his hand with a smile and refusal. However, Li Min and oppos interpreted his reaction as lingering resentment, following him anxiously. Due to the absence of other customers picking up vehicles, the process moved swiftly. The store manager, upon learning that a client from the group was picking up a car, ensured everything proceeded smoothly. Jean Taiju, stepping in her elegant black heels, gracefully approached. The Lamborghini Urus you ordered has arrived in the pickup area. Let us proceed there, where a delivery ceremony awaits you. Excitement bubbled within Li Haocheng at the thought of finally meeting his beloved car. Excellent. Let's head to the pickup area. Upon reaching the pickup area, they beheld a car covered with a black dust cloth, its sleek lines barely visible. The surroundings were exquisitely decorated, with a red carpet underfoot and numerous vibrant red balloons, decorations, and cakes adorning the space. Young Master Li, I am Su Longsher, the manager of the Lamborghini flagship store in Seoul. Congratulations on acquiring your Lamborghini Urus, and I wish you joyful driving experiences. A well-dressed, portly middle-aged man approached, warmly shaking Li Haocheng's hand while offering heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, young Master Li, on acquiring the Lamborghini Urus. Wishing you delightful journeys ahead. The beautiful saleswomen around them applauded in celebration. Li Haocheng smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood the sentiment. Subsequently, two stunning saleswomen, each possessing an allure rated at 80 points, approached the vehicle and gently unveiled the dust cover. The sight of the Lamborghini Urus in its full glory elicited gasps of admiration from the group of beautiful saleswomen. Under the brilliant lights, the pure yellow Lamborghini Urus appeared strikingly majestic, its high-end paintwork shimmering like flowing light. As a super-luxury SUV, the Urus features several enhancements in its design, such as a more intricately sculpted front lip, a carbon fiber engine hood, and air intakes. The side profile retains its muscular, sharply defined lines, complemented by eye-catching 21-inch alloy wheels. The rear design is more understated, with a noticeably revamped bumper, and the addition of sport dual exhausts and a black rear spoiler leaves a lasting impression. This Lamborghini Urus is equipped with a straight V8 twin-turbo engine that boasts a maximum output of HP at 0 RPM and peak torque of Nm at 0 RPM, coupled with an 8-speed automatic transmission and all-wheel drive, propelling it to a top speed of kmh. It accelerates from 0 to kmh in just 3.5 seconds, with a braking distance of 33.7 meters at kmh. The Urus's adaptive air suspension perfectly aligns with its 4 driving modes: Strata, Sport, Corsa, and EGO, incorporating rear-wheel steering and a roll stability system to ensure a harmonious balance of performance and driving stability. In terms of interior design, the Urus emphasizes its unique elegance and luxury, extensively featuring refined leather elements, harmonized with a high-tech dashboard and central display, both in color scheme and thematic elements. It can be described as brilliantly innovative. Jean Taiju diligently presented the fundamental details of the Lamborghini Urus beside Li Haocheng, who stood there quietly admiring the vehicle, increasingly satisfied with the strikingly stylish and prestigious Lamborghini Urus. Chapter 46. Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women at the Lamborghini Sales Center in the car delivery ceremony area. Li Min'er approached with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Mr. Li, such a grand car delivery ceremony. Would you like me to capture this moment with some photographs? Absolutely, come on. Take my picture. He replied, fully aware that this was his very first Lamborghini Urus, a moment worth commemorating. A crowd of onlookers quickly cleared a path, granting the spotlight to Li Haocheng and his striking Lamborghini Urus. Li Haocheng stood tall and poised, his handsome features accentuated as he leaned against the sleek vehicle, exuding an irresistible charm. Click, click, click. Li Min and oppos pulled out her freshly purchased Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, snapping pictures fervently. A group of young and attractive female sales representatives nearby could hardly contain their excitement, with several already preparing to add him as a private contact on KakaoTalk. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with a sun-kissed visage and the status of a wealthy heir, how could these women in their 20s resist his allure? Dear sisters, I advise you not to harbor any hopes for Mr. Li. He is already taken. Li Min'er proclaimed, her attitude doing a complete 180 as she sought to flatter. Sister Taiju, Your boyfriend is absolutely stunning. With his family background, height, and looks, he is the finest I have ever seen. So enviable. As her words echoed, the group of young saleswomen erupted into a flurry of chatter, expressing disbelief. Minner, you must be mistaken. Mr. Li is taken. Mr. Li. How could he possibly be Sister Taiju and Oppo's boyfriend? After all, they were all in the luxury car sales industry, and most of them boasted commendable looks and figures. In their social circles, Hu was regarded as a goddess surrounded by admirers. Though Jean Taiju maintained an impressive physique through regular workouts, she was undeniably older than Li Haocheng, who appeared to have just graduated from university. The mismatch was glaring. Jean Taiju reveled in envious glances from the younger women, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The truth remained, believe it or not. Lu Min and Oppo's rolled her eyes in exasperation, unwilling to offer any explanations. Li Haocheng had already inspected his beloved vehicle inside and out and turned to the store manager. Su, everything looks good on my end. Can we proceed with the registration and transfer? Su Long maintained a warm smile, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Li. We have internal channels to ensure the registration is completed before noon. Checking the time, Li Haocheng stepped closer to Jean Taiju, smiling as he said, I noticed a Lamborghini Urus in the showroom. How about you hop in and give me a rundown of its interior features? I'm quite clueless about them. Once the registration is done, we can head to the nearby restaurant for lunch. Jean Taiju's face lit up with joy as she nodded slightly. Observing this scene, the previously skeptical saleswomen began to express their envy. Jean Taiju is truly fortunate, having landed such a wealthy heir after all these years. Once inside the display car, Jean Taiju exhibited her professional salesmanship, articulating the vehicle and Oppo's features with precision. However, her demeanor was more formal, lacking the previous ease of their interactions. Li Haocheng sensed the shift in her attitude and inquired, Sister Taiju, is something bothering you? You seem different. At his words, Jean Taiju couldn't help but smile ruefully. How could I be displeased with you? I just realized that I may have overstepped my bounds. Understanding her underlying sentiment, Li Haocheng acknowledged. I see now why your demeanor has changed. Jean Taiju gazed at Li Haocheng's striking features and admitted, you must think I'm foolish. Truthfully, I do have feelings for you, primarily physical attraction. However, I've come to terms with it. It's best for me to keep my distance. Li Haocheng, with a serious countenance, pressed, but why? With a relaxed smile, Jean Taiju candidly replied, if I spend too much time with you, I fear I may never find another man worthy of my attention, and that would mean I might never marry. Sister Taiju, are you implying that I am exceptionally handsome and a potential treasure? Li Haocheng responded, his face radiating delight. You too are remarkable, beautiful, and possessing the best physique I've encountered among women. Jean Taiju chuckled softly. If I'm such a catch, why did you barely acknowledge me before? Surely, you must have thought little of me. That's not true, Li Haocheng began to protest earnestly. Jean Taiju playfully covered his mouth with her finger, laughing. All right, dear brother. I was merely feeling a bit overwhelmed earlier. Speaking with you has lifted my spirits. I and Oppo's LL help you find a test drive vehicle. Experiencing it firsthand is far more effective than mere words. Seeing Jean Taiju regain her vivacious spirit, Li Haocheng nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll follow your lead, Sister Taiju. The registration process proceeded swiftly, and before noon, everything was finalized. Settling into his new Lamborghini Urus, the luxurious interior was a feast for the senses, with the plush leather seats offering unparalleled comfort. As the engine roared to life, Li Haocheng waved to Jean Taiju, exuberantly calling, Sister Taiju, hurry and get in. Let us go enjoy lunch together. Jean Taiju adjusted her outfit, holding her breath as she slipped into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Urus, under the envious gazes of her colleagues. As the door closed, she exhaled a long breath, filled with mixed emotions. Although she was aware of the impossibility of becoming Li Haocheng and Oppo's girlfriend, the overwhelming sense of vanity still enveloped her in a delightful reverie. A Lamborghini Urus valued at $683 million, a young and handsome boyfriend, what girl could resist such a lure? If only it were all true. Jean Taiju had heard that the rich system was trending in novels lately. How wonderful it would be if she could be graced by such fortune. When dreams materialized, she would surely wake up smiling from her slumber. Taiju, I know a splendid Western restaurant where the sirloin steak is exquisite, he suggested. If you have no objections, shall we dine there? Jean Taiju brushed her hair back, and with a sweet smile, replied, since the handsome gentleman is treating, any Western restaurant will do. With a gentle press of the accelerator, accompanied by the roar of the engine, they gradually departed. The Neiman Western restaurant was nestled within a charming standalone residence, not far from the Lamborghini dealership. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering, one could immediately discern its unique decor. The floor was laid with finely crushed pebbles, providing a comforting sensation underfoot, while the courtyard boasted an abundance of bamboo, and panda motifs adorned the walls. Inside, the environment was impeccably clean. Li Haocheng ordered a two-person steak set, accompanied by a fruit salad and dessert. As the sole chef, the owner prepared the dishes slowly, and it took over half an hour for the meal to be served. Li Haocheng and Jean Taizhu relished their meal, particularly enjoying the steak, which was perfectly seared on the outside, yet tender within. The dessert, a caramel pudding, was delightful, sweetness melting into the heart. After finishing their meal, recalling that they needed to inspect her scenic penthouse in the afternoon, Li Haocheng politely declined Jean Taizhu's invitation to shop. Upon returning to the Lamborghini dealership, he glanced at the Ducati Panigale V4 parked outside. With sincerity, he turned to Jean Taizhu and entrusted her. "Taizhu, please take care of my Ducati Panigale V4 for me. I will return to ride it when I have time." In the sweltering midday heat, it was indeed preferable to take the empty Lamborghini Urus. "Haocheng, drive safely and take it slow," Jean Taizhu said, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she gazed at Li Haocheng's handsome profile, swallowing hard, seemingly mustering great resolve. She quickly leaned in and pecked him on the lips. Then, she swiftly opened the passenger door and, in her black high-top shoes, dashed into the store. Li Haocheng, still taken aback, felt a warm sensation on his face. He reached out to touch it and called out to the distance, "Taizhu, could you at least close the door for me?" Chapter 47, valued at 16.32 billion Korean won, the penthouse Cheongdam is situated in the affluent Cheongdam-dong of Gangnam, Seoul, and ranks among the most expensive apartment residences in the nation. This luxurious abode, completed within 4 years by modern construction, quickly garnered the attention of high society elites upon its launch. It is reported that this residence offers picturesque views of the Han River and provides hotel-level services, making it one of the most prestigious properties available. The area is equally commendable, adorned with parks, lush environments, and broad pathways. The community boasts a remarkably low floor area ratio, earning it the moniker of a garden community. As the only river traversing Seoul, it is positioned advantageously, attracting numerous upscale residential complexes. Within a 1-kilometer radius, one can find hospitals, schools, and shopping malls, ensuring comprehensive amenities. This location is currently one of the most luxurious properties for sale throughout the city of Seoul. Li Haocheng drove his Lamborghini Urus directly to the sales center of the penthouse Cheongdam. This standalone building, located at the northeastern corner of the community, consists of 2 lavishly decorated floors. Surrounded by vast lawns and serene water features, the sales center is beautifully complemented by an array of flora and bamboo. Upon entering, one is greeted by a generous counter offering refreshments. Even during the daytime, the interior is brilliantly illuminated, with over 6 meters of ceiling height and numerous lighting strips, bestowing an air of sophistication to the entire space. The clientele visiting the sales office is not numerous, yet their attire clearly indicates they are members of Seoul's elite. As Li Haocheng marveled at the opulence of the sales office, a polite voice, smooth as silk, addressed him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to the penthouse Cheongdam Sales Center. How may I assist you?" Turning to his side, he saw a young salesman clad in a sharply tailored black suit, possessing striking features. Li Haocheng replied with a smile. "Hello, I previously reserved a large flat at the penthouse Cheongdam. I am here for the inspection. Could you assist me with the formalities? Do you have a salesperson in mind?" The young salesman inquired politely. Li Haocheng retrieved his resident registration card from his pocket and handed it to the salesman before him. "This is my resident registration card. It's my first visit." The young salesman, taken aback for a moment, respectfully accepted the card. "Very well, please have a seat on the sofa while I verify your information." Nodding, Li Haocheng moved to the nearby sofa, scrolling through short videos on his phone, silently awaiting the proceedings. His anticipation for this property grew steadily. Nearby, a couple engaged in hushed conversation caught his attention, his enhanced hearing allowing him to eavesdrop effortlessly. The young woman, with her soft and delicate voice, exclaimed, "The environment here is truly splendid, albeit the price is exorbitant, over 100 billion won for a unit." The man, appearing successful in his 30s, responded with a grin. "This is one of the most prestigious communities in Seoul. Its greenery rivals that of any villa. If one cannot afford a large flat, acquiring an apartment here is still commendable." Feeling somewhat anxious, the woman replied, "Darling, that would be quite a burden. The smallest unit, at 85 square meters, costs several hundred million won. The mortgage would be overwhelming." The man, exuding confidence, reassured her, "You needn't worry. I'm just in my 30s, with boundless potential ahead. Besides, the residents of the penthouse Cheongdam are all distinguished elites from Seoul. I work in trade and wish to expand my network. This is the ideal choice." The woman nodded, her face lighting up with happiness as she envisioned a beautiful life in this residence, inadvertently glancing at the handsome profile of Li Haocheng. Noticing his girlfriend's lingering gaze upon Li Haocheng, the man felt a twinge of discomfort. "Let me share a secret," he said in a hushed tone. "If a single, attractive man is here to view properties, he is likely seeking a wealthy partner. Numerous successful cases exist within their circle, where individuals without connections pursue affluent heiresses in high-end sales offices. Similarly, many beautiful women engage in similar pursuits. You're still in university. Many things aren't as simple as they appear." Upon hearing this, the woman quickly averted her gaze, a hint of disdain crossing her features. The man spoke softly, perhaps believing Li Haocheng could not overhear. However, with his enhanced senses, Li Haocheng clearly caught every word. "Mr. Li, this is our team leader at the penthouse Cheongdam." The salesman who had gone to verify information approached briskly, accompanied by a stout middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Kai Xiangyu." With a warm expression, Kai Xiangyu continued, "Regarding your unit in Building 1, a 71 square meter flat, the contract, title deed, invoice, and related documents have been prepared for over 2 months. We have been awaiting your arrival. Then, might I trouble you to show me the flat?" Li Haocheng inquired, maintaining a humble and affable demeanor. "Of course. Allow me to guide you to your flat." Kai Xiangyu, though portly, moved quickly, leading the way. As they departed, faint sounds of astonishment from the nearby girl and the man's awkward cough reached his ears. Upon entering the community, it felt as if stepping into a lush garden, with verdant trees and vibrant flowers. Building 1 stands as the crown jewel of the Cheongdam community, primarily featuring spacious flats, with several key floors reserved for expansive units. Within the entire complex, there are no more than 8 such units, all of which were reserved prior to development. The purchasers are predominantly esteemed clients of Hanwha Real Estate, engaged in a joint development with exceptionally favorable pricing. Hearing this, Li Haocheng and oppa's anticipation swelled even further. This truly symbolizes a status of distinction. Entering the exquisitely decorated lobby of Building 1, 2 magnificent elevators gracefully split in 2 directions. You find yourself on the coveted 20th floor, with elevator access ensuring ample privacy. The elevators glide smoothly and silently, and soon, the trio arrives at the 20th floor. A mere turn reveals a striking entrance adorned with black lettering. Upon pushing open the grand door, one steps into an extraordinarily spacious foyer, dominated by a lavish floating cabinet that could conservatively accommodate over 100 pairs of shoes. To one side lies the driver and security personnel quarters, while to the other is the maid and oppa's room, featuring a concealed door that connects directly to the kitchen, ensuring the utmost privacy for the master suite. Continuing forward, a screen woven from vines subtly obstructs the line of sight. As one navigates around the screen, the breathtaking living room comes into view, boasting over 100 square meters of space, with furniture arranged in a relaxed yet inviting manner that exudes the essence of life. Kai Xiangyu reaches out to press a switch on the wall, and the electric curtains slowly part, revealing the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The expansive garden and the Han River come into sight, captivating the eye. The residence features both Western and Chinese kitchens, an oversized dining area, a reception room, a master bedroom, guest bedrooms, a media room, and a wine cellar, all meticulously presented. Each bedroom is equipped with its own walk-in closet and bathroom, complemented by 2 custom large refrigerators, central air conditioning, and a complete suite of high-end bathroom fixtures. The media room is outfitted with a premium projector, sound system, top-of-the-line computer, and gaming console, ensuring all entertainment needs are met. The extensive width, panoramic views, and lavish spatial layout perfectly showcase the opulence of this expansive flat, leaving every visitor in awe. At least Li Haocheng was utterly astonished. Such luxurious decoration of this expansive flat would require several $100 million to even consider. Mr. Li, this flat boasts a comprehensive range of functional areas, with an outstanding layout, scenery, and comfort, Kai Xiangyu continued, following closely behind, incessantly detailing the decor intricacies. Li Haocheng wandered through the residence for a full half-hour, gradually calming his exhilarated emotions. Kai Xiangyu persisted in illuminating the details of the grand flat's decor. The kitchen is furnished with a complete suite of imported Miele appliances, including a range hood, stove, dishwasher, induction cooktop, and a steam oven. 2 custom Gagano refrigerators, valued at 0 million won, feature a concealed design perfectly tailored to the layout's demands. Every bathroom is equipped with exquisite European-imported loft fixtures, exuding elegance and sophistication. The Daikin central air conditioning, Viessmann underfloor heating, Honeywell fresh air system, and Fendi sofas contribute to an unparalleled living experience. All doors and windows have been replaced with German SCH co-products, ensuring safety and sound insulation. The master bedroom and oppa's walk-in closet is furnished entirely with top-tier Italian brand polyform cabinetry, showcasing an abundance of genuine leather materials with remarkable texture. Within this splendid abode, every detail has been artfully curated by the designer, and every material used is of the highest quality and luxury. Immersed in this environment, Li Haocheng felt invigorated, as if he had discovered the very meaning of his life's endeavors. This is every man's dream. With such a luxurious flat, life becomes an indulgent experience. Kai Xiangyu respectfully presented an envelope, smiling as he said, "Mr. Li, here are your keys, access card, property certificate, purchase contract, and invoice. Please verify if everything is in order. Additionally, your parking space is AA, with a total of 6 spaces. You may send me your license plate number, and I will assist with the registration." Li Haocheng inspected the documents and, after confirming their accuracy, nodded in agreement. "Okay, thank you. Everything is in order on my end. Then we shall take our leave. Wishing you a pleasant move-in," Kai Xiangyu replied, discreetly retreating with the young sales associate. Chapter 48. Time-limited task. Lavish spending in the luxurious penthouse of the penthouse Cheongdam, Li Haocheng no longer maintained his facade of nonchalance, fully embracing his true self. He frolicked about, much like a joyous husky, indulging in nearly everything he encountered. He even ventured into the media room to experience the Dolby Atmos sound system, paired with a high-definition projector, offering an unparalleled cinematic experience that rivaled any theater. Leaning back on the genuine leather sofa, he gazed out through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, occasionally observing birds soaring outside. Stretching his arms comfortably, he felt a profound sense of openness, gaining deeper insights into life. Once, his dreams had been modest, merely to reside in Seoul, purchase a 2-bedroom apartment, and lead a stable life filled with marriage and children. However, possessing the upper-class tycoon system had allowed him to realize his aspirations instantaneously, acquiring the most expensive and opulent penthouse in all of Seoul. The emotions of gratitude and joy welled up within him, words failing to express his feelings. In the distance, countless workers toiled in the city's skyscrapers, while this upscale residence in Gangnam, the penthouse Cheongdam, remained an unattainable dream for many. At this moment, the significance of wealth became increasingly clear to Li Haocheng. People pursue riches and labor tirelessly, ultimately seeking the satisfaction of looking down upon the masses. The time-limited task lavish spending had commenced. He promptly accessed the upper-class tycoon system interface in his mind to review the task details, task content, within 24 hours. Take a female friend out for shopping. Task reward. Based on the surprise level of the female companion, receive a multiple of the spending amount as a reward. Task hint 1. Multiple female friends are permitted. Task hint 2. Only current balance may be used. Borrowing, robbing, or stealing cash is prohibited. Following the takeout expert task, another time-sensitive task emerged, promising tangible rewards for his expenditures. Li Haocheng retrieved his phone and checked his account balance on the Hana Bank app. 13,000,000 KRW. 90,000 KRW was not an insignificant amount. Should luck favor him with a double cashback, that would amount to 180,000 KRW. For someone who already possessed luxury cars, an extravagant home, and a bubble tea shop, this news brought delight, though it no longer left him in awe. He decided to let things unfold naturally, as he happened to have plans that would enable him to complete this task effortlessly. He hoped for more such tasks to accumulate wealth in his bank account swiftly. During the upcoming Chuseok holiday, he intended to take his parents for a checkup at the city hospital, treating any ailments they had. He also planned to purchase a spacious 4-bedroom apartment in the center of Ikkyeon City, making healthcare and living more convenient for them. With these thoughts in mind, Li Haocheng called his mother to inquire about the family's situation and his father's health, gradually setting his mind at ease. He then opened the KakaoTalk app to check the private messages from friends, noticing several unread messages during his time away. Wu Jingxi, dear young Master Li, Don and Appos, forget our romantic date tonight. Only 4 hours left. Li Baona, Haocheng, when will you come to Dream Fitness? Yuan and Appos, skip your personal training session today, will you? A gentle smile graced Li Haocheng's handsome face as he typed his replies. Under the stars, I will surely be there on time. Baona. I'll arrive at Dream Fitness around 5 o'clock, sending kisses. After responding to the messages, Li Haocheng stood up from the sofa, lightly stretching his neck and admiring the magnificent view before him. He opened his camera and captured the scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, sharing it on his KakaoTalk timeline. Li Haocheng rarely posted on social media, typically sharing only activities or events, as there was little worth sharing. Many of his classmates, friends, and colleagues even suspected he had blocked them. The notification sound from KakaoTalk vibrated, indicating a reply from Wu Jingxi. 7 o'clock tonight, don't be late. Shy emoji Li Baona had yet to respond, likely feeling bashful and hesitant to reply. His post quickly garnered responses and likes. Scanning through the comments, he noticed they were from female streamers he had previously added. What a beautiful view. Is this your home, oppa? It and amp, oppos, as so spacious with a view of the Han River. Oppa, why Haven and amp, oppos, do you come to the live stream lately? Which king, this is such a lovely place. Where was this taken? Ignoring the compliments from the streamers, Li Haocheng continued to relish the beauty of his penthouse, occasionally snapping photos, his mood soaring. The penthouse Cheongdam, situated in the upscale Gangnam district, was over 30 kilometers from his original residence in the Qingpadong community of Makhong, separated by the illustrious Han River. Driving his own supercar, the Lamborghini Heiress, back to his former home took over an hour. Once in his small apartment, he packed a few changes of clothes before setting off to Dream Fitness. Li Baona, initially somewhat preoccupied, beamed with joy upon the sudden arrival of Li Haocheng. She eagerly approached him, leading him to a secluded area, blushing as she handed him a small gift box. This is my return gift for you. It's not anything of great value, but I hope you won't mind. Li Haocheng glanced at the new shoes Baona was wearing, smiling as he accepted the gift. Thank you for the present, Baona. I'll gladly accept it. Should we open it now? I wonder if you'll like it. Baona appeared a bit anxious, her cheeks flushed as she leaned in slightly. Li Haocheng examined the small red gift box, adorned with a charming bow. Upon opening the delicate gift box, a sleek, jet-black leather wallet lay nestled within, an exquisite short wallet from the prestigious brand Kriskis, intended for men. It was likely procured from a department store, bearing a price tag of 56,000 Korean won. Li Baona, with a shy and charming visage, gently remarked, I noticed you seemed to lack a wallet, so I thought I'd gift you this. I and oppos am just starting my career in Haven and oppos. T saved much yet, so this is all I can afford for now. Li Haocheng, captivated, tenderly held the suede wallet, exclaiming, I truly adore it. This is the first time a girl has gifted me a wallet. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Li Baona appeared exceptionally charming, her athletic attire accentuating her flawless figure, stirring emotions within him. Li Haocheng found himself momentarily entranced, a tingling sensation in his nose, as if a spark of mischief was awakening. You should go change your clothes. We shall commence our workout shortly, she urged, retreating slightly under the intensity of Li Haocheng and amp, oppos, gaze, her tone tinged with urgency. Chapter 49, Romantic Dinner under the starry sky nestled atop the iconic Seoul Tower. The Sky Terrace restaurant boasts a prime location amidst several bustling commercial districts. Unlike Li Haocheng, who had been less familiar with the city, Wu Jingxi had spent her university years in Seoul exploring various trendy hotspots, making her well acquainted with the city's romantic venues. Seated in a chair woven from vines, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, instilling a sense of serenity. Each table on the terrace was adorned with a transparent umbrella, its edges embellished with a ring of LED lights, allowing patrons to customize the color and brightness to their liking. A truly enchanting experience. Lush greenery and blooming flowers enveloped the guests, washing away the weariness of the day. Before her lay a breathtaking view, dominated by the expansive Namsan Park, where the city lights intertwined with the landscape, creating a scene both romantic and dreamlike. This renowned hotspot often proved difficult to reserve, particularly on pleasant evenings. As the clock approached 7, the restaurant filled to capacity. Wu Jingxi had wisely booked her table 2 days prior and confirmed her reservation via phone. The prices, however, were steep, making it a luxury not typically afforded by an ordinary office worker. With only 20 tables available, a minimum spend of 100,000 KRW was mandated, and outside food and beverages were prohibited. Wu Jingxi's online reservation included a meal and drinks, totaling 120,000 KRW. She recalled indulging in this luxurious experience with Qian Duo Wei shortly after graduation, an expense that had lingered painfully in her memory. Nevertheless, the romantic ambience of the place had captivated her heart. Due to her unstable income after starting work, she had not returned since. Now, seizing the opportunity to rendezvous with Li Haocheng, she took out her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and snapped a series of selfies. delighted to capture her best self against the backdrop of this perfect date. Everything seemed to herald the promise of a beautiful memory to come. Meanwhile, at the Dongtae Times Square Dream Fitness Center, Li Haocheng quickly showered after his personal training session and changed into a comfortable yet stylish outfit. Exiting the changing room, he greeted Li Baona before making his way out of the fitness center. Watching him leave, Li Baona hesitated, her lips twitching as she fought the urge to call him back. She longed to share dinner with him, even having a particular local restaurant in mind. However, having only known him for a few days, she felt shy about taking the initiative. She had hoped he would suggest the outing. But now uncertainty crept into her heart as she pondered how he truly viewed her. After all, she had not attended university. What if they had no common interests? Following his navigation, Li Haocheng arrived at the restaurant's entrance, parking his Lamborghini Urus in the underground garage and taking the elevator straight to the rooftop. Upon entering the Sky Terrace restaurant, he was greeted by a refreshing evening breeze and a stunning atmosphere. As he stepped onto the plush carpet, his gaze instinctively swept through the crowd until it landed on a striking figure. Wu Jingxi, clad in form-fitting shorts and a top that revealed her porcelain skin. Her hair artfully styled in soft waves that cascaded down, looked nothing short of stunning. As he approached their table and took a seat, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Jingxi, you look absolutely beautiful tonight, truly breathtaking." Sitting opposite her, he was captivated by her radiant charm. Her delicate features glowed with vitality, her translucent collarbone accentuated by the ambient lighting, while her long neck exuded an elegance akin to that of a swan. Adorned with a silver necklace featuring a star-shaped crystal and sparkling earrings, she embodied a youthful allure that was simply irresistible. Overwhelmed by her beauty, Li Haocheng felt a rush of emotions, almost enough to make him swoon. Meanwhile, Wu Jingxi, who had been contemplating whether to call Li Haocheng, looked up in delight at his arrival. "Li Haocheng, you're finally here. I was just about to call you." She beamed, her face lighting up with joy. Glancing at his phone, Li Haocheng noted that it was just minutes shy of 7. "I'm so sorry for making you wait. I should have arrived sooner." He sincerely apologized. "It's perfectly fine. Your timing is just right," Wu Jingxi replied, her eyes sparkling as she admired his refined features. "I understand that as a young heir from a wealthy family, you must be quite busy. Just having you here makes me incredibly happy." Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Li Haocheng thought to himself, Wu Jingxi truly is perceptive and considerate. Wu Jingxi waved over a waiter. "Hello, we're ready to start our meal." The waiter, a charming young man, approached with a warm demeanor. "Certainly. Are there any dietary restrictions I should be aware of?" Wu Jingxi turned to Li Haocheng. "Haocheng, do you have any dietary preferences I should keep in mind?" "None at all," he replied, shaking his head with a smile. "I noticed you enjoyed ribs during our last gathering, so I ordered the restaurant's signature Angus ribeye steak. I hope it suits your taste," she continued. "Would you like to add some wine? I've ordered a misty forest cocktail and a mango latte. If you prefer, we can also have red wine or cold beer." In that moment, Wu Jingxi radiated the warmth of a caring girlfriend, clearly prioritizing Li Haocheng as preferences. Standing nearby was a dashing waiter who, having consumed an abundance of dog food, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. This man, aside from his handsome appearance, seemed to possess no extraordinary qualities. He wore no luxury watch and his attire was rather ordinary. How could such a beautiful woman adopt such a humble demeanor around him? It truly seemed a stroke of luck. "I too possess striking looks. Why am I not fortunate enough to encounter such a stunningly beautiful and gentle woman?" We decided against ordering drinks, as I had driven here today. Li Haocheng graciously thanked Wu Jingxi for her kindness. "We can proceed with the usual service." Wu Jingxi instructed the waiter, then turned her gaze to her strikingly handsome classmate. "Would you be so kind as to drive me home later? That would save me quite a bit on transportation costs." To have the opportunity to escort Jingxi home is indeed an honor. Li Haocheng was somewhat taken aback by Wu Jingxi's enthusiastic initiative. She flicked her bangs aside and casually remarked, "By the way, I'm free this weekend. Would you like to join me for an outing? The ecological scenic area at Baimang Mountain is said to be quite splendid." "Absolutely, just let me know when." Li Haocheng nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of nostalgia. When did the once aloof and proud campus goddess, who held herself in high esteem during university, become so gentle and considerate? Could it be that Wu Jingxi is captivated by my charming looks? How delightful that would be. Seizing the opportunity while the dishes were being served, Li Haocheng casually brought up a topic. "Jingxi, is that foolish supervisor still harassing you at work?" Recalling that foolish supervisor's theatrical antics, a smile illuminated Wu Jingxi's lovely face. "I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might very well be unemployed now. Thanks to my connection with President Shen Hongyuan, the other leaders in the company have treated me exceptionally well, even promoting and giving me a raise." That harassing bald supervisor has since applied for a business trip, fearing I might confront him. To express her gratitude, she insisted, "I must treat you to this meal." Li Haocheng, reminded of the extravagant spending task assigned by the system, promptly responded, "That one and oppos. Do. This meal is on me. After we finish eating, if you have no other plans, let us wander over to the nearby Renren Street Mall. I find myself in need of some suitable attire and intend to indulge in a little shopping." Wu Jingxi's expression morphed into one of delightful disbelief. Is this truly happening? My idol is inviting me out. This is mutual pursuit. She smiled and agreed. Of course, I haven't purchased any autumn attire yet. It's perfect for us to explore Renren Street Mall together. However, this meal must be my treat, as I've already paid for it through an online group purchase. As the two engaged in their hushed conversation, the dishes began to arrive, one by one. Wu Jingxi instantly transformed into an enthusiastic foodie, serving Li Haocheng while excitedly introducing the dishes. Look at these Angus ribeye steaks. The portions are generous enough for both of us. And they're cooked to a perfect medium rare, so delicious and not greasy at all. This salad features fresh vegetables from today, and there's an abundance of cheese crumbles. The mango latte is my favorite flavor, sweet yet not overwhelming. I ordered you a Wagyu burger, made with grade 7 beef. This was Li Haocheng's first experience being served dishes by a beautiful woman, and as he watched her with admiration while savoring the exquisite food, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Chapter 50. Romantic date at the Starry Sky restaurant today marks yet another matchmaking day for Bai Jiyun. Unfortunately, her beloved and Hong Hiren cannot bear to see her single, no matter how busy she is. Her aunt always finds the time to urge her to go on blind dates. Under her aunt's roof, one must comply. After graduating from university, Bai Jiyun moved in with her aunt in Seoul. The two share a close bond, with only a slight age difference between them. Hong Hiren, who is just 32 years old, runs a thriving department store, earning her the esteemed title of Queen of Department Stores. A few years ago, before the real estate market soared, she purchased a property in the Tongxiu district outright. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also has no shortage of suitors, yet remains unmarried. As she puts it, "In my youth, I never encountered the right person, and now that I am growing older, the chances seem bleak." Consequently, the family nearly severed ties with her. It appears that Hong Hiren hopes to alleviate her parents' grievances towards Bai Jiyun by introducing her to potential partners. Following the incident involving Mai-chan, Hong Hiren expressed her apologies and initiated matchmaking efforts to make amends for the distress caused to Bai Jiyun. Though Bai Jiyun is somewhat reluctant, feeling she is still young, she cannot withstand her aunt's incessant nagging and reluctantly acquiesces once more. Hong Hiren indeed has a vast network and quickly identifies a second matchmaking candidate for Bai Jiyun. This prospective suitor is a quintessential rich second-generation heir, known for his luxury cars and properties. His family operates a chain of Western restaurants with 4 branches in Seoul. It is said that his net worth exceeds 2 to 3 billion, and he himself runs a popular Western restaurant, making him an exceptionally appealing match for Bai Jiyun. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after a brief extension of her work hours, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her. "Hello, is this Jiyun? I am in Gongja. Ms. Hong sent me to pick you up. I am currently downstairs at your office, right to the left of the main entrance. Is it convenient for you to come down?" A deep, melodious voice resonated through the line. Since this was a blind date arranged by her aunt, Bai Jiyun politely replied, "Okay, please hold on a moment while I gather my things." After ending the call, Bai Jiyun immediately sent a private message on KakaoTalk. "Aunt, do you know that directly disclosing my workplace to others is quite impolite?" After sending the message, her irritation subsided slightly. She donned her small backpack and gracefully descended the stairs. At the base of the 63rd building, a brand-new silver Audi A7 was parked quietly. Leaning against the car was a handsome young man. The sight of such a dashing figure beside the luxurious vehicle was overwhelming for the single white-collar workers nearby. Beautiful women frequently glanced back as they exited the building, and a few approached to ask for his private KakaoTalk, but their attempts were in vain, as it was evident that he was waiting for someone. As Bai Jiyun emerged from the building in a delicate floral chiffon dress, and Goja straightened up instinctively, awestruck by her beauty and purity. "Jiyun, that dress suits you perfectly. You look stunning," he exclaimed with a radiant smile, quickly moving to open the passenger door for her. "I've reserved the best table at the Starry Sky Terrace restaurant at Seoul Tower. Shall we head there directly?" The Starry Sky Terrace restaurant, renowned as a popular spot for social media enthusiasts, enjoys great fame in Seoul. Bai Jiyun's face lit up with a sweet smile upon hearing his words. "I've always wanted to visit this outdoor music restaurant, but work has kept me too busy." "Thank you." At the entrance of the 63rd building, The young and beautiful onlookers sighed in disappointment, realizing they stood no chance against such a lovely girl. Once inside the car, a rich fragrance of persimmon blossoms enveloped her. Ji-yoon, these flowers are for you. And Goja presented her with a bouquet of mixed flowers he had purchased in advance. Ji-yoon graciously accepted the bouquet, bringing it to her nose to inhale its scent. Thank you, I really like them. And Goja couldn't help but smile at his charming date. Although he had dated many girls, encountering someone as youthful and delightful as Ji-yoon was a first for him. He had even prepared a platinum necklace, which he planned to discreetly take out later if the evening went well. Meanwhile, at the Starry Sky Terrace restaurant, the gentle autumn breeze accompanied Li Haocheng and Wu Jingxi as they conversed joyfully. Wu Jingxi clearly had done her homework, actively seeking various topics to discuss, such as favorite movie genres, memorable classmates from university, and preferred games. She eagerly shared her past experiences from childhood to her university days, ensuring that their conversation was lively and engaging. Just then, the restaurant owner took to the central stage and announced, "Good evening, dear guests. Tonight, we are delighted to welcome Teacher Chio from the Seoul Music Academy, who will perform piano and violin for your enjoyment. Let's give a warm welcome." The audience erupted in applause at the announcement of Teacher Cho's performance. Wu Jingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. I can't believe we've arrived just in time for a live music performance. Our luck is incredible." This restaurant periodically hosts musical performances, reputedly featuring professionals rather than part-time students. Li Haocheng also directed his gaze towards the center of the stage, an expression of anticipation adorning his face. Soon, a man in his 30s settled beside the piano on one side of the terrace. He dedicated a piece, classic Korean songs, to the audience, wishing everyone a delightful evening in this autumn night, under the moonlight, alongside their loved ones. Wu Jingxi and Oppa's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Li Haocheng, seemingly eager for him to utter something. Meanwhile, Li Haocheng fixated on the small violin held by a waiter on the music stage, a bold idea bubbling in his mind. According to the description in the consumption task, bringing a female friend for a surprise yields higher rebate rates. Does this mean I could perform a violin solo for Wu Jingxi right here, leaving her utterly astonished? And afterward, we could dine together, reaping an extraordinary rebate? With this thought, Li Haocheng found it hard to remain composed, realizing that what initially might have been a mere double rebate could now transform into a staggering 45 times. He cleared his throat lightly, tentatively inquiring, "Jingxi, during our earlier conversation, I recall you mentioning your fondness for music. What is your favorite piece?" Wu Jingxi reflected for a moment, smiling gently. "My favorite is the one we sang at our graduation party. I wonder if you remember it?" Li Haocheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "I believe I was in the restroom at that time and missed it." Wu Jingxi, unperturbed, replied, "Well, if the opportunity arises, I'll sing it for you, just the two of us." "So which piece is it?" "It's that song, Beautiful Myth." Upon hearing the definitive answer, Li Haocheng spoke mysteriously, "Jingxi, I wish to present you with a gift." Wu Jingxi's eyes shimmered with excitement, her heart racing and feeling bashful. "Haocheng, are you truly going to give me a gift?" At the Starlit Terrace Music Restaurant, a brand new silver Audi A7 glided into the underground parking lot, and Goja navigated the steering wheel with one hand, engaging in conversation with Ji-yoon, while deftly maneuvering the vehicle into a parking space. With a charming smile gracing his handsome face, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Once the car was parked, they exited. Ji-yoon admired a striking pure yellow car beside them, exclaiming, "Wow, that car is gorgeous. I think I used it as a background in a design project before. It's a Lamborghini, right?" Ji-yoon, though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, recognized a few common brands but lacked familiarity with other models and their prices. And Goja, well-versed in luxury automobile brands, elaborated on the model. "Ji-yoon, this is a Lamborghini Urus. Just look at the body and wheels. It seems to be the top configuration. The market price likely exceeds 600 million won. And such models are quite rare. There are hardly any in the entire country. Who would have thought we'd encounter it at the Starlit Terrace Music Restaurant's underground parking? It is said that from reservation to collection, one must wait 8 to 9 months. Upon entering the restaurant, the melodious sound of the piano resonated throughout the terrace, accompanied by the gentle evening breeze, creating a beautifully serene ambience. This sophisticated atmosphere is most likely to resonate with a city-dwelling professional like her. Ji-yoon and Oppa's face lit up with excitement. "Oh my, we stumbled upon a live performance. I've seen one on Douyin before, and they say it's quite rare to experience. Our luck is truly extraordinary." And Goja wore a proud expression. I previously contacted their boss to inquire about the performance dates, which is why I chose today for our date. They say there will also be a violin and singing performance later, which is certainly something to look forward to. Really? That is fantastic, Bai Jiyun exclaimed, stretching her arms joyfully, her dress flowing gracefully. And Goja had reserved the finest table on the terrace, located in a corner, not only close to the stage, but also affording a splendid view of the gardens and lights ahead. Guided by the waiter, the two swiftly took their seats. Chapter 51. The most dazzling star of the night. Bai Jiyun rested her chin on her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she admired the pianist on stage, a look of adoration gracing her features. Observing her, Ngoja chuckled and asked, Jiyun, do you have a fondness for music performances? With a sweet smile reflecting her dreams. Bai Jiyun replied, I learned the violin in my childhood, but due to a lack of talent, I couldn't continue. Eventually, I chose to pursue painting and embarked on a career in design. Ngoja revealed a mysterious smile, saying, Jiyun, you might be in for a surprise shortly. Curious. Bai Jiyun turned her gaze to Ngoja and inquired, what kind of surprise? It's a secret, you'll find out soon enough, he replied with a playful air of mystery. In truth, Ngoja had arranged with the restaurant owner to be invited on stage to serenade Bai Jiyun with a song, having even paid a sponsorship fee for the talented Xiao to accompany him on the piano. This approach had previously captivated many aloof and proud young women, and he had indeed practiced singing with professionals. The thought of performing his song under the bright moonlight for the girl he adored filled him with exhilaration. Such a romantic scene was irresistible, and he felt confident of success. This endeavor could be dubbed the well-prepared endeavor. Gently caressing the platinum necklace gift box in his hand, Ngoja gazed expectantly at the central performance stage. The slow and melodious rhythms floated between the terrace, delighting the listeners and rendering even dining a more romantic affair. Many guests took out their phones to capture videos and photographs, sharing them on Douyin and KakaoTalk. Bai Jiyun was no exception, eagerly recording with her newly purchased Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. In another corner, Wu Jingxi was equally busy, snapping photos with her phone without pause. She had already posted twice on her social media, reveling in the joy of the day. The romantic evening, accompanied by enchanting music and a handsome man, had her entranced. As the piano performance concluded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by cheers from the guests. Teacher Xiao bowed in gratitude to the audience. Seizing the moment, Li Haocheng stood up and said, Jingxi, please close your eyes. Only open them when you receive my private message, all right? Okay. I'm very much looking forward to the gift you have prepared for me, Wu Jingxi replied, nodding eagerly, her lovely face alight with anticipation and her eyes sparkling like stars. Li Haocheng approached the stage and quietly spoke to the restaurant owner. Hello, I would like to borrow the performance stage to play a violin piece for my companion. Is that all right? The owner paused, as such requests were not uncommon, though most involved singing rather than playing the violin. He readily agreed, saying certainly. It is our honor at the Starry Sky Terrace Music Restaurant. After a brief exchange with teacher Xiao, who smiled kindly and nodded, Li Haocheng felt a surge of inspiration and wished to enhance the performance by incorporating the piano. Hello, teacher Xiao. The piece I would like to perform is and amp, oppos, beautiful myth, and amp, oppos. Please rest assured that my playing level is professional. Could you accompany me on the piano? He requested, maintaining his gracious demeanor. Teacher Xiao nodded, responding, aha, then let us collaborate to perform beautiful myth together. Thank you very much, teacher Xiao, Li Haocheng said sincerely, bowing in appreciation. The waiter gently handed him the violin, which happened to be the same handsome young man who had attended to them earlier. Watching this seemingly ordinary customer preparing to play the violin for his companion stirred a pang of envy within him. As Li Haocheng cradled the violin in his hands, the familiar sensation brought him joy. As a professional violinist, this sensation was a source of happiness. Today, he had acquired a high-end residence valued at 683 million Korean won from the Haehua milk tea shop. Now, in this romantic setting, on a date with the goddess he had once admired from afar, his heart was filled with exhilaration. He had countless emotions and joys he wished to express. Now was the perfect time for a professional violinist to shine. The appropriate time, the right place, the suitable person, and the perfect instrument had all converged. Li Haocheng transformed into a peak violinist, replete with skill and emotion, ready to pour out his heart through this song. He took out his phone and sent Wu Jingxi a KakaoTalk message. Look up at the stage. This is your gift. At that moment, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the enchanting scene, as a gentle breeze swept across the terrace. Wu Jingxi glanced at the KakaoTalk message on her phone, momentarily stunned, before quickly looking up towards the stage. In an instant, she covered her glistening lips in surprise, letting out an involuntary gasp. Overcome with emotion, tears glimmered in her eyes. Forgetting the curious gazes around her, she hastily retrieved her phone, opening the camera to focus on Li Haocheng on stage. Is he going to perform for me? Can Li Haocheng play the violin? Is this the gift? How romantic, she thought. Simultaneously, many guests, primarily young women, captured this moment with their phones, disregarding their partner's jealousy and eagerly recording videos. Bai Zhiyun stared in awe at the man on stage, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Li Haocheng had changed dramatically compared to just a few days prior. Not only was he taller and more handsome, but he also radiated an aura of confidence that made him stand out. Standing on stage, he appeared extraordinary, tall and elegant, with striking features, his hands gracefully caressing the violin. Due to their proximity, Bai Zhiyun could observe his hands, long fingers with distinct joints, reminiscent of a musician's. This was a side of Li Haocheng she had never encountered. He was a far cry from the earnest and diligent colleague she remembered. The aura of a radiant and charismatic idol was something she had never witnessed before. On stage, Li Haocheng allowed his left arm to hang naturally before raising his forearm. Twisting his elbow towards his chest, he gently rested the violin on the left side of his collarbone, securing it between his jaw and chin. With his head held high and his posture as straight as a pine tree, he established a remarkably standard violin-playing position, exuding the essence of a seasoned professional. The audience, captivated, felt compelled to show their respect. If there had been any skepticism about his intent to captivate attention, it was now entirely dispelled. Exchanging a knowing glance with teacher Chio, they nodded in unison and commenced their performance. The first 10 seconds featured a lively piano solo, swiftly immersing everyone in the piece and oppa's atmosphere. Li Haocheng silently followed the rhythm in his mind, timing his entry seamlessly with the violin. The harmonious blend of rain and melody was nothing short of enchanting. Rather than disrupting the original tempo, the prolonged notes of the violin added a profound and mysterious aura to the composition. The violin is an instrument of varied styles, capable of expressing both the melancholic beauty of softness and the bright vigor of masculinity, while embodying a harmonious balance of both. Today, as he played for Wu Jingxi, in such a romantic setting, Li Haocheng endeavored to control the timbre and rhythm, crafting a warm and luminous melody imbued with a hint of sweet longing. As the 20-second prelude concluded, they transitioned into the main body of the song. With the piano and violin intertwining, many in the audience began to hum along. After all, this was a widely recognized piece, often a staple in karaoke sessions, and several attendees were minor celebrities who had trained in singing, their voices resonating beautifully. Wu Jingxi watched Li Haocheng shine on stage, her heart melting with affection. With a camera in hand and tears glistening in her eyes, she sang along, her voice melding beautifully with the enchanting violin. Li Haocheng and oppa's claims were no exaggeration. His proficiency with the violin was undeniably professional. Throughout their collaboration, teacher Chio's gaze towards Li Haocheng grew increasingly astonished. It was rare to find someone of such youth playing the violin so skillfully, especially in Seoul, where he had never heard of anyone comparable. Considering this, teacher Chio willingly receded into the background, allowing Li Haocheng to take center stage. Eager to witness his performance under these circumstances, as the song reached its climax, the violin's sound soared, relegating the piano to a mere accompaniment. With the intense quivering of notes, the audience felt goosebumps ripple across their skin, and many young women softly joined in song. The terrace was filled with the melodious strains of the violin, the harmonious piano, and the audience and oppa's singing. Li Haocheng had truly become the focal point of the evening, effortlessly carrying an air of grandeur. The restaurant owner, elated, summoned all the staff and recorded this moment on his phone. In the days to follow, their restaurant's social media account would undoubtedly attract a plethora of likes and followers. This was a serendipitous viral moment: handsome, nighttime ambience, stunning scenery, and a solo violin performance, all contributing to a heightened interest. Such a level of violin performance is typically reserved for grand opera shows or professional concert halls, requiring tickets for entry, a high barrier to access. The emotional resonance and sensory experience of a live performance are distinctly different from those transmitted through headphones. Performing in a terrace restaurant like this felt somewhat beneath his talents. Every audience member was fully engrossed in the performance, grateful for their presence that day. Encountering a professional-level street performer on the violin, especially one so handsome, was a stroke of luck. Their social media updates would surely become the envy of many. Even those male patrons who had previously harbored discontent towards Li Haocheng were now smiling, letting go of their grievances. Being able to share such an exquisite performance in such a romantic setting with their companions was a tremendous gain for them. Chapter 52. The most radiant star of the evening by Ji-yoon blinked her large, round, dark eyes, her rosy lips appearing fuller than ever, clearly astonished beyond measure. Although she had always held a favorable impression of Li Haocheng, aware of his many talents, she had never anticipated that he could play the violin so exquisitely. His performance far surpassed those she had seen online from various internet celebrities or street performers. With such remarkable skills, why was he engaged in advertising planning? Numerous upscale restaurants would eagerly welcome such a virtuoso, and he could even grace television shows. Meanwhile, Ngong's gaze was one of pure murder. Everything had been meticulously arranged for his upcoming performance, designed to elevate the atmosphere and capture the heart of the beautiful lady present. Yet, unexpectedly, someone had stolen his thunder, an apparent professional violinist, no less. Wait, why would the restaurant owner request him to perform? Was he to humiliate himself on stage? The music continued as Li Haocheng immersed himself deeper into the performance, losing himself in the melody. He felt as though he were in an expansive wilderness, utterly alone. No longer was he playing merely to elicit surprise from Wu Jingxi. He was genuinely enjoying the ocean of music. Soon, after a resonant concluding note, the violin performance officially came to an end. Bravo! What an extraordinarily brilliant violin performance. The patrons of the starry rooftop music restaurant rose in unison, erupting into loud applause and cheers. Still lost in the afterglow of his performance, Li Haocheng slowly lowered his violin. Wu Jingxi could no longer contain her excitement. Disregarding the gazes of others, she dashed toward the stage and leaped into Li Haocheng's embrace. The onlookers in the restaurant watched with envy as the stunning couple reveled in their romantic and blissful moment. Wu Jingxi stood at a height that allowed her head to rest just beneath Li Haocheng's chin. Tilting her head up, her beautiful face glistening with tears of joy, she exclaimed, thank you, Li Haocheng. I absolutely adore this gift filled with surprises and memories. I will never forget this day. It is the most beautiful day and the happiest date of my life. Li Haocheng suddenly snapped back to reality, acutely aware of the fervent atmosphere and the soft figure in his arms. The intoxicating scent of the young woman enveloped him, and he instinctively yearned to embrace Wu Jingxi. Though his hands were still occupied with the violin and bow, a nearby server, having witnessed the scene, hastily approached to retrieve the violin and bow, casting a knowing glance at Li Haocheng that only a man could understand. Though Wu Jingxi appeared slender, it was due to her petite frame. Her body was soft and delicate, creating an intoxicating sensation when held. Dressed in a simple camisole, her supple figure pressed against him, sending waves of exhilaration through Li Haocheng. At 23, he had never experienced such stimulation, and he felt an immediate response, akin to a volcanic eruption. Fearing an awkward encounter with the beautiful woman in his arms, he loosened his embrace slightly and bent down, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yet, Wu Jingxi seemed oblivious, tightening her hold around him even more. As Li Haocheng wrestled with his overwhelming feelings while also relishing the moment, he silently recited a calming mantra in his mind. Below, Bai Ji-yoon wore a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the embracing couple, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her heart. It was as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away by a third party, leaving her both despondent and pained, tinged with an unacknowledged jealousy. In truth, Bai Ji-yoon had known for quite some time that Li Haocheng harbored feelings for her. As a refined urban beauty, she was never short of admirable suitors. Li Haocheng, her former colleague, was undoubtedly among them. He had often lingered after work to assist her with design projects, and even devoted weekends to urgent tasks. Clear signs of his affection. Perhaps due to his less privileged background, he lacked the courage to confess his feelings during their time at the company. Their chance encounter during a blind date marked a turning point. She could clearly perceive the significant changes in him, not only in appearance, but also in his newfound confidence. During their conversation, he had even confessed his feelings, but she had turned him down, regretting it now. Before today, Bai Ji-yoon may have harbored a slight fondness for Li Haocheng. After all, he was not unattractive, worked diligently, and was gentle in nature, frequently offering her assistance. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no affection at all. However, she had primarily regarded him as a warm-hearted colleague. In her eyes, Li Haocheng lacked the qualities that would make her heart flutter. Simply put, she viewed him as relatively ordinary, not quite meeting her expectations of excellence. Her ideal Prince Charming would fulfill both her material and emotional needs. While she did not demand a wealthy background, he should at least possess a house, a car, and a promising career, minimum requirements set by her parents for her future partner. After all, she herself was exceptionally well off, being the only child in her family. At this moment, as she observed the man she once liked embracing another woman who was equally stunning, Bai Zhiyun felt a pang of bitterness and regret. Setting aside financial concerns, Li Haocheng at this moment was indeed her ideal type. It was only now that she realized she might have truly missed out on something significant. A tumult of emotions surged within her, and she felt an impulsive urge to rush onto the stage and separate the two. Zhiyun, this bracelet is for you. I hope you like it, Ngozha said, presenting a beautifully packaged small gift box. Bai Zhiyun was abruptly awakened, instinctively accepting the small gift box and gently lifting its lid. Inside lay a silver-white platinum necklace, featuring a captivating deep blue four-leaf clover pendant, exquisite in its beauty. However, as if regaining her senses, Bai Zhiyun hastily closed the box, saying, I'm sorry, I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. And Ngozha, smiling with the warmth of spring, replied, It's truly not expensive, merely around 50 to 60,000 Korean won. I heard from Ms. Hong that you dislike receiving lavish gifts. I simply found it aesthetically pleasing and thought it suited you, so I purchased it as a small token. At this moment, Bai Zhiyun's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. She pushed the box back into Ngozha's hands, insisting, I truly cannot accept it. The bouquet you gave me earlier suffices as your gift. Before arriving at the Seoul Tower's Starry Terrace music restaurant, Bai Zhiyun had a rather favorable impression of Ngozha. He was certainly more appealing than the previous Mai-chan, being not only handsome but also coming from a well-off family and enjoying a successful career. Their conversation during the journey had been delightful, revealing him to be an emotionally intelligent young man. Yet, at this moment, her thoughts were consumed by the image of Li Haocheng playing the violin, radiating an ethereal confidence and an otherworldly charm that captivated her heart. Noticing Bai Zhiyun's gaze lingering on the stage, Ngozha felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Tonight was supposed to be his moment to shine, serenading Bai Zhiyun with love songs, compelling her to willingly accept his platinum necklace and become his girlfriend. Faced with her swift refusal, Ngozha, holding on to his pride, chose not to press further and began to devise other means to impress her. The young man on stage plays the violin quite well. My Western restaurant is currently seeking resident performers. Perhaps I could invite him later. Bai Zhiyun. Recalling Li Haocheng and oppa's modest circumstances, replied supportively, he plays the violin very professionally. He should be compensated fairly. And Ngozha, eager to showcase his financial prowess, boldly stated, For a talent like him, we could offer 100,001 per performance, potentially 2 shows a week. Bai Zhiyun nodded in agreement, realizing that this could indeed be a viable opportunity for Li Haocheng to earn some extra income. Zhiyun, do you have any requirements for your future partner? And Ngozha asked candidly. Bai Zhiyun glanced again at Li Haocheng, then noticed Wu Jingxi in his arms, feeling a pang of discomfort as she replied nonchalantly, I'm not sure. On stage, while Li Haocheng wished to hold Wu Jingxi a moment longer, he was acutely aware of the audience watching, many of whom were capturing the moment on their phones, making him feel somewhat awkward. He gently patted Wu Jingxi's fragrant shoulder, whispering, Jingxi, we should return to our meal now. Wu Jingxi's cheeks flushed, resembling someone with a fever, as she buried her face in Li Haocheng's warm embrace, reluctant to move. She merely murmured in response, clinging even tighter. After a brief moment, Li Haocheng reluctantly released her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Only then did Wu Jingxi emerge from his embrace, her glistening eyes still gazing at him in a daze. Clearly, Li Haocheng's violin performance had created a significant impact, dramatically elevating Wu Jingxi's feelings for him. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he cleared his throat and led her back to their seats. Upon returning to the dining table, the atmosphere between them turned decidedly intimate. Wu Jingxi, with flushed cheeks, occasionally stole glances filled with affection at Li Haocheng, who, feeling shy under her gaze, busied himself with food. Handsome, could we exchange Kakao Talk IDs? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the enchanting ambience surrounding the two. Chapter 53, lavish spending. A woman adorned in a stunning French shoulder-hugging dress revealed ample porcelain skin at her chest. Her face, painted with bold makeup, exuded a fiery audacity. As she lightly rested her delicate, slender arm on Li Haocheng's shoulder, Wu Jingxi, incensed, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. This woman clearly disregarded her presence as the legitimate companion. Rising from her seat, she brusquely brushed aside the enchanting woman and oppa's arm, her tone icy as she remarked, Could you not have a modicum of decorum? Can't you see I am here? The sizzling, bold beauty seemed oblivious to the flustered Wu Jingxi. Casting a flirtatious glance at Li Haocheng as she coyly inquired, Is this charming young violinist your boyfriend? If not, why not join me at my table for a delightful chat about life? As she spoke, she playfully jingled the Ferrari keys in her hand. Wu Jingxi and oppa's heart raced with anxiety. After all, she and Li Haocheng had not yet officially defined their relationship. The thought of someone taking advantage of the situation sent a chill down her spine. Casting a worried glance at Li Haocheng, her expression was fraught with tension. Li Haocheng, thoroughly disapproving of the woman's suggestive tone, politely declined, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am here with my girlfriend tonight." The alluring woman's face fell momentarily, her eyes darting towards Wu Jingxi, whose beauty was not to be underestimated. With a slight, almost imperceptible challenge in her gaze, she sashayed away in her red stilettos. Upon hearing Li Haocheng affirm her as his girlfriend, Wu Jingxi's heart raced uncontrollably. Li Haocheng, noticing her lingering irritation, picked up a spoonful of caramel pudding and gently offered it to her lips. "Jingxi, the caramel pudding here is exquisite. You simply must try it." Obediently, she opened her soft, rosy lips and took a delicate bite, the sweet aroma enveloping her senses, mirroring the delight in her heart. Seeing her finally smile, Li Haocheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a brazen flirtation before, and his heart had been in his throat. "I genuinely appreciate the gift you've given me today. After this, let us stroll over to the nearby People's Street Mall for some shopping. I have a present for you too, and you cannot refuse." Wu Jingxi blinked her doe-like eyes, as if fearful of Li Haocheng's potential refusal. "Sounds wonderful. It will be perfect for a leisurely stroll to digest our meal." Li Haocheng felt a surge of joy. He wouldn't even need to concoct an excuse to fulfill the extravagant spending task assigned by the system. Hearing Li Haocheng's enthusiastic agreement, a faint smile graced Wu Jingxi's face. Without hesitation, she scooped a generous portion of caramel pudding and offered it to him. "Haocheng, let me feed you some of this caramel pudding." The People's Street Mall was a mere 20-minute walk from the Seoul Tower Sky Terrace music restaurant. After relishing a delightful dinner, the couple made their way to the bustling shopping hub of Seoul. To facilitate the completion of the extravagant spending task, Li Haocheng had previously noted a Chanel boutique in the vicinity. After all, to spend 0,000 Korean won in an ordinary store would necessitate purchasing a plethora of items, which would be quite time-consuming. While the mood from their earlier violin performance lingered, it was prudent to expedite the task. After wandering the third floor of the mall for a while, Wu Jingxi eagerly led him into a men and oppa's clothing store, Dolce & Gabbana. One of the top 10 luxury brands globally, it is renowned for its premium materials and exquisite craftsmanship. The brand is celebrated for its designer suits, adored by the male clientele. Clearly having planned ahead, Wu Jingxi guided Li Haocheng directly to the men and oppa's section, stopping at a rack displaying a sleek black casual suit. "Li Haocheng, do you fancy this outfit? The color and style suit you splendidly, especially with the cooler weather approaching." Li Haocheng approached to feel the fabric, noting its softness and fine craftsmanship, enhanced by intricate embroidered patterns that lent a modern flair, neither too old-fashioned nor inappropriate. The overall quality was exceptional, and the price tag, amounting to 0,000 Korean won for the two pieces, represented a considerable splurge equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average worker. Observing his interest, a nearby sales assistant approached with enthusiasm. "Hello, this is a brand new autumn collection, crafted in Moldova from the finest materials, entirely handmade. With your impressive physique, this suit would fit you perfectly." Wu Jingxi, her eyes alight with anticipation, urged, "Haocheng, why not try it on and see how it looks?" Li Haocheng nodded, resolving to accept Wu Jingxi's generous gift, knowing that when he later reciprocated, she would find it difficult to refuse. Moreover, he had yet to purchase a suit, which would be essential for formal occasions. Wu Jingxi, brimming with excitement, added, "Oh, and could you also grab a pair of black leather shoes in size 44? The sales assistant beamed, "Certainly." Li Haocheng felt a swell of gratitude. No wonder she had inquired about his shoe size during their earlier conversation. She had evidently done her homework, which was far more thoughtful than his own efforts. Moments later, the sales assistant returned with a new outfit and shoes in hand, gently presenting them to Li Haocheng. After stepping into the fitting room, he examined himself in the mirror, pleased to find the fit impeccable and the material delightful against his skin. Satisfied, he exited the fitting room. Outside, Wu Jingxi gasped, her mouth agape and eyes wide in admiration. "You look absolutely stunning." Li Haocheng, with his system-enhanced physique, truly resembled a perfect mannequin. The elegant black suit accentuated his superior physique and striking features, complemented by his fair complexion, reminiscent of a refined gentleman stepping out of a luxurious manhwa novel, exuding an irresistible charm. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "It suits you perfectly. It's as if it were tailor-made. What a handsome boyfriend you have." Wu Jingxi's cheeks flushed with delight. Her satisfaction was heightened by the mention of boyfriend. With a decisive wave of her hand, she declared, "I and Oppos, Take this set. Let me go pay. The sales assistant beamed with joy at the prospect of earning a commission. Replying enthusiastically, of course. Please change out of the clothes and shoes, and I will package them for you. Li Haocheng did not decline. After all, he intended to present her with something even more extravagant shortly. Ultimately, after discounts, the total came to 10,000 Korean won, a considerable sum indeed. Wu Jingxi had just been promoted, and her first month's salary had yet to be received. This expenditure, charged directly to her credit card, constituted a significant outlay. Stepping out of the Armani store, Wu Jingxi seemed to have finally accomplished a long-held desire, her demeanor considerably more vivacious. The two strolled about the mall like a pair of love-struck couple. Li Haocheng and Oppa's gaze occasionally wandered towards the surrounding shops until he swiftly identified his next destination. Where shall we wander next? Since you and Oppa's gifted such an extravagant present, I must reciprocate. With that, he pointed towards a nearby Chanel boutique. Wu Jingxi spotted the store as well and gently declined. There's no need. If you wish to buy me clothing, stores like Only or Zara would suffice. There and Oppa's. No need to purchase high-end luxury items like Chanel. It feels inappropriate and far too expensive. Li Haocheng shook the bag in his hand with a smile. You just gifted me a set from Dolce & Gabbana. I won't be so polite, so please, just come with me. With that, he strode directly towards the Chanel boutique. And Wu Jingxi had no choice but to follow suit. Inside the store, the space was expansive, seemingly 4 or 5 pyong in size. It featured not only a clothing section but also beauty, jewelry, and watch areas, showcasing a comprehensive and refined array of items tailored for women. The interior was luxuriously decorated, illuminated brilliantly, with each display thoughtfully designed, exuding a sense of aesthetic appeal and modernity. The store was not crowded, providing a serene atmosphere, while the staff occasionally approached customers to explain product details. Trailing behind Li Haocheng, Wu Jingxi glanced at the price tags of the luxury items, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Given her family background and previous salary standards, she had never dared to consider such high-end luxuries. Spending 10,000 Korean won on a sophisticated suit for Li Haocheng at the Dolce & Gabbana store was already the extent of her comfort zone. Yet, in the Chanel store, a simple short-sleeved shirt commanded a price of 10,000 won, and an unremarkable small handbag could range from 5 to 600,000 won. However, in the beauty section, some lipsticks were priced around 100,000 won. Contemplating the possibility of receiving a gift from Li Haocheng at the Chanel store filled her with both anxiety and anticipation. She hastily tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Haocheng, if you're considering a gift for me, how about a lipstick instead? A perfume would also suffice. Something I can use daily. These clothes and bags Dawn and Oppo's tea seem suitable for me. Perhaps we can explore other shops later. Li Haocheng chuckled, understanding her intentions. Yet, he desired the allure of luxury items, as they would fulfill the system and amp Oppo's spin lavishly task while capturing her heart. I find the items at the Chanel store to be quite exquisite. Besides, we're merely browsing. We aren't obligated to buy anything. Hearing this, Wu Jingxi exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that if he inquired about her preferences, she could simply respond that nothing had caught her eye. Chapter 54. Lavish spending in the bustling shopping plaza. At the Chanel boutique, a youthful and attractive sales assistant approached with a polite bow, greeting, Hello. How may I assist you two today? I can offer some recommendations. Before Li Haocheng could respond, Wu Jingxi quickly interjected, No need. We would like to browse on our own for now. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant refrained from further interruption, quietly trailing behind them so she could respond to any inquiries that might arise. As the pair wandered through the boutique, Wu Jingxi consistently refrained from stopping, evidently not revealing her preferences. Observing this, Li Haocheng pointed to a new black round bag on display, saying, Jingxi, what do you think of this bag? It seems like it would complement you well. Would you like to try it? Wu Jingxi stepped closer, admiring the soft and delicate leather. Its stylish and elegant appearance undeniably appealing. However, upon checking the price tag, which read 10 million Korean won, she promptly shook her head. I'm not fond of this. It looks too small, and won't hold much. The sales assistant seized the moment to interject. Miss, this is a newly launched Chanel crossbody bag, crafted from classic lambskin. It can be carried by hand or worn over the shoulder. This size has 3 compartments, and there's a larger version with 4 compartments. Though it is a bit pricier. If you wish to try it on, I can fetch it for you right away. Wu Jingxi gazed longingly at the new bag but turned away, muttering, It doesn't quite match my style. Without hesitation, Li Haocheng took the bag off the shelf and placed it into her hands, studying her intently before saying, It's absolutely perfect. It matches your elegance splendidly and looks stunning. Li Haocheng spoke the truth. The city chic Wu Jingxi was indeed well-suited to such a refined and delicate bag, which accentuated her beauty. Turning to the sales assistant, Li Haocheng smiled and nodded. "We'll take this one. Please wrap it up." "Certainly, sir. Your taste is impeccable. No wonder your girlfriend is so beautiful. The bag you chose suits her perfectly." The sales assistant beamed with delight upon securing the sale. Hearing this, Wu Jingxi felt a blush creep across her cheeks but chose to remain silent. Li Haocheng then pointed to a gray suit and skirt hanging nearby, saying, "Jingxi, you just gifted me a suit, so I shall return the favor with a set for you to try on." Despite her embarrassment, Wu Jingxi waved her hand in refusal. "But you've already given me such an expensive bag. I cannot accept clothing as well." Li Haocheng continued to persuade. "It's not certain we will buy it. Just try it on for me. Consider it a showcase of the enchanting transformation of the beautiful Jingxi." Her cheeks reddening further, Wu Jingxi relented, and the sales assistant hurriedly retrieved a suitable outfit for her. Wu Jingxi obediently took the clothing and stepped into the fitting room. After a few minutes, she emerged, showcasing her long, slender legs beneath the gray skirt, which accentuated her curves and slim calves, embodying beauty in every sense, as netizens might say, legs for days. The fitted blazer, adorned with vertical stripes, highlighted her fashionable persona, suitable for both work and leisure, a truly versatile style. Li Haocheng's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Absolutely stunning. It suits you perfectly." Wu Jingxi noticed his gaze lingering on her legs and smiled coyly. "Do you have any more outfits for me to try?" Li Haocheng, captivated by the radiant and alluring Wu Jingxi, inquired. "Jingxi, do you like this little suit?" Gazing at her reflection, Wu Jingxi was equally astonished. She hadn't anticipated such a flattering effect. It complemented her essence beautifully. However, upon viewing the price tag of 10 million Korean won, she deemed it excessively costly. "I have a similar outfit that looks just as good, so I want to purchase this one." Li Haocheng, seemingly unfazed, signaled the sales assistant, "Please wrap this outfit up as well." "Of course, beautiful. Your boyfriend is truly generous and treats you exceptionally well. He certainly knows how to spend." The sales assistant, slightly envious, marveled at Li Haocheng's charm and his lavish spending. Wu Jingxi felt a shiver of apprehension, softly protesting, "Haocheng, really, you don't have to. These gifts are too extravagant." In response, Li Haocheng jested, "What's the matter? Are you too moved? Would you consider offering yourself in return?" Wu Jingxi, emboldened, playfully shot him a flirtatious glance. "Sure, but I wonder if the esteemed Li Xiao has his eyes on a simple girl like me?" Li Haocheng seized the moment, playfully responding, "Naturally, I do. How about you come over to my place tonight?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Who would go to your house?" Wu Jingxi's ears flushed crimson, and she lightly tapped his arm, yet she refrained from saying more. Feeling emboldened, Li Haocheng grasped her slender, fair hand and gently squeezed it. Wu Jingxi did not withdraw her hand, merely lowering her gaze and remaining silent, her cheeks glowing even brighter. Seeing that he had taken the lead, Li Haocheng guided her toward the cosmetics section, where the prices of perfumes and lipsticks were relatively modest compared to the clothing and bags. Without hesitation, he selected 3 fragrances he adored and encouraged Wu Jingxi to choose a lipstick, totaling approximately 100,000 Korean won, before making his way to the counter. Wu Jingxi gazed at the hefty bill of 100,000 Korean won, her final protest emerging. "Do we really need to buy so many items? Isn't it too extravagant? I don't mind the price as long as it's a gift from you. I'd be happy with something worth a few thousand." Evidently, she feared Li Haocheng might misconstrue her as a girl who sought to take advantage. Li Haocheng gently squeezed her hand. "Then I shall gift you something worth a few thousand next time, but today, you must obey me." Reluctantly, Wu Jingxi nodded in compliance, choosing to say no more. "Greetings, sir. After the discount, the total comes to 50,000 won, the sales assistant gently stated. Li Haocheng retrieved his Korean Air credit card from his wallet, swiped it for payment, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, he awaited the rewards from the system and oppos as tasks. The yellow Lamborghini Urus glided along the road, the exterior a whirlwind of speed, while the interior exuded tranquility and warmth. Li Haocheng, with one hand on the steering wheel, couldn't help but steal glances at the long, graceful legs of Wu Jingxi in the passenger seat. The delicate and fresh fragrance emanating from her made his heart race, and his idle right hand itched to move in her direction. "Jingxi, do you share your apartment in Songhu Yunqing with someone else?" Li Haocheng decided to engage her in conversation to ease the atmosphere. After all, it would be unwise to act impulsively. Progress in a relationship should be gradual. "Yes. I share an 80-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment with Qian Duo Wei from our university and oppos faculty of arts." The layout is fantastic. Both bedrooms have balconies. The only downside is climbing 5 flights of stairs every day. It's quite exhausting, Wu Jingxi replied, her knees adorned with a collection of Chanel shopping bags. Smiling sweetly at the focused Li Haocheng. That does sound tiring. It's quite late now. You must be exhausted too. Would you like to come over to my place for a night's rest? There's an elevator, so you won't have to climb stairs. I live in a spacious flat with a large bed. It's very comfortable. Why not experience it for a night? Wu Jingxi's face flushed crimson, her hands tightening around the shopping bags as her mind wandered. Is he suggesting a leap forward? But we haven't even kissed yet. Why the rush? She felt an undeniable attraction to Li Haocheng, but couldn't help but worry if their pace was too rapid. Would he think she was too easy? Observing her sudden silence, Li Haocheng chuckled. All right, I'm not joking anymore. Back in college, I thought you were quite aloof, like an untouchable goddess. Now that you sit beside me, I can't help but tease you. I hope you're not upset. What was your impression of me back then? Wu Jingxi asked, a mix of anxiety and curiosity in her voice, genuinely eager to learn about the mindset of the low-key heir from a wealthy family during their university days. Li Haocheng reminisced about his college years, realizing that most of his focus had been on studies and gaming, with little attention given to the girls in class. However, Wu Jingxi was undoubtedly the most renowned among them, frequently discussed by her dorm mates. To him, she had been the unattainable goddess, beautiful and exceptional. A dream for countless boys, a beacon of unattainable allure. Her heart soared upon hearing this, her face lighting up with joy. Did you really think that way during college? Why didn't you ever try to chat with me? I might have fallen for you earlier. Li Haocheng chuckled, relieved. That's not certain. Back in college, you may not have found me appealing enough to engage in conversation. Wu Jingxi gazed at his refined, striking features, covering her mouth with a light laugh. I suppose I can only blame my lack of insight. But thankfully, we reconnected after graduation, and I'm glad I attended that reunion. Perhaps this is fate. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. Throughout the ride, Wu Jingxi enthusiastically recounted amusing anecdotes from university and shared her experiences, allowing Li Haocheng to gain a deeper understanding of her. Soon, they arrived at the Songhu Yunqing community. Standing beneath Building 8, under the soft glow of lights, Li Haocheng quietly admired her enchanting figure. The gentle autumn breeze caressed their hair, enveloping them in a tender, youthful intimacy. I should head back now, Li Haocheng said first. Wu Jingxi, reluctant to part, lowered her gaze slightly. Would you like to come up for a bit? Li Haocheng smiled and declined. Perhaps not. After all, you share your apartment. I'm unfamiliar with your roommate, and it would be inappropriate to intrude at this hour. What if we stumbled upon something inappropriate? Recalling her somewhat messy roommate, Wu Jingxi conceded. All right, I'll introduce you to her when the opportunity arises. Then, goodbye, Li Haocheng said with a bright smile, waving as he took his leave. Watching him approach the driver's seat, Wu Jingxi felt a pang of urgency. Why isn't he following the script? Shouldn't the guy take the initiative? Is he trying to push her to make the first move? He is such a proud and domineering man. As Li Haocheng reached for the car door, an unexpected surge of courage surged within Wu Jingxi. She called out, Li Haocheng, wait. He halted, looking back with a questioning gaze at her, shopping bags in hand. Gathering her resolve, she stepped forward, embraced him tightly, and, on tiptoe, leaned in to capture his lips with hers. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Wu Jingxi gasped for breath, retreating a step, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Li Haocheng touched his slightly swollen lips, the tingling sensation stirring his senses, and he couldn't help but exclaim, so sweet. Wu Jingxi blushed deeply, turning away to softly say, goodbye. I'm going to sleep now. I have work tomorrow. Goodbye. Sweet dreams, Li Haocheng waved as he bid her farewell. As he watched her enter the building, listening to the sound of her footsteps and the lights illuminating the stairway, he felt a profound sense of contentment. After confirming that the other party had arrived home safely, Li Haocheng turned and settled into the driver's seat, his mind still lingering on the recent events. The sensations on his lips and hands left him somewhat entranced. Having been single for 23 years, Li Haocheng had finally bestowed his first kiss. The previous peck from Jin Taizhu on his cheek was utterly incomparable. This experience was undoubtedly worthwhile, and it was evident that Wu Jingxi was also partaking in her inaugural kiss. Chapter 55. The Comical Bestie. Qian Duo Hui upon returning home. The living room was shrouded in darkness, leaving Wu Jingxi uncertain whether Qian Duo Hui had fallen asleep. To avoid disturbing her friend, Wu Jingxi deliberately lightened her movements and refrained from turning on the main lights. Stealthily, she changed into her cute pink slippers at the entrance, gently placing the Chanel shopping bag on the floor. Just then, a loud click echoed, and the lights blazed to life. Startled, Wu Jingxi let out a terrified scream, and turned around to find Qian Duo Hui staring at her with an expression of earnest curiosity. Wu Jingxi patted her chest in an attempt to calm herself and shot a reproachful glare at her friend, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why would you leave the lights off in the living room at this hour? Do you not realize that scaring someone could be dangerous?" Qian Duo Hui, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer and replied, "If I hadn't and oppos, done this, how would I have caught you sneaking in? I've been waiting for you in the living room for 3 or 4 hours just to catch you in the act." Rolling her eyes, Wu Jingxi retorted, "You are utterly ridiculous. I merely went out on a date." Qian Duo Hui and oppos' demeanor shifted to seriousness as she earnestly responded, "Hey, this is the first time you've officially gone out with a guy since I and oppos' known you. As your best friend, shouldn't and oppos' be concerned? What if you didn't come back tonight? Am I the kind of girl who takes such matters lightly?" Wu Jingxi shot her friend a death stare. Pondering the absurdity of it all, Qian Duo Hui and oppos' eyes darted around before she quickly spotted the shopping bag Wu Jingxi had tried to conceal. With a swift movement, she stepped forward to seize it. "Let me see what you and oppos' bought. Is it a gift from your crush?" As Wu Jingxi attempted to intervene while changing her shoes, Qian Duo Hui had already snatched the bag away. "Well, Chanel? Oh, perfume? That and oppos' a bit stingy, only about 400,000 to 500,000 won at most. And a complete set of lipsticks? That shows some thoughtfulness. I approve of this match. Did you buy this Chanel suit as well? Are the younger generation really this extravagant? It's stunning. Is this the latest Chanel crossbody bag, the 19-bag mini round bag?" Upon reaching the last item, Qian Duo Hui froze, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gasped, "You know I and oppos' wanted this bag for so long. You bought it for me, didn't you? It must be. I adore you, Jingxi. You truly are the best friend ever." As Qian Duo Hui excitedly lunged at her, Wu Jingxi turned her face away in disdain. "Please don't get carried away. This is a gift from my crush, a testament to our love." Wu Jingxi snatched the bag back, a blissful smile adorning her face. Qian Duo Hui's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she pleaded, "Have you forgotten who took leave to accompany you to the doctor when you were ill last month? Who helped you with your rent when you were broke right after graduation? Don't you remember how I treated you in college? Can I borrow it for a couple of days?" Wu Jingxi remained unmoved. "This is the first gift my crush has given me, and it's not for lending. You can give up on that idea." Qian Duo Hui clung to Wu Jingxi's arm, pouting and feigning innocence. "Just for 2 days, please? Jingxi, you know I've dreamed of it for so long. I want to show those pretentious girls in the office what it's like, so they stop acting superior in front of me. You could always find a boyfriend and have him buy you one too." Wu Jingxi quietly observed Qian Duo Hui and oppos' theatrical display, fully aware of her friend and oppos' penchant for dramatics. Qian Duo Hui sighed dramatically. "If I could find a boyfriend as handsome and wealthy as your crush, would I be wasting my time here chatting with you? Oh, by the way, how did he perform today?" "Absolutely splendid, unimaginably so, simply perfect. Today has been the happiest day of my life." Wu Jingxi beamed with joy. "Then why are you back so soon? Shouldn't and oppos' dedicating yourself to him?" Qian Duo Hui inquired, perplexed. Wu Jingxi shot a playful punch at Qian Duo Hui. "Am I really that frivolous? If I did that, wouldn't it make my crush think I'm just a casual girl? We are nurturing our relationship. Do you understand, Qian Duo Hui?" Qian Duo Hui rolled her eyes in disbelief. "With such an outstanding guy, if you don't take the initiative, someone else will certainly swoop in. Don't tell me nothing happened tonight, at least a kiss?" Wu Jingxi's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her as she turned her head away. "Ah, I knew it. Our Jingxi has finally given away her first kiss. Congratulations. Now tell me all the details of tonight's date. I want to hear everything." Qian Duo Hui pulled Wu Jingxi onto the sofa, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'll show you a video. Once you watch it, you'll understand," Wu Jingxi said, her face aglow with happiness, teasingly withholding details. Qian Duo Hui leaned in closer, eager to see. Wu Jingxi opened her album, locating the video of Li Haocheng performing Beautiful Myth, and clicked play. As the melodious strains of the violin filled the air, a figure emerged on the screen. Initially puzzled, Qian Duo Hui wondered why Wu Jingxi was showing her a violin performance. However, as the camera zoomed in, she recognized the man on stage and gasped, It's him, your crush." The video continued, showcasing a performance of remarkable skill that left Qian Duo Hui utterly mesmerized. Wu Jingxi's eyes sparkled with delight as she sighed dreamily. "What do you think? This was a special performance just for me, at a rooftop restaurant, playing my favorite song while the autumn breeze danced around us." Qian Duo Hui, filled with envy, remarked, "How did you manage to snag such a talented and handsome guy?" "Indeed, The extravagant gift he bestowed upon you might merely be a faude, a means of maintaining appearances. What is his family and oppos, as financial standing? Let me tell you. For someone of our exquisite beauty, it is imperative to consider whether a potential partner can adequately sustain us. As for his family background, it should be deemed respectable. However, I currently remain indifferent to such matters. Wu Jingxi pondered for a moment, recalling that Li Haocheng's family boasted executives from the Jioding Enterprise Group, which suggested affluence. What kind of watch did he wear? What brand of clothing adorned his figure? Qian Duowei inquired eagerly. He wore no watch and donned rather ordinary attire, merely casual wear. Wu Jingxi recalled. Qian Duowei smacked her thigh and rose to her feet. You must think carefully. He might indeed be a mere pretender. Perhaps even borrowed money to buy you that Chanel. Wu Jingxi chuckled. Your imagination knows no bounds. Let me show you a photograph. With that, she opened an album to reveal a snapshot of herself in the passenger seat, discreetly taken of Li Haocheng, who was focused intently on driving. Qian Duowei was first captivated by his handsome profile, then noticed the emblem of a furious bull on the steering wheel and the opulent interior. A top-tier luxury vehicle, a Lamborghini? Qian Duowei's eyes widened with envy. Jingxi, have you not yet confirmed your relationship? Wu Jingxi, vigilant, replied, what are you scheming? We are currently in a state of ambiguity. I am close to securing him, so do not interfere. Qian Duowei retorted with determination, it's not yet finalized. We must compete fairly. I feel as though I have discovered true love. He appears to be the one I have long awaited, the very figure from my dreams. Wu Jingxi regarded her with suspicion. Come now, you little gold digger, is it merely the luxury vehicle that has captured your attention? Yet, despite Qian Duowei's playful demeanor, she was reliable and unlikely to engage in such antics. Nevertheless, in the presence of such a distinguished gentleman as Li Haocheng, even the slightest hint of competition warranted Wu Jingxi and Oppos' caution. Qian Duowei and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, are there any other women vying for his affection? Such high-caliber gentlemen are often surrounded by a throng of admirers. Why not introduce him to me? I could assist you in dealing with potential rivals. Wu Jingxi felt a flutter of anxiety. She truly knew little about Li Haocheng and Oppos' private life. Without hesitation, Qian Duowei pressed on. We are indeed the best of friends. After so many years, I must assist you. Share his cacao talk with me, and I shall discreetly probe his intentions, shall I? Do not think I am unaware of your motives. You surely wish to disrupt. All right then, I must return to organizing the delightful gifts my idol has bestowed upon me. You can stew in your jealousy. With that, Wu Jingxi picked up her shopping bag and retreated to her bedroom, leaving a disgruntled Qian Duowei behind. Once ensconced in her room, lying upon her bed, Wu Jingxi revealed a blissful smile as she surveyed the array of shopping bags. She soon sat up again, opened her social media, and crafted a new post, assembling a grid of photos taken that day, captioned, Today's tale is splendid. I shall savor it for a lifetime. The beauty of this world, the evening breeze, and you. Not long after sharing her post, it ignited a flurry of activity on her social media. The images depicted a Porsche, a rooftop restaurant performance, and luxurious gifts, creating an undeniable impact. Most friends left congratulatory comments, while a few former suitors offered envious remarks. Among them was the previously charming student council president, Guochengjian, who began bombarding her with messages. I shall return to Seoul in a while. May we converse in person? He wrote. Do you recall our time in our junior year when we worked together at the library? You shared your aspirations with me, didn't you? Jingxi. Do not be deceived by mere appearances. Wealthy individuals often lead tumultuous private lives. Take care of yourself. This time, Wu Jingxi felt no hesitation as she swiftly blocked Guochengjian. Would he dare pursue her again? The thought of Li Haocheng misinterpreting the situation filled her with dread. Soon after, Guochengjian called, but she promptly blocked that too. Having resolved these matters, she messaged Li Haocheng, let me know when you arrive home. Chapter 56. The System Mall on September 1st, Thursday. The sun shone brightly in the clear skies. Li Haocheng rose exceptionally early on this first day of September. After a brief morning routine, he descended to the vibrant morning exercise sessions. The Qing'an community, undoubtedly one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Seoul, boasted exquisite scenery and greenery that rivaled that of a park, complete with a dedicated plastic running track. Li Haocheng ran 8 kilometers around the community, feeling invigorated and full of energy. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing shower in his lavish 20-square-meter bathroom and indulged in the soothing micro-bubble and surf massage of his oversized bathtub. The delicate bubbles caressed his skin, creating a delightful sensation. After drying off and wrapping himself in an elegant bathrobe, Li Haocheng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the unobstructed view of the Han River and the towering skyscrapers nearby. He picked up his phone and skillfully opened the Douyin app, checking his homepage. 3 followers. 0 video likes. The growth in data remained minimal, and the withdrawable amount was a mere 10,000 won. Since Li Haocheng had no intention of continuing to stream for traffic, his videos only garnered a few likes through Douyin's organic promotion. With a date scheduled with the renowned influencer Yin Suan at noon, Li Haocheng promptly withdrew the entire 10,000 won, just enough to fulfill the extravagant spending task. The primary objective of their meeting today was to collaborate on a video, aiming for a viral hit to rapidly increase his follower count. He had already conceived the theme for the video, a trending transformation challenge. The reason for choosing Yin Suan, of course, was her stunning legs, long and straight. Resembling elegant wine glasses, coupled with her beauty, made her the perfect companion for riding on the back of a Ducati Panigale V4 or supercar. As for whether Yin Suan would decline his invitation, Li Haocheng felt no apprehension. Given his own appealing appearance and the allure of his substantial Douyin coins, he was confident she would not feel slighted. Having acquired luxury cars and a mansion, along with the affection of his former college goddess, Li Haocheng and oppa's confidence soared as he continued to admire the picturesque view outside his windows. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, muttering, "I was so busy yesterday that I forgot to check the new items in the system mall." Eagerly, he accessed the main page of the upper-class godly system, in his mind, to browse the items available in the mall. The once empty shelves now displayed 3 gleaming products. Mission Generation Card. Upon use, it generates a branch mission based on the current host's circumstances and surrounding environment. Priced at 10,000 won. Resistance Breakthrough. Permanently increases endurance by 2 points, priced at 0 won. At this moment, Li Haocheng could not afford either of these items, merely gazing at them with longing. While having breakfast, he received numerous private messages on KakaoTalk. Aside from the usual requests for tips from female streamers, 2 close friends sent greetings. Wu Jingxi, good morning, handsome. The weather is clear today, with a high of 29 degrees. Remember to eat on time. Li Baona, are you coming over this morning? What time will you arrive? Li Haocheng smiled slightly, promptly replying to both messages. In the work group for the Black Flower Tea Shop, the manager, Gao Chan, provided updates on operations. The store manager, Gao Chan, good morning. President, the new batch of materials has arrived, and these supplies will ensure the store operates smoothly for 2 weeks. The store manager continued, following yesterday's recruitment. We now have 2 baristas, 1 cashier, 1 pastry chef, and 7 servers at the Black Flower Tea Shop. The store manager added, all members, please change your nicknames according to my format. Position name. Soon, a flurry of received messages filled the group. Li Haocheng also replied, changing his nickname to President Li Haocheng. Just as he finished, a private message from Gao Chan arrived. Gao Chan, President, today we will continue recruiting 2 Western chefs and 1 server. The server position should be fine, but our main task is to interview several chef candidates. They all have experience in large hotel kitchens, so their salaries may exceed the usual. The manager suggested, if you have time, it would be great for you to come and interview them personally. Li Haocheng was pleasantly surprised by Gao Chan and oppa's efficiency, yet it was not unexpected. With the excellent facilities at the Black Flower Tea Shop, anyone interviewing would surely recognize its immense potential and allure. He opened the upper-class godly system warehouse in his mind, selected 2 quotas, and initiated the transfer. A series of system prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Ding. 1-1. After the transaction, Li Haocheng sent a private message to Gao Chan. Thank you for your hard work, but I want and amp, oppa's, TB participating in the recruitment. You can handle it as you see fit. Additionally, the promised initial funding of 100 million won has been transferred to the corporate account for store operations and initial promotions. Gao Chan replied, thank you for your trust, President. I will do my utmost to manage the tea shop well. Since the financial system of the company is managed by Jiuding Enterprise Group, all procurement, billing, and payment processes operate through this system, alleviating Li Haocheng's concerns about potential embezzlement. However, he still wished for a trustworthy individual to oversee matters, although he had yet to find a suitable candidate. Returning to the Black Flower Tea Shop work group, Li Haocheng observed the growing team and decided to send a lucky red envelope, totaling 240,001, averaging 20,001 per person, though not a large sum. It would serve as a small encouragement for the employees' morale. Zhang Jiayun expressed gratitude. Thank you, President, for the generous red envelope. Moi, Nan Xiaozhen, the President is so extravagant. I'm utterly impressed. Li Haocheng, Upon seeing the replies from Zhang Jiayun and Nan Xiuzhen, couldn't help but smile. Both of them were familiar faces among his employees. Thus they felt comfortable directly claiming their red envelopes without much formality. In contrast, the newcomers appeared somewhat reserved, uncertain of their president and oppa's character, and apprehensive that claiming the red envelopes too eagerly might leave a poor impression. However, with the example set by these two seasoned employees, the others soon relaxed, eagerly engaging in the festivities. Hong Zhixiu, thank you, President. Li Ruiying, the President is so generous. I am grateful for the substantial red envelope. It brings me joy. Zhang Jiayan, oh, how did Xiuzhen manage to receive such a large sum in Korean won? We are all receiving thousands, if not tens of thousands. Gao Chan, my heart aches for Xiuzhen for a minute, as he observed the flurry of compliments in the group chat. Li Haocheng finally felt a semblance of what it meant to be a boss. He not only possessed the operational rights to the Haocheng milk tea shop, but also the property rights to the storefront. Just the ownership of this three-story building was conservatively valued at 343 million Korean won. The penthouse Cheongdam luxurious residence was appraised at 2 billion Korean won. The Lamborghini Urus was worth 683 million Korean won, while the Ducati Panigale V4R was valued at 10 million. Altogether, his assets in Korean won amounted to a significant sum. In a bustling metropolis like Seoul, he could certainly be classified as wealthy, and financial freedom was undoubtedly within his grasp. However, as his horizons broadened, particularly after moving into the most upscale residential complex in Seoul, Li Haocheng began to yearn for more. For instance, he currently lacked a luxurious private jet, and a lavish yacht, which were the standard for top-tier tycoons, also remained absent from his possessions. He still did not own a grand residence in first-tier cities such as Busan, Incheon, or Jeju Island. Thus, he recognized the need to continue striving for more. Glancing at the clock, it was approximately 9:30 a.m. Li Haocheng decided to retreat to the media room, powering on the latest model of the PS5 Slim gaming console. He picked up the controller and launched Red Dead Redemption 2, immersing himself in the game. The high-performance gaming console, the vibrant LED screen, and the Dolby surround sound system created an exquisite auditory and visual experience, making the gaming session thoroughly enjoyable. Suddenly, a notification from KakaoTalk interrupted his gaming reverie. Yoon Suan, the Lich King is not filthy, oppa. I'll send you the reservation details for the Western restaurant. See you soon. We are dressing up for the occasion. As long as we are dressed up, my video will be all the more captivating. Li Haocheng replied with a direct message. All right, I'll tidy up and head out. Setting aside the controller, he stretched his sore legs, realizing it was already 11:30 a.m. He had unexpectedly played for an hour and a half. He had initially intended to leave for Dream Fitness at 10 a.m., but it seemed that plan would need to be postponed until the afternoon. He couldn't help but reflect on how true it was that he had become a seasoned gamer. Previously, the pressures of work and survival had significantly reduced his gaming time. Now, with financial independence, ensconced in his lavish entertainment room, he felt a sense of nostalgia for his gaming days. However, this wouldn't do. There were far too many experiences beyond gaming that he had yet to enjoy. Li Haocheng selected a bespoke autumn outfit from his wardrobe, donned his riding gear, and hailed a taxi to the Lamborghini dealership. As he was scheduled to film a transformation video in the afternoon, he knew he needed to retrieve his Ducati Panigale V4R, an essential prop for the shoot. Seated in the luxurious custom vehicle, Li Haocheng felt no longer anxious but rather at ease, reclining comfortably in the back seat. They soon arrived at the Porsche dealership, and as he stepped out, his eyes immediately fell upon his motorcycle parked in the lot. It seemed freshly washed, its gleaming body reflecting the sunlight. Li Haocheng distinctly remembered it being covered in mud when he had left it here. He promptly texted Jean Taiju via KakaoTalk. Sister Taiju, did you wash my motorcycle? Are you here to pick it up? Wait for me. Jean Taiju quickly replied with a private message. Chapter 57, The Mature Older Sister. So knowledgeable at the Lamborghini sales center, the sound of high-heeled shoes resonated with a rhythmic cadence, drawing nearer with each step. Following the sound, one could see Jean Taiju, clad in a professional OL suit, hurrying over. The automatic door opened slowly, and as their gazes met, a spark seemed to ignite between them. Li Haocheng could not help but recall the stolen kiss they shared during their last parting. Jean Taiju, whose previously brisk pace slowed at the sight of Li Haocheng, found herself breathing a little heavier. Leaning against the seat of the Ducati Panigale V4R, the young man donned a crisp white shirt and tailored black trousers, his refined and handsome features radiating an air of mystery and nobility under the sunlight. A gentle smile graced his lips, and the breeze tousled his hair, creating a picturesque scene that mirrored the romantic tale she had read in her youth. Thank you, Taeju, for washing this Ducati Panigale V4R supercar. Li Haocheng felt a tinge of embarrassment under the intense gaze of the other party, slightly averting his eyes. Jean Taeju, her cheeks flushed, gently rubbed her legs together. Her voice quivering slightly. Haocheng, if you truly wish to express your gratitude to your elder sister, could you possibly do her a favor? As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert every effort to the utmost. Li Haocheng felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. He was well aware that this bold older sister often made extraordinary demands. Maintain this pose, stand still, and allow me to take a few photographs, she commanded. Without hesitation, Jean Taeju eagerly raised her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and snapped away at Li Haocheng, the sound of the shutter echoing, click, 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 incessantly capturing. All right. It's done. Jean Taeju gazed at the photograph on her phone, a playful smile gracing her delicate features as she nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Haocheng, utterly perplexed, inquired with childlike curiosity, Sister Taeju, what prompted you to take a photo of me all of a sudden? It's nothing. I just feel that you are exceptionally handsome today, and your physique is truly remarkable. Who has prevented you from sharing photographs in your moments? Sister is in need of some magical materials, thus I must take matters into my own hands. Jean Taeju pocketed her phone, gazing at him with a playful smile, her eyes glinting with a teasing allure. Magical materials? What does that imply? Li Haocheng could not comprehend the essence of this jest. He sensed an unsettling glimmer in the mature woman and oppa's gaze, one that seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Jean Taeju, with her voluptuous and well-proportioned form, leaned in closer and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you. I possess the art of hydromancy. The so-called magical materials can assist me in accelerating the condensation of water elements, thereby transcending my limitations and reaching new heights." Upon hearing this, Li Hao suddenly understood, gazing at the earnest Jean Taeju, completely flabbergasted. Is this truly a topic that can be discussed in such a public setting? If this continues, I shall be compelled to raise a pillar to the heavens. Indeed. Such a mature older sister is certainly beyond the grasp of a naive young boy like him. Compared to young girls like Wu Jingxi and Li Baona in their early 20s, it is akin to the distinction between a grand sorcerer and a magical apprentice. Li Haocheng, a seasoned connoisseur shaped by the ambience of university dormitories, finds himself unable to keep pace with the rhythm of this enchanting sorceress. Momentarily captivated and lost in contemplation by her teasing allure, he wishes for his sister, Kim Taeju, to swiftly transcend her limitations and reach loftier realms. The Grand Sorceress. Kim Taeju playfully pinches Li Haocheng and oppa's arm, a look of resignation on her face as she sighs, "If only you could lend your sister a hand. I would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of divine magic in one fell swoop. Alas, I am self-aware enough to understand that you do not hold me in high regard." Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from the elder sister beside him, and observing the imposing twin peaks of temptation drawing near, Li Haocheng feels a dryness in his throat. Utterly pitiful and helpless, he allows the Grand Sorceress to toy with him, too timid to resist. "All right, enough jesting. I am still on duty here. In a short while, a client is scheduled to view the car, so I cannot linger with you. We can arrange another meeting when time permits." As the conversation shifted to work, Jean Taeju swiftly regained her composure, embodying the image of a mature and poised elite salesperson, shedding the earlier frivolity. Dressed in a sleek black professional ensemble, she exuded a sophisticated charm. With her subtly made-up visage, she now appeared dignified, radiating an air of competence and astuteness. This was perhaps the true essence of Jean Taeju in her professional realm, exuding even greater allure than the impression Li Haocheng had of her. At this moment, Li Haocheng found himself tantalized by Jean Taeju and oppa's serious demeanor, which incited a sense of rebelliousness within him. After all, he was a wealthy tycoon worth billions, the enigmatic mastermind behind the Jioding Enterprise Group, residing in the most opulent and prestigious penthouse at the Penthouse Cheongdam in Seoul. With a Lamborghini Urus worth 683 million won as his mode of transport, how can one be so playfully teased and tormented by a mature elder sister? Once a suppressive habit is established between the two, one is likely to remain at a disadvantage before the elder sister forever. Upon contemplating this, Li Haocheng could no longer endure and inwardly exclaimed, as a dignified man, "How can I remain subservient for long?" Unable to restrain his impulses, he reached out and grasped Jean Taeju's soft and firm waist, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. The tender sweetness enveloped his heart, while the fragrance intensified at the tip of his nose. This strike was somewhat forceful, resonating loudly in their ears, serving as a fitting retribution for the stolen kiss by the elder sister. Due to her frequent workouts, Jean Taeju possesses an exquisitely slender waist, delightful to the touch. Li Haocheng gently explores, even perceiving the subtle contours of her abdominal muscles, which are far from what one would expect at her age. Enveloped in Li Haocheng's embrace, Jin Taiju appears as if enchanted by magic. She stands there, momentarily dazed, her face adorned with an expression of disbelief. In an instant, her legs weaken, rendering her entirely pliant within Li Haocheng and oppa's arms. As the soft and delicate figure approached, Li Haocheng felt enveloped in a fragrant warmth, and in that moment, the thrill of vengeance dissipated. His hands awkwardly hovered, uncertain of where to rest. Gazing at the bashful yet mature woman in his embrace, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words as their eyes met, shimmering with emotion. It seems I haven't done anything at all. This situation feels akin to being framed. Li Haocheng forced a sheepish smile. Sister Taiju, are you all right? You previously stole a kiss from me, and I suppose this is my way of returning the favor. Let us consider our past transgressions settled, shall we? Perhaps you might want to get up. If your colleagues see us like this, I might find it difficult to explain. Kim Taiju struggled to rise, but found herself captivated by Li Haocheng's refined and handsome profile, sapping her strength. Recalling his earlier actions, her legs felt weak and trembling. Am I dreaming? She discreetly pinched her voluptuous thigh, gasping at the pain. Ouch! This is no dream. He truly kissed me, albeit not on the lips. It was rare for someone of his stature to harbor feelings for her. Yet, how could that be possible? Kim Taiju possessed a sense of self-awareness. A man of Li Haocheng and oppa's caliber, let alone any moderately affluent individual, would scarcely consider marrying a nearly 30-year-old saleswoman like herself. Though she maintained her fitness, she could not compete with the youthful allure of those in their early 20s. The audacity of Li Haocheng's kiss ignited within her a flurry of unrealistic fantasies. Suppressing the urge to voice her thoughts, she feigned indifference, saying, I was merely teasing you, all right? It was just a kiss. Why would I care? That and oppa's good to hear. I acted a bit impulsively as well. Li Haocheng exhaled with relief, managing a bashful smile. Kim Taiju struggled to stand, avoiding his gaze, and mumbled, It's been a while. I must return to work. Also, could you please release your grip? I can't walk like this. Li Haocheng promptly loosened his hold around her waist, smiling graciously. All right then, farewell, Sister Taiju. With that, he donned his black helmet, mounted his Ducati Panigale V4R, and swiftly sped out of the Lamborghini dealership, as if fleeing. Watching him ride away, Kim Taiju instinctively touched her flushed cheek, forcing herself to regain composure as she walked towards the showroom. However, she noticed a slight dampness on her legs, perhaps splashed by the powerful motorcycle. Upon entering the luxurious showroom, Lumin approached with a teasing smile. Sister Taiju, we just witnessed your boyfriend's bold kiss. That was quite the spectacle. Your outfit today is incredibly stylish. I envy your relationship. Her words straightened Kim Taiju, who had felt a bit weak just moments before. Several familiar female colleagues gathered around, chattering with a mix of envy and admiration. One saleswoman, who usually clashed with Kim Taiju, remarked sharply, Who knows if he'll even marry you? Humph. I'm the one who managed to get a young and handsome heir to kiss me. Let these envious women stew in their bitterness. Kim Taiju chose to ignore the comment and strode towards the stage, her throat dry and parched, desperately in need of hydration. Chapter 58. The elegantly dressed In Soon today. In Soon awoke much earlier than usual, and as the clock struck 10, she eagerly began her grooming routine. In the past, during her days of leisure, sleeping past noon felt like a betrayal to herself. After applying her makeup artfully, she styled her hair with a curling iron and adorned her fingers and toes with vibrant nail polish. Although her finances were somewhat strained at present, she still took great care in selecting her attire. She pulled out her newly purchased clothing and shoes, donning them with flair. The sultry, form-fitting silver gray skirt paired with golden high heels made her look radiant and bold, despite the skirt being a high-quality imitation and the shoes from an obscure brand. Her figure and appearance were bound to leave a lasting impression on any discerning gentleman. This time, she was determined to win over the esteemed gentleman from her streaming room, ensuring he would become her top supporter. Lost in a reverie of self-admiration, her large eyes blinked playfully as she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, feeling thoroughly satisfied. This was her first in-person meeting with the top supporter from her streaming platform, and a tinge of nervousness lingered in her heart. Nonetheless, her confidence in her beauty was unshakable. She was certain she could captivate him instantly. Hewiting, do you think this outfit is appropriate for our meeting today? In Soon posed, striking a sultry pose at her bedroom door, calling out to her roommate, the petite flight attendant, Choi Hewiting, who was engrossed in a drama in the living room. Choi Hewiting glanced over with a nonchalant expression and sharply replied, Not at all. You should change into something else. Why not? In So-in protested. I think I look fantastic. Hewiting, you must be envious of my beauty. In So-in and damp. Oppa's mood soured at her friend and damp. Oppa's critique. I merely sought your approval, not to have you nitpick. Choi Hewiting set down her chips and incisively pointed out, I'm not envious at all. Just look in the mirror, at a height of 175 meters. Do you really think those 6-centimeter heels are a good idea? Honestly, In So-in, you'd want that mysterious top supporter to look up at you, wouldn't you? A wave of anxiety washed over In So-in, and she sighed, but this is the only new dress I have. I've worn my other outfits in the streaming room. And I fear he might find them unappealing. Choi Hewiting chewed her chips, her words slightly muffled, then just switched to some flats. Even a pair of casual sandals would work. In So-in shot her a glare, exasperated. Seriously, Choi Hewiting? Flats with a fitted skirt? What were you thinking? And remember, you encouraged me to meet the top supporter in the first place. Now that I finally have a chance with a wealthy heir, you must assist me. Or at least lend me an outfit. Upon hearing this, Choi Hewiting immediately grew wary. Don't even think about borrowing my clothes. Our sizes are different. And what if you stretch them out? You can't even pay me back for a new piece if it gets ruined. And let us be clear, I merely suggested you take this path. Don't place all the blame on me if something goes awry. In So-in gritted her teeth in annoyance. Fine, you heartless friend. I'll wear this outfit. If I meet my top supporter, I'll just bend slightly at the waist. Choi Hewiting chuckled softly. Well then, I wish you success. Just don't end up towering over him. That would be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? You can figure that out on your own. In So-in's expression shifted through shades of frustration, her temper flaring. Yet she recognized her height was a given, even in flats. She would still stand tall. If the gentleman truly found it uncomfortable, there was little she could do. Due to her job, her shoe collection consisted mainly of high heels, and she had few suitable flats or outfits to match. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, ugh, it's so frustrating. Being broke complicates everything. Recently, her earnings had dwindled, leaving her wardrobe stagnant. As someone who valued appearances, she would regularly purge her old clothes, shoes, and bags, making it increasingly difficult to assemble a fitting ensemble. Enough of this. With my figure and looks, any outfit will surely win over the top supporter. Resolute. She patted her flawless face, reviving her spirited, self-assured self. Stealing a glance at her engrossed roommate, she tiptoed into Choi Hewiting's room. After rummaging through her vanity, she quickly identified her target and seized Hewiting and Amp, Oppa's treasured L and Amp, Oppa's, or Al sunscreen spray, liberally applying it to her fair skin. Choi Hewiting, alerted by the commotion, exclaimed, In So-in. Put that down. I can hardly bring myself to use it. In So-in beamed triumphantly. Thank you for your generous sponsorship, Hewiting. Once I capture the top supporter, I'll treat you to a brand new bottle. Choi Hewiting, heartbroken over the loss of her sunscreen, pushed In So-in out of her room, deriding her. What makes you think that top supporter will shower you with gifts? A few thousand in a month? What will you actually receive? He could just be a broke admirer living beyond his means. Nowadays, wealthy heirs are not so easily encountered, so temper your expectations. In So-in, adjusting her outfit, confidently declared. Worry not. I'm meeting him for lunch at the mall. He wouldn't dare overstep boundaries. My primary goal today is to forge a good rapport with him and secure my streaming income. If he truly is a wealthy heir, I might just grant him a chance to pursue me. With unwavering confidence, Yoon Soo-won gracefully stepped into her small bag and blew a kiss to Choi Hae-jin, striding out the door with her long legs. Located in the Songpa district of Seoul, the Cade Mall is a comprehensive shopping center that offers a harmonious blend of shopping, dining, and entertainment, sprawling across 3 basement levels and 7 above ground. As noon approached, the bustling dining area on the 6th floor began to fill with weary shoppers seeking respite. This space houses dozens of eateries, most of which are reasonably priced, with an average cost per person not exceeding 20,000 won, making it an affordable choice for Yoon Soo-won. She, along with Choi Hae-jin and Park Bo-ran, shared an apartment in the nearby Golden Domain complex. Since both the complex and the mall were developed by the same company, it was merely a short stroll of a few meters from the side entrance of their residence to the mall, providing unparalleled convenience. This proximity was a significant factor in Yoon Soo-won's choice of the Cade Mall as a dating venue. The closer to home, the more secure one feels. Should the handsome suitor become overly bold, she could easily summon friends for support. Upon entering their favorite Burton Western restaurant, Yoon Soo-won chose a window seat and ordered a romantic dinner for 2 through an online group purchase. Priced at 56,000 won, it offered exceptional value, including 2 steaks, French nut bread, Burton's super salad, creamy mushroom soup, chestnut pumpkin soup, fresh fruit ice cream toast, and 2 cold beverages. Yoon Soo-won snapped a photo of the entrance and sent it to Li Haocheng. "Which king? I'm here. You'll see me as the most beautiful one when you turn right upon entering." After sending the message, she excitedly scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon a local short video featuring a violinist performing Beautiful Myth at the Seoul Tower Sky Terrace Music Restaurant. Ordinary performances may amuse the audience momentarily, but this particular video captured the attention of many due to the male lead and oppa's striking aesthetic, rivaling that of a runway model. The videographer, a budding influencer, was live streaming that evening, equipped with professional audio gear, ensuring the video quality was superb. The footage meticulously chronicled the performance, especially the close-up shots of the male lead, who appeared without any makeup or filters. His elegance while playing the violin was utterly captivating. In less than a day, the video amassed over 60,000 likes, with shares and saves surpassing 10,000, and thousands of comments flowed in. Naturally, Yoon Soo-won found herself enamored with such a charming figure, swiftly liking and saving the video. Curious, she read through the comments, which resembled a grand declaration of admiration. "Where can I find the violinist's Douyin account? The entire internet is seeking his information. I'll be waiting at this restaurant tomorrow. He*s the most artistically handsome guy I've ever seen. As a violin student myself, I can tell he*s on a whole different level from those attention-seeking influencers." Yoon Soo-won, lacking any remarkable talents of her own, felt a pang of envy towards those with genuine skills. If only she possessed such a talent, her live streams would undoubtedly flourish. Closing Douyin, she steeled herself to confront reality, for she was yet to discover what kind of man awaited her on this date. "Hello, beautiful. May I add you on KakaoTalk?" A melodious voice interrupted Yoon Soo-won's thoughts. Chapter 59. This young man is truly dashing. Yoon Soo-won had long become accustomed to encounters where young men approached her to request her KakaoTalk, so she found no reason to be surprised. When dressed casually, it was relatively manageable, but after adorning herself today, she was inevitably subjected to unwanted attention. The young man who approached her for her KakaoTalk was undeniably handsome, exuding a vibrant confidence. He was seated at a nearby table, across from a reasonably attractive young woman who appeared slightly older than he. Noticing Yoon Soo-won and oppa's gaze, the young man hastily clarified, "This is my cousin. We are merely dining together." He maintained a courteous demeanor, and his looks were commendable. In the past, as a streamer, Yoon Soo-won would have effortlessly added him on KakaoTalk, potentially drawing traffic to her live stream. However, today, she was preoccupied with significant matters, as an important appointment was rapidly approaching. With polite refusal, she responded, "I'm sorry, my KakaoTalk friends list is full, and I cannot add you." The young man seemed taken aback by the abrupt rejection from the beautiful woman before him. He shrugged in resignation and returned to his seat, saying nothing further. His cousin, seated opposite him, stifled a laugh and remarked, "I didn't expect you to falter. Aren't you the charming heartthrob?" The young man, feeling indignant, retorted, "It simply indicates that she lacks discernment. How about a wager, cousin?" "Oh, what shall we bet on?" she inquired with intrigue. The young man, with a confident grin, declared, "I bet that the person she is meeting later will not be as handsome as I am." His cousin, with sparkling eyes, teased, "What if it and oppa's as another woman?" The young man, akin to a detective, meticulously analyzed that as improbable. Just observe her attire and her frequent adjustments to her makeup, along with her glances at the time. It and oppa's evident she is preparing for a date. His cousin nodded in agreement. "What will the stakes be?" "If I lose, I must procure that stunning beauty and oppa's KakaoTalk for you. Should I win, you treat me to a month of lavish meals." The prospect of a month of dining certainly indicated his confidence. "What say you? Are you daring enough to take this bet? After all, you are an employee of Star City Entertainment. You could easily use the pretext of filming an advertisement or a movie to obtain her KakaoTalk, which should be a breeze for you." "All right, I accept the wager." His cousin agreed. Around noon, Yoon Soo-won received a KakaoTalk message from the #1 supporter, Wolyao Wongbu Wu, I and Amp. Oppa's VE just parked in the mall and Amp. Oppa's parking lot and will be taking the elevator up shortly. Yoon Soo-won felt a rush of nerves and quickly arranged her hair in the mirror, applying a fresh coat of lipstick. Her long, dark hair cascaded in voluptuous waves, enhancing her enchanting visage. The silver-gray bodycon dress accentuated her figure perfectly, as she elongated her already stunning legs. Her long, elegant legs seemed to radiate light, and she regarded this feature as her most cherished asset. The handsome young man, who had been observing her, became enraptured, his breath quickening. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful long-legged woman he had ever encountered, the kind one could never tire of. The other young men at nearby tables also cast glances in her direction, their expressions reflecting awe. However, most patrons in this Western restaurant were couples. And with their partners present, the young men hesitated to approach her for her kakao talk, instead stealing furtive glances at her alluring figure. At that moment, In-soon's entire focus was on the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic Wu Wangbu Wu. To calm her nerves, she sent a kakao talk message to her roommate, Choi Huiting. Huiting, he and Oppos, is about to arrive, and I and Oppos am feeling a bit anxious. What should I do? Choi Huiting quickly responded. Dawn and Oppos, worry, sneak a photo of him when he arrives, and I'll analyze it for you. You know I have a keen eye for fashion brands. I can easily gauge his worth based on his attire. If he shows up in fake goods, he is definitely a fraud. And you can simply make an excuse to leave. All right, I'll follow your advice. In-soon felt reassured, her anxiety dissipating. Just then, a long hand gently pushed open the restaurant door. The atmosphere grew noticeably still as a tall, striking figure stepped inside. The restaurant's dazzling lights seemed to converge at that moment. Since she had been watching the entrance, In-soon was the first to notice him. However, due to the door and Oppos' decorative elements, she could only see his upper body. He wore a crisp white shirt that exuded a youthful innocence. His skin, illuminated by the lights, showcased a healthy pale complexion with refined features of thin lips and a prominent nose. He was undeniably handsome. He resembled the boy from school whom many girls would excuse themselves to the restroom just to catch a glimpse of from afar. He was the elusive white moonlight of countless late-night dreams, the male protagonist depicted in the painful literature of their youth. He was the unforgettable, unattainable dream that lingered even years after graduation. When their eyes met, the receptionist at the entrance blushed and lowered her gaze. Good day, sir. How many in your party? Li Haocheng stepped further inside, glancing to the right, and immediately spotted In-soon's somewhat familiar face. Truly a natural beauty. Too, but since she's already here, I and Oppos, I'll go directly to her. Li Haocheng smiled, gesturing toward the inner seating area as he made his way to where In-soon sat. The receptionist watched him with a hint of disappointment, thinking how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. The exquisite proportions of broad shoulders and a narrow waist, enhanced by haute couture, imbue Li Haocheng with the demeanor of an aristocratic young gentleman. Several young women, who were previously engaged in casual conversation with their male companions, inadvertently raised their heads and instantly fixed their gazes upon that striking figure. The handsome young man, upon noticing Li Haocheng approaching, was struck by an ominous premonition. His cousin, sensing his unease, turned to glance in that direction, her eyes widening in astonishment as she thought, he is even more handsome than the internet celebrities signed by their company. At that moment, In-soon also recognized him as the dashing violinist from the recent short video. However, he appeared even more attractive in person, his charisma more enchanting. On this autumn afternoon, encountering the very heartthrob she had just seen on her phone felt like a fateful twist of destiny, causing In-soon and Oppos' cheeks to flush and her heart to race, as if it skipped a beat. She too had experienced the innocent days of youth and moments of heart-fluttering excitement. The figure in the white shirt approaching her seemed to embody the person who had haunted her dreams since her school days. My apologies for being late, came the clear, apologetic voice of the young man. Immersed in her daydream, In-soon clearly did not grasp his words and promptly replied, "Can we add each other on Kakao Talk?" A nearby young man, who had been closely observing the situation, was momentarily taken aback by In-soon and Oppos' statement. What did she just say? Isn't it said that the Kakao Talk friend limit is full? His cousin could not suppress a laugh. So, you didn't get her Kakao Talk because she wasn't interested in you? After all that boasting you do, you'll have to tell your family about this. In-soon lifted her gaze, first noticing Li Haocheng and Oppos' chiseled features and perfect jawline. Bathed in the overhead light, he appeared to radiate a golden aura, as if illuminated from within. His white shirt was like a beam of light falling into her previously shadowy world, dazzling and warm. This light awakened her youthful vitality. The sensation of their first encounter was akin to the gentle breeze of spring, the clear sky following a rain shower. Momentarily, In-soon found herself lost in thought again. Li Haocheng, looking bemused, glanced at the streamer In-soon and pulled out his phone, opening their chat interface before handing it to her. Why do you want to add me on Kakao Talk? We are already friends. Oh, coming back to her senses, In-soon saw the chat interface displaying their previous conversations. Her expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions as she stammered. You are the Lich King Unpolluted, the top supporter in my live stream? Is there any doubt? After confirming their identities, Li Haocheng nonchalantly took a seat, saying, "You can just call me Li Haocheng. Referring to each other by our online names feels rather odd." "Then I shall be Yun Suwan, or just Suwan," she replied, hesitating as she contemplated asking whether he had a girlfriend, but feeling too shy to broach the subject so soon. Seated across from one another, Li Haocheng found himself unable to resist glancing at Yun Suwan. He had prepared himself for the encounter, as he was aware that many female streamers rely heavily on beauty filters. However, to his astonishment, Yun Suwan was even more radiant in reality than during her live stream, particularly her petite, charming face, which was utterly captivating. Chapter 60. My roommates all say that I embody the ideal of a virtuous wife. Yun Suwan sat somewhat forward, deliberately extending her legs to showcase her enviable figure. This inadvertently caused Li Haocheng to accidentally brush against her while adjusting his posture. Looking down, he was captivated by her long, fair, and strikingly beautiful legs. Yun Suwan's legs exemplified the classic wine glass shape, broad at the top and tapering down, with well-rounded thighs and slender calves, creating a visually appealing cone-like silhouette. This leg shape, with its balanced musculature and fluid lines, far surpassed the overly praised thin legs seen online. Li Haocheng found himself repeatedly glancing downward, his mind silently exclaiming, "How stunning!" If we capture these legs in the video later, the effect will undoubtedly be extraordinary. He had previously viewed Yun Suwan's short videos on Douyin, which featured numerous close-ups of her legs, but nothing compared to the shocking proximity of the moment. The visual impact was unlike anything he had encountered before. Yun Suwan seemed to sense the intensity of his gaze, her body shivering slightly as she quickly brought her legs together, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Normally boisterous and carefree, she had been unabashedly playful on live streams and in Kakao Talk, but now, she appeared bashful, her eyes lowered, unable to utter a word. If her friends, Choi Haiting and Park Bo-ran, who knew her well, were to witness this transformation, they would surely doubt their eyes and suspect she had been swapped with someone else. "Have we placed our orders?" Li Haocheng shifted slightly, positioning himself diagonally across from Yun Suwan. Given both their heights and long legs, accidental contact was inevitable and could lead to unnecessary awkwardness. "Yes. I ordered online in advance." Yun Suwan called to the waiter, signaling, "We can start serving our meals now." As she observed the server nod with a smile, a wave of regret and anxiety washed over her. Is this restaurant too cheap? Will he look down on it? The thought of the 56,000 romantic dinner package she had chosen made her feel inadequate. This is our first date. How could I have chosen such a lackluster place? If I had known, I would have splurged on a high-end restaurant. Even if I end up eating instant noodles next month, it would be worth it. The more she pondered, the more shame she felt, and she softly suggested, "How about we switch to another restaurant? There's a private dining place on the nearby walking street with a better ambience. It's fine here, if you really want to go somewhere else." "I'll treat you next time," Li Haocheng replied, slightly puzzled by her intentions but preferring not to waste time since they had filming scheduled for the afternoon. Upon hearing of a future date, Yun Suwan eagerly nodded. Yes. Let us go to that private restaurant next time, and I'll treat you, okay?" In response to the charmingly generous streamer, Li Haocheng promised, "Then I'll make sure to send some gifts during your live stream, like the carnival or romantic train." It wasn't tea that Li Haocheng was frivolously spending. It was simply that her stunning legs and her enthusiastic invitation for a lavish meal were hard to resist. No need. Yun Suwan protested, her face flushed. "I'm not asking for gifts. I just genuinely want to share a meal with you." Internally, Li Haocheng marveled. What a wonderful streamer. It's rare to find someone so genuine. He recalled the reports he often saw online about female streamers manipulating wealthy viewers for gifts. He never expected that the streamer he was meeting for the first time would be so sincere. Noticing her amiable demeanor, Li Haocheng tentatively asked, "Suwan, there is something I'd like to request your help with." "Of course," Yun Suwan replied readily, not even inquiring about the nature of his request. Li Haocheng's face brightened as he continued, "I need your assistance in filming a short video to help boost my follower count. The filming is straightforward, and I assure you it won't be in vain. I can send you more gifts in your live stream, or I can directly transfer some money via Kakao Talk." Yun Suwan waved her hands dismissively. "No need for payment. I'm just worried I won't perform well and might hold you back." Li Haocheng glanced again at her beautiful legs, sincerity in his voice. "You'll do great. You won't hold me back." Her heart soared at his faith in her, though she still felt a twinge of anxiety. I don't know how to dance. If you want me to be a backup dancer, I might not do well, especially since you play the violin so beautifully." Li Haocheng was momentarily taken aback. "Violin? Backup dancer? How do you know I play the violin? Yoon Soo-won giggled, quickly opening the Douyin app on her phone, finding the video from last night of him performing at the Seoul Tower South Starry Terrace music restaurant. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and moved closer to him. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as he gazed at the radiant Yoon Soo-won, her flush profile appearing even more vibrant up close. She gently handed him her phone. Take a look. This video will clarify everything. Li Haocheng took the phone and quickly understood. It was indeed a video of his violin performance from the previous night. The video had nearly 70,000 likes and over 10,000 comments. It was destined to go viral. He smacked his thigh in regret, wishing he had thought of this earlier. However, if he posted it himself, his identity would be entirely revealed. He was ready to become a public figure. He had his own Chaebol group to inherit and had no need to struggle like other influencers. For now, he merely wished to increase traffic to his account and boost the likes on his shared videos. Li Haocheng smiled and said, "We are not playing the violin. Nor do we need you to dance along. Let us simply film a short video featuring a costume change together. The plot is quite simple. I will explain everything when we start filming. That works, as long as there's no dancing." Yoon Soo-won sighed in relief, for she was quite adept at costume changes. To avoid any awkwardness, Li Haocheng inquired about Yoon Soo-won's filming experience, as he intended to focus on developing short videos in the near future. Yoon Soo-won, feeling completely at ease with Li Haocheng, candidly shared her situation without reservation. She primarily engaged in Douyin for fun, joining those girls in a casual manner, merely earning some pocket money. Her usual updates consisted of selfies adorned with templates. Given her beauty and figure, even with minimal effort in managing her account, she gradually accumulated over 200,000 followers. Observing her long legs, Li Haocheng nodded in agreement. There are indeed too many alluring individuals on Douyin. For someone with such extraordinary looks, gaining followers must be effortless. For instance, his cousin Li Zimin followed thousands of such beautiful, long-legged girls, often sneaking smiles in bed at night. The Burton Western restaurant was not crowded, and the service was prompt. In less than 10 minutes, a plethora of plates filled the table before them, showcasing a rich variety of dishes. Yoon Soo-won, seated beside Li Haocheng, swiftly took a plate of steak, expertly slicing it into even pieces and offering it to Li Haocheng with eager anticipation. "Thank you." Li Haocheng expressed his gratitude, praising, "I never expected you to be so virtuous in real life, Soo-won." Yoon Soo-won felt a twinge of shyness but maintained her composure, saying, "Well, one must maintain an image online." In truth, she explained, her personality was quite gentle. She enjoyed household chores and was an excellent cook, with her roommates often describing her as the epitome of a devoted wife. "Such a wonderful girl like you is rare in reality," Li Haocheng exclaimed sincerely. Yoon Soo-won shyly lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Ding! Yoon Soo-won and oppa's phone screen lit up with a new message on KakaoTalk. Having just shown a video to Li Haocheng, her phone was conveniently beside him, and she instinctively glanced over, only to have Yoon Soo-won swiftly snatch it back. "Choi Huiting, what about the photos we agreed on? You haven't been abducted, have you? You still owe me money." "Choi Huiting, by the way, don't think you can avoid household chores. It's your turn to clean today. Choi Huiting, if you dare to slack off again, I'll team up with Park Balon to unleash havoc on you." Unsure if Li Haocheng had seen the subsequent messages, Yoon Soo-won quickly typed a reply. "I'm on a date right now. Stop sending me these ridiculous messages." Choi Huiting, well acquainted with Yoon Soo-won, "Since something was amiss and threatened, if you don't send me a photo, I'll come find you right now. I know where you are." Yoon Soo-won felt a surge of frustration, cursing inwardly. Her carefully crafted image of a refined lady could not be shattered by this pesky friend. Reluctantly, she snapped a quick photo and sent it. In the image, Li Haocheng was poised to take a bite of steak, his thin lips and prominent nose showcasing a perfect profile. "So handsome. Even while eating, he looks stunning," Yoon Soo-won mused, suddenly hesitant to send it. "Choi Huiting, I'm already putting on my shoes." Yoon Soo-won's heart raced, and she hastily clicked send. Chapter 61. The socialite group erupts in the luxurious residential complex of Jinyu-ming-di, located in the Songpa district of Seoul. Choi Huiting lounged casually on the sofa, her gaze transfixed upon the excessively handsome young man depicted in a photograph sent via KakaoTalk. Though she admired his striking features, she quickly redirected her attention to his attire, determined not to succumb to the superficiality exhibited by her friend, Yoon Soo-won. The image captured only the upper half of Li Haocheng, a result of the angle and distance. Yet the quality was impeccable thanks to Yoon Soo-won's latest Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Upon magnification, the fabric exhibited a delightful sheen and an elegant drape, indicative of high-end material. The design appeared quite fashionable, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, suggesting it belonged to a prestigious brand. However, even with her extensive knowledge as a seasoned luxury goods researcher, Choi Hae-ting had never encountered this particular piece, deepening her curiosity. Reluctant to concede defeat, she forwarded the image to a group chat titled Socialite Group. Choi Hae-ting, ladies, does anyone recognize which brand this clothing is from? Despite the moniker Socialite Group, the chat was populated by various minor influencers, aspiring models, and even those on the fringes of the industry. They frequently convened to rent luxury cars and high-end fashion items, taking turns posing for staged photographs. Their goal was to elevate their perceived value and cultivate an image of opulence, all to satiate their vanity online. Choi Hae-ting occasionally participated in such activities, unlike Yoon Soo-won, who preferred counterfeit designer goods, which she deemed undignified. Thus, she joined this socialite circle to partake in the glamorous photo sessions. The appearance of luxury items in their social media feeds further emphasized their refined tastes. After all, having become a flight attendant upon reaching adulthood, she aspired to leverage her profession to find a wealthy partner, seeking a life of affluence akin to that of the elite. Before long, the group chat erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness, I seem to have fallen in love. The guy in this photo is incredibly handsome. This is my ideal wealthy heir. Just staring at the screen, mesmerized. Hae-ting, can you share the handsome guy's kakao talk? I want his kakao talk too. Choi Hae-ting, ladies, please remain composed and do not be entranced by mere male beauty. Choi Hae-ting, first, could you kindly address my inquiry? Choi Hae-ting, you are all professionals. Please assist me in identifying the brand of this garment. After a brief silence, the group, as Choi Hae-ting had noted, comprised individuals well-versed in luxury fashion, possessing a heightened sensitivity to such matters. They quickly deduced that in recent years, brands like Dior, Chanel, Versace, Armani, and LV had not released similar menswear styles. If such garments had existed, they would surely have been familiar with them. Thus, it was evident that this particular piece was not from a luxury brand, explaining her lack of recognition. Indeed, it seems to be from a more commonplace brand. What a pity. A man so handsome should be kept under wraps. Compared to mere looks, I prefer wealth. What use is a handsome man if he lacks resources? As the discussion meandered, Choi Hae-ting's suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed not a high-end designer piece, and Yoon Soo-won would likely be disappointed. All right, ladies, quiet down. Allow me to enlighten you about knowledge and perspective. You cannot limit your studies to just Dior, Chanel, Versace, Armani, and LV. This white shirt has a hidden collar button design, and the neckline is three-dimensional. The armholes are proportionately tailored, and the stitching on the buttonholes is hand-sewn. Do you not understand yet? A sudden realization struck Choi Hae-ting. Haute couture. In an instant, the socialite group buzzed with renewed fervor, chattering excitedly. Yes, this white shirt is undoubtedly haute couture, and not the kind produced by some ordinary factory. The craftsmanship and materials are undeniably exquisite. Hae-ting, could you please connect me with that handsome young man? I wish to discuss matters regarding sizing for undergarments. Hae-ting, I too desire the handsome gentleman and oppos, as private kakao talk. Please share it with me. Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Choi Hae-ting found herself utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. How had Yoon Soo-won encountered a genuine heir from a prominent family? Such melodramatic scenarios were the stuff of romance novels, one she had never experienced in her years. A potent blend of envy and resentment twisted her features into an unflattering expression. At the Cade Mall, in the Burton restaurant, during their meal, Yoon Soo-won remained steadfastly beside Li Haocheng, frequently serving him food and pouring drinks, concerned that he might not be satiated. Using the excuse of dieting, she offered him half of her sirloin steak. In truth, Yoon Soo-won adored the sirloin steak from this restaurant. While the ingredients were not particularly luxurious, the flavor was exceptional. She often dined here with her friends, even stealing bites from others' plates. Her willingness to share her favorite steak with Li Haocheng was a testament to her affection. Is there a tranquil spot with beautiful scenery nearby where we can capture some material? After they had eaten their fill, Li Haocheng turned to business. Yoon Soo-won set down her utensils, pondering for a moment. There's a park adjacent to the mall, Songpa Deco Park. It features a lake and landscaped gardens with lovely views. At this hour, it should be relatively quiet, making it perfect for shooting short videos. Then let us choose Songpa Deco Park. Having settled on the filming location, the two rose to leave the CAF. It was then that Li Haocheng realized that Yoon Soo-won's height was not significantly less than his own. She stood at least a few centimeters taller. Among the girls, she is considered exceptionally tall, being the tallest and most beautiful female acquaintance of Li Haocheng. It is no wonder her legs are so long and straight, drawing attention with their alluring elegance. Yoon So-in is acutely aware that her greatest asset is her figure, and she deliberately seeks to showcase it in front of Li Haocheng. With the grace of a runway model, she strides ahead with a captivating gait. Her fiery and enchanting silhouette sways enticingly, accentuated by a daring silver-gray bodycon dress. Li Haocheng, somewhat awkwardly, diverts his gaze to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment. The weather remains warm, and his attire offers little coverage. Should any part of him become overly prominent, it would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing situation. This scene naturally captures the attention of other male patrons in the Western restaurant, who cast envious glances towards Li Haocheng. For today's shoot, Li Haocheng has thoughtfully brought along 2 helmets, a complete riding outfit, and a mobile phone holder, all stored in a temporary locker on the first floor of the mall. After retrieving their gear, the two swiftly make their way to the parking area. Although the Songpa Park is merely a few hundred meters away, they require the Ducati Panigale V4R as a prop for the shoot. Consequently, Li Haocheng reluctantly suggests riding there with Yoon So-in. This marks his first experience riding with a passenger since acquiring the superbike. And she is an alluringly beautiful live-streaming host. Yoon So-in appears quite excited, her cheeks flushed as she takes the helmet, tidies her hair, and gently places it on her head. After all, maintaining a favorable image in front of her admired male figure is essential, and fortunately, she has a habit of wearing leggings. Otherwise, she would hesitate to sit on the back of such a striking red superbike, fearing she might lose this splendid opportunity. Li Haocheng strives to remain composed, casually settling into the driver and oppa's seat, anticipating the imminent intimate contact. A waft of fragrant air brushes against him as her delicate strands of hair fall onto his neck. Due to her long legs, even with Yoon So-in's feet on the footrests, there remains an inevitable closeness between them. Soon, a pair of slender arms encircle his waist, and her ample curves press against him, nearly overwhelming Li Haocheng and oppa's composure. In that moment, Yoon So-in feels her heart racing, gently leaning against his broad back. His strong shoulders provide her with a profound sense of security, and as her hands explore, she can distinctly feel the lines of his muscles. Oh my goodness. He has abs too. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yoon So-in and oppa's hands begin to roam, exploring further, even counting in her mind. Li Haocheng, feeling a ticklish sensation, playfully taps her long leg, reminding her, sit tight, we're about to set off. With a resounding roar, the Ducati Panigale V4R's engine comes to life, and the vehicle lurches forward. Li Haocheng can wholeheartedly swear that he is not trying to take advantage of the situation. Readers are well aware of his integrity. He is known to be a principled gentleman. Yet, inexplicably, despite being an experienced motorcyclist, he stalls the engine 2 or 3 times during the start. Perhaps he is simply unaccustomed to the manual Ducati Panigale V4 or after driving the automatic Lamborghini Urus for so long. Apologies, I'm not very adept at riding. And this is my first time with a passenger, especially someone as stunning as you. I'm feeling a bit nervous, Li Haocheng admits, his face unflushed and his demeanor resolute despite wearing the helmet. Yoon So-in softly replies, and then excitedly inquires, am I the first person to sit here? Li Haocheng nods affirmatively, of course. Chapter 62. Filming a short video together in the serene and spacious Shangpo Fairy Lake Park. Li Haocheng and Yoon So-in passionately deliberated over the filming script for the day, which comprised 3 distinct scenes. The first scene centered around the magnificent Ducati Panigale V4R, as Yoon So-in and Li Haocheng approached the motorcycle from opposite directions. In the second scene, Yoon So-in playfully obstructed the camera with her helmet, plunging it into momentary darkness. The final scene featured the duo seated on the Ducati, adorned in their stylish outfits. This uncomplicated transformation video would be enhanced in post-production with a filter, transitions, and a trendy background music track, culminating in a polished final product. With Yoon So-in's enviable long legs, there was no doubt it would attract considerable attention. One should never underestimate the allure of a seasoned performer. Are we all set? Li Haocheng inquired, adjusting the angle of the phone holder while offering enthusiastic reassurance. Yoon So-in, with a confident demeanor, remarked, rest assured, I and oppa's am quite adept at filming transformation videos. Besides, I live just around the corner in the Jin Yuming D residential complex, so I can easily change outfits. Li Haocheng, beaming with delight, replied, since I invited you to shoot, I'll provide the outfits. After we finish the first 2 segments, I'll take you shopping for a new ensemble. You mean you're taking me to the mall and gifting me a whole outfit? Yoon So-in exclaimed in disbelief, her large, captivating eyes widening. Indeed, it seems that nowadays, even the most charming men are considerate. Could it be that I inadvertently made a lasting impression during my live stream when I lamented my financial situation? In Soon felt a flush of embarrassment, exclaiming, "Oh no! How could I behave so poorly in front of such a striking figure?" She hastily defended herself. "It's not that I lack clothing. It's all part of the persona I cultivate online. Yes, I understand it's an act, but the outfits must come from you," Li Haocheng insisted. Determined to fulfill the extravagant spending task assigned by the system father, the funds had been earmarked, and no objections would sway him. Not even divine intervention could alter his resolve. Furthermore, he needed to devise a way to elevate In Soon's surprise factor. With the countdown for the extravagant spending task ticking down, he had to act swiftly to deplete his funds. Glancing at the balance in his bank account, he noted a substantial amount available for withdrawal. He had garnered a mere 60 likes throughout the day, but every little bit mattered, so he withdrew the full amount, leaving him with ample funds for a stunning outfit. High-end luxury brands like Dior, Chanel, and Gucci were beyond reach. He would have to settle for something more modest for In Soon. Considering the surprise factor, he planned to split the funds to purchase her an outfit and a small gift, to present in an unexpected manner when she donned her new attire. During the filming process, Li Haocheng opted to conceal his true appearance, donning a black mask to avoid any unwarranted attention. Nevertheless, his tall stature and striking features still made him stand out. The pair experimented with various angles, positions, and lighting, rehearsing several times before they began filming the short video. In Soon thrived in the self-expressive filming style, displaying a natural flair for the camera, and the results were surprisingly impressive. Particularly captivating were her sultry movements as she playfully obstructed the lens, a sight that would delight even the most discerning connoisseurs. "Shall we rehearse the third scene?" In Soon eagerly suggested. Li Haocheng glanced at the timer, noting that only 59 minutes remained for the extravagant spending task. "We should take a break and head to the cold drink shop in the Chaebol Mall for a moment, where I can buy you a transformation outfit." In Soon licked her slightly parched lips and nodded. "How shall we get there? Should we walk or ride?" Li Haocheng considered the mall entrance, a mere stone and oppa's throw from the park, and decided against walking. He chose to ride the motorcycle, ensuring they captured the backdrop accurately for filming. The Chaebol Mall was vast and unfamiliar to Li Haocheng, who wished to avoid wasting time wandering. With a smile as warm as spring, he asked, "Soon, which brand do you usually shop for?" "Price is no object." Realizing his bank account held only a modest sum, his voice dwindled as he spoke. Wise words from the ancestors. A man should never be without money. Li Haocheng was unfamiliar with clothing brands and their price ranges, but he sensed that In Soon was not one to make extravagant demands. Slightly hesitant, she inquired, "Li Haocheng, are you truly sure about this?" Although she adored new clothes and gifts, she worried about how he might perceive her. "Absolutely," Li Haocheng affirmed. "Hurry and choose something. Once we're done, we can film the final scene." In Soon pointed toward a nearby Uniqlo. "That store will do. That and Oppo's. Too inexpensive. Do you have a pricier store in mind?" Li Haocheng is also a devoted fan of Uniqlo, where the clothing is quite affordable, with a complete outfit costing less than 200,000 Korean won. Nearby lies a store named Moko, which falls within the realm of affordable luxury, offering both stylish designs and commendable quality. Yoon Suwon speaks hesitantly, yet deep down, she longs for the items. Most of her wardrobe consists of high-quality replicas, typically not exceeding 100,000 Korean won per piece. And she seldom splurges on such mid-range luxury brands. Living in the prestigious Jin Yuming D residential complex, she frequently meanders through this area. Well acquainted with the shops in the Capita Mall, able to navigate them with her eyes closed. Her favorite, undoubtedly, is the Dior luxury boutique, which she has been yearning to visit for quite some time. Every new season, she returns to gaze at the latest arrivals. The Moko store can be considered decent. Classified as a mid to high-end clothing retailer, with each item priced above 200,000 Korean won. Renowned for its superbly fitting jeans, the quality of the garments is beyond reproach. All right, let us indulge in some shopping at Moko. Li Haocheng sighed in relief, content that it was not a luxury brand such as Dior, Chanel, or Gucci. The storefront of Moko is a soft gray, while the interior is adorned with warm tones, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. The clothing is arranged with ample space. And Li Haocheng discreetly glanced at the price tags, all exceeding 200,000 Korean won. With his worries alleviated, he smiled and remarked, "I am not well versed in women and oppos as fashions. Feel free to choose an outfit, including a top, pants, and shoes. I will head downstairs to buy a couple of cold drinks and return swiftly." "Sounds great." Upon stepping into Moko, Yoon Suwon seemed to transform, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In truth, She had long since envisioned several ideal combinations for herself and was well acquainted with the offerings here. As Li Haocheng descended to procure refreshments, Yoon Soo-won eagerly selected garments and hurried to the fitting room to try them on, determined to find the most exquisite ensemble. Li Haocheng had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan. Beyond this outfit, he aimed to prepare a small surprise, something thoughtful and meaningful, to significantly elevate Yoon Soo-won and oppa's delight. The prime choice would certainly be a luxury handbag, which she would undoubtedly adore, but regrettably, his funds were insufficient. Thus, the next option was gold jewelry. Within a budget of 200,000 Korean won, there are numerous choices available, such as gold necklaces and bracelets, each making for splendid gifts. Gold possesses intrinsic monetary value, ensuring its worth over time. Who would not appreciate such a gift? The Capita Mall houses several reputable gold stores, and Li Haocheng did not hesitate to locate the nearest one. Upon entering, a charming female sales associate approached him, her beauty striking. In this bustling commercial district, it was rare to encounter an unattractive saleswoman. The young and lovely sales clerk, momentarily taken aback by Li Haocheng's extraordinary looks, thought to herself, "What a divine man. That profile, my goodness." This scene evoked memories of her school days, reminiscent of a boy riding by on a bicycle, clad in a crisp white shirt. A fleeting glimpse ignited a heartbeat, an irreplaceable sensation. An older sales associate stepped forward, gently nudging her younger colleague, and cheerfully inquired, "Sir, how may we assist you today?" Chapter 63, Task Completed. Reward of 956 million KRW in the first-floor gold shop of the Capita Mall. Li Haocheng surveyed the dazzling array of gold adornments without hesitation. With a budget of 200,000 KRW, he requested assistance in selecting a gold bracelet or necklace as a gift for a female friend. "Sir, please take a seat here while I fetch some popular styles for your consideration," Min Yong-ae promptly suggested, hurrying to the counter and donning white gloves to select the jewelry. Within minutes, 2 bracelets and 2 necklaces were presented before Li Haocheng. "Sir, your timing is impeccable. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, we are currently offering a limited-time promotion with gold priced at just 90,000 KRW per gram." Li Haocheng examined the pieces, all crafted from pure gold, appreciating their classic designs, which, due to the malleability of gold, were not overly ornate. He chose a traditional dragon and phoenix harmony gold bracelet. "I'll take this bracelet. Please wrap it up for me." "Of course, sir. I'll have it beautifully packaged for you." Min Yong-ae was evidently surprised by the decisiveness of the handsome gentleman before her and quickly prepared the receipt. "That will be 180,000 KRW in total." Li Haocheng efficiently produced his Hanator bank card to complete the transaction. Glancing at the remaining balance of 720,000 KRW, he smiled contentedly. As Li Haocheng exited the gold shop with the neatly packaged gift, Min Yong-ae looked at her still-dazed colleague and advised, "Yuna, stop dreaming. Some people are simply on a different level and would never notice you." Li Haocheng first purchased 2 cups of pure watermelon juice before unwrapping the bracelet, leaving only a small gift box to slip into his pocket as he made his way back to the Moko store. At that moment, Yoon Soo-won had already selected her outfit and, upon seeing Li Haocheng enter, immediately twirled excitedly in front of him. She wore a snug pink crop t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist, paired with light blue fitted jeans that showcased her long, straight legs, perfectly highlighting her exquisite figure. On her feet were chic black loafers, radiating both beauty and confidence. Gazing at him with a beaming smile, Yoon Soo-won spoke with newfound confidence, no longer timid. Li Haocheng's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration as he complimented, "You look stunning. Your figure is absolutely remarkable." With a playful glance, Yoon Soo-won responded, "Hee hee. I'm glad you like it." Li Haocheng, fully aware of her affections towards him, seized the opportunity to enhance the delightful atmosphere. He retrieved a beautifully packaged deep red gift box from his pocket and gently presented it to her, saying, "Thank you for accompanying me during the shoot. Here is a small gift for you. I hope it brings you joy every day." Yoon Soo-won gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did he really buy a gift for me? Why is he so kind to me? In an instant, her eyes glistened with tears of joy. Overwhelmed by emotion, "Is this really a gift for me?" "Yes. I specifically went to the gold shop on the first floor to select this little present. I hope you'll like it." Seeing Yoon Soo-won's elated reaction, Li Haocheng realized his efforts had indeed struck a chord, as her tears of joy welled up. He opened the exquisitely wrapped gift box to reveal the shimmering dragon and phoenix harmony gold bracelet nestled inside. Yoon Soo-won exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. After a brief moment of hesitation, She eagerly accepted the gift from Li Haocheng and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Never one to be overly sentimental, she felt no reason to refuse a gift so thoughtfully chosen, especially from her admired gentleman. Her delicate hand, adorned with the bracelet, radiated beauty against her fair skin, creating a breathtaking sight. "Thank you so much for the gold bracelet. I truly adore it," Yoon Soo-won exclaimed, joyfully leaping forward to embrace Li Haocheng. Her excitement was palpable, the embrace firm as their bodies pressed together. Li Haocheng, with his enhanced physique, effortlessly absorbed the impact of her exuberance. In that moment, he truly understood the meaning behind the saying, viewing the peaks from different angles reveals their unique heights. As a seasoned connoisseur of relationships, Li Haocheng did not overlook this serendipitous opportunity and subtly placed his hands where they belonged. After a while, Yoon Soo-won wiped her misty eyes and gazed up at the handsome gentleman before her. Had the setting been more appropriate, she would have leaned in to steal a kiss. "This is the happiest gift I have ever received. I will cherish it and wear it even while bathing and sleeping." With a prized beauty in his arms, Li Haocheng felt a rush of exhilaration and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "I'll change into my cycling outfit in the fitting room. We can settle the bill after that. You can keep this outfit on. No need to change." "Okay, I'll follow your lead," Yoon Soo-won replied with a sweet smile, her voice melodious and endearing. After changing into his cycling attire, Li Haocheng appeared more down-to-earth yet still exuded an air of cool sophistication. Yoon Soo-won continued to admire the bracelet on her wrist, and upon seeing Li Haocheng in his cycling gear, she linked her arm through his, embodying the image of a wealthy young wife, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The total expenditure for 3 garments came to 660,000 KRW. After settling the bill, Li Haocheng's Hanador bank card balance dwindled to 56,000 KRW. Thus far, he had spent a total of 180,000 KRW on his female companion, eagerly awaiting the system's reward for task completion in 1 hour. Returning to the small square of Seoul Lake Park, the two began filming their third shot. Clad in denim jeans, Yoon Soo-won appeared more relaxed, her long, slender legs almost entwined around Li Haocheng's waist, her figure pressed firmly against his back. Li Haocheng experienced a mix of discomfort and delight, gently reminding her, "Soo-won, in this scene, you need to project a cooler, more aloof demeanor. That will yield the perfect outcome." "All right, I understand, Haocheng oppa," Yoon Soo-won replied obediently. "Still not quite right. Don't hold your hands like that. Lean back a little. Keep your back straight, and imagine we are speeding forward in a car." At last, they completed the final segment, prompting Li Haocheng to exclaim that he could hardly endure it any longer. Throughout the short video shoot, Yoon Soo-won occasionally caused minor disruptions, necessitating his direct intervention to correct her posture. Though tolerable at first, Li Haocheng spent over 30 minutes merely adjusting her sitting position, his hands dampened with her fragrant perspiration. Filming short videos truly demands both mental and physical exertion. At precisely 4 in the afternoon, the countdown for the spendthrift task came to an end. Amid Li Haocheng and oppa's anxious anticipation, the notification chimed as expected. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The spinning task and oppa's, spendthrift and oppa's, has been completed, and rewards are being calculated." Ding! The system is tallying the surprise value from the opposite gender. Comprehensive assessment complete. Surprise value is 95, maximum value. Task evaluation, excellent. He received a 6-fold cash rebate, amounting to a staggering 956 million Korean won. Li Haocheng's breath quickened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, muttering to himself, "Stay calm. It's merely 956 million won, just a fraction of my current worth." In his mind, he opened the interface of the upper-class tycoon system, focusing intently on the balance line. Liquid cash, 956 million Korean won, virtual currency, $49. The units had shifted. From now on, balances would be calculated in tens of millions. Yoon Soo-won, who had been observing Li Haocheng, noticed the sudden smile gracing his lips, a manifestation of pure joy. As the sun dipped in the west, its gentle rays enveloped Li Haocheng, casting a golden aura around him. This scene felt dreamlike, and Yoon Soo-won found herself eager to capture the moment. Regardless of what the future holds, at least in this moment, she is here laughing with him. Quickly, she retrieved her phone, snapping a candid shot of the scene, followed by a picture of the gold bracelet adorning her wrist. Additionally, she included an intimate photo of the two closely together taken during their video shoot, and a candid shot of Li Haocheng dining, secretly captured for her roommate Choi Hae-ting. The 4 photos were shared on her social media, accompanied by the caption, "Officially designated soul partner." In this post, Yoon Soo-won did not restrict visibility to anyone. Those fans who had engaged with her during live streams, former colleagues, admirers who had pursued her, and those daily sweet-talking suitors could all see it. For her, the greatest discomfort lay not in unavailability, but in the knowledge that others remained unaware of her experiences. After posting, Yoon Soo-won fixated on her handsome idol, lost in thought. Having gained nearly 956 million Korean won, Li Haocheng felt an indescribable joy. Glancing at Yoon Soo-won, who sat on the steps nearby, he smiled and asked, "You live in the adjacent residential complex, Golden Domain?" Yoon Soo-won sweetly nodded in affirmation. Li Haocheng casually suggested, "Would you care to invite me over to your place for a chat?" Truth be told, Li Haocheng harbored a curiosity about the female broadcaster's room. Not with any ulterior motives, but rather to discuss operational management. If Yoon Soo-won agreed to let him visit, it would signify that their relationship had reached a significant level. Chapter 64. The bond of plastic sisters come over to my house for a while. Upon hearing these words, a pallor instantly washed over Yoon Soo-won and Oppa's exquisitely beautiful face. The chaotic state of her bedroom flashed through her mind. Personal garments strewn haphazardly, a pile of foul-smelling socks that had gone unwashed for days, and remnants of snacks scattered across the nightstand. Oh my goodness, this is a matter of life and death. Her two cohabitants, Choi Hwang and Park Bao-won, were hardly paragons of cleanliness. The common areas, the living room, the bathroom, were in disarray. In the kitchen, the dishes from a few days prior remained unwashed. This was not a suitable abode for three young women. It was imperative that her male idol never glimpse the true state of her home. Could we perhaps postpone it for a few days? She suggested. My roommate has just gone through a breakup and has been crying and making a scene at home. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to come over right now. With great reluctance, Yoon Soo-won conjured a feeble excuse in hopes of evading the situation. All right, let's plan to meet at your place next time. Li Haocheng was not one to rush. After all, it was only their first meeting, and he understood that Yoon Soo-won was not yet prepared. I'll take my leave now. When we find the time, let us collaborate on some short videos, and I'll treat you to a lavish meal at a private restaurant. He had received several messages from Lee Bao-na urging him to hurry to the Dream Fitness Center for his personal training session. He couldn't neglect his daily workout routine, especially since she was essentially his prospective girlfriend and deserved his attention. Feeling a sense of urgency, Yoon Soo-won grasped Li Haocheng and Oppa's arm. There's still plenty of time. Can't you stay just a little longer? With a smile, Li Haocheng explained, I need to hit the gym first, then I'll head home to edit some videos. We can arrange to meet another time. A look of reluctance crossed Yoon Soo-won and Oppa's face as she softly replied, when you have time, please remember to come find me. A wonderful film is set to release. Let us go see it together. Sure, I'll check my schedule this weekend, and if I'm free, I'll invite you to the movies. Li Haocheng could not guarantee his availability, leaving the matter open-ended. After bidding farewell to Li Haocheng, Yoon Soo-won returned directly to the Jinyu Mingdi residential complex, needing to tidy up her home swiftly. Upon opening her front door, she was met with the sight of Choi Hwang, who appeared utterly disheveled, slumped on the sofa. A teddy bear pillow lay carelessly on the floor. Half-eaten snacks were scattered across the coffee table, and she exuded an aura of lethargy. Yoon Soo-won could hardly contain her frustration. Can we please maintain some semblance of cleanliness? This place looks like a dog's den. It's all your fault for instilling these bad habits in me, making me too ashamed to invite anyone over. Yoon Soo-won, can you have some self-respect? Among the three of us, you are the laziest. Hearing the accusations, Choi Hwang rolled her eyes and shot back a withering glare. Do you really believe that? With that, she sprang from the sofa, a spark of excitement illuminating her expression. You must tell me about your wealthy gentleman. His clothes are undoubtedly expensive, far beyond your imagination. Quickly, tell me how things are between you and him. This gentleman, a true heir to a fortune, was a testament to Yoon Soo-won's good fortune. She had indeed caught a big fish. As she recounted her romantic rendezvous with Li Haocheng, a radiant smile graced Yoon Soo-won's beautiful face. Humph, that esteemed gentleman is my husband. Do you see this dragon and phoenix harmony gold bracelet on my wrist? Isn't it splendid? A gift from my husband. And this exquisite emocio outfit I'm wearing? Also a present from him. Come, let me show you a short video of my husband playing the violin. Yoon Soo-won retrieved her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 from her handbag, opened the Douyin app, and pulled up a cherished video, beaming as she handed it to Choi Hwang. Choi Hwang watched the violin clip with gritted teeth, her envy nearly overwhelming her. Isn't he the top gentleman in your streaming room? You've only been together for a short while, and you're already calling him your husband? How sweet. Yoon Soo-won's expression faltered, her voice quieter. Well, not quite yet, but it's south getting close. Choi Hwang assumed a detective's demeanor, eyes wide. A young heir from such a prominent family surely has a girlfriend. Are you certain you're not joking? In-suin's heart raced with alarm. Oh no, how could I have forgotten to investigate such an important detail? In-suin, you didn't even ask? Choi Huiting was astounded, her spirits lifting. Do you know where he lives? What does he do for a living? The barrage of questions sent In-suin's heart racing. He, is that truly your husband? Choi Huiting emphasized the word husband with a teasing tone. Yes, he is my husband. The mockery in Choi Huiting's voice stung, and In-suin's eyes began to brim with tears. Choi Huiting, unrelenting, delivered another blow. His clothes are all high fashion. And that red superbike is a Ducati Panigale V4R, priced at 50 million won. Handsome, talented, and a violinist. Why would he be interested in an insignificant online celebrity like you? Is it your lack of education or your financial status? In-suin struggled to respond, her words faltering. In a fit of desperation, she broke into tears, her sobs echoing in the room. Her expression one of utmost distress. Seeing her friend in such despair, Choi Huiting felt a pang of compassion and realized she had gone too far. She quickly embraced In-suin. Please don't cry, Suin. I won't say anything more, I promise. In-suin continued to weep, her cries growing louder. I admit, I was jealous of you, and I intended to provoke you. I sincerely apologize. Will you forgive me? Choi Huiting comforted her gently, stroking her hair as one would soothe a child. In-suin's personality is characterized by a seemingly carefree demeanor, yet beneath that facade lies a delicate and sensitive soul. Those familiar with her understand that she resembles a child who has yet to mature, possessing a blend of innocence and a touch of wildness. It is no wonder that she nearly fell out with her supervisor, risking her job in the process. Choi Huiting usually shares a close bond with her. Had jealousy not clouded her judgment today, she would not have uttered such harsh words. I don't care if he has a girlfriend. He is my husband. In-suin retorted, her voice still trembling with emotion. Choi Huiting, gently stroking her back, echoed in agreement. Indeed, who cares if he has a girlfriend? If he does, just win him over. Aren't you confident in your charm? Upon hearing this, In-suin gradually ceased her tears, wiping her face against Choi Huiting's shoulder. With renewed vigor and confidence, she declared, yes, I will not concern myself with anything else. As long as he likes me, he cannot simply cast me aside. That's right. Just unleash that audacious spirit of yours. If it works out, you will secure your future. Choi Huiting, grounded in reality, was acutely aware of the often harsh outcomes within their circle. A person like In-suin, who indulges in extravagant spending without restraint, is likely to face dire consequences without someone to safeguard her. If she could find someone she truly loves who can also support her, that would be her ultimate sanctuary. You are the one lacking in shame. I need to tidy up the house and clean. You all must refrain from leaving things scattered. If my husband sees it, I will be too embarrassed to face him. With a newfound sense of purpose, In-suin was ready to embark on a thorough cleaning spree for their home. At the Songtai Times Square, Meng's Fitness Center. After returning from the upscale residential community, the penthouse Cheongdam, taking a shower, and changing into workout attire, Li Haocheng arrived at Meng's Fitness Center just before 5 in the afternoon. Having filmed short videos with In-suin for an extended period, he was acutely aware of the lingering scent of her perfume on him. Encountering Li Baona directly could lead to complications. Li Baona had been patiently waiting for him all day, sending 6 messages on KakaoTalk to nudge him. To say she was eager for his return would be an understatement. To spare this prospective girlfriend any sorrow, Li Haocheng thoughtfully purchased a bouquet of flowers on his way. Regardless of his previous frustrations, the moment Li Baona received the flowers, a genuine smile illuminated her face. As she helped him stretch, she earnestly advised, it's best to exercise at a fixed time each day. It allows your body to adapt better to the workout rhythm, enhancing the results. Li Haocheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I've been so busy lately that I sometimes can't break away. All right, your work is the priority. I shouldn't be sulking, Li Baona said softly, lowering her gaze. Also, tomorrow is young Myong's birthday. They asked me to check if you have any plans. Recalling Zhang Shirlan's mocking tone during their lunch earlier, Li Baona felt a sense of unease regarding her intentions. Nevertheless, young Myong was indeed her current instructor, teaching her invaluable lessons, leaving Li Baona with no option but to seek confirmation from Li Haocheng once more. Chapter 65. A new task is triggered. Li Haocheng had just finished a date with In-suin, feeling a pang of guilt. He intended to make amends with his prospective girlfriend. Absolutely, no problem. Please wait a moment. I need to make a phone call. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and promptly dialed Gowan Chan. The call connected within seconds. Hello. Esteemed President. Good afternoon. How may I assist you? Gowan Chan greeted. Manager Gao, have all the staff been recruited for the Black Flower Tea Shop? Li Haocheng inquired. All positions have been filled. I am currently organizing the staff information and the trial operation details, which I will send to you later on Kakao Talk, Gao Chan replied. Thank you for your hard work. Please reserve the largest private room on the 3rd floor for me. A friend's birthday is tomorrow. Does the president have any special request for the room's ambience? We can arrange it in advance. Li Haocheng covered the mouthpiece and turned to Li Baona, asking, Baona, do you have any specific requirements for your birthday party? How many people are you expecting? Li Baona, blushing and slightly fidgeting, replied. There will be quite a few of us, a total of 7 colleagues. My work ends late, so we might not arrive until around 8. They mentioned wanting to celebrate late into the night. Will that affect your tea shop and oppa's business? Li Haocheng waved his hand dismissively and instructed Gao Chan. Just arrange the room according to your discretion, Manager Gao. There are 7 young ladies in total. Understood, President. I will ensure everything is in order. Gao Chan responded enthusiastically, grateful for the opportunity to take on a task from her president. After hanging up the phone, Li Haocheng flashed an OK gesture at Li Baona. Thank you, Haocheng. Li Baona exclaimed, her expression one of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She possessed a personality that feared being a burden to others, likely influenced by her upbringing, which instilled a constant sense of insecurity and a fear of being disliked. During their personal training sessions, she maintained her usual enthusiasm, diligently guiding Li Haocheng in his fitness regime. All right, let us conclude today's workout here, Li Haocheng announced as he stood up, easing the slight soreness in his arms. Haocheng, it's already 6:30. It's time for dinner, Li Baona said, mustering her courage to speak to her prospective boyfriend. I brought you some food. I intended to give it to you at lunch, but since you didn't come, I saved it for now. Would you like to try it and see how my cooking is? Suddenly realizing the reason for her earlier unusual behavior and frequent messages, Li Haocheng felt a surge of guilt. Baona, I will savor the meal you prepared with such care. Great. I'll go heat it up. You can wait in the lounge, she replied cheerfully before bouncing away, leaving Li Haocheng with a beautiful silhouette and an irresistibly alluring figure. Truly, as a personal trainer, one cannot find a flaw in her physique. It's simply perfect. The lovingly prepared lunch was abundant and specially tailored as a fitness meal. This is a nutritious meal I have designed based on your height and weight. Whole wheat pasta, dragon fruit, half a tomato, 2 fish oil capsules, broccoli, chicken breast, and a large apple for dessert. Consuming these will provide you with the necessary protein, dietary fiber, and healthy fats. Oh, and I also included a can of sugar-free beverage. I hope you enjoy it. Li Baona eagerly pointed out the carefully arranged ingredients, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched him. Li Haocheng was deeply touched, heartily devouring the lovingly made meal. Beside him, Li Baona rested her chin on her hand, a blissful expression on her face as she quietly observed him eat. Upon returning to the penthouse, an upscale residential complex in Cheongdam, Li Haocheng dove into the media room to begin editing the second TikTok video they had filmed that afternoon. Around 9:30 in the evening, Gao Chan sent him an Excel spreadsheet via Kakao Talk. President, here is the current staff structure and salary standards for our Black Flower Tea Shop. Shortly after, she sent a Word document. This contains the sales data from the trial operation over the past 2 days, along with market research from the surrounding area. Li Haocheng opened both documents in succession. The data was meticulously organized and aesthetically pleasing. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Gao. This is beautifully arranged. You should head home early and get some rest. All right. I won't keep you any longer, President, Gao Chan replied. Currently, the staff composition at Black Flower Tea Shop was as follows. 1 store manager with a monthly salary of 1 million KRW, 2 tea makers, each earning 850,000 KRW. 1 pastry chef at 850,000 KRW. 1 cashier at 660,000 KRW. 8 servers at 660,000 KRW. And 2 Western cuisine chefs at 1 million KRW. Once the shop stabilized its operations, there would also be various performance bonuses. Li Haocheng then focused on the trial operation results, noting that, due to the lack of promotional activities and the non-operation of the Western restaurant on the 2nd floor, the revenue was understandably low. First day revenue, 240,000 KRW. Second day revenue, 390,000 KRW. According to manager Gao and oppa's statistics, the return customer rate was quite remarkable. Most of the new customers on the 2nd day were referrals, indicating a growing recognition of Black Flower Tea Shop. As he reviewed the detailed operational data, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within Li Haocheng. regardless of the challenges. His tea shop had begun generating income. He believed it would not be long before they achieved a break-even point, especially considering there were no rental costs to worry about, as it was his own establishment, significantly reducing expenses. Just as Li Haocheng was lost in his thoughts, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a new task, Store Management Officer. Please proceed to the task center for further details. In a hurry, I accessed the main page of the upper-class Tycoon System and clicked on the taskbar to view the newly refreshed tasks. The task read, as your first enterprise, the Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop embodies your aspirations for the future. Maintain this fervor and sincerity. Please clock in at the store for 7 consecutive days over the next week, striving to enhance both the revenue and reputation of the establishment. The reward for this task was a surprise gift package, with the note that it would fluctuate based on the operational status of the Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop. Once again, a system task was triggered, specifically related to store management, which was somewhat anticipated, based on Li Haocheng and Oppo's observations during this period. He had come to understand the conditions that prompted system tasks. Whenever his mindset shifted proactively or when external factors conducive to his growth emerged, the system would issue new tasks to assist in his rapid development. The previous task, Delivery Expert, had also rewarded him with a surprise gift package, which included a Ducati Panigale V4 are valued at 0,500,000 in virtual currency, and most importantly, a replica generation card. The anticipation for this new surprise gift package was even greater. The potential of the Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop was beyond doubt. It was undoubtedly a premium asset. With the staff fully equipped and all aspects in place, it was time to manage the operations effectively. Starting tomorrow, he resolved to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the work at the milk tea shop, as the task rewards depended on operational performance. It was imperative to maximize the quality of service and products. These aspects could be entrusted to Gao Can, as long as the funds were adequate. He believed it would pose no issue. Moreover, as the president, he needed to leverage his own advantages to aid in the shop and Oppo's initial promotion. Based on Gao Can's regular research, over 80% of the customers at the Li Haocheng Milk Tea Shop were young women, who pursued fashion and novelty. As he donned high-end fashion, his looks and demeanor soared to extraordinary heights, captivating the attention of female patrons, some of whom appeared almost unsteady in his presence. This was evident from the reactions of several young women he encountered today. With this in mind, Li Haocheng gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. All right, I'll embrace this opportunity and play the charming young man in the store to attract those young female customers. If necessary, I might even perform a special skill, playing the violin live. Judging by the performance at the Seoul Tower Starry Sky Terrace Music Restaurant, the effect was undoubtedly a killer restaurant tactic. Having organized his thoughts, Li Haocheng no longer hesitated. He reviewed the previously edited transformation video, which was nearly complete. As a pure fan attraction video, it was certainly up to standard. He transferred it to his phone, uploaded it to the Douyin app, and published it in one smooth motion. He opened the freshly published short video and clicked to promote it. Since he was still a relatively new account, he relied on Douyin and Oppo's big data to target his audience, aiming to increase his follower count. After all, he was attempting to drive traffic to the pinned video, investing 10,000 for a 24-hour video promotion. He would observe the results. If the traffic was unsatisfactory, he would adjust the promotional strategy. Li Haocheng opened the KakaoTalk app and found Yun Suwon in his friend list. Sending her a private message, Suwon, I just posted the short video we shot at Songpa Lake Park this afternoon. Could you help me share it? Yun Suwon quickly replied on KakaoTalk. I and Oppo's shared it. I also gave a shout out in the fan group to encourage them to give you some attention. Seeing her thoughtfulness, Li Haocheng felt compelled to reciprocate. Let me know when you go live, and I'll send some carnival gifts to your stream. Yun Suwon replied, no need to send gifts during my stream. When you have time, let us go out for a meal and a movie, okay? Shortly after, Yun Suwon sent a private selfie. Upon receiving her high-definition selfie on KakaoTalk, Li Haocheng felt as if he might faint from excitement. Chapter 66, is this something I can view without spending a dime? Li Haocheng felt a pang of sympathy and responded with righteous indignation. Is there more? Insuin, shy expression JPG. Moments later, a series of intimate selfies arrived, showcasing various angles, including both upper and lower body shots, and even a close-up of her back taken in front of a mirror. The images were undoubtedly spontaneous captures, devoid of any beautifying filters, highlighting the remarkable capabilities of the latest Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Li Haocheng enlarged the details, clearly perceiving many intricacies. He couldn't help but admire Insuin. Her fair skin and striking beauty made her a quintessential goddess of allure. Perhaps due to her diligent skincare routine, her complexion was flawless, with minuscule pores, complemented by her naturally enviable figure. On this tranquil evening, she left Li Haocheng profoundly stunned. This was not merely suggestive content, but rather a heartfelt offering of warmth and solace. With rapid fingers, he typed in the KakaoTalk chat. Indeed, Suan, I happen to have a professional home theater. It boasts Dolby Atmos surround sound, a massive screen, and a high-end projector. The seating includes massage-equipped sofas, and we have a selection of premium beverages. The overall viewing experience, I believe, surpasses that of most cinemas. Thus, there is no need for us to waste money on movie tickets. You are most welcome to come over and watch films together. Suan, really? Can I come to your house to watch movies? Suan, wouldn't that be too much of an imposition? Anticipation expression JPG. Seeing an opportunity, Li Haocheng dashed to the door, capturing several high-definition photos of the home theater to substantiate his claims. The images revealed a spacious and luxurious room, designed for soundproofing, devoid of windows, with gray carpeting underfoot. Subtle hints of concealed design elements adorned the surroundings. In front of the white cloud-like sofa, 2 brown electric reclining chairs awaited, accompanied by 2 low footrests. Directly opposite stood a colossal screen that nearly spanned the entire wall. At that moment, the projector remained off, leaving its efficacy a mystery. Yet Li Haocheng was confident that it measured up to his description. The lofty ceiling was surrounded by dark gray soundproof walls, while the ceiling dazzled with a mesmerizing starry design. Warm yellow ambient lighting infused the room with a cozy and romantic atmosphere. In one corner, an embedded bar awaited, alongside a small transparent wine cooler. In another corner, a sleek, curved workstation boasted a professional computer chair, a large LED screen, an adjustable desk, and top-tier gaming equipment, including a PS5 Slim and an Xbox. In summary, this was undeniably a remarkable home theater, and Li Haocheng was certain that if Suan chose to visit, she would experience unparalleled comfort. After a considerable pause, Suan finally responded, Haocheng oppa, your home decor is so opulent that I am somewhat speechless. Suan, I didn't know you lived in such a high-end residential area in Seoul. Could you enlighten me? Li Haocheng smirked, typing rapidly. Cheongdam-dong, Gangnam District. The Penthouse Cheongdam Luxury Residential Complex. Songpa District, Jinuming-D Residential Community. Suan and Amp, Oppos, S excitement bubbled over upon receiving Li Haocheng and Amp, Oppos, S message. Her jubilant shouts echoing throughout her bedroom. Choi Huiting and Park Baolon, concerned that she might be losing her mind, hurriedly approached her door, knocking urgently. Suan. Let and Amp, Oppos, S talk calmly. Don and Amp, Oppos, T do anything rash. I shouldn't and Amp, Oppos, T have provoked you earlier. Please Don and Amp, Oppos, T make foolish decisions. The bedroom door was swiftly yanked open, revealing Suan and Amp, Oppos, S beaming face, which eased their worries. Park Baolon raised an eyebrow, reproaching her, it and Oppos, S nearly 10:30. Do you want to alert the property management with all this commotion? Giggling with delight, Suan planted a kiss on Park Baolon and Oppos, S cheek and spun her around, leaving Park Baolon helpless against her exuberance. Stop spinning, just hold on for a moment. Park Baolon wriggled free from Suan and Oppos, S bear hug, wiping the drool from her cheek with disdain. Now, what is you so giddy? Choi Huiting in the know. Spoke with certainty. Suan, have you reconnected with your husband? Is it the one from today as KakaoTalk moments? Park Baolon, having just returned from work, chimed in. So quickly, he is your husband now? You two are moving at quite a pace. Tell me all about him. Suan, radiating joy in her sultry silk nightgown, which offered little coverage, eagerly displayed the chat history from KakaoTalk to her 2 close friends. With a smug expression, she raised an eyebrow at Choi Huiting. What do you think? You see, I simply forgot to ask. My husband would never hide anything from me. Upon seeing the name of the complex, Choi Huiting quickly pulled out her phone and searched for the Penthouse Cheongdam on Douyin. Within seconds, a plethora of diverse videos appeared, and after perusing a few, she grasped the caliber of this residential area. It was undoubtedly among the most luxurious in the nation, featuring 2 grand flat buildings, 6 villas, an exceptionally low occupancy rate, and landscaped gardens. The view of the Han River was breathtaking, complete with private elevators for residents, ensuring privacy. Many Korean celebrities and elite members of society were proud owners in the Penthouse Cheongdam. Each pyong, 1 pyong equals 3 square meters, is priced at 132 million Korean won. The community boasts luxurious amenities including a high-end gym, a spa, and an infinity pool. Yoon Soo-won and Park Bo-ran were also captivated, expressing their astonishment. Park Bo-ran, intrigued by a short video on Douyin, asked, "This house is amazing. It makes me want to live there. By the way, what is the size of the house?" Before she could inquire further, Yoon Soo-won confidently displayed a photo of the media room, proudly boasting, "He invited me to watch a movie together. Hee hee." "Oh my goodness, my dear," exclaimed Choi Hae-ting and Park Bo-ran, their mouths agape and eyes widened at the scene in the photo. With a dedicated media room of such spaciousness, the house must conservatively exceed 200 square meters, adorned with opulent and grand decor, undoubtedly a top-tier luxury residence. Choi Hae-ting and Park Bo-ran, consumed by envy, felt their eyes redden and their breaths quicken, betraying their inner turmoil. Subsequently, Choi Hae-ting scrolled through the chat history and stumbled upon audaciously provocative private photos. "Yoon Soo-won, you are indeed bold to share such intimate high-definition images. Aren't you afraid?" "Well, clearly, you're not." Choi Hae-ting was somewhat speechless, but it was evident that Yoon Soo-won regarded the other person as her boyfriend, with no need for discretion. "What is there to fear? I cherish my youth. I cannot restrain a wolf. If I don't send these photos, how would we watch movies together?" Yoon Soo-won took pride in her actions. Fully immersed in her feelings for Li Haocheng, Choi Hae-ting rolled her eyes, bluntly asserting, "I'm too lazy to say anything about you two. Are you really watching movies? Or do you desire something more?" Park Bo-ran, overwhelmed with envy, pouted and said, "Soo-won, you are truly favored by the heavens. When you succeed, don't forget us. Your sisters." Yoon Soo-won was already contemplating further developments, her face flushed. The following morning, Li Haocheng drove his Lamborghini Urus to the Heiress bubble tea shop in Mapo district, marking the beginning of his long-awaited work routine. After parking the Lamborghini, he entered the uniquely designed tea shop. A total of 15 staff members had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their esteemed president. Before departing, Li Haocheng had announced his arrival in the work group. It was likely arranged by the manager, Go Eun-chan, marking the first official meeting for all employees. Most of the staff were seeing him for the first time. Although they had heard from Zhang Jiayun and others that their president was a handsome young man, they remained somewhat skeptical, as wealth often significantly influences appearance. A well-featured, fit young man could easily be perceived as a wealthy heir if adorned with luxury cars and watches. At that moment, as Li Haocheng, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, stepped through the tea shop and Oppo's doors, several young female employees were taken aback, their eyes widening in unison. The autumn morning light streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the entire Heiress bubble tea shop. In his white shirt, Li Haocheng resembled a first love. Is this really our president? Wow, where did this wealthy heir come from? Even Zhang Jiayun and Nam Soo-jin, who had previously met Li Haocheng, stared at him in awe. It feels like our president has become even more handsome. Chapter 67. The Wealthy and Charismatic President. At the Black Flower Tea Shop, Gao In-kan was the first to regain his composure, extolling, "President, your attire is utterly enchanting. It has bewitched the young ladies in our tea shop, leaving them utterly disoriented. Colleagues, this is our esteemed president, a youthful prodigy, handsome and affluent, a figure of immense wealth." Li Haocheng greeted the staff with a warm smile. "Good morning, everyone. Over the next few days, I shall work alongside you all. Let us unite our efforts to swiftly steer the Black Flower Tea Shop onto the right path." Applause erupted as Zhang Jiayun, coming to her senses, led the round of clapping, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The others soon joined in the fervent applause. After engaging in conversation with the staff and delivering an impassioned speech, Li Haocheng followed Gao In-kan back to the president's office. "Director Gao, our tea shop's performance assessment is primarily linked to sales. I would like you to draft an additional incentive policy. Employees who demonstrate enthusiasm in service and diligence in their work should receive substantial rewards. While we believe in the potential and hard work of the Black Flower Tea Shop, the initiative of our employees is equally crucial." With system tasks at hand, Li Haocheng needed to swiftly invigorate the staff's morale, and monetary incentives were the most effective approach. "Understood, President. I will prepare it for the work group." Gao In-kan nodded eagerly. This would be a significant boon for the employees, and she would benefit as well, being part of the assessment group. At 9:30 a.m., the Black Flower Tea Shop officially commenced operations. The Western restaurant on the second floor and the entertainment rooms on the third floor would not open until noon. The first floor, specializing in milk tea, was ablaze with lights, soft and warm music enveloping the air, and a delicate fragrance wafting throughout. In the serene and harmonious tea shop, the windows shone brightly, and the books were neatly arranged, creating a pleasing atmosphere. After inspecting the store, Li Haocheng positioned himself by the counter, contemplating how to attract some young women passing by with his striking appearance. To his surprise, it was the female employees of his own tea shop who first took notice. Many of them cast furtive glances toward the handsome and affluent president. Each time their eyes met, Li Haocheng would smile and nod, eliciting flushed cheeks and warm ears. The two baristas, busy adjusting equipment and preparing ingredients, were visibly flustered, their movements somewhat clumsy. Li Haocheng, sensing their discomfort, discreetly stepped back to avoid further disruption. Nearby, a young cashier, barely 20, innocent and charming, approached with trepidation, her heart racing at the sight of their dashing president. Hong Zhixiao and Oppa's heart raced wildly, and she pretended not to notice, too shy to utter a word. Li Haocheng flashed a bright smile and greeted her. "Your name is Hong Zhixiao, correct?" "Why, yes, President." She stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety. "Do not be nervous. We are of the same generation. There are not many employees here. And I reviewed everyone and Oppo's basic information last night. I noticed you all received a generous bonus, while I only managed to snag a modest one." To her delight, Hong Zhixiao realized that the president was aware of her, which eased her tension significantly, allowing her to speak more fluidly. "Keep it up. Our Black Flower Tea shop has boundless potential, and I will ensure salary increases for you all in the future." Li Haocheng was not merely offering empty platitudes. With the support of the upper-class tycoon system and the absence of rent for the premises, profitability was assured. "Thank you for your encouragement, President. I will work hard." Hong Zhixiao's eyes sparkled with determination as she replied enthusiastically. Observing the earnestness of this innocent girl brought back memories of his own early career. It reminded him of how his former supervisor had encouraged him. "Haocheng, work diligently, put in extra hours, and once you secure a permanent position, I will advocate for a raise." Oh, the dragon-slaying warrior has ultimately transformed into the very dragon he despised. Oh, how I unwittingly became the embodiment of the traits I once loathed. The first wave of customers began to trickle in shortly after the store opened. Predominantly office workers from nearby buildings. Taking advantage of their breaks, they came to purchase a cup of tea or coffee, seeking a moment's respite in the fresh air outside the towering structure. Jiang Heng was an ordinary office worker, stable in her job yet lacking in prospects. Over the years, she had lost her passion for work, unable to envision a future in her current role. Her greatest pastime now was exploring cafes during her free time and creating short videos for social media. With her sharp wit and often satirical commentary on unscrupulous businesses, she had amassed a modest following in her local community, currently boasting a decent number of fans on her Douyin account. After clocking in at the office, she was persuaded by her colleague, Hiduna, to visit the Black Flower Tea shop. Rumored to have a uniquely designed interior and an ambience that was top tier in all of Seoul. Naturally, Jiang Heng was skeptical of the term top tier, as she had visited many establishments that claimed the same but fell short of expectations. Nevertheless, with the tea shop located less than 300 meters from their office, she approached the visit with a critical eye, eager to evaluate its merits. From a distance, she spotted a wall resembling aged red bricks, exuding a sense of nostalgia. These bricks were once the hallmark of older constructions, now transformed into a fashionable trend. The enormous acrylic corner lightbox in the upper left corner harmonized beautifully with the Black Flower Tea shop's logo. The lighting was even, and the materials were transparent and luminous, exuding a sense of sophistication and modernity. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Heng could not resist pulling out her phone to capture a few images. As she stepped inside, the enticing aroma enveloped her, and the soothing instrumental music instantly relaxed her. The music, the ambience, the style, truly splendid. This was Jiang Heng's first impression. Before her stood rows of exquisite bookshelves, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, a clean and tidy workspace illuminated by warm, bright lighting. The transparent, luminous floor-to-ceiling windows revealed fresh flowers and greenery, while the wooden benches and uniquely designed decorations added to the charm. This environment, with its quaint elegance, truly deserved to be hailed as the pinnacle of the tea scene in Seoul. Jiang Heng admitted to feeling somewhat youthful. "It seemed we were among the first customers. Let and Oppo's. Go. Let us order a bubble tea and see what it's like." Hiduna was equally captivated by the scene, pulling Jiang Heng toward the counter. "Hello. What would you like to order?" Came a clear, melodious male voice, strikingly pleasant to hear. "Here is the menu. Currently, there's a 20% discount throughout the city. And we have freshly made Hongpei pastries available for pairing." Jiang Heng, initially absorbed in admiring the tea shop's ambience, turned towards the voice and was momentarily stunned. As if ensnared by a current of electricity, her heart racing. Thank you for being so splendidly radiant, a star in my mundane life, she thought. The lyrics perfectly encapsulating her fluttering emotions. However, it was evident that Jiang Heng was not the only one stirred by this moment. While she was still lost in her own feelings, her good colleague and close friend, Hiduna, took the lead. May I add you on KakaoTalk? I might come here often, and it would be convenient to place orders in advance. Upon uttering these words, Li Haocheng felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, memories flooding back. How about you add me on KakaoTalk? Hong Jishu, noticing that his boss had remained silent, explained to the two female customers, this is my boss. He usually doesn't take orders. Would you like to add me as a friend instead? Boss, a young man who looks like a university student, is actually the owner of this Black Flower Hall bubble tea shop? Goodness. He is a wealthy scion from a prestigious family. Your tardiness almost made me believe that life is merely as it appears. Jiang Heng's eyes sparkled. Was this fate? However, her colleague was even more emboldened, directly revealing her QR code. I'm not asking for much. I simply wish to get to know you. In such an elegant tea shop, the individual behind it must be incredibly intriguing. Jiang Heng stood to the side, momentarily taken aback. The Hiduna she knew was not the extroverted type. She typically enjoyed reading novels and watching idol dramas, but was rather aloof with the male colleagues at their company, who were quite handsome and had their fair share of admirers. In her mind, Hiduna was a girl who maintained a cool demeanor towards relationships, yet here she was, shamelessly lowering her guard at a crucial moment. Jiang Heng was filled with a myriad of thoughts, having no outlet for her feelings. I never expected my good colleague and dear friend to act so brazenly in front of a handsome man. Why does this pickup line sound so cringeworthy? After venting her feelings about her colleague, Jiang Heng reluctantly took out her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and opened the KakaoTalk app. This morning, I had done a divination for myself, and the reading foretold. Today, I would meet a young man in a white shirt who would bring me joy. Let us add each other on KakaoTalk. I'm not afraid of making a mistake, just of missing the chance. Chapter 68. Attracting attention, Li Haocheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His flirtation techniques seemed rather juvenile. Indeed, one never stops learning throughout life. The previous methods he had employed to court women paled in comparison to the two stunning female customers before him. Meeting their expectant gazes, Li Haocheng offered an elegant smile, suggesting, let us exchange KakaoTalk. I shall create a chat shortly. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the KakaoTalk app, scanning their codes to add them as friends. Upon glancing at the profile of the first girl who had engaged him, he discovered her name was Hiduna. Not only did her profile include her name, but also her height and weight. 165 centimeters, 95 pounds, with a C cup. Unable to resist a second glance, he noted that her physique was indeed impressive and her appearance was quite charming. Ding. You have triggered a new task, Social Butterfly. Please visit the task center for details. Task details. During your work, be approached by 100 individuals of the opposite sex requesting to add you as a friend, and successfully add them. Task progress. 2. Task rewards. 1 vision-enhancing eye drops. 1 6-flavor rejuvenation pill. Task reminder. Cheating methods are strictly prohibited, including hints, bribery, seduction, or any means to increase task progress. Overwhelmed by the absurdity, Li Haocheng found himself at a loss for words. The rewards for this freshly assigned task felt rather peculiar. Vision-enhancing eye drops. Are they implying I have poor eyesight? And what of my kidneys? Do I truly need a 6-flavor rejuvenation pill as a reward? I have certainly reached my peak. Be cautious or I may accuse you of defamation. Despite the incessant internal monologue of complaints, Li Haocheng decisively opened the rewards section of the Elite system to examine the item details. Vision-enhancing eye drops. After using these drops, the eye area is subtly adjusted to enhance beauty. Vision may reach 20, with slight improvements to night vision, promoting health and clarity. Intelligence 1. 6-flavor rejuvenation pill. For men to maintain healthy kidneys, the consumption of this pill enhances physical performance, optimizing explosive power and endurance, nurturing vitality. Charm 1. What an extraordinary system reward. These items are indeed practical and undeniably valuable. The vision-enhancing eye drops are particularly impressive. Since acquiring this system, I have yet to receive any item to enhance intelligence. This must be secured. As for the 6-flavor rejuvenation pill, it evidently serves as a direct enhancement for the body engine. However, I wonder if the boosted explosive power and endurance surpass the initial physical optimization capsules. It is clear that such improvements in performance will inevitably lead to an increase in charm. This is common knowledge. The two beautiful female customers gazed intently at Li Haocheng, assessing him thoroughly, before reluctantly shifting their focus back to the menu under Hong Jishu's prompting. Hong Zhixiao playfully stuck out her tongue, whispering to herself, "If this weren't and oppos, a public setting, our esteemed president might very well be whisked away by them." Hiduna leaned forward on her toes, addressing Li Haocheng directly. "I would like a cup of black pearl milk tea and an avocado toast." Jiang Hang displayed a modicum of restraint, asking for a portion of her favorite. "Just get me what you like. I feel our tastes align perfectly." As the first customers, Jiang Hang and Hiduna were able to bypass the queue, and their orders were prepared swiftly with the avocado toast made in advance. After collecting their items, the two girls engaged Li Haocheng in conversation about the tea shop's decor before contentedly finding a seat. Before departing, Jiang Hang mischievously snapped a candid photo of Li Haocheng's striking profile with her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. The perfect jawline, exquisite features, and his melancholic white shirt captivated her. This scene caused her heart to race. Finding a window-side seat beside a bookshelf, she realized she had no inclination to read at the moment. After sipping her freshly crafted milk tea, she opened the Douyin app, selecting the recently captured photos, including the shop and oppos, exterior and interior, as well as the handsome president. Choosing her favorite music as background, she titled her post, "I would call this a top-tier milk tea shop in Seoul, forever iconic." Caption: "The ambience here feels less like a milk tea shop and more like a hidden paradise. You can immerse yourself in a sea of books or be enchanted by the charming president." Location: 43, Shiqiaodong, Mapo District, Seoul, Black Flower Tea House. Subsequently, she shared it on the KakaoTalk account of the newly added Li Haocheng, stealing a glance at Hiduna, who was still lost in admiration of her male idol. Jiang Hang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Finally, I and Amp, oppos, VE reached your side. Due to the newly assigned task, Li Haocheng felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he interacted with customers more warmly than before. This sparked hushed whispers among the female patrons, who exchanged comments about his good looks, exclaiming, "He's so handsome, and so he's the president of this tea shop." Some even took out their phones to capture photos and videos, sharing them in their social circles. While Li Haocheng offered encouraging glances to every woman who approached, it was evident that not all had the courage to request his KakaoTalk. Most were flustered by his gaze, stumbling over their words. Only a select few confident and attractive women dared to ask for his contact information. As the clock approached 11, Li Haocheng glanced at the system taskbar, noting that his task completion stood at 18. "This is too slow at this rate. It will take at least 2 or 3 more days to complete. Could it be that I must sacrifice my good looks? Handsome, may I add you on KakaoTalk?" Upon hearing the request for KakaoTalk once more, Li Haocheng felt a jolt of disbelief as he turned to face the speaker. Initially, he believed he had misheard until the other party reiterated, causing a whirlwind of frustration to surge within him. The request for a KakaoTalk connection came from a man, a revelation that struck him repeatedly with incredulity. Observing the individual before him, who donned somewhat androgynous attire, tight pants and white knee-high socks, his demeanor was one of eager anticipation. If it were not for Li Haocheng's remarkable composure, he would have already blurted out in disbelief. Beside them, cashier Hong Zhixiao and 2 milk tea artisans stood in stunned silence, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Internally lamenting the situation, our dashing and attractive president's charm seems to be a double-edged sword. Li Haocheng, feeling uncomfortable, managed to respond with difficulty, "My friend list is full. I can't add you." The man instantly displayed a look of disappointment and longing. He had observed that this handsome gentleman was generally receptive to friend requests. So why was he being met with rejection? This felt like blatant discrimination. Did he not recognize the existence of gender identity issues? After all, ISN and oppos, everyone a delicate soul at heart? Seeing that the man showed no intention of leaving, Li Haocheng decided against directly dismissing him and turned to say, "Jiayan, I'm stepping out to the terrace for some fresh air. Please bring me a glass of watermelon juice shortly." "Of course, President," Zhang Jiayan promptly replied. Hastening his steps, Li Haocheng ascended the staircase without looking back, fearing that any delay might result in further entanglement. There are numerous customers holding up their phones to record what is happening at the counter. What if it goes viral online? He thought. Such sensational videos are not concerned with authenticity. Would that not tarnish his impeccable reputation? Seated on the spacious terrace, Li Haocheng scrolled through the high-definition private photos previously sent by Yin Suan, which eased his troubled mind. The KakaoTalk notifications displayed a flurry of red dots, with newly added female customers sending greetings, many of them quite proactive. A few particularly bold individuals even shared their personal information and photos, the explicit nature of which was captivating. So this is the treatment one receives as a scion of the affluent elite? How delightful. For a moment, Li Haocheng found himself engrossed in the alluring selfies of these stunning female patrons, all of whom possessed undeniable charm, just as he was absorbed in his phone. A private message from Li Baona popped up. Haocheng, what time will you come by for your workout today? Li Haocheng, feeling justified in his response, sent back a candid selfie taken at work, which perfectly demonstrated his diligence. In the photo, he was handing over a drink to a customer, the pristine operational backdrop underscoring his commitment to hard work. Li Haocheng replied, the new store opening has kept me quite busy. I may arrive around 6 this evening. Is there a special dinner plan today? Li Baona responded, make sure to rest. If you're too tired, no need to come for the workout. I've added beef to today's fitness meal, along with my homemade sauce. Hope you'll enjoy it. With a smile, Li Haocheng replied, I love it. Perfect timing. I and Oppos, LL join you for the birthday celebration after my training. Li Baona, great. Chapter 69. Her boyfriend is actually a delivery guy. At the Black Flower Milk Tea Shop. On the terrace. Just as Li Haocheng was engrossed in a lively chat with Li Baona on Kakao Talk, a private message popped up. Gaowen-chan, President. The incentive plan has been drafted. Please review it and let me know if there are any issues. Shortly after, Gaowen-chan sent another message in the work group. Dear colleagues, to encourage everyone to work diligently, we have introduced a new incentive policy for all staff. Employees who meet the assessment criteria can receive performance bonuses ranging from 40,000 to 120,001 for the month. The specific rules are as follows. The assessment criteria were meticulously detailed, tailored to various positions. Each role had its own evaluation standard, which wasn't particularly difficult, yet achieving the highest standard remained quite challenging. After reading through it, Li Haocheng felt there were no major issues and boldly stated, the reward amounts are too modest. Let us increase the upper limit to 200,001. It would appear far more enticing. Now is not the time to quibble over trivial sums. If we can galvanize the enthusiasm of the staff, it will all be worthwhile. Received. Long live the president. Gaowen-chan was evidently invigorated. As the store manager, she too would be subject to the assessment criteria, meaning her salary would see a substantial increase. Li Haocheng, Manager Gao, how's the birthday room setup I mentioned yesterday coming along? Gaowen-chan, everything is ready. The shop has a complete set of equipment on hand, and since this is our first external event, the decoration is absolutely stunning. Would you like to take a look at the room upstairs? Li Haocheng, I trust your capabilities, Manager Gao. There's no need for that. Soon after, Gaowen-chan organized a finalized version of the incentive plan and shared it in the work group. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, the staff were experiencing their quietest period, as they were about to take turns for their meals. Upon seeing the performance rewards in the Kakao Talk group, the chat erupted with excitement. Initially, they presumed that, given the milk tea shop's lack of profitability in its early stages, performance bonuses would be unlikely. Yet to their astonishment, their president had set a staggering performance bonus of 40,000 to 200,001. The description suggested that the targets were achievable, with some effort. They could potentially earn an additional 100,001 in bonuses over the month. For those earning a monthly salary of around 600,000 to 700,001. This was indeed a significant boost. Was this akin to an indirect salary increase? Starting a job and receiving a raise right away. What a wealthy and audacious president. Zhang Jiayan. Thank you, President. The most handsome and charming. Hong Zhixiu. Our president is magnificent. I bow in gratitude. Moments later, Zhang Jiayan, dressed in her work uniform, approached the terrace carrying a cup of refreshing watermelon juice. With a light step and a smile, she greeted, President, here is the watermelon juice you ordered. Li Haocheng smiled as he accepted the cup, and, noticing Zhang Jiayan lingering, curiously asked, Jiayan, is there something else you need? Zhang Jiayan, her cheeks flushed, gathered her courage to inquire, President, I heard that you have a group of friends coming to our milk tea shop for a birthday celebration tonight. Is it your girlfriend? Everyone is quite curious about what she looks like. No, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Li Haocheng mentally added, well, I do have a prospective girlfriend, but it seems I'm not limited to just one. Oh, I see. Zhang Jiayan's lovely face brightened, and she suddenly remembered something. By the way, President, we're about to take our lunch break. What would you like to eat? I could bring it to you on the terrace. Li Haocheng wasn't picky about food and replied with a gentle smile. Whatever you all are having will be fine for me. After a hurried lunch, amidst the midday rush, Li Haocheng stood once more at the counter. By 6 in the evening, he checked the task progress on the upper-class Tycoon System, and it showed a completion rate of 43. If luck was on his side, he could finish the task by tomorrow. Although waiting another hour could potentially increase his progress further, Considering Li Baona's eagerness, Li Haocheng decided to head to the Dream Fitness Center instead. Before leaving, he changed into sportswear in the president's office, intending to shower and switch into his tailored outfit once the task was nearly completed. Speaking of which, this high-end attire had been worn for 2 consecutive days and was due for a cleaning. He would later hand it over to Kim Jian-woo, the supervisor at Cheongdam property, for dry cleaning. At the Dream Fitness Center in Songtai Times Square, Li Baona was diligently completing her daily workout, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline. Each day, apart from preparing lessons for Li Haocheng, she worked hard to maintain her physique and continuously sought to acquire new knowledge. Having finally entered this industry, while she wouldn't call it a passion, every effort was worthwhile as long as it brought an income. Recently, immersed in her blossoming romance with Li Haocheng, Li Baona had become noticeably brighter and more cheerful, enjoying harmonious relationships with her colleagues. However, upon seeing the work photos Li Haocheng sent from the milk tea shop, her heart ached. Li Haocheng must be working so hard, striving to sustain the shop, chasing after his entrepreneurial dream. She couldn't help but wonder how many challenges he faced daily, perhaps even dealing with irritable customers. At the same time, a sweet feeling enveloped Li Baona. Thankfully, we are not alone. Both of us are working hard for our future, and our lives will surely improve. Baona, your smile is so sweet. Are you thinking about your boyfriend? Han Duoyun, who was also exercising nearby, couldn't resist teasing her upon noticing her silly grin. Li Baona, feeling bashful, hurriedly denied. No way. Plus, we haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. While continuing her workout, Han Duoyun casually asked, "Aren't we going to your boyfriend's milk tea shop tonight to celebrate Mingxi's birthday? What's the environment like there, Baona? Have you been?" Li Baona shyly admitted, "I haven't and amp, oppos, been there. In fact, we haven't and amp, oppos, known each other for long." Before she could finish, a sarcastic voice interrupted her. "Baona, since you haven't known him for long, haven't you ever doubted that he might be a fraud?" Zhang Shirlan observed Li Baona's smug demeanor with discomfort. It was already September, the final month of her probation period, and she had been working tirelessly for the past few days, seeking favors and purchasing lessons. Seeing that Li Baona, who had just joined, had quietly completed a significant portion of her performance, it was hard for her not to feel envy and resentment. Today was the day Li Haocheng's facade would be exposed. It was also the moment when Li Baona's dreams of marrying into a wealthy family would shatter. She couldn't hold back any longer. What entrepreneurship and being the president? What about being the heir of a wealthy family? Was that even possible? It was merely a ruse to deceive Navi girls like Li Baona who had never seen the world. Even if Li Haocheng reserved a whole milk tea shop for a temporary gathering, as long as he was asked a few operational questions, he would surely reveal his true colors. Zhang Shirlan felt confident about this plan. "Shirlan, what do you mean by that?" Li Baona halted her workout, visibly displeased. If it were mere gossip, she could overlook it, as they still worked together and would inevitably run into each other. However, the fact that Shirlan was disparaging Li Haocheng was intolerable. Zhang Shirlan seemed oblivious to Baona and amp, oppos, displeasure, smiling as she said, "Oh, it and amp, oppos, nothing. Just a friendly reminder so you don't end up being deceived, dear. I have a keen eye for people. That won't happen. What could he possibly deceive me about?" Li Baona retorted. What if his income and job are both just a front? Zhang Shirlan, with a hint of jealousy, glanced at Li Baona and oppos, beauty and figure, isn and oppos. It obvious he and oppos, after you? Li Baona, unwilling to continue the conversation, turned and left, muttering, "This is ridiculous. Our matters have nothing to do with you." Zhang Shirlan, acting like a lunatic, had been probing into her relationship with Li Haocheng just days prior. Today, she had gone further by sowing discord. As Li Baona walked away, Han Duoyun curiously asked, "Shirlan, do you know something we don and amp, oppos, Zhang Shirlan, with a mysterious smile, leaned in to whisper to Han Duoyun, "Her boyfriend is actually just a delivery guy." Hearing this, Han Duoyun and oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. "Arin and oppos, we going to his shop tonight? Are you saying he might stand us up?" Zhang Shirlan tossed her ponytail and glanced at the receding figure of Li Baona. He might just rent a milk tea shop temporarily. Spend a little money to play the role of a president. It wouldn't and oppos, be awkward for us. Meanwhile, Li Haocheng arrived at the underground parking lot of the Cheongtai Times Square, driving a Lamborghini Urus. He took the elevator to Dream Fitness. Despite the bustling crowd in the gym, he quickly spotted that enchanting figure he longed for. After greeting her, he stashed his change of clothes in a locker. Upon exiting, he was greeted by Li Baona. and they exchanged knowing smiles. Haocheng, you must be exhausted from the store today? Li Baona inquired with concern. Li Haocheng chuckled, not really. Just my legs are a bit sore from standing for too long. You should do some stretching exercises with me later. It'll help relieve the discomfort, Li Baona suggested. Gently massaging his calf. This gesture warmed Li Haocheng's heart. Sounds great. As their regular workout commenced, Li Haocheng decisively paused with just a minute remaining. After taking a hot shower and donning a tailored outfit, he styled his hair with a blow dryer. When he reappeared before Li Baona, she momentarily lost her composure. The Li Haocheng she had previously perceived as a friendly older brother now seemed somewhat distorted. The once insecure and self-doubting Li Baona gazed at him as if he were a luxury item displayed in a shop window, radiant, dazzling, yet utterly unattainable. The most exquisite guest in the world, yet he is beyond my reach. Li Baona studied him for a long time, unable to look away. Since her aunt introduced her to him, she had experienced shock at seeing his glamorous photos, surprise at meeting him in person, and now, sheer awe. Each moment replayed in her mind. He seemed to possess an irresistible allure that made her yearn to embrace him. Chapter 70. It turns out the clown is myself. As I approached the front desk, I was greeted by a group of stunning women. Their figures accentuated and their fashion impeccable, engaged in lively chatter. Upon spotting Li Haocheng embracing Li Baona, their expressions transformed into astonishment and disbelief. Although they had observed Li Haocheng from afar on various occasions, never had they imagined he could be so breathtaking in person. In an instant, the women exchanged glances filled with complexity, directing their attention towards Li Baona nestled in Li Haocheng's arms. Even Zhang Shilan, who had long wished to witness their downfall, found herself momentarily entranced, her beautiful eyes wide with admiration. If such a top-tier male deity were to pursue me, even if he were a scoundrel and a deceiver, I would willingly fall for his charms. No wonder Li Baona is unconcerned. She certainly has nothing to lose. Jin Sulin gazed dreamily at the dashing and handsome Li Haocheng, her eyes transfixed. I always thought this delivery guy was incredibly handsome, and now in a white shirt, he resembles a scion of a wealthy family. Li Haocheng regarded Jin Sulin favorably, flashing her a smile as a form of greeting. Big handsome guy, thank you for providing the venue for my birthday celebration. I am Li Ming 11, the birthday girl today. The speaker was a young woman in her late 20s, sporting a chic bob cut. Her features were not particularly striking, yet her physique was exceptional. Li Haocheng responded with a gracious smile. No need for thanks. I must also express my gratitude for your care towards my Baona. Rest assured, we will be mindful of our conduct. We merely wish to borrow the space for a gathering. It has been some time since the girls have all come together. We've brought cake, beer, and snacks, intending to enjoy ourselves with some light chatting and games, nothing too raucous. By the way, your milk tea shop should be closed at this hour, right? Li Ming 11 tentatively inquired, concerned about potentially disrupting the shop and Oppo's business. Li Haocheng chuckled. I've reserved a private room for you all, which is soundproofed. You can enjoy yourselves without worry. A private room? How perfect. Li Ming 11 exclaimed joyfully. Han Duoyu nudged Zhang Shilan beside her, whispering, Sister Shilan, this doesn't seem to align with your previous description. He doesn't resemble a mere delivery guy at all. The outfit Li Haocheng wore was clearly of high quality, suggesting it might even be bespoke. Zhang Shilan felt a twinge of doubt, but remained skeptical, cautiously probing. By the way, how do we get there? Ming 11's car can fit 4, but what about the remaining 3? Why don't you drive us, Li Haocheng? You must have come by car, right? As she spoke, Zhang Shilan fixed her gaze on Li Haocheng, seemingly hoping for a negative response. Actually, I drove here as well for my workout, and there's room for 3 passengers in my car, Li Haocheng affirmed, relieved that his Lamborghini Urus was a 4-seater SUV. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shilan's expression fell, her enthusiasm dimming. The group of 8 entered the elevator, with Li Haocheng the only male squeezed into the corner amidst the women. Immediately, a mingling of various perfumes enveloped him, some of which were overpoweringly cheap. Li Haocheng lowered his head slightly, his nose brushing against the high ponytail of his intended girlfriend, Li Baona. She shivered, but said nothing. Ever since Li Haocheng had wrapped his arm around her slender waist, she felt as if she were frozen in place. In the underground parking garage, Zhang Shilan followed closely behind Li Haocheng. Tonight, I'm lucky to ride in your luxury car thanks to Baona. Jin Sulin raised her hand enthusiastically. Count me in, count me in. I also want to ride in Li Haocheng's luxury car. Truthfully, she was quite curious whether Li Haocheng was indeed a genuine heir of a wealthy family. By his attire and demeanor, he was hardly comparable to the delivery guy who once asked her for an experience card. Li Haocheng was wholly focused on Li Baona beside him, his hand and Oppo's curve delightfully perfect, bringing him immense pleasure. He nodded at her words, addressing Li Ming 11, Sister Ming 11. I'll have Baona share the address with you on KakaoTalk. Let us meet at the entrance of the Heihua milk tea shop. With that, Li Haocheng retrieved a sleek car key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Not far away, the strikingly designed Lamborghini Urus flashed its lights, the side mirrors automatically unfolding. The most captivating aspect of the vehicle was its audacious front design. The front was notably low, and the angular contours of the upper half of the front bumper instantly reminded me of Lamborghini's LP series. The front grille was impressively large, occupying nearly one-third of the bumper, featuring a honeycomb pattern that was a classic Lamborghini signature. Flanking it were Y-shaped decorative strips, giving the front a striking appearance akin to a gaping mouth exuding dominance. Once illuminated, the classic Y-shaped LED headlights of Lamborghini shone with piercing intensity. The car and oppa's profile boasted a muscular presence, its lines sharp and defined, reminiscent of a brilliant diamond. Moreover, the proportions of the doors and windows were designed in line with Lamborghini's sports car aesthetic, reflecting a classic sensibility. Beyond the dynamic lines of the vehicle, its 23-inch wheels contributed to its sporty allure, with the eye-catching 10-piston calipers housed within. The Lamborghini Urus is undoubtedly a rare gem among versatile vehicles, suitable for daily errands and weekend adventures alike, and when the mood strikes, it can even take you for a spin on the racetrack. With the power and handling of a supercar combined with the comfort and capability of an SUV, the Urus truly deserves the title of the fastest SUV on the planet. This particular model appeared to be a high-spec Lamborghini Urus. Jean Sulin swallowed hard, her trembling fingers pointing at the incredibly sleek supercar. Li Haocheng explained to the women present, I just picked up this vehicle not long ago. It's still brand new. You are the first passengers to sit in the back seat. As for the front passenger seat, it seems that 2 others have already occupied it, and today will welcome a third. The 2 previous occupants were the great sorceress Jin Taizhu and the urban professional Wu Jingxi, both of whom had engaged in rather profound conversations with him. Li Mingxi, who also possessed knowledge of the automotive realm, exclaimed, this Lamborghini Urus is certainly not inexpensive, costing around 378 million when upon delivery. The top-tier model, having leveraged some internal connections, amounts to approximately 683 million won. Li Haocheng spoke candidly, not intending to boast, as these were merely facts. A collective gasp echoed in the air, thickening the atmosphere. The gazes of several colleagues towards Li Baona involuntarily shifted. Goodness, I thought you were the most innocent little lamb, one remarked. Who would have imagined you're a wolf in disguise, silently securing the air of a wealthy conglomerate? Zhang Shirlan stared in disbelief at the luxurious Lamborghini Urus before her. It was entirely incongruent with her expectations. Wasn't he it said that he was just a delivery guy? Zhang Shirlan turned her gaze to her colleague and good friend, Jean Sulin, who had now quietly positioned herself beside Li Haocheng, whispering about the experience card she had once facilitated for him. Zhang Shirlan then glanced at Li Baona, who was silently leaning against Li Haocheng. It turns out the fool was me all along, she thought. A Lamborghini Urus worth 683 million won is on an entirely different level from them. Even the president of the Dream Fitness Center would likely hesitate to purchase such an extravagant supercar. One could argue that for those of such elite status, outward appearances had ceased to hold significance. Establishing connections with individuals of this financial echelon could pave the way for future opportunities, especially considering Li Haocheng was embarking on his entrepreneurial journey and had his own ventures. Who knows when she might find herself in his good graces? Upon realizing this, Han Duoyun, who had been keenly observing, spoke up. Baona, what do you think about switching places with Shirlan? We still need to finalize the fitness plan we discussed today. We could chat about it on the way. However, Li Baona kept her head down, remaining silent. If there was anyone who cared the least about the Lamborghini Urus at that moment, it was undoubtedly Li Baona. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of unworthiness. I don't deserve him. Love often breeds insecurity. Had Li Haocheng and oppa's allure been merely superficial, Li Baona would have strived to match his excellence. If it were about dressing well, she would work harder, sell more classes, and earn enough to buy him the clothes he favored. Yet, the chasm of wealth loomed large in her heart. Luxury items worth 3 to 4 million won were the extent of her extravagant aspirations. The 683 million won Lamborghini Urus was far beyond her comprehension. A 2-bedroom apartment in the outskirts of Seoul barely matched that price, and that was her ultimate dream. Recently, she had heard her aunt, by Meishan, mention that Li Haocheng owned neither a house nor a car. Li Baona had mentally prepared herself to save diligently for 2 years, planning to contribute towards a down payment for a modest home with him. The size of the house was not paramount. It merely needed to be livable. A car could wait until they had children. Li Baona was a planner, known for her strong execution. She had sacrificed her education to toil in a factory for 3 years, meticulously saving for her brother's tuition and her own training fees. However, the scene before her now exceeded her original plans. Li Haocheng no longer required her assistance. His supercar could purchase an apartment in the suburbs of Seoul. The staggering disparity in their consumer perspectives left Li Baona in turmoil. How can I possibly exert myself to match you? Chapter 71. The overbearing CEO falls for me. In the basement parking lot of Tontai Times Square, Li Haocheng sensed a slight tremor from Li Baona nestled in his embrace. He tightened his arm around her and inquired with concern, "Baona, are you all right? Did a colleague speak to you?" Li Baona raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glanced at the flustered Zhang Shirlan, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, they were colleagues. Zhang Shirlan, upon seeing Han Duoyan, recalled her earlier disparagement of Li Haocheng in front of her and felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Now, she dreaded any interaction with Li Haocheng. In the presence of power and wealth, one must tread carefully, avoiding unnecessary provocations. "Why don't you all ride together? I'll go with Mingxi and the others to discuss the games we'll play later," Zhang Shirlan suggested, hastily joining Li Mingxi and the others. Li Haocheng, ever considerate, opened the front passenger door for Li Baona, only to find her standing silently beside it, motionless. Without hesitation, he bent down and gently lifted her, adjusting her position as he placed her inside. His robust physique rendered her utterly defenseless. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped Li Baona as she settled into the passenger seat. The other women turned their heads, envy almost bringing them to tears. How romantic. This is a classic case of the overbearing CEO. If only he would say, "Woman, you ought to know your place," it would be perfect. If such an act were performed by an infatuated man, they would deem it disrespectful to women, perhaps even retaliating with a slap. Yet, when it was a wealthy heir driving a 683 million won Lamborghini Urus, it showcased masculine allure, the embodiment of a CEO enamored. Inside the Lamborghini Urus, soft ambient lighting illuminated the cabin, while the plush black leather upholstery and additional carbon fiber components exuded understated luxury with a touch of personality. Observing the silent Li Baona, Li Haocheng couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was she in a state of melancholy? The women he had known, Wu Jingxi, Jin Taishu, and Yin Suan, were all acutely aware of wealth. While not entirely materialistic, they were undeniably drawn to such external attributes. It was not surprising. Genuine pure love exists. Yet enduring relationships are scarce. Among university couples, how many withstand the pressures of post-graduation life? Sufficient material conditions and a high social status act as emotional enhancers, providing a sense of security. However, Li Baona, with her self-sufficient and resilient nature, sought equality in her relationships. If he gifted her a pair of shoes, she would reciprocate with a wallet within her means. Should she feel unsatisfied, she would prepare him nutritious meals daily, even as she settled for simple fare herself. In the back seat, Jin Sulan and Han Duoyun caressed the luxurious leather seats, their eyes filled with uncontainable envy as they beheld the wealthy heir at the wheel. What does it mean to ascend to greatness? Just look at Li Baona. Forget being a fitness coach. She should just resign and enjoy life. Oh heavens! Why isn't at me in the passenger seat? Baona, are you feeling too happy? Why are you so quiet? Han Duoyun's tone dripped with sarcasm. Li Haocheng reached over to touch Li Baona's cold hand. Baona, perhaps she is just not feeling well. Let her rest. Yes, I'm a bit unwell. Li Baona replied with a forced smile. Li Haocheng leaned closer, his face inches from hers as their eyes met, flashing her a charming smile that made her heart skip a beat. Just as she anticipated a kiss, he instead fastened her seatbelt. The Lamborghini Urus roared to life, the engine-esque growl resonating as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, exiting the parking garage. "May I ask how you two met?" Han Duoyun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Given their knowledge of Li Baona, she would not typically encounter someone of this caliber from a wealthy family. With one hand on the steering wheel, Li Haocheng recounted their meeting. "You might not believe it, but we were introduced through a matchmaking arrangement. From the moment I saw Baona's photograph, I was smitten." "What? You met through a matchmaking service?" Jin Sulan and Han Duoyun exclaimed in disbelief, internally lamenting, "Why has anyone introduced me to such a wealthy heir?" Upon hearing Li Haocheng and Oppo's words, Li Baona and Oppo's expression brightened, a hint of emotion surfacing as she recalled the moment she first saw his picture. A memory that brought a smile to her face. "My aunt's editing skills were atrocious," she chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. Li Haocheng, witnessing her uplifted spirits, continued, Unfortunately, my first impression on Baona wasn't great. She initially refused to add me on KakaoTalk. It was only after I shamelessly sought help from her aunt that she reluctantly agreed to add me. What? Jean Sulin and Han Duoyan gasped. Their eyes wide in shock, thinking they must have misheard. Li Baona and Oppa's face flushed crimson. Fearing Li Haocheng might misunderstand, she hurriedly explained. Li Haocheng often dines at my aunt and Oppa's restaurant, and it was through her that we were introduced. However, the photo he sent me was rather peculiar. I'll show you. Li Baona opened the KakaoTalk app and scrolled through the chat history with her aunt, revealing several embarrassing photos of Li Haocheng. Ha ha ha. I can't breathe. This is too funny. Laughter erupted in the car, filling the air with joy. Li Haocheng cast a sidelong glance at the photograph. His expression darkening. That is not how your aunt described it to me. Is this what she meant by overshadowing others? Li Baona and Oppa's face instantly brightened. And as she admired Li Haocheng's handsome profile, she gently placed her hand on his leg in a gesture of comfort. Reflecting on the past invariably fosters a sense of intimacy. Not far apart, after a mere 10 minutes, the two cars arrived successively at the Black Flower Tea Shop. Li Haocheng parked outside, and the four of them alighted. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the surroundings were dim, illuminated only by streetlights and car headlights. Yet the Black Flower Tea Shop stood out even more prominently. The three-story building was encircled by 6 spotlights, casting light onto the walls, accentuating the stylish red brick facade. The white logo at the corner glowed vibrantly in the night. As they gazed at the uniquely designed, elegant little building before them, the women were momentarily taken aback. Initially, when they heard about celebrating a birthday at a tea shop, many found it mundane, questioning the allure of such a venue. What could a tea shop possibly offer? They surmised it would merely involve pushing tables together for drinking, chatting, playing games, or card games, far less entertaining than a KTV. Their presence here was prompted not only by Zhang Shirlan's encouragement, but also by curiosity about Li Baona's boyfriend. However, they never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Li Mingxi stepped forward, her long legs striding confidently as she pointed at the tea shop. Li Haocheng, is this entire building the Black Flower Tea Shop? Li Haocheng smiled and nodded, introducing the establishment. The first floor specializes in tea and books, the second floor is a Western restaurant, and the third floor features entertainment rooms. We have reserved the largest room on the third floor for you. After locking the car, he beckoned the still-dazed women. Let us head directly to the third floor for some fun. With that, he took Li Baona and Oppa's delicate hand and led the way. As Li Baona beheld the tea shop, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her dream had always been to open a tea shop of her own. The standalone building on the street was even more exquisite and stylish than any shop she had envisioned in her dreams. She had imagined Li Haocheng owning a small shop, employing 1 or 2 staff members to assist him, meticulously calculating daily revenues, losses, foot traffic, and profit margins. Even stepping in as a waiter during busy times and enduring difficult customers with grace. The scene before her filled her with both joy and envy. Come on, let us hurry inside, Li Mingxi exclaimed, her excitement palpable, eager to explore the interior. After all, today was her birthday, and she was thrilled to celebrate it in such a refined and elegant tea shop with her friends. At the entrance, 2 spacious glass doors framed by light boxes bearing the tea shop's logo radiated a warm yellow glow, illuminating the steps below. How beautiful! This is fantastic. I adore the decor and the cozy ambience, she exclaimed. Wow, this must be the top-tier tea shop in all of Seoul. I absolutely love it. The lavish decoration, intricate layout, pristine environment, and rows of bookshelves infused the entire venue with an enchanting atmosphere. Due to the scarcity of customers at night, the first floor hall was manned by only 1 team master and 2 servers. Chapter 72. Ding. You have triggered a new task, President. You have arrived. Greeted the enthusiastic Nam Sujin, who was on duty, her gaze drawn to the stunningly beautiful Li Baona, whose fingers were entwined with Li Haocheng's. This girl is incredibly pretty, and her figure is simply exquisite. Didn't our president explicitly state that he has no friends for the time being? Li Haocheng smiled gracefully and addressed the 2 staff members who had rushed over, saying, I will take them forward. You may attend to your own tasks. Navigating through the rows of bookshelves and dining tables, they arrived at the wooden spiral staircase. The black railing and solid wooden steps, adorned with intricate white carvings, led the way. On the walls adjacent to the staircase hung bookshelves filled with numerous volumes. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the eastern side was partitioned for office use with glass, while the entrance on the western side featured a pair of grand black doors. President, you have arrived. Along with our esteemed guests. Welcome, welcome. Please step inside and let us know if you are satisfied with our arrangements. Gao Enchan had just emerged from the office area, having previously informed the staff downstairs of the president's arrival. After all, this was the first task assigned by the president, and she was determined to see it through to the end. The waiter stationed at the entrance promptly opened the grand doors, revealing a crimson carpet leading inward. At the end of the corridor, a private room awaited, its door wide open, illuminating the space with icy blue lights. Upon entering the private room, one was greeted by a dazzling display of balloons, festive decorations, and luminous ornaments. The ceiling featured a uniquely designed, hollowed-out main light, with dozens of LED lights embedded within. Spotlights bathed the entire venue in shades of blue and purple, making the metallic and glass decor shimmer brilliantly. 3 plush sofas encircled 2 tables of varying sizes, with the tables adorned with microphones, fruit platters, cutlery, fresh flowers, champagne, and elegantly designed glasses. 2 enormous screens on opposite walls showcased music videos, while directly across from them stood a small stage, encircled by balloons, with a blank cardboard in the center illuminated by glowing letters spelling happy birthday. "Oh my, I want to celebrate my birthday here at the Black Flower Milk Tea Shop too," exclaimed one of the girls, enchanted by the ambience. "It's simply delightful. I absolutely adore this place. Hurry, let us take a video for social media, so those who couldn't and amp, oppos, T-com will be envious." Several young women excitedly roamed the room, frequently pulling out their phones to capture moments, snapping photos enthusiastically. "Is that the star of the day?" Gao Enchan inquired with a warm smile, as their collective gaze landed on Li Bona. "Is it this lovely lady's birthday?" "No, today is Mingxi's birthday." Li Bona quickly shook her head, inching closer to Li Haocheng, appearing somewhat bashful. "I'm so sorry, but it's actually my birthday," Jean Mingxi exclaimed, while snapping photos enthusiastically. Hearing this, she dashed to the stage, grabbed a nearby marker, and boldly signed her name. After completing her signature, she stepped back to admire her name illuminated at the center of the dazzling stage, utterly satisfied. "Hurry, take a picture for me. I want it as my phone wallpaper." Jean Mingxi handed her phone to Kim Surin and positioned herself prominently on the stage. Gao Enchan, with a warm smile, introduced the room's features. "Our private room is equipped with KTV functionality, allowing you to select songs and sing." Due to the lively atmosphere, Li Bona, feeling exuberant, exclaimed, "Thank you, Li Haocheng. We all adore this place. You've worked hard to set up the venue for us." Li Haocheng gently patted her delicate hand and replied cheerfully, "No need to thank me. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Currently, the entire 3rd floor is reserved for you ladies. When you're ready to leave, just call me, and I will come to pick you up." "Are you not joining us?" Li Bona inquired, hoping that Li Haocheng would stay with her, as it would provide her with a sense of security. Li Haocheng chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not very familiar with them, and I wouldn't want to hinder your enjoyment. Rest assured, I won't be leaving just yet. I'll speak with Gao about the management of the milk tea shop." "Very well, business comes first." Li Bona was a considerate young woman, fully understanding Li Haocheng as priorities. After everything was arranged, Li Haocheng and Gao Enchan exited the private room. Inside, the atmosphere became considerably more lively. With the presence of Li Haocheng, the affluent heir, Jean Mingxi, and the others felt a bit restrained, even hesitant to speak loudly. Once Li Haocheng and Gao Enchan departed, they immediately flocked around Li Bona, saying, "Madam President, since we are enjoying ourselves at the Black Flower Milk Tea Shop, shouldn't you give us, your colleagues, a discount?" "Yes, Bona, don't forget about us, your impoverished friends." Li Bona, blushing, replied softly, "Please don't say that. I'm not a Madam President." "Bona, you are undoubtedly the luckiest girl I've met in all these years," Jean Mingxi remarked, her envy palpable. "I've seen many wealthy individuals, but none as wonderful as Li Haocheng. Bona, you must seize the moment and capture Li Haocheng's heart completely." Li Bona nodded, somewhat understanding, aware of Li Haocheng's exceptional qualities. In the president's office, Gao Enchan stood respectfully before the desk, handing over a sheet of paper. "President, this is the operational report for today." Li Haocheng took it, reviewing the figures with earnestness. The revenue had more than doubled compared to yesterday, reaching 870,001. This remarkable increase was not merely due to the allure of the Black Flower Milk Tea Shop itself, but also attributed to the relentless efforts of their esteemed president, who was a true social butterfly. Currently, their shop boasted excellent reviews across platforms such as review websites and TikTok, with no negative feedback whatsoever. Gao Enchan was filled with excitement, as it signified that their Li Haocheng milk tea shop would become increasingly popular. The situation was progressing far more smoothly than anticipated. suggesting that the rewards for their efforts could be even more substantial. Li Haocheng pondered for a moment before stating, in that case, our morning and evening shift system will be implemented starting tomorrow. Additionally, you should recruit another batch of employees, which will significantly extend the operating hours of the milk tea shop. The staff will also benefit from an 8-hour work schedule, preventing any grievances due to prolonged working hours. As long as it contributes to an increase in revenue and enhances the quality of service, Li Haocheng was willing to spare no expense, especially with his system backing him up. President, might this be too hasty? Currently, the workload in the shop is not overwhelming, and the staff has no objections to rotating shifts. Gao and Ken hesitated. From the perspective of a shop manager, having more employees would naturally be advantageous. However, he was also concerned about potential cost issues. With the current revenue, supporting a larger workforce seemed daunting. Li Haocheng dismissed the cost concerns with a wave of his hand, saying, no worries, let us fill the positions first. Next, we need to focus on promotion and collaborate with local influencers and experts to boost foot traffic. In the short term, it's acceptable if we're not making profits. President, what is the estimated rent for our shop? Gao and Ken, seeing the president's resolute decision, ceased his objections and began calculating expenses. It was then that Li Haocheng remembered that the employees were unaware of this matter. A smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, there is no rent to speak of. This building is my property. The unexpected revelation left Gao and Ken momentarily dizzy, overwhelmed with joy. If at that moment, Li Haocheng could perceive the level of surprise, Gao and Ken's astonishment would undoubtedly have reached its zenith. As a seasoned manager with over a decade in the culinary industry, Gao and Ken understood that the most significant expense for any establishment was invariably the rent. In the bustling metropolis of Seoul, such a standalone 3-story building measuring over 600 square feet would command a monthly rental fee of at least 10 million Korean won, translating to a daily rental cost of approximately 560,000 won. Without the burden of rent, it was certain that the Li Haocheng milk tea shop would never face closure. This also meant that as long as he faithfully followed the lead of his president, his job was secure. All right, President. I will immediately draft a new recruitment plan and implement a shift system. Gao and Ken's face flushed with enthusiasm, invigorated as if he had regained several years of youth. After handling work matters, Li Haocheng took a stroll downstairs, not only to inspect his shop, but also to peruse some books and pass the time. He pulled out a copy of The Art of War from the bookshelf. Having heard that a certain influential figure named Gao had risen from humble beginnings to prominence through its teachings, after a moment's contemplation, he returned it, recalling that the outcome of that individual was not particularly favorable. He then searched online and ultimately chose a book on marketing management. Reputed to be a foundational text in marketing, rich in content and straightforward to grasp, an ideal choice for beginners. Li Haocheng intended to convey to his system that he was passionate about management and hoped to manage more enterprises in the future, rather than being burdened with trivial tasks like urgent adult or takeout expert, which were rather exasperating. Seated on the terrace, embraced by the autumn evening breeze, Li Haocheng gazed up at the tranquil night sky and the bright moon, suddenly reminded that the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. It was time to visit his parents. As he had finally gotten his life on track, he had fulfilled his parents' long-held wishes, but he wondered about his father's leg. After all these years of ailment, could surgery restore its function? Ding! You have triggered a new task, Mid-Autumn Reunion Night. Please check the task center for details. Li Haocheng felt a flicker of anticipation and hurriedly accessed the main interface of the upper-class system in his mind to review the task list. Task details. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, accompany your family for a reunion. Task reward, Mid-Autumn Gift Package 1. It was a straightforward and direct task. Yet he remained curious about the contents of this gift package. Chapter 73. The luxurious apartment welcomes its first mistress. Li Baona emerged from the lively private room, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue, and her head slightly spinning. The others had been urging her to indulge further, and she was beginning to feel overwhelmed. After finishing the birthday cake and singing the birthday song, she seized the opportunity to slip away, glancing at the time. 10 o'clock sharp. Is Li Haocheng still here? He had mentioned that he would come to fetch her if he felt tired. Should she give him a call? Passing through the main entrance and ascending to the third-floor atrium, she hesitated as she looked at the sign that read President's Office. Should she go in search of him? Perhaps it was the influence of the wine that emboldened her, as she lightly rapped on the locked glass door, calling out, Haocheng, are you inside? A staff member on duty downstairs heard the commotion and hurried up. Upon seeing the girl who held hands with their president, he promptly said, The president is on the terrace. If you go through the private room area and turn right, you and Oppos, LL find him. Haocheng, He really stayed behind to wait for me. Li Baona's heart fluttered with a mix of emotions, both touched and pained, while she reveled in the company of friends. Her boyfriend was outside, patiently waiting. Walking along the red carpet, the warm glow of the lights began to soothe her nerves. Passing through an arched doorway, she stepped onto a spacious terrace. There were 5 tables, each adorned with a lampshade umbrella. At the table closest to the edge, Li Haocheng sat quietly. Engrossed in his studies, he sat upright, focused and earnest, his perfect profile causing her to momentarily lose her train of thought. The lights, tall buildings, bright moon, and countless stars behind him became mere embellishments in this moment. My night sky was once filled with stars, yet after meeting you, it feels so sparse. It was then that Li Baona grasped the true meaning of the term heir of a wealthy family. Li Haocheng not only possessed exceptional outward qualities but also held an enviable status and wealth that most could only dream of. Despite this, he remained dedicated to his studies late into the night. He was the type of person who would dedicate every spare moment to learning. A diligent student who aspired to read every book in the library, starting from the first shelf. Though Li Baona had never attended university, she harbored a deep admiration for the life of a student. If they had attended the same university, their first encounter would surely have been at a study desk. It was no wonder he was so remarkable, and no wonder she found herself so enamored with him. Lost in his studies, Li Haocheng was oblivious to Li Baona's presence at the door. After finishing his reading, he stood up to stretch his stiff neck, his peripheral vision catching sight of a familiar figure. A smile spread across his face as he playfully teased, "Baona, why are you secretly watching me? Do you miss me?" The effects of the wine made Li Baona appear adorably dazed as she replied, "Yes, I missed you, so I came to find you." Noticing her flushed cheeks and slightly silly gaze, Li Haocheng affectionately remarked, "It seems like Mingxi and the others have fed you quite a bit of wine. They kept toasting me, but they are my senior colleagues, so I couldn't refuse," she explained, despite feeling a bit dizzy, even in her tipsy state. Li Baona felt compelled to clarify that she was not a girl who frequently drank or partied. Li Haocheng stepped closer, observing her simple attire and her adorably flushed, dazed expression. Unable to resist, he gently embraced her, inhaling the scent of her mixed with the fragrance of alcohol, his hands tenderly stroking her slender back. In that moment, the effects of the wine seemed to clear from Li Baona's mind. However, she did not resist but instead nestled her head comfortably against his arm, savoring the tranquility. Li Baona was a person who often felt insecure, and it was precisely this insecurity that drove her to work diligently, never wishing to pause. Being held by the one she admired felt like a return to her childhood, filling her with happiness. After standing in this embrace for several minutes, Li Haocheng began to feel restless. Was it time to take the next step? Looking down, he noticed Li Baona had fallen asleep, her face adorned with a gentle smile, a trickle of drool escaping her lips. Well, it seemed this exquisite shirt would require a wash. Gently placing Li Baona on a nearby sofa, Li Haocheng knocked on the door of the birthday party's private room. "Baona, why did you take so long? I thought your boyfriend had kidnapped you." At the sound of the knock, Jin Sulin hurriedly opened the door, startled to see Li Haocheng standing outside. He quickly scanned the chaotic scene within the room. Li Mingxi had cake smeared across her face, yet she remained seated on the floor, microphone in hand, singing. An empty wine bottle rolled across the ground. Having just tumbled out from the doorway, Jin Sulin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she apologetically said, "I'm sorry. It seems we got a bit carried away. We'll clean up before we leave." Li Haocheng waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "No need for that. Just enjoy yourselves. The staff will handle the cleanup." He added, "By the way, Baona has fallen asleep. I and Oppos am taking her home now. You all continue to have fun." Jin Sulin's eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at the refined and handsome gentleman before her. She regretted rushing through their first meeting with a hurried meal. Had she taken the time to engage in conversation, she might have uncovered his affluent background. At that moment, seated in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini Urus, being pampered, it should have been her, Jin Sulin. The other girls in the room soon noticed Li Haocheng standing at the doorway and lowered their voices in hushed excitement. Li Haocheng smiled and waved at them. "I and Amp, Oppos, am taking Baona with me. I hope you don't and Amp, Oppos, mind? There are opinions, indeed, strong opinions." As the eldest sister present, Li Mingxi naturally felt compelled to protect her younger sister Li Baona from being led away in a state of confusion. "Let us exchange Kakao Talk contacts, and you may do as you wish with Baona." It was not that she desired to undermine Li Baona and Amp, Oppos, relationships. Rather, it was simply advantageous to befriend such a young, affluent heir from a prestigious family. "Absolutely, we shall not agree unless we are also added on Kakao Talk." The other girls chimed in, emboldened by a few drinks. Li Haocheng was not the type to casually add others as friends, primarily to avoid any misunderstandings from Li Bana. After all, they were her colleagues. Adding them secretly on Kakao Talk while she was absent felt disrespectful to her. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed 48 of the task. Dog system. You truly owe Baona an apology. Had it not been for you, I would never have consented. Dog system. Remember to provide Baona with some form of compensation and comfort in the future. Li Haocheng noticed a girl named Zhang Shirlan, with dark skin, reclining on the sofa, seemingly asleep and not taking the initiative to add anyone. He exited the private room and found Li Baona still peacefully sleeping on the sofa, lying on her side. Her exquisite body contours and graceful figure appeared particularly alluring. He refrained from waking her, opting instead for a gentle princess carry as he made his way downstairs. The staff members who wished to greet him saw the sleeping girl in their president's arms and discreetly refrained from interrupting. This beautiful lady must surely be the president's girlfriend. Who knows, it might not be long before she becomes the president's wife at our black flower tea shop. Unlocking the car, he delicately placed Li Baona on the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before starting the vehicle. The engine was rather loud, causing him some concern about waking her. Fortunately, Li Baona remained deeply asleep, her expression serene, aided by the effects of the alcohol. As they drove home, Li Haocheng slowed the car to prevent any jolts or sudden stops. In Gangnam District, Cheongdam-dong, the penthouse Cheongdam, a spacious flat of over 400 square meters. Li Haocheng, cradling the sleeping beauty, walked slowly through the corridor and living room, carefully laying her on the large bed in the master bedroom. As he gazed at the slumbering Li Baona, a surge of affection welled within him. He covered her with a soft blanket and gently closed the door. In the hall, Li Haocheng retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Jean Jinyu from the property management. The call connected within seconds. Li Xiao, how may I assist you? Does the property management offer cleaning services for luxury garments? I have several haute couture pieces that require cleaning. Certainly. We have a partnership with a professional dry cleaner who will categorize and care for your clothes based on their materials. Please hold on. I will arrange for someone to pick them up from your residence. When do you need them? Li Haocheng furrowed his brow, pondering uncertainly. Is it possible for them to be ready by 7 tomorrow morning? Absolutely, we provide 24-hour service and will ensure your garments arrive by 7. After ending the call, Li Haocheng changed into a casual outfit and neatly folded the haute couture garments. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the display screen on the door lock revealed a clear image of the visitor outside, confirming it was the property staff. Li Haocheng opened the armored door and handed over the entire set of haute couture clothing. The staff member promptly produced a dust bag to properly wrap the garments. Click. As he closed the armored door, Li Haocheng turned to find Li Baona in the living room. Her face a picture of alarm. Chapter 74. The luxurious flat welcomes its first female master, Baona. Did the doorbells chime just now inadvertently rouse you from your slumber? Li Haocheng hurriedly stepped forward. Upon seeing Li Haocheng, Li Baona rushed into his arms like a gust of wind, nuzzling her small head against him and asking, "Where have you been? I have just awakened and cannot find you. I called, but you did not answer. I am filled with fear, truly overwhelmed with dread. Where could this opulent and exquisite abode be?" Upon awakening, Li Baona beheld a master bedroom of such opulence that it defied description, leading her to ponder whether she was still ensnared in a dream. As I swung open the door from the master bedroom, I stumbled into the heart of the hall, where I beheld exquisite furniture and meticulously arranged decor, gradually awakening from my stupor. This is no dream. How could such vivid reality manifest in a mere illusion? Her first instinct was to reach for her phone and dial Li Haocheng's number, yet he failed to answer. The insecure Li Baona was evidently frightened, clinging to Li Haocheng as if seeking solace. It was then that Li Haocheng recalled having hastily tossed his phone aside while showering and changing clothes. Overwhelmed by guilt, he spoke with an apologetic tone. "It's my fault. It's my fault. Baona, do not be afraid. This is my home, a safe haven. Calm yourself." Upon hearing that they were in Li Haocheng's residence, Li Baona's body instantly stiffened, and she trembled as she asked, "Then, are your parents here as well?" Li Hao gently stroked her back with his hand, speaking in a soothing tone. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I am the only one living here. My parents are not in Seoul." Upon hearing these words, the delicate figure in his arms relaxed. Li Baona lifted her adorable head, murmuring, "How did I end up at your house after just a nap? What happened to Mingxi and the others? Mingxi and her companions have sold you, my sweet and naive girl, to me, claiming that you shall accompany me tonight." As the words of a debauched scoundrel spilled forth, Li Haocheng's mischievous hands began to wander indiscriminately. Li Baona, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, took a step back, insisting, I must return to my aunt's house, if I'm late. She will be terribly worried. Gazing at his prospective girlfriend, Li Haocheng earnestly proposed, why not give your aunt a call? Tonight, I shall celebrate a colleague's birthday and will not return home to sleep. My house is quite spacious, and the bed is also large, accommodating 2 individuals without any sense of crowding. Upon hearing Li Hao's predatory words, an alluring blush adorned Li Baona's beautiful face, evoking a moment of recollection. My aunt has been incessantly extolling his virtues these past few days, reminiscing about him. It brings to mind my mother's encouragement for him to swiftly engage with her and see how it unfolds. It evokes further reflection, the surprise of their initial meeting, the sweet moments shared together. He purchased courses for her, gifted her shoes, and savored the nutritious meal she prepared. She presented him with a wallet, which he accepted without disdain, using it consistently. Then there were the various occurrences of this evening, whether they were jolting, contemplative, delightful, serene, or filled with longing. Some individuals can spend a year together without evoking any feelings, where a year feels no different than a single day. Yet, for others, a mere few days of companionship can feel predestined, an inescapable bond, an undeniable connection. Li Baona dialed her dear aunt's phone number, her voice slightly trembling. Hello, Aunt. I might not come home to sleep tonight. My colleagues want to party all night. No, we are not out gallivanting or visiting disreputable places. What are you talking about? All of my colleagues are female. There are no males among them. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? Li Baona cast a furtive glance at the man beside her, Li Haocheng, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Moreover, Li Haocheng was indeed present, celebrating his birthday at the very milk tea shop he owned. Very well. Li Baona shyly handed her phone to Li Haocheng, unable to meet the intensity of his gaze. My dear aunt insists on confirming with you before she can feel at ease. Li Haocheng smiled as he took the phone, his tone submissive. Aunt, I am right beside Baona. Did you not ask me to look after her? Today is her colleague and oppa's birthday, and I am currently accompanying her. By Meishan. Hoo. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Haocheng. I am grateful for your presence, which brings me peace of mind. By Meishan, Haocheng, please pass the phone to Baona. I wish to speak with her briefly. By Meishan undoubtedly trusts Li Haocheng's character, and witnessing their union brings her immense joy. Aunt, you need not worry. I am quite grown up now. I shall probably return tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Li Haocheng gazed at Li Baona, whose complexion was flushed and whose eyes shimmered with emotion. He recalled their first encounter, when she appeared in a form-fitting outfit, her beauty and physique nothing short of perfection. With an oval face, a delicate nose, and lips resembling 2 dew-kissed petals, her slightly upturned brows and eyes exuded a hint of allure. Standing at a height of 160 centimeters, her body was a harmonious blend of graceful lines, featuring defined abs and a peachy curve. Her long, slender legs were striking, radiating an innocent beauty. Li Haocheng stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the curvaceous Li Baona from behind. Finding her high ponytail somewhat obstructive, he extended his right hand to retrieve the hair tie. With a soft swish, her lustrous, jet-black hair cascaded down. Instinctively, Li Baona tossed her hair, the strands dancing in the air, extraordinarily smooth and fragrant. Li Haocheng leaned his lips against her small head, his breath becoming somewhat heavy. Li Baona and oppa's face turned crimson, her gaze wandering. She was not the naive girl she seemed, having spent 3 years in a factory surrounded by her friends' risque jokes, and she possessed a cheeky side. She quickly grasped Li Haocheng's intentions, her delicate form frozen in place. He tightened his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, Baona, do you like me? Li Baona feels a bit dizzy, unsure of how to respond. Please answer me. Li Haocheng's voice deepened slightly. Li Baona turned her delicate figure, positioning herself to face him directly. She rose onto her tiptoes and gently whispered in his ear, I adore you, Li Haocheng. The voice is resolute, the gaze gentle and poignant, with threads of lingering affection weaving through the air, accompanied by a delicate mist that gently disperses. Li Haocheng smiled, his laughter resonating with joy and ease. Baona, have you ever played basketball? Basketball? Li Baona's expression was adorably puzzled, clearly not understanding. Li Haocheng grinned mischievously. Reminiscent of a great demon king, I have a basketball in my room. Would you care to join me for a game and exercise? As Li Haocheng spoke, the glistening pools of Li Baona's eyes began to shimmer with unshed tears. In that fleeting moment, the gentle warmth of spring transformed the atmosphere, leaving everything unsaid yet profoundly understood. In the master bedroom, Li Haocheng entered a state of contemplation, his mind blissfully empty, achieving a tranquil state of being. Suddenly, A series of cold, mechanical notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The task, romantic love, has been completed. Rewards are being processed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a random property, Huaihua Shereville 2 residential complex. Please collect it after the mid-autumn holiday. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have recruited a new player. Taking the first step in forming a core team. Ding. Detection indicates this player has significant growth potential and is worth nurturing. Growth tasks have commenced. Please visit the task center for details. The delightful chimes of ding 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 filled Li Haocheng with joy. The rewards for this task were exceedingly generous. Li Haocheng opened the Elite Tycoon System inventory interface, Huaihua Shereville 2 residential complex, located at 1 Huaibei-dong, North District of Seoul. This exquisite apartment features 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms, complete with panoramic glass curtain walls and 1 unit per elevator. Please present your resident login certificate at the Huaihua Shereville 2 sales office to collect property documents. Though it could not compare to his own residence at the penthouse Cheongdam, this prime property was still far from inexpensive. Upon researching online, he found that due to its proximity to commercial districts, hospitals, schools, and complete subway access, the housing prices were quite steep, averaging over 6 million won. Categorizing it as a mid to high-end residential area, such a flat would be valued at no less than 757 million won. Given the lavish nature of the system, it was conservatively estimated that renovations would start at over 100 million won. Regaining his composure, he accessed the character roles panel in his mind. Next to the stark 3D figure of himself, a smaller 3D model of Li Baona had appeared. This representation was several times smaller than his own. At that moment, the 3D figure was enveloped in a golden light, shimmering brightly, with a series of personal details displayed below. Name, Li Baona. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Intelligence, 80. Endurance, 60. Agility, 60. Skills, none. Growth potential, 1090. To the right was a character list, currently empty, but featuring a conspicuous multiple-choice question. Please select the character. Li Baona. Future development path. A. University goddess, with a focus on enhancing inner qualities, temperament, and knowledge reserves. Enrollment at a designated university is possible. B. Business elite, with the goal of becoming a business elite. Requires systematic training at Jioding Enterprise Group and gradual exposure to the enterprise group. System prompt. Future choices for this task will impact the main storyline's progression speed. Please choose wisely. Chapter 75. The luxurious flat welcomes its first female owner as dawn broke. The disciplined biological clock of Li Baona roused her from her slumber at the appointed hour. Groggy and disoriented, she stared blankly at the ceiling. A state that was previously unimaginable for her, as she was accustomed to rising each morning brimming with vitality and clarity. Such an inability to rise as she experienced today had never occurred before. Recalling the intense basketball match from the previous night, Li Haocheng and oppa's eloquence, and the tingling sensations that overwhelmed her, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she remembered some of the bold and candid remarks she had uttered in a moment of forgetfulness. Oh, how mortifying! She wished she could vanish, burying her face in the covers to hide her flushed cheeks. After a considerable pause, she peeked out from beneath the blanket, glancing around to confirm that he was indeed absent. But where could Li Haocheng have gone so early in the morning? The spacious room and grand bed confirmed that he had not been deceiving her. The tranquil and refreshing air, the perfectly balanced mattress, the soft, delicate blanket, and the opulent master bedroom all made Li Baona feel somewhat unaccustomed and out of place. In her aunt's modest home, which barely spanned 100 square meters and housed 5 people, she shared a room with her cousin, while her younger cousin had his own, and her aunt and uncle occupied another. Each morning, she awoke to the cacophony of noise from the street below, where vendors and shopkeepers called out, their sounds filtering through the poorly soundproofed windows. As she stepped out of bed, the pleasantly temperate air enveloped her, and her feet sank into the soft plush carpet laid beside the bed. On either side of the headboard, there were 2 uniquely designed lamps, and the surroundings were tastefully decorated. Bathed in the morning light, her gaze fell upon the intricately woven white sandy curtains that framed a vast balcony encased in floor-to-ceiling windows. On the balcony, an array of high-end gym equipment, including an elliptical machine, a treadmill, and an elegant lounge chair, hinted at Li Haocheng's dedication to fitness. It was no wonder he possessed such a commendable physique and remarkable explosiveness. His self-discipline was evident in his early morning routine. Recalling how he had developed visible abdominal muscles in such a short time, Li Baona felt invigorated by the prospect of striving for self-improvement. She vowed to put forth her utmost effort, aspiring to blossom into someone as exceptional as him, so that when she stood by his side, she would not merely serve as a compliment. As she picked up the clothes she had carelessly tossed aside the night before, she decided it was best to take a shower first. The previous night's vigorous activities had left her drenched, and she had been too exhausted to wash up afterward. The memory of Li Haocheng's sharp wit sent a shiver down her spine as she hurried to the bathroom. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback by the expansive space. Was this bathroom even larger than her aunt's living room? A row of uniquely styled sinks with 3 faucets adorned the room, featuring a minimalist design that exuded an air of sophistication. The warm lighting resembled ambient lighting, casting a gentle glow from various angles. The separate shower area concealed all plumbing, leaving only the switch and shower head visible. The enormous bathtub appeared capable of accommodating both her and Li Haocheng. Its elegant and contemporary design momentarily made her hesitate at the entrance. But she ultimately steeled herself and stepped inside, determined to avoid letting him see her in a disheveled state. After drying herself with a towel, she carefully donned her clothes. Piece by piece. Once dressed, she picked up the high-end hairdryer beside the mirror and began to dry her hair. Her hair, thick and long, typically required nearly 20 minutes to dry, yet this time, it took less than 5, leaving her locks smooth and silky. The quality of the brand was evident, and she made a mental note to buy a similar one for her mother once she earned enough money. As she exited the bedroom, her initial modesty melted away, and she treaded lightly into the grand hall, where the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows captivated her attention. The morning light streamed in from the east, casting a golden hue over the spacious and luxurious living room. Outside, birds soared against a backdrop of clouds and blue sky, creating a serene and harmonious tableau. Not far away lay a garden with a river view, flanked by towering buildings. The flow of vehicles and pedestrians began to surge, as those striving for a better life embarked on their daily journeys along the path of diligence. Unable to contain her excitement, Li Baona opened her arms wide and closed her eyes, welcoming this unprecedented vista, a brand new world. At that moment, Li Haocheng entered, clad in athletic wear and carrying breakfast. As he rounded a vine-woven screen, he spotted Li Baona standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows with arms outstretched. Her perfect curves, slender waist, long legs, and flowing dark hair created a stunning sight. Casually placing the food on the dining table, he swiftly approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Li Baona shivered at the familiar sensation, the comforting scent, in the presence of his car keys, melting into his arms, though the athlete, injured, was unable to compete for the time being. After sharing tender moments for a while, the couple settled at the dining table to enjoy breakfast together. Following the meal, Li Haocheng held Li Baona close as they sat on the plush sofa. "Baona, I think you should quit your job today," he suggested. Li Baona's expression faltered, her previously bashful demeanor giving way to apprehension. "Why? I'm still young. I can't afford to stop working. That would mean," she trailed off, her thoughts betraying her insecurities about her own worth. Li Haocheng gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Baona. I'm not saying you can't work. Rather, I believe that a job as a personal trainer at the gym does not suit you." Li Baona felt increasingly anxious, tears welling in her eyes. "I understand your intention. I merely seek to earn some money. I have never engaged in any indiscreet activities." In recent days at the gym, a few male customers, they uttered some unpleasant remarks, which I firmly rejected. "You may verify my cacao talk. I could never partake in such actions." Li Haocheng, witnessing the agitation of the woman in his embrace, realized that her lack of confidence and security was the root of her distress. He tightened his hold around her delicate form and, with utmost sincerity, declared, "I believe in you. You are already mine. I shall present you with several choices. Simply select the one that resonates with you the most. You cannot abstain from choosing. This is your singular opportunity. Should you forfeit it, we shall not meet again." Li Haocheng and Oppo's tone was somewhat grave, primarily due to his understanding of Li Baona. She might genuinely decline. So he sought to instill a sense of urgency in her. "All right, I shall heed your words." "You speak," she replied, clinging tightly to him, burying her head against his chest as if fearing his departure. Those who are favored often act without trepidation. Li Baona found herself unable to detach from Li Haocheng. He began with the first choice presented by the system. "The first option is to select your ideal university and pursue your favorite major. I will facilitate your enrollment. In 4 years, you will transform into the person you aspire to be. Experience the university life you have yet to embrace and expand your reservoir of knowledge." Upon hearing this first option, Li Baona was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, stammering, "Really? Is that true? It cannot be. I took my college entrance examination 3 years ago. Although I performed exceptionally well, they do not acknowledge it. Her adorably dazed expression elicited a gentle pinch to her cheek from Li Haocheng. He then articulated the second choice provided by the system. The second option is for me to place you in a large corporation for systematic business training. The scale of this company will rival the top-tier enterprises you are familiar with, and it guarantees you a managerial role at the headquarters. You need not worry about the salary. It will commence at a minimum of 200 million Korean won annually. Li Baona found herself speechless, beginning to doubt whether she was ensnared in a dream. Had she perhaps overexerted herself the previous night, still lost in slumber? After all, just a day prior, Li Haocheng had seemed like a mere ordinary young man, comparable to her own circumstances. The revelation of his wealth from the night before had been a staggering shock, leaving her to dream of his commanding presence. A sudden clap echoed as Li Haocheng noticed her dazed expression and playfully delivered a light smack. Li Baona was roused from her stupor, a rosy hue blooming on her lovely face. Once she regained her composure, Li Haocheng revealed the third option from the system. The third option is to provide you with ample material support. You may purchase whatever you desire, travel wherever you wish, at any time. I assure you that your future life will be free from worries. There will be no need to struggle for survival or toil for your dreams. As Li Haocheng finished describing the three options, a hush fell over the atmosphere. Li Baona harbored profound affection for him and offered her unwavering trust in his words. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted herself to him the previous night. Yet, returning to university, a lucrative job with $1 million salary, he would support her? Li Baona hesitated to question Li Haocheng's words. However, the mere utterance of these three options left her trembling with disbelief. Chapter 76. So, I am merely a worker? Is it true? Am I truly deserving of your kindness? Li Baona was overwhelmed with emotion, her voice quivering as she spoke. Li Haocheng responded earnestly, of course. Every word is sincere. You are absolutely worthy of my care. Upon hearing this, Li Baona's eyes glistened with tears, reddening with emotion. Despite her independence, resilience, and relentless efforts, she aspired for success, a secure life, and a better future for her family. She was not a self-denying ascetic. She yearned for love, a refined living environment, and the luxuries displayed in shop windows. Gazing at her elegant and handsome boyfriend, she felt enveloped by his love and tenderness. Suddenly, Li Baona embraced Li Haocheng tightly, initiating a kiss while whispering passionately, I love you, Li Haocheng. I want to be with you. This marked the first time Li Baona openly declared her love and took the initiative to propose a date. Li Haocheng, stirred by her words, felt a rush of excitement as the prospect of their date loomed. However, he ultimately restrained himself, stating, if we indulge in another game, you might end up bettered in for a week. Perhaps it's best to consider your options first. Relationships are inherently reciprocal. If one party solely invests without the other reciprocating, the imbalance cannot endure. At this moment, Li Baona was wholeheartedly devoted to Li Haocheng, while he, in turn, offered her unwavering support and respect. Sitting upright, she gazed earnestly into his eyes, declaring, I do not wish to be a burden to you, thus I will certainly not choose the third option. Li Haocheng nodded in agreement, just as he had anticipated. Where is the headquarters of that company? Li Baona pondered. Suspecting that Li Haocheng's family might have connections to secure a good job, a prospect that seemed less challenging than gaining admission to a university. Busan, Li Haocheng replied casually. Upon hearing the name, Li Baona bit her lip, her emotions a swirl of complexity. She understood the arduous nature of earning a living, making her particularly sensitive to the term annual salary of 200 million won. Her relentless pursuit of becoming a personal trainer stemmed from her desire to earn more while she was still young. Now faced with such a promising opportunity, how could she possibly not feel tempted? Yet, if it meant relocating to Busan, it would mean being separated from Li Haocheng, a thought she could hardly bear after recently finding love. Contemplating this, Li Baona shook her head gently and said, Then I won't go. Li Haocheng affectionately stroked her silky black hair, replying, All right, that settles it. I believe you are better suited for school. Li Baona raised an eyebrow, hesitantly voicing, It should be quite challenging, right? If it's too difficult, I could just enroll in an adult program. In truth, the option of attending university was what excited her the most, representing her greatest aspiration. Li Haocheng considered her concerns, realizing that she feared her own capabilities, thus hesitating to choose. If you wish to attend that institution, I can assist you, he offered. Korea University would be a suitable choice. If she could attend Korea University, it would indeed be an excellent option, as it is one of the nation's premier institutions. Since it would not be too far, there would be ample opportunities to acquire knowledge. What major? Li Haocheng queried, accessing the task panel of the upper-class wealthy system in his mind. Li Baona's eyes sparkled with surprise. Can we choose a major too? Li Haocheng playfully slipped his hand under her clothing, urging, hurry up and answer. Don't dawdle. Her cheeks flushed to deep crimson, making her all the more enchanting as she replied, the College of Business Administration, majoring in economics and finance. However, she worried. But the first-year semester starts in just a few days. There one and amp, oppos. Be enough time? Will there? Li Haocheng looked at her in astonishment, silently thinking, what a familiar scenario. Some people claim they cannot wield Thor and amp, oppos, hammer, yet secretly train for it in the shadows. Li Baona lowered her gaze, softly explaining. I had sufficient scores to be admitted to Korea University. I had even decided on a major. But then my mother fell ill. And with a younger brother needing to attend school, I forewent my aspirations and went to work in a factory to support the family. Li Haocheng, understanding her plight, gently patted her back to comfort her. He then resolved, without hesitation, to the system in his mind. System, I choose the growth path, a university goddess. In an instant, the character interface began to animate, displaying lines of glowing text. Character, Li Baona. Growth task route has been initiated. Please specify the university for enrollment. Task reminder 1. Due to varying admission difficulties among institutions, there may be delays in enrollment. Task reminder 2. Some universities do not accept external donations or investments, which may lead to enrollment issues. Enrollment can be processed first, with subsequent issues resolved later. Li Haocheng examined the taskbar, contemplating the numerous reminders. He realized that the system had facilitated Li Baona and amp, oppos, opportunity for education through donations from the Jioding Enterprise Group. The more prestigious the institution, the harder it was to secure a spot. Returning his thoughts from the system panel, Li Haocheng tightened his embrace around the lovely girl in his arms and solemnly stated, Baona, once you choose, it cannot be changed. You genuinely want to attend Korea University, correct? Even if it's Seoul National University, Sungkyunkwan University, Yonsei University, Ulsan University of Science and Technology, Pohang University of Science and Technology, Kyunghee University, Sejong University, or Hanyang University, any world-class institution is acceptable. Do not fear. Think carefully about your choice. Li Baona looked steadfastly into her boyfriend and oppos' eyes, proclaiming her decision. I wish to remain in Seoul. And being able to attend a top-tier university like Korea University makes me immensely happy. Li Haocheng. I have always regretted not pursuing higher education and worried about not keeping pace with you, fearing you might leave me behind. If you truly allow me to fulfill my dream of attending university, I will strive to gain knowledge and become someone of value to you. I will never let you down. Li Baona was the type of person who, once she made up her mind, would not waver, her words resonating with conviction. Upon witnessing Li Baona and amp, oppos' resolute gaze, Li Haocheng promptly selected the options for school and major on the task interface and clicked submit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully configured the new character, Li Baona. Following this, Li Baona and oppos' task interface began to transform. Ding! Designated University, Korea University. Ding! The admission letter will be delivered shortly. Ding! The character's task list has been activated. The interface for Li Baona refreshed, revealing a series of growth tasks. Currently, only one detail was visible, while the rest remained concealed. Task content. Freshman registration. Please complete your enrollment at Korea University between September 5th and September 7th. Task rewards. Custom gown. Sunflower Fairy 1. Ferrari 1. 200 million KRW living expenses 1. Top-tier Samsung Galaxy Pro 1. Top-tier Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 1. Jealousy twisted Li Haocheng's features into a grimace, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled a heavy breath of frustration. This dog system. It turns out I am merely the laborer. Delivering meals, editing short videos, networking, elite bubble tea shops. This journey has been fraught with trials and tribulations, yet what of Baona? She merely needs to complete her enrollment to transform into the affluent goddess of the university. This dog system acts with impunity. While it is said to cultivate a university goddess, does this level of pampering not seem excessive? The custom gown, Sunflower Fairy, speaks for itself. An exquisite creation from the system. The Ferrari, adhering to the system standards, must be a top-tier sports car, valued at around 668 million KRW. Coupled with 200 million KRW for living expenses, a top-tier Samsung laptop, and a Samsung phone? Is this truly for attending school? Or is it merely to allow Li Baona to flaunt her status at university? Observing Li Haocheng's expression, Li Baona grew somewhat uneasy, concerned that this situation might burden him. Haocheng, pursuing an adult undergraduate degree sounds good too. I've contemplated this for some time but lack the time and resources. Don't overthink it. I'll make a call to inquire and keep you posted. With that, Li Haocheng hurried off to the audiovisual room, sitting at the computer to check information about Korea University and the chosen major. By the time he returned to the hall and settled on the sofa, he exuded a faint air of composure. If Suingda had seen a score of 5.9, he would undoubtedly remark, "Oh no, this guy is about to show off again." Of course, in Li Baona's eyes, the perception was entirely different. In this moment, Li Haocheng wore an expression of calm confidence, embodying the charisma of a young scion from a wealthy family, which was precisely the image she adored. Under Li Baona and Oppo's eager gaze, Li Haocheng nodded and smiled, all sorted. The admission letter will arrive in the next couple of days. Just report to the academy on time. Hearing this, Li Baona felt a flicker of disbelief, her mind swirling. How reassuring. A single phone call, and the enrollment is settled. Why does this feel so surreal? For me, this is an immense milestone, yet he simply made a phone call to arrange my admission. Haocheng, am I now a freshman at Korea University? Li Baona asked, her voice tinged with emotion, devoid of any doubt regarding Li Haocheng and Oppo's honesty. Naturally, dear Li Baona. As a fourth-year university student, you must strive to become the best version of yourself. Li Haocheng embraced her tightly, elated for her. Thank you, Li Haocheng. I will not let you down, Li Baona exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face in profound gratitude. Chapter 77. The arrival of the three-star princess at the Black Flower Tea Shop. The clock strikes 3 in the afternoon. Ding. Congratulations, host. The task, Social Butterfly, has been completed, and the reward has been issued. The task was completed swiftly due to Li Haocheng's alteration of the strategy. Since wearing a dazzling haute couture outfit deterred girls from approaching him for his KakaoTalk ID, he decided to dress in a more casual, approachable manner. Clad in a well-fitted short-sleeve shirt, jeans, and flats, he remained eye-catching thanks to his perfect physique, coupled with his refined and handsome features. He resembled a wealthy heir straight out of a romantic comic. As a result of this change, he found that more young and attractive female customers approached him. Returning to the president's office on the 3rd floor, he settled into the spacious and comfortable chair and opened the upper-class Tycoon System inventory interface. His eyes gleamed at the sight of vision-enhancing eye drops and 6-flavor Remania pill. System, I choose 6-flavor Remania pill, and I shall use it immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charisma 1. Instantly, a warm sensation began to radiate from his lower abdomen, akin to the comfort of a heating pad, providing a pleasant, albeit slightly restless feeling. This warmth persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Perhaps he would need to wait a bit longer to verify the results? Reclining in the executive chair, Li Haocheng selected 12 vision-enhancing eye drops and used them at once. Ding. Congratulations, host. Intelligence 1. In an instant, a refreshing mist enveloped his eyes, akin to gentle hands performing a soothing massage, providing comprehensive hydration from the outside in. Li Haocheng closed his eyes in bliss, savoring this miraculous experience. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, and the first sensation was clarity. Everything before him appeared more vivid and real, as if a layer of dust had been swept away. Due to his frequent late-night computer sessions, Li Haocheng suffered from myopia exceeding 100 degrees, compounded by slight astigmatism and chronic dry eyes. He had grown accustomed to these issues, which did not significantly impact his daily life. Although he owned glasses, he only wore them during intense work periods. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the documents on the table. The tiny text was remarkably clear, and the entire office appeared brighter, an unbelievable transformation. Li Haocheng stepped into the washroom and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Have I become even more handsome? His features were already commendable. With a high nose bridge, glossy thin lips, and white, straight teeth, he was quite appealing. Apart from slight under-eye bags, his eyes were relatively attractive. From a public aesthetic perspective, he would undoubtedly score above 85. As he walked down the street, he turned heads as a strikingly handsome man. Donning haute couture only elevated his charm to a level exceeding 95, marking him as a top-tier male deity. Post the enhancement from the vision-enhancing eye drops. While the contours of his eyes remained similar, they appeared more harmonious. With his myopia and astigmatism resolved, his eyes sparkled with life. The slight under-eye bags transformed into delicate eye bags, while his double eyelids became longer and softer. His eyes, slightly upturned and adorned with a healthy flush, resembled natural eyeshadow. Long, thick eyelashes framed his bright, shimmering eyes. In the mirror, Li Haocheng exhibited thin lips and a prominent nose, his gaze radiating like starlight. giving his face a distinctive character. Upon first glance, people would remember his eyes, for they held a brilliant light. Currently, the only dissonance was his hair, which had grown a tad too long. Combined with the enhancement of his physique, his hair appeared denser, slightly disheveled if not maintained, which seemed unbefitting of his striking visage. He resolved to visit Tony after work to acquire a stylish and dapper haircut. Suddenly, a brisk ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Pulling out his phone, he noticed it was the beautiful Wu Jingxi. He recalled that he had promised to accompany her to the park during the past few days. "Hello, Jingxi," Li Haocheng greeted, his tone tinged with mild regret. On the other end, Wu Jingxi's voice carried a hint of reproach. "Li Haocheng, I sent you a private message on KakaoTalk. Why haven't you replied?" Having added many friends recently, Li Haocheng had yet to filter through them, causing Wu Jingxi's message to be lost in the shuffle. "I and Oppos, am terribly sorry. I and Oppos, V been incredibly busy with the new shop opening and Haven T checked my KakaoTalk messages," he explained. Wu Jingxi replied, "So, do you have time to accompany me to the park? I'm afraid I can't spare any time at the moment. I've been quite occupied," Li Haocheng lamented, as he had system tasks to complete and could not pursue Wu Jingxi further. Recalling her as a core player, he sweet-talked, "Jingxi, I miss your lips." Upon hearing his cheesy line, Wu Jingxi burst into laughter, accompanied by the sounds of playful scuffling. Likely her close friend, Qian Duo, was eavesdropping. After a moment, it seemed she found a quieter spot. Wu Jingxi spoke softly into the phone. "Well, if you miss them, feel free to come and kiss them anytime. They miss you even more." Her final words were whispered, laced with a hint of flirtation, an artful move indeed. However, Li Haocheng had recently shed his 23 years of innocence, having just experienced a thrilling match the previous night. Thus, he spoke with newfound confidence. "I shall find time to visit, not for anything else, but simply to greet them." When Gao and Chan announced in the KakaoTalk workgroup that a new batch of employees would soon be recruited and that early and late shifts would be implemented, the staff at the Black Flower Tea shop could hardly believe their ears. The day shift would run from 7 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. At 4 o'clock p.m. and 1 o'clock a.m., it marks the evening shift, including the time for staggered meals. It perfectly aligns with the standard 8-hour workday mandated by the state. However, in the realm of actual employment, should one dare to voice such a request, they would undoubtedly be met with ridicule for their immaturity. Particularly within the food service industry, many often have to accommodate the whims of their patrons, with most not even having a proper rotation for shifts. After a prolonged silence in the workgroup, Zhang Jieyun, who shares a good rapport with Li Haocheng, mustered the courage to seek confirmation from their superior. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the staff at the milk tea shop erupted into jubilant celebration. A deluge of flattery flooded the KakaoTalk workgroup, showering him with compliments. At precisely 4 o'clock p.m., Li Haocheng clocked out and departed the Li Haocheng milk tea shop on time. The other employees, however, were still bound to remain until the new staff arrived for a rescheduling of shifts. Nonetheless, the employees exhibited no signs of discontent, diligently adhering to their work hours. The Li Haocheng milk tea shop is situated in the secondary business district of Shiqiaodong, surrounded by several bustling commercial streets, including numerous upscale, styling salons. Li Haocheng located the highest-rated salon on the Douyin app and walked there directly. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the abuzz hair salon. Upon entering, he found the establishment to be rather empty. This was indeed the quietest time of day. A girl, dressed lightly with fair skin, emerged from the side counter, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Welcome to abuzz hair salon." "Good afternoon, sir. Are you here for a haircut or skincare?" "Hello. I would like to have my hairstyle trimmed," Li Haocheng replied, maintaining steady eye contact with the stunning young lady before him, displaying a calm demeanor. The current salon staff are indeed breathtaking, rivaling some K-pop stars. In contrast, Li Haocheng momentarily lost her composure upon meeting his gaze, her cheeks flushing with a subtle warmth. As a thought bloomed in her mind, "Your eyes hold the essence of spring and autumn, surpassing all the mountains and rivers I have ever encountered." This was the most captivating pair of eyes she had ever seen, dark as ink yet sparkling with brilliance. Without the benefit of haute couture, Li Haocheng's presence did not seem particularly striking. Had it not been for the enhancement of he might have left her merely intrigued. As the cherished daughter of the Samshin Group, Li Haocheng had encountered many affluent scions from domestic conglomerates, K-pop idols, and even foreign aristocrats. Yet, those unique starry eyes bestowed a distinctive charm upon Li Haocheng's features, setting him apart from the rest. "Is it possible to get a haircut now?" Li Haocheng inquired, noticing the girl's unwavering gaze upon him, and offered a gentle smile. Li Haocheng stumbled over her words. "We at abuzz hair salon Offer packages with a regular stylist for 20,001, a senior designer for 38,001, and a technical director for 57,001. May I ask which one would you prefer? I'll opt for the 57,001 package to see how skilled your technical director is, he replied nonchalantly, briefly diverting his gaze to her delicately rubbing her legs, her skin remarkably fair. Li Haocheng shyly smiled. Very well, sir. Allow me to take you to wash your hair. Chapter 78. The appearance of the little princess of Samshin in the elegant hair salon GC Chaebol, within the shampoo area. Li Haocheng reclined on the soft, comfortable shampoo bed, a warm towel wrapped around him while suitably warm water dampened his hair. Luxurious shampoo enveloped him as delicate fingers gently massaged his scalp. The pressure of the massage was subtle yet remarkably firm, and the washing process lasted a delightful duration, which Li Haocheng thoroughly enjoyed. The entire experience was serene, devoid of any aggressive promotions for prepaid cards or membership deals. Li Haocheng couldn't help but marvel at how competitive the hair salon industry had become. The shampoo attendant was not only graceful but also strikingly beautiful, providing exceptional service. He mused that he would certainly return to this establishment in the future. While awaiting the arrival of the hairstylist, Li Haocheng surreptitiously snapped a few pictures of Li Haocheng and oppa's back and shared them in the KakaoTalk dormitory group, exclaiming, I encountered a true male god today. He is even more handsome than our university's heartthrob, a perfect embodiment of a romantic hero from a webtoon. There were many attractive individuals, but none so unforgettable as him. Those eyes, one glance, and I was utterly mesmerized. And that flawless physique, simply fantastic. Immediately, the KakaoTalk group erupted with excitement and chatter. Lu Shimi, hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Suiwa, he does seem to have a nice figure. Yin Yan, go get a front shot. We want to see his face. Han Shanying, I need to see those eyes you mentioned. Li Yin, I don't dare. I was so flustered just washing his hair that I couldn't even ask if the water temperature was suitable. Li Yin, his skin is incredibly smooth. I couldn't help but touch it. Oh my gosh, it's even softer than mine. Li Yin, I wonder if he is an idol trainee who hasn't debuted yet? Han Shanying, ISN and Oppos. This the GC chair salon owned by your cousin? When did our little princess start moonlighting as a shampoo attendant? Lu Shimi, I know. Our little princess has clearly developed a crush. Li Yin, I wasn't supposed to be working here, but I couldn't resist the temptation. Suyua, here we go again. Can this group be saved? Lu Shimi, Yin, when school starts, I'll be right there with you. Moi, Gao Huime, Yin. Just reveal your identity as the little princess of Samshin and capture this top-tier male god. Han Shanying, indeed. Our little princess is beautiful and gentle. What guy wouldn't be drawn to her? Gao Huime, look at this handsome fellow. He's dressed in casual attire, suggesting he comes from a modest background. Yin, you can use your status as a wealthy heiress to win him over. If all else fails, we could pool our resources to support him. Yes, a shared boyfriend. The technical director, a man in his 20s with a modern style and a small ponytail, approached enthusiastically. Hello, handsome. I am Lin Haocheng, the president and styling director of this salon. Do you have any specific requests for the hairstyle you wish to have? Li Haocheng smiled gracefully. Director Lin, you are the expert. I have no particular requests. Please design something based on your experience that looks comfortable. Lin Haocheng carefully examined Li Haocheng, particularly his head shape and facial features. The seriousness in his demeanor made Li Haocheng feel a bit anxious. Truth be told, with his looks, he could pull off any hairstyle. However, given his jet black hair and thick locks, along with a naturally smooth jawline, Lin suggested a slightly layered textured cut. Based on your face shape and head structure, I recommend thinning the edges and keeping the top short with multiple layers for a slight volume. This will best highlight your captivating eyes, while remaining effortless and fresh, yielding an absolutely stunning effect. Afterward, Lin Haocheng pulled out a portfolio and flipped to a page showcasing a textured haircut. Li Haocheng, not particularly versed in hairstyles but reassured by Lin and Oppos' professionalism, nodded, all right. Let and Oppos' proceed as you suggest. With deftness, Lin donned a salon cape over Li Haocheng and gently ruffled his voluminous hair. Holding a pair of scissors, Lin exuded a confident and composed aura, reminiscent of an artist at work. Li Haocheng closed his eyes, delving into his system tasks while quietly waiting. The rhythmic sound of the scissors snipping filled the air as Lin swiftly thinned the edges and intermittently paused to check the top's length. After more than half an hour, Lin Haocheng snapped his fingers and proudly stated, "Handsome, take a look and see if there's anything you'd like adjusted. I believe it's flawless." Li Haocheng opened his eyes to behold his reflection. His hair was styled into a textured cut, rich in layers yet not chaotic. The transition at the temples and sides was seamless, giving a relaxed appearance. The delicate bangs brushed his brows, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes. With his cool, fair skin, jet black hair, and handsome features, he resembled a work of art. Rising, Li Haocheng presented his tall and well-proportioned figure. Even in a simple t-shirt and jeans, he exuded an indescribable charm. Regardless of others' opinions, Li Yinyun, standing nearby, was utterly captivated, her hand holding her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 poised to capture the moment. Momentarily frozen in awe. As the shutter clicked, Li Haocheng and oppa's gaze met hers. A rapid heartbeat echoed within her. He is not merely the answer. He is the essence of the test. I'm sorry. My phone malfunctioned. It's unresponsive. Li Yinyun hurriedly tucked her phone away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Haocheng redirected his attention to the mirror, admiring his new hairstyle, contentedly remarking, "This is excellent. Director Lin, your skills are impressive. I shall return next time." Lin Huijing smiled with satisfaction and called out to the floor below, "Is Xiaoyi there? Please take this handsome guy for a wash." Li Yinyun, as if awakening from a dream, eagerly volunteered, "Cousin, let me help him wash his hair. Xiaoyi is busy and unavailable." Having experienced much, Lin Huijing readily discerned his cousin's subtle intentions and nodded with a smile, "All right, I appreciate your help." The washing process was particularly slow. Li Yinyun was a diligent and responsible girl, her skilled hands tirelessly working to relax Li Haocheng's scalp and cleanse the stray hairs. Upon noticing some hair had fallen onto his clothes, she thoughtfully wiped her hands dry and reached in to tidy him up. After finishing, Li Yinyun stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "I'm Li Yinyun. May I add you on Kakao Talk? It's not to promote anything or send ads. I simply wish to get to know you on a personal level." Through the task designated as entrust to experts, Li Haocheng had begun to embrace his identity as a male deity. He glanced at Li Yinyun, whose skin was fair and features sweet, and graciously exchanged names with her. In the future, just seek Li Yinyun for a hair wash. It's truly delightful. Observing Li Yinyun's exuberance and her adorably flushed cheeks, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own past. After a vigorous styling session by Director Lin, Li Haocheng's hairstyle became even more effortlessly charming. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to his newfound admirer. Li Yinyun shared a frontal photograph of Li Haocheng in the Kakao Talk dormitory group. He resembled a celestial being, with smooth, fair skin, rosy lips, and a prominent nose, his delicate hair framing his well-defined brows. Undoubtedly, he was the epitome of a high-quality, aloof male deity. Li Yinyun. This was taken with the original camera of the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, no beauty filter applied. Lu Shimi. His eyes are breathtaking. Gao Huimei. So handsome. Yinyun. Ask him for his Douyin account. I want to cast spells on his photos and videos daily. Su Yuan. What a cool deity. His gaze is electrifying. I'm in awe. Han Shanying. Yinyun. That outfit doesn't suit our male deity. Find out where he lives so I can send him some clothes. Li Yinyun. Shanying. Calm down. Didn't you say we shouldn't judge by appearances? Han Shanying. Oh please, I never said such a thing. Don't tarnish my reputation. As the chat in the dormitory group grew increasingly risque, Li Yinyun paid no mind to her lively friends and instead set the photo as her wallpaper, pinning Li Haocheng's Kakao Talk at the top of her contacts. Meanwhile, at the Dongtai Times Square Dream Fitness Center, when Li Baona entered the gym, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Due to a pain in her lower abdomen, Li Baona walked rather unsteadily. Li Haocheng, feeling a twinge of concern, insisted she rest for an additional half-day in the luxurious penthouse of the penthouse Chongdam. This was in her best interest, and Li Baona could hardly refuse. "Baona, how are you? Were you all right last night? We thought you might not come today." A personal trainer who had celebrated with them the previous night approached her, eager to show kindness. It was evident that Li Baona had ascended to a higher echelon, achieving what many in their field considered the pinnacle of success, promising a prosperous future. With a slight blush, Li Baona replied, "I'm here to resign." The trainer immediately understood, though the envy in her eyes was unmistakable. "Congratulations, Baona. You found your true calling. Indeed, with such a wonderful future ahead, you must hold on tightly." Compared to Li Haocheng, the heir of a wealthy conglomerate, this job as a fitness trainer was merely optional. After bidding farewell to her colleague, Li Baona sought out Li Mingxi in the staff area to explain her intentions. Chapter 79. Resignation and Pursuit of Higher Education. Li Mingxi, with a generous spirit, looked at the young girl who had just joined the company and smiled. "Sister is genuinely happy for you. The role of a personal trainer at the gym is truly not suited for you. Baona, you are diligent, hardworking, and possess a strong capacity for learning. Unlike many of us, Li Baona sincerely bowed her head in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Mingxi's sister, for your care these days. I have learned so much from you. I haven't even thanked you and your boyfriend yet. Last night was so enjoyable. You must have had a great time as well." Li Mingxi teased with playful gestures. Embodying a seasoned flirt, Li Baona lowered her gaze, her fair and smooth face flushed with embarrassment, her ears burning red. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. As for your resignation, I will first discuss it with the manager. Wait for my good news in the break room." After her playful banter, Li Mingxi strutted away with her long, elegant legs. As Li Baona turned to head towards the break room, she was intercepted by her colleague, Che Yunhao. Startled, she quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a collision. "Baona, why are you resigning?" Che Yunhao asked, his face dark with anger as he scrutinized her. Li Baona raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. "What does my resignation have to do with you?" Che Yunhao felt a surge of frustration as if betrayed. "Do you think you would have gotten into Dream Gym without my recommendation? Our personal trainers either have formal education in sports or extensive work experience. If it weren't and oppos, T for my strong endorsement, how could a mere high school student like you get in?" After clocking in for work that day, Che Yunhao had overheard colleagues discussing Li Baona's situation. It was rumored that the client who had previously purchased her training sessions was her boyfriend. And given their joint departure from a birthday celebration last night, the implications were clear. Che Yunhao could not fathom how any man could resist taking action in such circumstances. At that moment, he felt deeply aggrieved, his emotions ablaze with anger. He had always regarded Li Baona as the most outstanding among his acquaintances and believed he had done her a favor, only to now feel that she had betrayed him. Initially, he had intended to use her job situation as leverage against her, but her insistence on resigning only worsened his mood. Faced with the imposing and fierce figure of Che Yunhao, Li Baona was intimidated and wished to avoid a confrontation, fearing he might act rashly. "I appreciate your recommendation, Yunhao, but I genuinely believe this job is not for me. I'm going to find Mingxi's sister now. Goodbye." With that, Li Baona hurriedly made her way to the break room. Che Yunhao watched her graceful silhouette depart, feeling a mix of reluctance and restraint. Aware that creating a scene in the gym with so many customers around would be unwise. Once out of Che Yunhao and Oppo's sight, Li Baona still felt uneasy. His earlier demeanor had indeed been frightening, akin to experiencing betrayal. She fished her phone from her pocket and, mindful of disturbing Li Haocheng at work, sent him a private message. "Li Haocheng, a colleague is bothering me. Are you busy right now? If you're free, could you come pick me up? If you're too busy, I'll just ask Mingxi's sister to accompany me home." In less than 15 seconds, Li Haocheng replied, "Wait for me. I'll be at Dream Gym to get you shortly." Upon seeing the message on KakaoTalk, Li Baona felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. "In the past, I could only rely on myself, but now, I wish to lean on you, Li Haocheng." When Li Mingxi emerged from the manageress office, she spotted Li Baona waiting at the door and waved her over. "Come on, let us go handle your resignation paperwork. Luckily, since you're still in the probation period, and the only personal training session you have is with your boyfriend, the company won't make it difficult for you. I will ensure you receive the performance benefits you deserve." The resignation process went smoothly, and no formal resignation letter was required given her brief tenure. Looking at Li Mingxi, Li Baona expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mingxi's sister, and thank you for your care during this time." Li Mingxi playfully took her hand and winked, curiously asking, "Baona, have you decided where you'll go next? Will you settle for being a wealthy heiress, or become the wife of the owner of a milk tea shop?" With a sweet smile and an air of anticipation, Li Baona replied, "I'm going to university." "Ah, an adult bachelor's program? That sounds good. You can recharge and study business management or something similar, and help him with his family business after graduation." Li Mingxi was taken aback. She never expected Li Baona to pursue higher education. What a studious girl she was. "It's not an adult program. I'm enrolling in Korea University's Level 4. Majoring in economics and finance. This has always been my aspiration. Perhaps due to my family and Oppo's financial struggles, I've always wanted to learn something related to money." Li Baona felt a bit shy. She was not the type to boast or seek attention. Li Mingxi, astonished, exclaimed, "What? Li Haocheng helped you secure your admission? Korea University is a top-tier institution, well-resourced and prestigious. How did he manage that?" "I'm not sure. I just made a phone call, and they said it was fine. The admission notice will arrive in a few days." Li Baona felt a bit embarrassed, as if she had gained admission through connections, which didn't sit well with her. Even though Li Mingxi believed that Li Haocheng was indeed a wealthy heir, she still found it hard to believe. Upon reflection, she realized that when one possesses a certain level of power, such feats are indeed possible. such as donating a laboratory building to the school or signing an employment agreement to assist graduates with job placements. These matters were beyond her comprehension, so she chose not to dwell on them further. Then I wish you a smooth academic journey. Li Mingxi sincerely wished her well and added, do not forget to spend more time with him. A young master from a wealthy family will always have admirers around him. If you are uncertain about the duration of his affections, it would be wise to seek tangible assurances. With a sigh, Li Mingxi felt reluctant to say too much, fearing that this innocent girl might suffer. Li Baona and Oppo's character was undeniably pure and kind-hearted. What if, in the future, Li Haocheng were to abandon her? She could only imagine how heartbroken she would be. Li Baona's expression shifted momentarily. She lowered her head in silence before regaining her smile. As long as I become exceptional enough, he won't want to leave me, right? Just as he is so remarkable that I can't bear to part with him. Li Mingxi found some truth in her words, yet she was more concerned about material security. Then where will your living expenses come from after you resign? Has he made any promises? No, and I do not require his financial support. I am capable of standing on my own 2 feet and have already begun looking for part-time work near the school. Li Baona maintained an expression of hope and happiness. The hardest days were behind her, only joy remained. Li Mingxi, unsure of what else to say, gently pinched Li Baona and Oppo's smooth cheek. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly pursue you with all my might. However, do not hesitate to ask for what you deserve. Since you have chosen him, there and Oppo's no need for excessive politeness. He is not lacking in funds. He may not be short of money, but I feel I could never earn enough to buy even one of his apartments. Li Baona mused, recalling the shock she felt upon first seeing that luxurious flat, a world she had never encountered. By the way, where does he live? Li Mingxi asked, genuinely curious about the life of such an affluent second-generation heir. Li Baona seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, he lives in the penthouse in Cheongdam-dong, a residential complex in the Gangnam district, all by himself. The penthouse in Cheongdam? That is one of the most expensive luxury residential complexes in Seoul, with prices soaring into the hundreds of millions of Korean won for a unit, particularly for those with stunning views. Li Mingxi expressed her envy. Baona, how large is Li Haocheng's family residence? Li Baona pondered momentarily and replied, I believe it is over 400 square meters, occupying an entire floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Han River. However, the space is so vast that it feels unsettling. I think a place of about 100 square meters would suffice. Do you hear yourself? Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Li Mingxi was momentarily at a loss for words. This was exceedingly ostentatious. Were it not for her knowledge of Li Baona's character, she would assume the girl was boasting. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Li Baona glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Li Haocheng calling. She quickly answered, pressing the phone to her ear, eager not to miss a word. Hello. Li Haocheng, I'm here. She spoke softly, her face beaming with sweetness. Just wait for me at the B2 elevator. I'll be down shortly. I don't have much to carry. Really, it's unnecessary. Mingxi is here with me. She will assist me. Li Mingxi watched in envy, wondering what it felt like to have such a considerate, handsome, wealthy boyfriend. After hanging up, Li Baona and Oppo's smile was unyielding. Li Mingxi inquired, Baona, should we consider treating everyone to a farewell meal? Yes, let us do it after I start school, Li Baona readily agreed. After a brief tidying up, she packed all her belongings from the gym into a single tote bag. While they waited for the elevator, Chae Yunho hurried over, running to catch up. Chapter 80. The intimidation brought by wealth and power. Chae Yunho caught a glimpse of Li Mingxi beside him, furrowing his brows as he whispered, Li Mingxi, I wish to speak with Baona privately for a moment. Upon hearing this, Li Baona felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively grasped Li Mingxi and Oppo's arm. Li Mingxi patted her hand reassuringly, casting a dispassionate glance at Chae Yunho, who was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. Her boyfriend is waiting for her in the parking lot downstairs. Are you aiming to offend a VIP member of our Measure Fitness Club? Chae Yunho's lips twitched. Li Haocheng had spent nearly 4 million Korean won at their fitness club, undoubtedly a super VIP member. Yet, Chae Yunho was unwilling to relent. He gazed at Li Baona and Oppo's unadorned beauty, her gentle and serene demeanor, coupled with her flawless model figure. The more he looked, the more frustrated he became. His emotions began to spiral out of control as he confronted Li Baona. Li Baona, do you believe I am unworthy of you? If we speak of education, I graduated from a reputable university and Oppo's physical education department. Regarding financial stability, I own a house and a car in Seoul. And my sales performance ranks among the top in my company, earning 3 million won monthly. As for looks and physique, I consider myself quite distinguished. I have asked you out numerous times, yet you have never accepted. You have known him for only a few days, and you are eager to rush to his side? What makes you think I am unworthy of you? In what aspect do you believe I fall short compared to your current boyfriend? When Li Baona first signed her contract, Che Yunhao had also observed her client, who appeared to be just an ordinary individual, although he had a decent appearance and physique. Che Yunhao believed he was not significantly inferior. Moreover, he felt he had assisted Li Baona in securing her job and had shown her considerable attentiveness. What aspect of him, Che Yunhao wondered, was lacking compared to her boyfriend? Li Mingxi, unable to contain herself, let out a laugh at that moment. Li Baona felt a sense of discomfort. There was simply no basis for comparing Che Yunhao with her boyfriend, Li Haocheng. Such a comparison was undoubtedly an insult to her partner. Li Mingxi, what do you mean? Is there something amusing about this? Che Yunhao and oppa's credentials were not inferior to Li Mingxi and oppa's, as they were both colleagues at Menxure Fitness Club, leading to their unceremonious exchanges. Li Mingxi, laughing as if watching a clown, replied, I mean no offense, I simply couldn't hold it in, haha. Che Yunhao's expression darkened as he retorted. Li Mingxi, is there something wrong with what I said? Li Mingxi ceased her laughter. Haven't you seen my Kakao Talk moments? I know you celebrated your birthday last night. Are you still so elated that you haven't recovered? Che Yunhao's tone was less than pleasant. That's not it. The venue we went in for the celebration was quite nice. That establishment is owned by Baona's boyfriend. He turned to Li Baona, scoffing, so you are yet another materialistic woman. Planning to resign and become the wife of a shop owner? You think it's that simple, assuming you've secured a steady job? How naive. Many of those who open shops are losing money. Who knows when it might fail? Li Baona remained silent, not even glancing at Che Yunhao. She had already resigned and no longer considered him a colleague. Observing her silence only fueled Che Yunhao's fervor. Am I right? You are abandoning the job you worked hard to obtain, chasing an uncertain future. You ought to think this through. Li Baona and oppa's gaze was fixed on the closed elevator doors. Che Yunhao had an overwhelming presence whenever they met, often infusing their conversations with suggestive undertones. She had encountered countless such individuals during her 3 years at the factory. Moreover, she had heard from Jean Sulin that Che Yunhao had ambiguous relationships with several of his female clients. After the events of the previous night, Li Baona's heart was firmly tethered to Li Haocheng. Engaging with someone like Che Yunhao felt like a betrayal to her boyfriend. Although Li Haocheng could occasionally display a mischievous side, being with him always instilled a profound sense of security and stability. Perhaps it was his dedication to reading and exercising. Or perhaps it was the way he had purchased a personal training course on their first meeting, helping her achieve a significant portion of her performance metrics. Perhaps it was how he shielded her from prying eyes on their first date. Perhaps it was his attentive gestures, discreetly gifting her the shoes she desperately needed. There are countless reasons to love someone, yet a single reason suffices to despise another. Noticing Li Baona's downcast gaze and her blatant disregard for him, Che Yunhao and oppa's expression darkened further, and he contemplated saying more. Ding! The elevator arrived, the stainless steel doors slowly opening. Li Mingxi pulled Li Baona to find a corner. But Che Yunhao persistently followed. The elevator was crowded, and he chose not to speak further. They soon reached the second basement level. As the doors opened, Li Baona, who had been hiding in the corner, swiftly dashed out. Li Mingxi and Che Yunhao followed closely behind, and their eyes immediately fell upon Li Haocheng, who was perched on the hood of a Lamborghini Urus. The vehicle and oppa's engine was still running, its lights casting a warm glow upon him. Beneath his tousled bangs, a pair of brilliant, starry eyes were fixed on the three of them, particularly on the emerging Li Baona. Li Mingxi's eyes lit up with admiration, marveling inwardly. What beautiful eyes! They are utterly mesmerizing. Che Yunhao, however, first noticed the luxurious vehicle beneath Li Haocheng, a Lamborghini Urus. As one of the world and oppa's premier luxury cars, Che Yunhao was well aware of its reputation. The most affordable model started at a staggering 380 million won. It seemed that Li Baona had indeed found herself a boyfriend who was both wealthy and handsome. Li Haocheng beamed at his girlfriend, flashing a warm smile and greeting her enthusiastically. Li Baona rushed over, embracing her boyfriend, her face radiating affection and reassurance. The beginning is always ineffably delightful. A young couple, having just deepened their connection the previous night, now finds themselves in a moment of utmost tenderness. Li Hao, having taken the bag from Li Baona, smiled and suggested, "Shall we go directly for a meal? Afterward, we can spend a little time at my place, if that suits you." Sounds good. Li Baona responded obediently, her understanding nature evident in her gentle murmur. Li Mingxi playfully nudged Che Yunhao beside her and teased, a top-tier Lamborghini Urus worth 683 million Korean won, and a standalone bubble tea shop on the bustling street of Mapo district at 43 Seoul-Tower. Furthermore, residing in a spacious 400-square-meter luxury penthouse at Cheongdam-dong, the penthouse Cheongdam. I just checked online, and this lavish penthouse is not even on the market, meaning it's likely reserved by the developer as a gesture of goodwill. This isn't just any wealthy individual. We are talking about the elite, the apex of the financial hierarchy. Chae Yun-ho, it would be wise for you to recognize your position. We are merely ordinary workers struggling at the bottom. The scions of such top-tier conglomerates are not someone we can afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, Chae Yun-ho's complexion paled, leaving him speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal. The penthouse Cheongdam is well known for its opulence, currently the apex of luxury real estate in Seoul. Hanwha Group, one of the leading local real estate developers, has constructed numerous high-end residential complexes. The implications of such an enterprise extending favors are evident. Even if he were a private tutor, he would be no match for them. Not even the president of Dream Fitness could afford to cross them. It's unnecessary to wield social connections. A mere purchase of a 10 million won personal training session could lead to dire consequences if he were to express displeasure toward Chae Yun-ho. The president would not hesitate to pack his bags and send him on his way. With these thoughts, Chae Yun-ho turned towards the elevator, the bitterness and resentment in his heart overtaken by fear, his face betraying his trepidation. Li Hao naturally recalled Li Baona mentioning earlier that a colleague had been harassing her, and he approached the two, inquiring, "Is it true that someone has been bothering Baona?" Li Mingxi merely smiled, observing Chae Yun-ho's pale face and trembling body. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of life for over a decade, Chae Yun-ho understood he had entangled himself with powerful figures, adopting a humble and submissive demeanor. "I apologize, Li Xiao. I may have said some unkind words before. I sincerely apologize to you and Li Baona, and I assure you that such incidents will not recur." After bowing deeply to Li Baona, he sought her forgiveness and understanding. What else could he do but apologize? Engaging in a reckless confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome. In his youth, upon graduating from sports school, he might have possessed the audacity for such bravado, but now, as a seasoned professional, he had learned the art of adaptability. His possessiveness over Li Baona paled in comparison to his fear of the unknown. "Haocheng, let us go. This person is not worth your time," Li Baona interjected, stepping forward. "I'm hungry. Shall we go eat?" Chae Yun-ho remained bent at a 90-degree angle, afraid to rise, muttering his apologies. "Li Xiao, I am truly sorry. I beg for your forgiveness." Regardless, Chae Yun-ho had been a long-time colleague of Li Mingxi and stepped in to smooth over the situation. All right, just a misunderstanding. Every time I see you, Li Xiao, you never fail to impress with your striking looks and charm. Could this be the allure of wealth?" Li Hao chuckled lightly, redirecting his gaze towards his girlfriend. Li Baona nestled into Li Mingxi's embrace and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for seeing me off, Mingxi. I'll treat everyone to a barbecue feast once I start school." With that, she took hold of her boyfriend's arm, and they departed. As Chae Yun-ho straightened his posture, he watched the taillights of the Lamborghini Urus fade into the distance. He thought to himself, "Stop dreaming, Baona is no longer in my league. Suppress those misguided thoughts." Li Mingxi, with a hint of amusement, prodded Chae Yun-ho's insecurities. "Didn't you ask if you measure up? Tell me, how can you possibly compare to Li Xiao of the top-tier conglomerates?"